dragon at all. But after I accidentally ate a fruit from the sacred tree, not only did I successfully break through to the holy realm, but the golden dragon bloodline in my body was also greatly purified. I've known for a long time that the golden fruit will have a significant effect on me. As long as I can consume more, maybe I can become a true pure-blooded golden dragon.
The golden fruit has this effect? Meng Lei's heart was in turmoil. You can obviously transform into a golden dragon. Why do you still need to purify your bloodline?
I'm still a long way from becoming a true golden dragon.
Abe shook his head.
I need more golden fruits to purify the golden dragon bloodline in my body as much as possible. Transforming into a giant dragon and becoming a pure-blooded giant dragon are two completely different concepts, the old man explained.
Generally speaking,
as long as the dragon's dragon bloodline fusion degree reaches 70%, it can transform into a giant dragon, but this does not mean it is 100% pure-blooded. These are two different levels. In other words, as long as you consume more fruits from the sacred tree, you can continuously purify the golden dragon bloodline in your body, making you closer and closer to a pure-blooded golden dragon?
Meng Lei asked. That's right. Abe nodded firmly. Can this thing purify blood?
Meng Lei flipped his palm, and a golden fruit of the sacred tree appeared in his hand. The fruit was as big as an apple, shining with golden light in the sun, as if it were a golden apple made of pure gold. I wonder if this thing can purify the blood of the god-killing rat and the golden god-killing ant in my body.
Meng Lei had doubts in his heart.
The fruit of the sacred tree could purify the blood of the dragon, but he was not sure whether it could purify other bloodlines. After all, he has 5 kinds of bloodlines in his body.
Old Dean, what will happen if I eat the fruit of the sacred tree? Meng Lei asked the old man for his advice. Don't rush to eat it.
The old man shook his head and said, although the fruit of the sacred tree is magical, I don't recommend you to take it rashly before you understand it.
Put it away for now. Wait until you've fully understood it. What's the difference between taking it morning or night?
There's no need to rush.
That makes sense. Meng Lei nodded slightly.
Compared to such uncertain things, he would rather improve his strength through Krypton Ghoul through the system.
The fruit of the sacred tree. Abe stared at the fruit, his eyes flashing with desire. You also got the fruit of the sacred tree. Yeah, I'm lucky. Meng Lei smiled.
At this moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly sounded, and dozens of sharp wind blades shot out through the air. At the same time, attacks came from all directions.
On the left, a 100-meter-long flaming dragon roared and rushed towards them. On the right, hundreds of basketball-sized stone bullets are flying towards us.
In front of them, dozens of water spears over 10 feet long stabbed at them.
Behind, a strong man holding a huge axe is approaching aggressively. Not good. Someone is attacking us.
Abe's face suddenly changed, and he was about to transform into a golden dragon to fight. Meng Lei waved his hand to stop them. Don't be impatient, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning at all. After saying that, he cast a forbidden spell.
A white cold current suddenly emerged, spreading rapidly in all directions with Meng Lei and Abe as the center. In an instant, the giant fire dragon was frozen within a radius of 10,000 meters. Hundreds of stone bullets condensed into ice cubes. Dozens of water spears were frozen instantly. Even the strong man wielding the giant axe was locked in the cold current and could not move.
The surrounding trees and weeds were also frozen, and the 6 people who had besieged Abe before were not spared either. They were all frozen into popsicles.
At first glance, it was all white.
The surrounding area seemed to have turned into an ice world.
This is absolute zero, and it was released instantly. Abe took a deep breath and sighed. The gap between us has not narrowed, but has widened. It's not that exaggerated, Meng Lei said lightly. Haven't you already been promoted to the Holy Realm?
He snapped his fingers lightly, and all the ice sculptures within a radius of 10,000 meters shattered instantly, turning into ice chips that fell to the ground. Only the 6 besiegers and the few who had just launched the sneak attack remained standing. A closer look revealed that, including the man with the giant axe, there were 5 people involved in the sneak attack. However, these 5 people have now turned into ice sculptures, each maintaining a strange posture. Some had fear written all over their faces, some were still chanting spells, and some had excitement in their eyes. The expressions were all different, and the demeanor was endless.
You dared to attack me? You are unlucky, Meng Lei said coldly.
What happened next is self-explanatory. He began to search his body, looking for the space ring, and took it for himself.
Tisk, these 5 people are quite powerful. They actually found so many magic cores. That's great. There's even a golden fruit. Meng Lei grinned from ear to ear.
Putting aside the golden fruit, the number of magic cores in the space ring alone was astonishing.
Selling these would bring in a fortune. I really don't know how you've cultivated so well.
Abe's eyes were filled with envy. It's only been over 2 months since we last met, and you've become so strong.
Will you both be able to break through to the demigod realm next time we meet? Demigod? That's still too far away.
Meng Lei put away the fruit in the space ring and said with a smile, I'm leaving.
You should come with me. This continent is too dangerous now. It's not safe to stay here at all.
No, I want to continue searching for the fruit of the sacred tree and the mother tree of life.
Abe firmly refused. The fruit of the sacred tree can purify my blood. bloodline. I won't give up no matter what. Your idea is too risky. Meng Lei frowned. I suspect the mother tree of life is actually a demigod, brewing some kind of conspiracy. If you go looking for it, you're courting death. It's better to leave. Abe's body shook slightly. All creatures on the lost continent worship the mother tree of life. It's very likely a demigod. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. It's too dangerous to stay in a demigod's territory. Also, even if you get the fruit from the sacred tree, don't eat it again. It's not safe. Abe showed a trace of unwillingness on his face. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Meng Lei, thank you for your reminder, but I won't leave. After she finished speaking, she jumped into the air and turned away. Meng Lei opened his mouth but ultimately didn't call out to her. Abe was a stubborn man, and he had already witnessed her tenacity. Forget it, let her do whatever she wants. Meng Lei shook his head. I've reminded her everything I should have. It's her freedom to listen or not. After saying that, he turned and left. Boy, why don't you follow her? Someone advised. Such a beautiful woman, and a princess of the empire. How many people want to be her protector but never get the chance? You actually gave up such a good opportunity. I'm increasingly suspicious that you're a blockhead. Old Dean, please speak less. No one thinks you are dumb. Saras, let's go. After Meng Lei left, Abe came out from behind the tree, looked at Meng Lei's gradually receding back, and whispered, Meng Lei, I really want to go with you, but I can't. A day later, Meng Lei finally returned to the seashore, back to the place where he had landed. Just wait, in 2 days we can leave here. He found a secluded beach, took out a large golden pot that was 10 meters square, and prepared to have another hot pot feast. Boss, do you want to eat seafood hot pot? Saras ran to catch seafood excitedly. An hour later, the bonfire is burning, the soup is boiling, the aroma is fragrant, and a man and a beast sit around the hot pot, enjoying the delicious food. Boss, I want to eat abalone. Boss, give me that geoduck. Boss, I want more. Time flies quickly, 1 day has passed, and there is only 1 day left before the exchange competition. Meng Lei lay on the soft beach, basking in the warm sunshine, quietly waiting for the end of the exchange competition. The earth suddenly shook. It shook again. Then, the earth began to shake rhythmically, like thousands of horses galloping, or like a tank rolling over. The entire continent was roaring and shaking. Meng Lei suddenly took off into the air and looked around in midair. When he saw this, he was completely stunned. In the center of a distant continent, a massive tree stood, several feet tall and immensely thick, like a towering Jianmu tree, or the legendary world tree. Its roots were deeply rooted in the earth, piercing the heavens and earth. Its towering trunk resembled a celestial avenue, its majestic canopy blanketing the surrounding area for thousands of miles. From afar, it is surrounded by clouds and illuminated by the rosy glow, creating a magnificent scene. The most shocking thing is that this giant tree is surrounded by golden chains, which bind it tightly like a fishing net. A vast and sacred majesty emanated from the towering tree, strongly oppressing Meng Lei's nerves, causing him to feel an urge to surrender and almost prostrate himself. Life, the mother tree of life. Meng Lei exclaimed in a low voice. Old Dean, is that really the mother tree of life? That's right, it's the mother tree of life. The old man suddenly appeared. This aura is divine power. Although the divine power is weak, it is definitely divine power. My guess was right, it is indeed a demigod. So he really is a demigod. Meng Lei's heart trembled, and he suddenly felt the urge to return to the teleportation array and escape. Facing such a demigod-level giant tree, he had no confidence at all. As for Sarath, the creature with many arms was bigger than Monlei. As soon as he saw the mother tree of life, he prostrated himself on the ground, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes, and he kept praying and praising. Something's wrong. Why is this demigod's divine power so weak? It's not even as strong as the Saint Realm. Is it because the distance is too far? The old man stared at the giant tree with a frown on his face for a long time. Suddenly, he whispered, Golden chain. I understand. This mother tree of life is sealed. It's sealed. Do you see the golden chains surrounding the mother tree of life? That's the seal. It's precisely because it's sealed that the divine power it emanates is so weak. The old man slapped his forehead and said, I told you so. You slaughtered its believers in its territory, and it remained indifferent. It's not that it's indifferent, but it's sealed and can't move at all. This is the real reason. Meng Lei's eyes were dull. What kind of existence could seal the demigod-level mother tree of life? There are always better beings than demigods. There are countless beings more powerful than demigods. The sky continent is just a small pond. The old man shook his head slightly, then frowned and asked, Meng Lei, do you see those black spots floating around the mother tree of life? Meng Lei hurriedly observed, and although the distance was far, he did see countless small black dots floating around, like mosquitoes and flies flying around willow trees in summer. What are those black spots? Meng Lei was full of doubts. It's too far away. I can't see clearly. Come closer, the old man said in a deep voice. Don't be afraid, it's sealed. As long as you don't get too close, it can't do anything to you. Meng Lei hesitated for a moment and then flew towards that direction. As the distance got closer, the black spots gradually became larger and finally became visible clearly. Those densely packed black dots turned out to be the contestants participating in the exchange competition. destruction. In addition, there were many unfamiliar figures. They wore golden armor, held huge swords in their hands, and stepped on golden beasts. They were all golden armored knights. As he continued to approach, Meng Lei vaguely saw a thin golden shield surrounding the Mother Tree of Life. He discovered that some of the contestants were trapped inside the golden shield, and all the golden armored knights were frantically attacking the shield, as if trying to rescue the contestants. What are they doing? Meng Lei's face was full of confusion. They've been fooled. They are attacking the seal. Once the seal is broken, the Mother Tree of Life will appear, said the old man in a deep voice. Attack the seal? Meng Lei was even more confused. Can't you see? The old man said solemnly, the fruit of the sacred tree is just bait, a trap to lure you contestants. Sadly, many contestants fell into this trap, and that's why they're trapped in the seal and can't get out. So what happens next? In order to save them, the Empire will definitely send experts to attack the seal. The ultimate result will be that even the Mother Tree of Life will be rescued. From beginning to end, this is a conspiracy. Old Dean, what will happen if the Mother Tree of Life breaks the seal? Meng Lei asked anxiously. Is that even a question? The old man roared. What do you think will happen if a sealed demigod is broken? Meng Lei couldn't help but shudder. Meng Lei, we must make them stop attacking the seal immediately, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Stop them? Meng Lei hesitated. He wanted to escape immediately, away from this Mother Tree of Life. Asking him to stop those guys would be like asking for his life. The Mother Tree of Life has been sealed, and the danger has been greatly reduced. The old man said in a deep voice, what you need to do now is to stop them. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the danger won't be too great. As they got closer, the scene before them became clearer and clearer. The trunk of the Mother Tree of Life was extremely thick and tall, larger than any mountain Monlay had ever seen. The treetops are broad and dense, like a huge canopy, covering the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Towering and majestic. Vast. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge life form in the world? Nature is truly amazing. Meng Lei was shocked. What's even more unbelievable is that someone actually sealed away such a terrifying life. As the distance gets closer, the vision becomes clearer. The Mother Tree of Life is lush and green, with golden fruits hanging among the leaves. A quick glance revealed that the entire tree was laden with fruit. How many fruits of the sacred tree are there? How much would they be worth if they were all sold? Meng Lei swallowed and suddenly understood why so many contestants were attracted here. Such a large amount of the sacred tree's fruit is extremely tempting and no one can resist it. Finally, they arrived close. Looking from the side, it becomes a mountain. Looking from the front, it becomes a peak. The distance, height and depth are different. At this moment, the entire picture of the Mother Tree of Life could no longer be seen, and only a tall and rough wall occupied the field of vision. That wall is the trunk of the Mother Tree of Life. The surface of the tree trunk was covered with chains composed of countless golden magic runes, tightly covering the tree like a fishing net. The chains spread out, eventually forming a golden shield that firmly sealed the Mother Tree of Life inside. At the same time, there were hundreds of unlucky contestants trapped in the shield, and they were the hundreds of people who were sealed in it. Outside the golden shield, thousands of figures hovered. Aside from the dozens of contestants, the rest were knights clad in golden armor, wielding giant swords and stepping on exotic beasts. Where did these guys come from? Meng Lei stared at the golden armored knights, his heart full of confusion. Judging from their equipment, they should be the royal paladins, the old man explained. The royal paladins are the Empire's most elite legion, and every member is at least at the peak of level 9. Why are they here? Meng Lei was even more puzzled. Aren't these the only players on the Lost Continent? It's very likely that the royal paladins are responsible for ensuring your safety during the exchange competition, the old man said in a deep voice. Monlay, tell them to stop immediately. Otherwise, if they continue to attack like this, the seal will be broken sooner or later. At this moment, both the paladins and the hundreds of contestants inside the shield were frantically attacking the golden shield. With every attack, the shield vibrated violently, even causing the entire continent to tremble. The seal seems to be closely related to the entire continent. I know what to do. Meng Lei nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and shouted, stop, listen to me. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Everyone stopped attacking and turned to look at him. Some people who knew Meng Lei excitedly called out his name. Who is he? More people didn't know Meng Lei and frowned. Everyone, stop and listen to me first. Meng Lei said amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, can you feel the divine power emanating from this giant tree? That's right, this giant tree is a demigod. Some people trembled all over and their faces changed suddenly. They were weaker and had not realized the truth about the Mother Tree of Life before. The others, especially the royal paladins, had almost no reaction, obviously already knowing the details of the Mother Tree of Life. Or perhaps, they recognized its identity by relying on the divine power emanating from the Mother Tree of Life. After all, the majestic divine power is obvious and not difficult to identify. Meng Lei continued, but it is obvious that this demigod has been sealed, so we can stand here safely. He changed the subject. But what are you doing now? Attack the seal and help it break out. Aren't you afraid that once the seal is broken, the Mother Tree of Life will be released? beast? Everyone fell silent.
Especially the royal paladins, they were all silent.
They obviously knew what they were doing and understood the consequences of doing so.
So, I hope everyone stops attacking immediately.
Meng Lei said in a steady voice, once the mother tree of life breaks free, we will all die. No one can escape.
Having said that, you guys should think about it carefully. After saying that, Meng Lei turned around and prepared to leave.
He didn't know what these people would choose after hearing what he said. That's all he can do. Now that we're done, it's time to leave.
Sir, we completely understand what you mean. A golden dragon man with golden horns on his head, golden wings behind his back, and wearing royal armor stood up. He pointed at the mother tree of life trapped in the golden shield and said slowly, we know it is a demigod-level creature, and it also knows it is attacking the seal.
But we have no choice.
Our mission is to ensure the safety of every contestant and eliminate any external forces that interfere with the exchange competition.
It is our duty to protect every player.
But now, more than 100 contestants are trapped here, even sharing a room with this demigod-level mother tree of life.
Their safety is greatly threatened.
We must rescue them, ensure their safety, and ensure the smooth progress of the exchange competition.
This is our mission. It's our responsibility too. But if you do this, you will hurt everyone.
Meng Lei was slightly stunned and was about to continue persuading him when the old man's voice suddenly rang out. Meng Lei, look, your roommate, the little princess, seems to be in there too.
Meng Lei quickly turned his head and saw Bei in the crowd. Abe was standing behind the other contestants, watching this side silently.
When he saw his gaze, he immediately lowered his head.
Abe, Meng Lei's heart tightened and he felt unwell.
Besides her, there are quite a few acquaintances. The old man continued, that netherworld white tiger, Francis from our fire dragon kingdom, and that pure-blooded golden dragon prince are all here too.
No wonder the royal paladins fought so hard. Even the future emperor was trapped inside. So many people. Meng Lei took a deep breath.
Sir, you don't have to worry too much. The golden dragon man spoke again. We have reported the situation here to His Majesty.
I believe His Majesty will soon send experts to destroy this evil demigod tree spirit. An imperial master? Meng Lei was stunned. Can the imperial masters deal with demigods?
It's definitely not possible for ordinary masters, unless a demigod comes forward. The old man nodded and said, if a demigod were to take action, it would be easy to deal with this mother tree of life.
I'm just afraid that the emperor might not be able to do it. Does our dragon god empire also have demigods? Meng Lei was slightly surprised. How come I'd never heard of it? Nonsense.
If the mighty dragon god empire didn't have demigods, it would have been destroyed by other empires long ago. The old man sneered. Not only our dragon god empire, but also the Titan empire, the Orc empire, the Elf empire, and even some ancient hidden families have demigods. However, as beings above the sanctuary and below the gods, demigods represent the highest combat power in the sky continent and are usually used as weapons of strategic deterrence. Under normal circumstances, demigods hide behind the scenes and rarely take action unless faced with a major event that could lead to the destruction of a nation or a race.
Meng Lei suddenly realized and asked, Old Dean, what did you mean when you said that the emperor couldn't summon a demigod?
The emperor can command ordinary sanctuaries, but asking a demigod to take action is difficult. The old man said calmly, in fact, the Holy Land limit does not take the emperor seriously at all.
It seems that the emperor is not omnipotent. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Omnipotent? You think too much.
The old man said with a bit of contempt, after all, the sky continent is a world where the strong are respected.
Strength always comes first.
Status is nothing more than an appendage of strength.
We have many masters in the dragon god empire. We are not afraid of the emperor at all.
Even those dragon kings and demigods who surpass the Holy Land, the emperor has to salute respectfully when he sees them. You have to remember, in the dragon god empire, there are many people who can be emperors, but there are only a handful of dragon kings and demigods.
The emperor can be replaced if he's missing, but dragon kings and demigods are indispensable.
In other words, whether the demigods of the empire will come here depends on how much faith His Majesty the emperor has.
Meng Lei listened and felt speechless. That's exactly the truth.
After all, most demigods are working hard to become gods.
Their time is more precious than the source crystal of laws. How can they have the time to care about such trivial matters?
The old man shook his head, his expression full of disdain.
What should we do then? What to do? Leave, of course.
The old man snorted coldly. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall.
Regardless of whether the imperial demigod comes or not, you must first ensure your own safety.
Let me remind you, your roommate, the little princess, may be beautiful, but she's not worth risking your life for.
Old Dean, you must have been a heartless and ungrateful scumbag when you were young, right? Meng Lei couldn't help rolling his eyes. Scumbag? I've been a bachelor forever. What is that? So big.
It's incredible that there are such majestic trees in the world.
Such a huge tree must be extraordinary, right?
In front of the Dragon God Church, a towering tree that blocked out the sky suddenly appeared on the giant magic light screen. It stands majestically in the center of the continent, towering above the sea of forests.
The mountains become its backdrop, and and the ancient trees its background. It is so huge and majestic. There is no top in sight. There is no end in sight. The moment they saw it, everyone was shocked. Emperor Frederick XXXII and all the civil and military ministers were stunned and dumbfounded. Frederick XXXII asked in astonishment, how could such creatures exist on the lost continent? Why have the monitoring team never discovered them? No one knew if he noticed it or not, but Frederick XXXII realized that the lost continent was far from being as safe as he knew, and the contestants were in danger. At this moment, a paladin in golden armor emerged from the teleportation array. Your Majesty, a demigod creature has appeared on the lost continent. Prince Barbarossa and 100 contestants have been captured and are in imminent danger. Everyone stood up at the same time, their eyes filled with unspeakable shock. All of them were shocked. Are you serious? The Emperor asked sternly. Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. The golden-armored paladin replied loudly. The powerful men in the Holy Land all looked at the Emperor, and the princes, princesses, and noble ministers also looked at the Emperor with burning eyes. Everyone understood that the situation was serious. A demigod creature appeared in the lost continent, and more than 100 contestants were abducted by the demigod, including Prince Barbarossa. This is no small surprise, but it is a major event that shakes the foundation of the country. If handled improperly, it will not only attract a demigod enemy, but may also cause irreparable losses to the empire. Facing the eager and expectant gazes of the crowd, Frederick XXXII slowly closed his eyes. You rashly sent all the contestants there without thoroughly understanding the specific circumstances of the lost continent. This is my fault. Everyone shouted in a low voice. But now is not the time to assign blame. The most urgent task right now is to send people to the lost continent to rescue the contestants. Frederick XXXI stepped forward and said, immediately send a decree to the Senate, ordering the first elder, second elder, and third elder to accompany me to Dragon Island and ask for the assistance of our ancestors. Yes, Your Majesty. The ministers bowed their heads and quickly conveyed the order. My dear ministers, please disperse. Frederick XXXII looked at everyone. Dean Luke stepped forward first, pleading, Your Majesty, the contestant is in critical condition. I'd like to go to the lost continent first to investigate. If there's a chance, I might be able to intervene. Your Majesty, I do too. The students are trapped. We can't just sit there and wait for death. I request to go to the lost continent to explore first. His Majesty. All of a sudden, all the deans and teachers in charge requested to go to the lost continent to rescue the students. I am deeply gratified by your loyalty. However, the lost continent is inhabited by demigods. If you rashly proceed, you will be like a moth to a flame, courting your own destruction. Frederick XXXII shook his head slightly. Everyone, please patiently wait for good news from me. As long as our ancestors are willing to take action, those mere indigenous demigods can be destroyed in the blink of an eye. The Emperor has made up his mind, so don't say anything more. After he finished speaking, he swung his long sleeves and flew towards the direction of the imperial palace. A group of palace servants, princes and princesses followed closely behind him. The saints looked at each other in silence, with helplessness in their sighs. Protect the safety of all players. Ensure that the exchange competition is not interfered with by external forces. This is the mission entrusted to the paladins by His Majesty the Emperor, and it is also our duty. The golden dragon man brandished his greatsword and shouted, Where is your duty? With glory, with glory, with glory. The paladins shouted in unison. For the mission of the paladins, for the glory of the paladins, I command you to continue the attack. With glory, with glory. Boom, boom, boom. The royal paladins' attacks never ceased, with thousands of powerful strikes raining down upon the golden shield. Although fragile, the shield vibrated violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Evil God, release the contestants immediately. The golden dragon man roared as he attacked. The powerful demigods of our dragon god empire are about to descend. This was originally just an insignificant threat, but unexpectedly, the mother tree of life seemed to be enraged after hearing it. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of vines suddenly flew up and turned into pythons, killing more than 100 contestants. The vines moved slowly, like a snail, and more than 100 contestants easily dodged the attacks. However, the next moment, an old voice rang out. God's realm. A strange wave suddenly came. In an instant, more than 100 contestants froze in place, as if they had been acupunctured, and could not move. The vines slowly crawled over, circle after circle, tightly wrapped around all the contestants, and quickly tied them up like dumplings. Everyone was confused for a moment. The realm of God. This is the realm of God. The old man explained loudly. This ability can only be used by beings who have reached the demigod realm. It can freeze space and imprison everything. It seems that this mother tree of life is indeed a demigod. Now it's completely certain. God's realm? Meng Lei's whole body was shocked. Monray, go. The old man hurriedly urged. That idiot just now angered it. If the mother tree of life goes crazy and tries desperately to break the seal, you will all die. Meng Lei couldn't help but look at Abei, and his heart suddenly tightened. The vines that entangled the contestants actually pierced into their bodies, madly sucking away their life essence. Save me, I don't want to die. Gurgle. All All the entangled players shrank rapidly, visibly to the naked eye. Abe was not immune to this.
Her skin, which was as radiant as jade, gradually lost its luster and became dry and withered.
Meng Lei was shocked. Go, you bastard. The old man urged loudly. You can't save her. You can't save her at all. Leave here immediately, out of sight, out of mind.
But the old dean,
Meng Lei struggled to refute. Don't say buts.
You and she are just casual acquaintances. That little friendship is not worth the risk.
The old man scolded him harshly.
Besides, what can you do if you rush in?
Can you save her? Absolutely not.
Not only did you fail to save her, but you also risked your own life in vain.
This is not worth it. Monrei, you are a sanctuary, you must stay rational. Meng Lei was silent.
He knew that his current strength was indeed not enough to deal with the current situation.
Monrei, leave me alone.
Abe shook his head desperately. I chose this path myself. I have no regrets. You don't need to risk your life. Abe suddenly smiled, but that smile looked like a withered flower on his gradually shriveling skin, extremely desolate.
I was born into a royal family.
I was lonely and helpless since childhood.
No one loved me.
I have no relatives and no friends.
But I met you. You saved me twice. In my heart, you are my only friend.
If you are in danger because of me, I will live in insecurity, guilt, regret, and sorrow forever.
Monrei, go. Live. You must live well.
Abe's eyes gradually dimmed, his face became haggard, and a tear slowly slid down from the corner of his eye.
Only friend?
Meng Lei took a deep breath and struggled in his heart. Maybe I can't be so stingy anymore. He licked his dry lips and whispered to the system, be on standby.
Go crazy with me later. Meng Lei punched the golden shield. What are you doing, little brat? The old man panicked and looked incredulous. Are you crazy?
Old Dean, don't worry, I know what's going on.
Meng Lei attacked the golden shield frantically like an angry bull. Bang, bang, bang.
The golden shield trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time, but unfortunately it never broke. Meng Lei cursed inwardly, and suddenly a dark golden hammer appeared in his hand. He leaped up and swung the dark golden hammer down with great force. There was a deafening bang, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, and several cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the golden shield. The cracks gradually increased and spread rapidly like a spider web, covering the entire shield in an instant. The next moment, the golden shield shattered instantly, turning into countless points of light and dissipating between heaven and earth. Meng Lei smashed the dark gold hammer in his hand wildly, and the vines wrapped around Abe broke with a sound.
Meng Lei reached out to catch her. Abe, how are you?
At this moment, Abe no longer has the stunning appearance of the past, only a withered and shriveled face full of wrinkles.
Meng Lei. As if hearing Meng Lei's call, Abe slowly opened his eyes. Meng
Lei, don't worry about me. Go quickly.
Old Dean, what should we do now? Meng Lei looked at the old man anxiously. Can she still be saved? Alas, what a sin, the old man sighed.
Perhaps the branch of the tree of life can save her life.
A branch of the tree of life? Yes. How could I forget it? Meng Lei quickly took out the branch of the tree of life and asked, Old Dean, how do I use this?
Squeeze out the life essence from it and let her drink it, said the old man with a sigh.
Meng Lei nodded and held the branches tightly. Abe, open your mouth. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. A miraculous change occurred. Like dew moistening a dry riverbed.
Like a spring breeze blowing through a frozen brook.
It's like the scorching sun shining on the moist earth. A magical scene happened.
Abe's face gradually became plump and rosy, and his weak breath gradually regained strength.
It works. The branches of the tree of life really work. Meng Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Abe, how do you feel? Monrei, you shouldn't have saved me.
Abe's eyes welled up with tears.
He stared at Meng Lei blankly, his eyes misty.
You shouldn't have saved me. We are roommates and classmates after all. It's unacceptable to ignore someone in need when you can help.
Meng Lei smiled and helped Abe up.
Let's go, leave here first and talk to a safe place.
Abe didn't say anything more. He gently leaned his head on Meng Lei's chest and listened quietly to the strong heartbeat.
She suddenly felt that Meng Lei's chest was so safe, solid and warm. At the same time, the paladins rushed over to rescue the other 100 contestants. These players obviously cannot enjoy the same treatment as Abe, and whether they can survive depends entirely on fate.
Get the contestants out of here. The Golden Dragon Man urged loudly. Now that you're in, don't even think about leaving.
At this moment, an old voice sounded, and a shocking scene appeared. Countless golden lights gathered out of thin air and turned into a layer of golden protective shield, covering everyone.
Meng Lei hit the golden shield and was bounced away. The same was true for the others.
One after another, they were bounced back to their original positions by the golden shield, and their faces suddenly changed.
Meng Lei was so angry that he almost went crazy. Old Dean, didn't I break the seal? How did it appear again? I don't know either.
The old man was also a little crazy.
The barrier appears again. Everyone, attack the barrier immediately. Boom boom boom. The royal paladins launched another crazy offensive. Abe, don't be impatient.
A dark golden hammer suddenly appeared in Meng Lei's hand, his eyes burning with anger. All the strength in his body poured out, and he smashed the shield hard with the hammer. The dark gold hammer hit the golden shield, and a terrifying recoil force came instantly. instantly, and Meng Lei was shocked and flew out. The golden shield didn't move at all, not even a sway, let alone being broken.
Meng Lei roared, "Do it again."
The golden shield is as solid as a rock and has no flaws.
What the hell is going on? Meng Lei's eyes were bloodshot. Why has the golden shield become so strong?
The old man said in a low, trembling voice, "Meng Lei, we may have been fooled."
Meng Lei's whole body was shocked. "Little guy, stop wasting your energy."
The old voice sounded again, and a giant human face appeared on the trunk of the mother tree of life.
The giant face's mouth slowly opened and closed. "This is the boundary of my domain. How can you, a saint, break it? Mother tree of life." Meng Lei turned around suddenly, and everyone else also looked at the giant face on the tree trunk.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden chains wrapped around the mother tree of life gradually dissipated and eventually disappeared completely.
The seal is gone?
At the same time, a mighty divine power emanated from the mother tree of life, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Everyone fell to the ground, their shoulders felt like they were carrying Mount Tai, their chests felt like they were being pressed by huge rocks, their hearts seemed to be tightly gripped, breathing was difficult, and they were in extreme pain. "We were fooled! We were fooled!" The old man screamed madly, "It's not sealed at all. Brat, the so-called seal never existed. It lied to us. It's deceiving us. Why would it do that?" Meng Lei was puzzled. As a demigod with immense power, he could kill us with just a thought, so why would he come up with such a conspiracy? The old man shook his head vigorously.
He really couldn't understand this. Meng Lei stared at the mother tree of life and said, "You are a demigod. Why are you doing this? Demigod? Not a true god after all." The mother tree of life revealed an undeniable sneer. "You must be wondering why I did all this? Because of you."
The mother tree of life smiled faintly.
Meng Lei was stunned, then sneered, "I'm just a saint. Is it really worth it for you to go to such great lengths for me?"
"Of course you are not worthy of my care, but there is something in you that is worthy of my care." The mother tree of life said calmly, "It's worth it no matter how much I paid to obtain it.
Now, it's time to return it to its rightful owner." "One thing?"
Meng Lei pointed at himself, his face confused. The old man was also confused. The others also looked at each other in confusion.
"What are you talking about? I don't understand." Meng Lei frowned and asked, "Are you talking about your fruit? Cunning human, don't play dumb with me."
The mother tree of life snorted coldly. "I sensed that thing the moment you set foot on the lost continent. I knew then that it was my long-lost treasure.
It's finally back. I'm so happy. But I am also very angry, because you, a human, are too cunning.
Not only did you not return it to me, but you dodged and avoided me all the time."
I was so furious that I resorted to such extreme cunning and ingenuity that I resorted to this desperate measure. Fortunately, the result was satisfactory.
The voice of the mother tree of life gradually rose. "Cunning human, quickly hand over the things that belong to me in your sea of consciousness.
Otherwise, don't blame me for coming here personally to take it. By then, not only you, but all of them will die." "The thing in the sea of consciousness? You are talking about?" Meng Lei's whole body shook, and he suddenly remembered that there was only one thing in his sea of consciousness besides the soul flame. That golden leaf.
This golden leaf obtained from the parchment has been lingering in his sea of consciousness. Apart from giving him a powerful wood magic talent, Meng Lei knows almost nothing about it.
What exactly is it? Monroe still doesn't understand it. But one thing is for sure, this is nothing ordinary. Could it be that it belongs to the mother tree of life? "Monray, what does it say?" the old man asked anxiously. "Gold leaves." Meng Lei answered without hiding anything. "That's the golden leaf?"
The old man was stunned.
"That's a divine artifact. How could it belong to the mother tree of life? That shouldn't be the case.
Its aura is totally inconsistent with that of the mother tree of life.
Could it be that this guy has set his eyes on the golden leaf and wants to snatch it away? Don't tell me, this is really possible."
Meng Lei was furious and thought, "This guy keeps saying that this thing is yours, but it is obvious that he has discovered my artifact and wants to kill me for my money."
"Don't even mention that this thing is a divine weapon. Even if I were willing to give it to you, I can't use it." The golden leaf was firmly entrenched in Meng Lei's mind. Apart from continuously absorbing the wood elements between heaven and earth, it ignored Meng Lei completely. "Hand it over? Are you kidding me? Do I have to dive into my own sea of consciousness and help you take it out? Meng Lei, did you really take something from the mother tree of life?"
Everyone stared at him.
Seeing his expression change, many people immediately became furious. "What did you take from the mother tree of life? Hand it over immediately. How dare you snatch the treasure of a powerful demigod? It's fine if you took it, but don't implicate us.
Look at Prince Barbarossa and his men, they were almost killed by you." The contestants trapped in the golden shield blamed Meng Lei and took out all their anger on him.
The royal paladin's expressions turned grim.
The leader, the golden dragon, said in a deep voice, "Sir, for everyone's safety, please hand that thing over."
"Ha ha, ha ha." Meng Lei sneered in anger. "Did I harm you? If you hadn't snatched the fruit from the sacred tree, how could we have ended up like this? You are the only one to blame for your own greed and destruction. It has nothing to do with me."
At this point, Meng Lei looked coldly at the mother tree of life and sneered, "Don't say I didn't take anything from you.
Even if I did, how could I return it to you? Human, how dare you challenge the majesty of a god?"
The voice of the mother tree of
of Life was deep and mighty, and its divine might pressed down on Meng Lei like a tide. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over that thing, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. Meng Lei, return the things to the Mother Tree of Life. Everyone's lives are in your hands. Monrei, give it back. Just consider this as a plea from me, okay? My family has been a single-line heir for 18 generations. I can't die here, otherwise my family will be extinct. Meng Lei, I have a 200-year-old mother to support, and a 3-year-old child who needs to be fed. Hearing the threat from the Mother Tree of Life, many contestants were terrified. Some cursed, some threatened, and some begged. Without exception, they all shouted at Meng Lei to hand over the gold leaves. A bunch of idiots, the old man cursed inwardly. Meng Lei, don't listen to them. Even if you hand over the golden leaf, the Mother Tree of Life won't let you go. That's a divine artifact. Once you get it, the Mother Tree of Life will never let you go and will kill you to silence you. This evil god doesn't even care about the lives of countless Warcraft believers, so why would he care about yours? Wag your tail and beg for mercy? These idiots are just deceiving themselves. The Mother Tree of Life. A hint of madness flashed in Meng Lei's eyes, and he roared almost hysterically, "Stop dreaming. Even if the fish are dead and the net is broken, you can't take a hair from me." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Lei burst out with all his strength, holding the hammer of destruction in his hand, and smashed it madly at the Mother Tree of Life. Foolish and ignorant human, the Mother Tree of Life roared angrily, "You rejected the last kindness of a god. Prepare to face the god's wrath." God's realm. A terrifying wave instantly pressed down on Meng Lei. He seemed to have been acupunctured. His whole body froze there, unable to move even a finger. It's over. It's all over. The old man sighed helplessly. It's not over yet. It's definitely not over yet. Meng Lei's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a madman. System, immediately. Increase the fusion degree of the god-slaying rat bloodline. Don't stop. Increase it as much as you can. All the wealth will be used up. Ding. The host possesses a total of 73.2 law source crystals, which can increase the fusion degree of the god-slaying rat bloodline by 7%. Do you confirm the increase? The wealth instantly shrank by 70 law source crystals. Under the Mother Tree of Life, inside the golden shield, everyone fell into despair, and many people directed their hatred towards Meng Lei. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, how could we have ended up like this? This idiot has ruined everything. It's over. It's completely over. Poor stupid idiot, he still dares to resist? How ridiculous. Ridiculous. Sad. However, at this moment, Meng Lei, who was imprisoned in the realm of God and unable to move, suddenly burst out with countless blue-black air currents. The airflow was like a blazing blue flame, or like thick smoke rising up, instantly enveloping his entire body. The aura on Meng Lei's body skyrocketed like a rocket and expanded rapidly. 10, 50, 98, 99. Break through the limit instantly. In just a few breaths, his aura increased by 100 times, 1,000 times. The terrifying pressure spread out, sweeping in all directions, heavily oppressing everyone's hearts. Everyone felt it was difficult to breathe, as if they were carrying a billion-ton mountain on their backs, and their eyes were filled with shock and fear. What the hell happened to this idiot? Monrei, another breakthrough? There was a glint in Abe's eyes. The Mother Tree of Life uttered a soft ha and exclaimed, "This cunning human actually broke through in the midst of danger? How interesting." Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced the eardrums and almost penetrated the soul. Everyone's ears were buzzing, and they saw in horror the shadow of a furry creature appear above Meng Lei's head. The hair was shiny and oily, the skin was as black as ink, the fangs were sharp and ferocious, and the eyes were icy cold. The Mother Tree of Life murmured softly. For some reason, it felt a fear that penetrated its bones and a dread that shocked its soul from this shadow. It felt like the helplessness, weakness and pity it felt when it was young and facing the powerful sanctuary monsters. "I am a demigod. Nothing can scare me. Yes, no living creature can scare me." The Mother Tree of Life quickly dispelled the fear, and her words were filled with murderous intent. "No matter who you are, no matter what bloodline you carry, die for me." The overwhelming divine power pressed down on Meng Lei, and a golden branch flew through the air. In people's impression, tree branches are light, flexible and tender, but the golden branch of the Mother Tree of Life is extremely heavy and swift. The combination of that terrifying mass and speed contains extremely huge kinetic energy. If hit, anyone below the level of demigod will die. As for the fate of demigods, no one knows. Sizzle. The golden branches tore through the air and instantly reached Meng Lei's side, ready to whip him down. At the critical moment, Meng Lei, who was imprisoned, suddenly disappeared without a trace. The Mother Tree of Life was shocked and lost its voice. He actually disappeared while imprisoned in this deity's domain? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible, old tree demon. A cold voice sounded, and Meng Lei suddenly appeared in front of the Mother Tree of Life. He raised the hammer of destruction high, with a violent storm wrapped around the hammer, roared, and then smashed it down. The hammer of destruction contained unparalleled destructive power and smashed heavily on the Mother Tree of Life. Shua shua shua. With a loud bang, the Mother Tree of Life shook violently, and a huge dent was smashed into the tree trunk. Of course, compared to the towering and mountain-like trunk of the Mother Tree of Life, this so-called giant
giant pit is just a tiny pore on the human body, insignificant and almost imperceptible.
No, that's impossible.
The Mother Tree of Life's expression changed drastically with shock.
It is a demigod-level existence. As a plant-type demigod, its trunk is extremely tough.
Even demigods of the same level find it difficult to harm it, let alone a mere sanctuary monk.
However, Monroe did it. A sanctuary actually heard it.
The Mother Tree of Life was both shocked and angry, with fear and rage intertwined.
Damn you human, you've completely pissed me off.
The Mother Tree of Life was burning with rage, and its golden vines were dancing like a violent wind.
The overwhelming whip shadows swarmed over, vowing to beat Meng Lei into powder.
Meng Lei's figure shuttled among the whip shadows in the sky like lightning, flexibly and freely, allowing the golden vines to wave freely, but they never touched the corner of his clothes. It was like thousands of whips piercing through his body, yet he remained unharmed.
Old tree demon, die.
Passing through layers of whip shadows, Meng Lei rushed to the Mother Tree of Life again, and swung a hammer in anger, with a sound that shook the earth.
Ha!
The wind is howling and the tornado is swirling.
Another huge pit appeared. I'm so angry. I'm so pissed off.
The Mother Tree of Life was almost furious. It is a demigod creature standing proudly at the top of the pyramid of the sky continent. It was actually ruthlessly injured by a holy domain.
Where is its dignity? God's realm.
The Mother Tree of Life roared, madly exerting its power of suppression, heading straight for Meng Lei.
Meng Lei's figure paused slightly and he stood stiffly in place.
Thousands of golden whip shadows took advantage of the momentum and moved forward, but Meng Lei regained his mobility and disappeared again. The third huge pit then appeared.
Oh, this brat actually, Dragon God, am I dreaming? Hallucination? It must be an illusion. Impossible. This is impossible. How could Meng Lei be a match for a demigod? He's just a saint. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Even the old man was stunned. Abe was stunned.
The other contestants were shocked.
Thousands of paladins were in an uproar. Who could have imagined this scene?
The Mother Tree of Life, a dignified demigod, was actually injured by a mere sanctuary man named Meng Lei. What's more, Meng Lei is only 16 years old.
What on earth is going on?
Everyone was baffled, except for the old man, whose lips twitched, his heart surging with emotion. This kid's strength has inexplicably increased again.
But isn't this change too exaggerated? Damn you little thief, I want you dead.
The Mother Tree of Life was so angry that her lungs were about to explode.
God's realm. Meng Lei's figure stagnated again and was firmly imprisoned. Divine art, life deprivation.
The Mother Tree of Life roared, and thousands of golden lights gushed out from it, condensing into a thick golden beam of light, instantly enveloping Meng Lei.
Immediately afterwards, a mysterious force swept into Meng Lei's body, quickly eroding his vitality. Divine magic. This is divine magic.
The old man reminded him urgently, boy, divine arts are driven by divine power and are absolutely lethal to any creature without divine power.
Think of a way quickly.
Break free from the constraints of the divine realm at all costs. Otherwise, once the divine arts unleash their power, you will surely die.
Get moving.
Meng Lei roared in a low voice and tried his best to drive his body, but he found sadly that the power of the divine domain this time was extremely strong and his body was completely out of control.
In that case, this is the only way. Meng Lei roared, veins bulging on his forehead. God-killing rat. Transform. Puff, puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Lei's body shrank rapidly like a deflated inflatable doll.
In just a few breaths, he was only half a meter tall. At the same time, blue-black fur covered the entire body, 3 black whiskers extended from each side of the cheeks, and a long, slender, and delicate tail grew from the tail. Black and green air currents wrapped around his body, and a surging murderous aura erupted instantly. His hands turned into sharp claws, his shiny black eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and his 2 big front teeth were long and sharp.
Meng Lei turned into a god-killing rat man.
Meng Lei's body shook slightly, and he instantly broke free from the constraints of the divine realm and disappeared directly into the golden beam of light.
It's so fast. The defense is too terrifying. Feeling that his body had become several times lighter and more agile, and his defense had also been greatly improved, Meng Lei's heart was surging with excitement, and his self-confidence was unprecedentedly inflated. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of the Mother Tree of Life. All that was surging in his mind was burning fighting spirit and hidden murderous intent. Doomhammer disappears.
Meng Lei shook slightly, as if teleporting, and appeared strangely on the trunk of the Mother Tree of Life. The sharp claws grabbed lightly, and with a sharp scraping sound, a deep groove was directly drawn on the trunk of the Mother Tree of Life. The claws are so sharp. Meng Lei was so shocked that even he himself was shocked. There was a gleam in his eyes and he kept waving his hands. With the crisp sound of crackling, deep pits gradually appeared one after another. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Well done. Drops of golden sap slowly seep out from the deep pit, emitting a refreshing fragrance that invigorates and refreshes people. The Mother Tree of Life let out a painful cry, and thousands of golden vines lashed towards it madly. Meng Lei looked at the countless vines waving in the air, his eyes rolling. Since the claws are so sharp, why not? As soon as he thought of this, he decisively dived into the deep pit he had just dug. Sizzle, sizzle. The claws chopped repeatedly, and the pit became deeper and even deeper. Then, he slipped in with a whoosh. Asshole, what do you want to do? Ah! The Mother Tree of Life was horrified and then let out a shrill scream.
Its huge body trembled violently, its trunk shook, and its leaves trembled, as if it had been taken ecstasy. I'll dig. Compared to the hard bark, the inside is indeed much softer. This sap smells really good. I wonder if I can drink it? You're amazing, you little bastard. The old man's voice rang out, full of excitement. Quick, find its life core. The Mother Tree of Life is a plant life form after all. As long as we find its life core, we may be able to kill it, although there may only be a glimmer of success. But now, it's totally worth the risk. If you can kill it, you'll make a fortune. The core of life. That's right, find the core of life. It's possible to kill it. Meng Lei quickly increased the digging speed. Compared to the hard bark, the interior of the Mother Tree of Life appears much more fragile, and even has many tubes filled with juice. Meng Lei was not sure whether these pipes were used to transport water and nutrients, but the spacious and unobstructed pipelines that extend in all directions did bring him great convenience, and it was extremely smooth for him to move around. This sap smells really good. I wonder if I can drink it? Meng Lei communicated with the old man while moving through the pipes. This sap is the life essence of the Mother Tree of Life. It contains a surging and rich vitality and is a priceless treasure, said the old man, but before killing the Mother Tree of Life, it's best not to drink it. If it contains the Mother Tree of Life's divinity, it would be poison. Can't drink? But I can always take it away, right? I'm a bunch of poor people and I'm in urgent need of replenishing my wealth. Gurgle. Meng Lei took out the space ring, transformed into a hard-working little bee, and started packing like crazy. Gudong. A space ring is full. Gudong. The second space ring is also full. Gudong. The third, fourth, and fifth are all full. When it came to the sixth space ring, Meng Lei exclaimed in surprise, this ring has such a huge capacity. It's been filled for so long and it's still not full? How big must the space be? He quickly released his mental power to investigate, and when he saw it, he couldn't help but gasp. Too big. This is literally a piece of land. Old Dean, have you ever seen a space ring with a diameter of tens of kilometers? This big? The old man was also shocked. This is no longer an ordinary space ring, but a semi-artifact level space magic device. I'm sure there's a plane fragment sealed in this ring, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to have such a huge space. This is Dean Fred's ring. Meng Lei looked at the space ring carefully and felt moved. Dean Fred was even willing to lend him a semi-artifact level space ring. This trust is unbelievable. It seems that your Dean trusts you very much. The old man exclaimed, plane fragments are extremely precious treasures because they are only formed when the material plane collapses. They are almost impossible to obtain in the sanctuary at other times. A plane fragment with a diameter of 2 or 3 kilometers is worth hundreds or even thousands of law source crystals. Calculate for yourself how precious this space ring that Dean Fred gave you is. Meng Lei nodded silently. Let's go. Hurry up and move forward. Follow the path of the essence of life. The core of life is the source of the essence of plant life. The closer to the core of life, the richer the essence of life is. Damn humans. The Mother Tree of Life was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. It never thought that things would develop to this point. It was a demigod, but not only did it fail to kill a sanctuary, it was instead penetrated into his body. This is a huge insult. What made the Mother Tree of Life even more angry was that it could clearly feel that Meng Lei was frantically plundering its life essence. That is the foundation of its life. Where does Monroe get the courage from? This bastard must be killed. Only his blood can relieve the hatred in my heart. An incarnation of divine power instantly condensed into shape and landed in front of Meng Lei out of thin air. It turned out to be a miniature version of the Mother Tree of Life, with arms, legs, mouth, nose and eyes. Damn humans. The incarnation of divine power opened his eyes wide and stared at Meng Lei, wishing he could cut him into pieces. Meng Lei slammed on the brakes. That's the incarnation of divine power. Don't be afraid. The old man warned, the power of the incarnation of divine power is not even 1/10,000th of my own. Take out the god-killing spear and kill it. The god-killing spear suddenly appeared and was thrown out fiercely. The incarnation of divine power snorted coldly and dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Meng Lei's mind moved, and the god-killing spear suddenly struck back. The incarnation of divine power was caught off guard, and the tip of the spear went straight through its head. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Dazzling purple lightning burst out from the body of the god-killing spear, and at the same time, a terrifying suction force was transmitted, madly devouring the incarnation of divine power. Gurgle. The incarnation of divine power shrank visibly quickly, and after a few breaths it was completely absorbed, dissipating into a ball of green light. Meng Lei looked confused. Absorb divine power. The old man couldn't help but gasp. The god-killing spear can actually absorb divine power. Absorbing divine power? Meng Lei stared at the place where the incarnation of divine power dissipated, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. No, this is no longer absorption, but plunder. The old man muttered to himself. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the divine power incarnation of the Mother Tree of Life was drained dry. What level of artifact is this? No one knows. After the god-killing spear absorbed the incarnation
of divine power, it seemed to be still unsatisfied. It spun around for a while before reluctantly returning to Meng Lei's hands. What a good baby, with such ability. Meng Lei stroked the cold gun body, and did not worry too much about the ability of the god-killing gun in his heart. It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. He didn't care at all why the god-slaying spear could absorb divine power. He only knew that it was definitely a good thing for the god-slaying spear to have this ability. At least at this moment, it comes in handy. Mother Tree of Life, I want to see how you can play tricks on me. Meng Lei sneered and continued on his way. What just happened? The incarnation of divine power was actually absorbed? The Mother Tree of Life was a little confused. As a powerful plant life form, it used to plunder others, suck them dry, extract nutrients, and use other creatures as fertilizer. However, things have changed, and now it is its turn to be absorbed. This feeling is really unpleasant, even heartbreaking. Whether it hurts or not is secondary. The key is that the information just revealed made the Mother Tree of Life shiver. What the god-killing gun absorbs is not blood, not tissue fluid, not vitality, and certainly not magic power, but divine power. It can actually devour divine power. This is truly horrible. As a demigod of faith who had just been promoted to demigod, the Mother Tree of Life had only taken a small step on the road to becoming a god. It neither kindled the divine fire, nor did he condense the Godhead, nor did they establish the kingdom of God. To put it nicely, the Mother Tree of Life is just a novice who has just embarked on the path to godhood. To put it bluntly, it's the weakest, most cowardly demigod. How weak is it? Without igniting the divine fire, it is impossible to transform the endless power of faith into divine power. This is deadly. Divine power is electricity, oil, energy, the source of power, and the daily necessities of 3 pounds of pork head and 5 pounds of white rice. Man is iron and food is steel. If you skip a meal, your body will be drained. Isn't a demigod without divine power the weakest god? In the legends of gods being slaughtered that are passed down by bards, the gods that are slaughtered are often such gods. As a demigod, the Mother Tree of Life can also generate divine power, but without the tool of divine fire, its efficiency is shockingly low, and every drop of divine power consumes a long time. So, even though the Mother Tree of Life is huge and tall, it actually has very little divine power. To put it bluntly, it is not only the weakest demigod, but also the poorest demigod. Precisely because of its poverty, the Mother Tree of Life wishes that every drop of divine power could be used as several drops. How could it have any extra divine power to squander and waste? After all, its father is neither Li Gang, nor Xiao Ma Ge, nor the Emperor of Heaven, the god of creation. Therefore, facing a weapon that can devour divine power, how could the Mother Tree of Life not be frightened? What kind of weapon is it? It can actually devour divine power? Could it be a divine weapon? And that heavy hammer is harder than my body. It's at least a semi-divine weapon. Asshole. How on earth did he get so many artifacts from a sanctuary? Where is justice? The Mother Tree of Life felt extremely frustrated. It was clearly a dignified demigod, extremely respected and powerful, but still penniless. On the other hand, Meng Lei produced one magical weapon after another, which is really infuriating. What on earth does he want to do? That location. The Mother Tree of Life's expression suddenly changed as it realized Meng Lei's purpose. Damn it! He's not targeting the life essence, but my life core. He must be stopped. He holds 2 divine artifacts and is incredibly powerful. If he gets close to the core of life, my life will be over. The incarnation of divine power. The Mother Tree of Life finally realized the seriousness of the situation. It spared no effort in using its divine power and instantly created an even more powerful incarnation of divine power, rushing towards Meng Lei without hesitation. Come to deliver food again? Faced with the incarnation of divine power that appeared again, Meng Lei was not polite at all. He threw the god-killing spear again without saying a word. The incarnation of divine power was well prepared, dodging the attack of the god-killing spear with ease, and then releasing the domain of God. A terrifying wave swept over, and Meng Lei was instantly trapped in place. Divine art, life deprivation. Meng Lei sneered, and all his strength burst out, shaking off the restraints of the divine domain. The hammer of destruction appeared in his hand and smashed hard at the incarnation of divine power. Humph, this is my home turf. How could I possibly let you hurt me? The incarnation of divine power snorted coldly and dodged the attack of the hammer of destruction. Unexpectedly, with a sudden puff, the god-killing spear attacked from behind and pierced through the head of the incarnation of divine power. So what if it's your home turf? Meng Lei sneered. Even if we attack you from both sides, we'll still kill you. The surface of the god-killing spear flashed with lightning, as if it had drunk nectar and absorbed the power of the incarnation of divine power again. The incarnation of divine power roared, and finally was absorbed completely by the god-killing spear in reluctance, without even a trace of residue left. Keep going. Meng Lei did not hesitate and continued. The third incarnation of divine power descended, and he was obviously more solid than the previous 2 times. His aura was more surging, and his divine power was more terrifying. The Mother Tree of Life has invested a lot of money this time. However, this time, Meng Lei didn't even need to control it himself. The hungry god-killing spear pounced out by itself, itself, chasing the incarnation of divine power and biting it tightly. The mother tree of life was so frightened that it ran around everywhere.
How could it have the mind to attack Meng Lei? Since it didn't attack Meng Lei naturally wouldn't let it go and took the opportunity to smash it down with a hammer. The incarnation of divine power was suddenly stunned. Slurp! The god-killing spear seized the opportunity and shot through the back of the incarnation of divine power. The third incarnation of divine power, done. Meng Lei chuckled and quickly rushed towards the core of life. The essence of life is becoming more and more intense. The core of life must be nearby. Quick! Work harder! Find it!
The old man's voice was trembling with excitement. Another burst of frantic running. Suddenly, a blinding light shone from the front, so bright that Meng Lei could barely open his eyes. They had arrived at a huge hollow area.
There is an open space ahead,
and in the center of this hollow space, there is a suspended golden bead, as dazzling as the sun. This bead is 100 meters in diameter, and its surface is covered with mysterious magic runes. A surging breath of life emanates from it, as if just taking a breath can extend one's life by 1,000 years. Root-like things spread out from the golden beads, connecting to various parts of the mother tree of life.
It is intricate and interwoven, like a neural network or a winding pipe. So densely packed, so countless. The core of life. This is the life core of the mother tree of life.
Mon Lei, the most dangerous and critical moment has arrived. Be careful of its counterattack. If you're not careful, you'll die without a burial place.
If you succeed, congratulations, you're about to accomplish the feat of killing a god, even though you're only a demigod.
The golden barrier has disappeared.
Get out of here.
When Meng Lei found the core of life, the golden shield covering the outside world suddenly dissipated.
The surrounded people were suddenly ecstatic and took the opportunity to run away.
The mother tree of life did not stop them, and they ran all the way until they were out of danger.
That was close. I finally escaped. That was so dangerous just now.
If we're not careful, we're doomed.
We are lucky, but Prince Barbarossa and his men are unlucky.
There were more than 100 contestants, including Prince Barbarossa, all with haggard faces and wrinkles all over their heads, looking older than an 800-year-old man. The strong ones are barely able to hold on with their breath, and these are all at the Saint Realm. The weak ones have already died, deader than death, and these are level 9.
How are they doing?
The Golden Dragon Man asked with a stern face. Captain, out of 108 contestants, only 36 are barely holding on, the rest are all dead.
The Golden Dragon Man's face was gloomy. Damn the evil god. He actually killed so many of the Empire's elites. How despicable. Humph, this is all Meng Lei's fault. One contestant snorted. If it weren't for him, how would we have ended up like this? That's right, it's all Meng Lei's fault. He's fully responsible for the deaths of 72 players. So many contestants died indirectly at his hands, which is equivalent to being killed by him.
He is not qualified to continue participating and should be eliminated.
That's right, he should be eliminated.
The Golden Dragon Man gave them a deep look and said, at this point in the exchange competition, you are the only ones left. Whether to continue depends on His Majesty's decision. Upon hearing this, the contestants' faces changed slightly and they suddenly felt heavy-hearted.
Old Dean, I understand. Meng Lei took a deep breath and adjusted his body to the best condition.
The god-killing spear quietly appeared in his hand, and he leaped up and threw it with all his might.
Go! God-killing spear.
The gun body was wrapped in lightning, turning into a stream of light and quickly shooting towards the 100-meter golden bead.
God's realm.
A roar filled with endless anger sounded, and the void was instantly imprisoned. The speed of the god-killing spear dropped sharply, and was eventually imprisoned and stagnated.
Vile and cunning human.
A huge face appeared in the sky, and as its mouth opened and closed, it exuded endless murderous intent and tremendous anger.
How dare you attempt to kill a great god? How audacious! I will tear you into pieces. Divine art, imprisonment.
A wave of divine power more terrifying than the realm of God swept over.
Meng Lei was well prepared.
He flashed and disappeared in an instant.
Old tree demon, your magic is truly terrifying. If you hit me, I'm finished. Meng Lei's voice echoed around.
But casting a spell takes time, and hitting me also takes time.
As long as I'm on guard, what can you do to me?
The sound echoed in the empty space, but Meng Lei was nowhere to be found. Naturally, the divine restraint lost its effect, and the mother tree of life screamed in anger.
Damn you little thief, get out here. Get out here now. Come out, then it's as you wish. Meng Lei suddenly appeared in front of the god-killing gun, grabbed it, and disappeared in an instant.
The next moment, he appeared on the other side of the golden bead. Meng Lei held the god-killing gun in his hand, poured all his strength into it, and stabbed it out fiercely. Sizzle! The god-killing spear tore through the air, emitting a shrill scream, and the tip of the spear pierced straight into the golden bead.
Clang!
The god-killing spear seemed to be stabbing into a hard metal plate, sending sparks flying. However, the golden bead did not move at all and was not pierced.
Oh my god, so hard? Meng Lei was surprised. Normal.
The magic core is the essence of the whole body of the monster. The old man explained, the magic cores of low-level magical beasts are extremely hard, not to mention the demigod old tree monster like the mother tree of life, which has lived for countless years.
Asshole. The mother tree of of Life roared. Divine art, elemental storm. Endless wood elements gushed out and turned into countless terrifying tornadoes. Although each tornado is small in size, it carries divine power and is far more powerful than an ordinary tornado. If he was hit, Mang Lei didn't know whether he could break through the defense, but with his current short stature, he would definitely be dragged into it. In that case, wouldn't we be trapped in a jar? How can I let you succeed? Mang Lei deftly moved through the tornado, letting the storm howl and cut at him without even a hair getting touched. The speed advantage bestowed by the god-killing rat bloodline is fully demonstrated at this moment. We can't kill this old tree demon if we keep running away. We have to find a way. We must find a way to kill it. Got it. I still have the hammer of destruction. Mang Lei appeared on the surface of the golden bead again, holding a gun in his left hand and wielding a hammer in his right hand. The tip of the gun was against the golden bead, and his right arm was rotating and swinging the hammer of destruction. The hammer of destruction, carrying immense force, struck the tail end of the god-slaying spear hard, and the powerful energy was transmitted along the way. Crack! With a clear and pleasant sound, the tip of the god-killing spear actually penetrated the solid golden bead defense and made a small gap. It works. Mang Lei was so excited that he could hardly control himself, and he put all his effort into using the Qilin arm that he had practiced for many years. Amidst the sound of bang bang bang, the god-killing spear penetrated the golden bead bit by bit, and in a blink of an eye, half of the spearhead was in. At this moment, the Mother Tree of Life let out a shrill scream. The sound was like the howling of ghosts from hell, making people's scalps numb and their whole bodies stand out. Quick, try harder, give it a fatal blow. The old man was extremely excited and kept cheering for Mang Lei. Break, break, break. Mang Lei let out a long roar and used the chaotic cloak hammer technique that he had practiced for many years. The sound of clinking came one after another and sparks flew everywhere. The screams of the Mother Tree of Life were getting louder and louder, like the endless rushing of a river, or like the Yellow River flooding, unstoppable. Crack! Finally, with an extremely pleasant crisp sound, a tiny crack appeared on the surface of the golden bead that looked like the bright sun. The cracks expanded rapidly, becoming wider and wider, spreading in all directions like a spider web, and covering the entire golden bead in the blink of an eye. Mang Lei's blood boiled. He suddenly jumped high and swung the hammer of destruction. One hammer decides everything. Break it for me. The extremely heavy hammer of destruction contained terrifying energy. Coupled with Mang Lei's tremendous strength, the moment it touched the golden bead, all the energy exploded. Crack! The huge golden bead shattered and broke into two halves. A scream like thousands of evil spirits rang out, hysterical and as if crazy. It was the roar of the Mother Tree of Life. Success! Old Dean, I succeeded. Mang Lei panted, his face full of excitement. Quick! Retreat! Leave here immediately. The old man warned loudly, the Mother Tree of Life is dead, but be careful of its fatal blow. I'm not afraid. Mang Lei didn't dare to slack off at all, turned around and started running. Want to leave? You've put me in this situation, and you still want to escape? A bone-chilling voice filled with endless murderous intent suddenly rang out, and a small golden tree shining with thousands of feet of golden light suddenly appeared in the open area. Although it is a tree, it looks more like a living human figure, even more realistic than those incarnations of divine power. This is, Mang Lei trembled all over, shocked. This is the soul of the Mother Tree of Life. More accurately, it should be called a divine soul. The old man's voice trembled. It has broken through to become a demigod. Its soul has undergone a complete transformation, becoming an even more advanced divine soul, almost reaching the realm of immortality. Immortal? Mang Lei's whole body trembled, his heart pounding. Doesn't this mean that he can't be killed at all? In theory, it is true. The old man nodded slightly with a serious expression. Never mind him, let's run first. Mang Lei did not hesitate and continued to sprint forward desperately. You destroyed my life core, damaged my divine body, and cut off my divine path. Today I will fight you to the death. The little golden tree rushed to Mang Lei in an instant like a madman, blocking his way. Damn, so fast. Mang Lei was startled and quickly turned around and ran away. Die, die, die. The little golden tree let out a sharp wail, and the surging power of its soul turned into a heavy hammer, smashing down fiercely at Mang Lei. Be careful, that's a soul attack, the old man warned loudly. However, the soul's attack speed was extremely fast. Before the old man could finish his reminder, the giant hammer had already ignored Mang Lei's body and hit his soul hard. Mang Lei was struck by lightning, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His mind buzzed and instantly went blank. Just one blow was enough to severely injure him. Your soul is so fragile. The Mother Tree of Life saw this and spoke with hysterical hatred. I hate you so much. If I had discovered your weakness earlier, how could you have fallen to this point? Bastard, die. The Mother Tree of Life became more and more crazy and then launched an even more violent spiritual attack. Mang Lei smiled bitterly, knowing in his heart that his spiritual power had just broken through the 1 billion mark and had just entered the holy realm. Even if he spent all his wealth to improve his soul, it would still be far from enough. The spirit of the Mother Tree of Life is the spirit of a demigod. The first attack severely injured him. How could he resist resist the second attack. Am I really going to die here? Meng Lei felt unwilling.
At this critical moment, the red light around suddenly became brighter.
Meng Lei was stunned. He looked up and found a towering tall figure blocking his way. Fiery red scales,
Flaming red dragon wings, flaming red dragon horns, flaming red dragon body.
that's a pure-blooded fire dragon. Old Dean? Meng Lei exclaimed in a low voice. He was too familiar with that breath. It was exactly the old man's breath.
We've been together for so long, it's time to part ways. The pure-blooded fire dragon turned his head and smiled kindly. You should know that I've never married in my life.
In your words, I've been a bachelor for 10,000 years. Not having any offspring is my biggest regret, but luckily, I met you. Watching you grow, watch you break through, watching you walk step by step.
This has allowed me to experience the joy of playing with my children and grandchildren, and teaching the younger generation. This feeling is unprecedented, and it is also the happiest time of my 20,000 years. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Our fate will eventually come to an end, and that day has finally arrived.
The old man said with a hint of relief in his eyes, Stinky boy, I actually knew from the beginning that you are not a descendant of the Crocker family. So, after I die, you don't need to be sad or upset, nor do you need to restore the glory and splendor of the Crocker family. That family has never been truly glorious from the beginning to the end. So, embark on your journey happily and create your own glory. I will silently watch over you in the underworld. Secondly, it's what you care about most, and it's also my inheritance.
All my inheritance is hidden in the monster forest, in my dragon corpse.
After you leave here, you can go find them. Although there are not many, they are enough to help you. Finally, haven't you always been curious about how strong I am at my peak? I have good news for you. Your wish has come true. You will be the first and last person to witness my greatest power.
The old man smiled brightly, and the flames around him suddenly turned into a dazzling golden color. The fire dragon instantly turned into a golden dragon. A sense of righteousness quickly spread out, covering all directions and sweeping across heaven and earth.
Soul burning, blazing flames suddenly burst forth from the golden dragon's body. Its divine might was like a flame doused in gasoline, rapidly expanding in an instant.
The mother tree of life's expression suddenly changed. Before I die, I have no regrets if I can kill a demigod.
Goodbye, little brat. Live well.
The old man had a kind face, and he looked at Meng Lei affectionately for the last time. Then he turned into a golden stream of light and rushed straight into the soul of the mother tree of life. Just like a meteor streaking across the sky, it bursts out with the brightest and most dazzling light at the last moment.
The dazzling golden light exploded, and a violent shockwave swept in all directions, deafening. Meng Lei was the first to be hit. He was suddenly thrown away, his eyes rolled back, and he immediately fell into coma.
When he woke up again, he didn't know how much time had passed. The surroundings were empty and silent, and he could even hear the sound of a pin drop. The little golden tree disappeared. The old man disappeared.
Everything is gone.
All that was left was the life core broken in two and countless pipes in a mess.
Old Dean? I see. Old Dean, come out quickly.
Meng Lei suddenly got up, his head still dizzy, but he shouted desperately, but there was no response.
Old Dean, come out. Old man, come out quickly.
He shook the god-killing gun vigorously, trying to make the old man appear.
After all, the old man always came out of the gun in the past, but this time, the old man never showed up again.
I used my mental power to explore deeply, but found nothing. The old man disappeared completely. Meng Lei shook his head, unable to accept this cruel fact.
In the past, the old man always nagged him, making him feel irritated.
But now, the old man is gone, and I can no longer hear his nagging, but my heart is so painful.
I am the dean of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. My name is Amos Crocker. How could you, such an unfilial son, have such a descendant? Stinky boy, you actually broke through again? Monray, live well.
Scenes from the past kept appearing before my eyes, and the old man's voice, appearance and smile were still vivid in my mind. Only at this moment did Meng Lei deeply understand that this old man who often scolded, criticized, and taught him had already become his inseparable concern. But now, the person closest to Monray in the world is gone forever.
Why is this happening?
Meng Lei collapsed on the ground, tears flowing like a spring. After a long time, he came to his senses a little, looked at the empty central area, and climbed up with difficulty. It's time to leave this sad place. Putting away the hammer of doom and picking up the god-slaying spear, Meng Lei was filled with grief. He wished so much that the old man could fly out of the gun again.
Unfortunately, what used to happen every day has now become a luxury. Old Dean, I'm sorry. Meng Lei decisively put away the god-killing gun, unwilling to look at it any longer. Seeing the object and thinking of the person would only deepen the pain. It was 2 hours later when I emerged from the Mother Tree of Life. The Mother Tree of Life still stands tall and majestic, with lush branches and leaves, just as before. The only difference is that the countless golden fruits among the leaves have almost disappeared, with only a few scattered here and there, and the number varies greatly. Where's the fruit? Forget it. It's gone, so it's gone. If it were in the past, he would have been furious, but now, he didn't even have the energy to be angry. After collecting all the remaining fruits, Meng Lei looked at the
tall and majestic Mother Tree of Life again. Although the soul of the Mother Tree of Life is dead and only an empty shell remains of the tree, Meng Lei's anger is still burning and his hatred is hard to calm down.
It was you who killed the old dean. Boom boom boom.
A burst of violent blows smashed into the tree trunk, but although unwilling to give in, the huge tree trunk still stood tall and straight, with no signs of breaking.
Meng Lei punched the tree trunk, feeling unwilling and wanting to pull it out by the roots. Man Ray.
Suddenly, a surprised call came from behind, and I saw Obey standing not far away, his cheeks flushed and panting.
Meng Lei forced to smile. I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you. Obey ran over, tears in his eyes and an excited expression on his face. Yeah, I'm fine. Meng Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head, trying to change the subject. Didn't you leave with them? I've been waiting for you to come out. Obey stared at Meng Lei.
She could feel his fatigue and sadness, and noticed that his eyes were red.
Man Ray, what's wrong with you? Quiet. I just lost someone very close to me. Meng Lei said painfully. Obey, I want to be alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Lei turned around and prepared to leave.
At this moment, a suffocating and terrifying pressure suddenly descended.
The divine power swept across all directions, and the void solidified. Two streams of light shot towards her quickly and arrived close in the blink of an eye. They were actually a man and a woman.
An old man with black hair and black horns. A young woman with red dragon horns.
They are two demigods. Moreover, he is a demigod of the dragon clan. Meng Lei glanced at them and simply didn't bother to pay attention to them.
He took off into the air and flew towards where Sarath was.
This action angered the old man with black horns. His face darkened and he said, "Stop, kid. I'm talking to you." Meng Lei still ignored it.
Obey quickly spoke up, reporting to the ancestor he is also a contestant from the Empire.
He was a little emotional due to the loss of a loved one.
I hope you will forgive me if I have offended you. This. The old man with black horns snorted coldly. Although he was dissatisfied, he did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he looked at the towering Mother Tree of Life.
Is this the indigenous demigod?
The old man with black horns and the young woman with dragon horns had their eyes sparkling with surprise, but then they frowned.
The spirit has disappeared. There is no fluctuation of divine power either. This indigenous demigod, is he dead? Who killed this indigenous demigod?
The old man with black horns looked at Abe again with a serious tone.
It's really dead? Obey was stunned, in disbelief.
She had been watching nearby, and if anyone had killed the Mother Tree of Life, it would most likely have been Meng Lei.
But how could Man Ray kill a demigod?
He is only at the Saint Realm. Thinking of this, Obey couldn't help but look at Meng Lei's back, his eyes full of shock and disbelief.
Could Meng Lei be so powerful that he could kill a demigod?
Little girl, you don't really want to say that it was that boy who killed this indigenous demigod, do you?
Ridiculous. The old man with black horns sneered. How can a mere Holy Land be worthy of competing with this indigenous demigod? Maybe I'm wrong.
Abe whispered to himself.
Elder Saniel, let's investigate first. Maybe we can find some clues.
The young woman with red horns spoke, and the two approached the Mother Tree of Life, examining it carefully. The Mother Tree of Life was enormous and majestic, yet the two demigods completed their investigation in just a moment. Then, both of them were shocked, and the young woman with red horns even disappeared on the spot.
Not only did the spirit disappear, the core of life is also missing. The black-horned old man was extremely angry. The most precious thing for a plant demigod is the core of life. My target is exactly the core of life. Now that the life core of the indigenous demigod has disappeared, wouldn't it be a waste of time?
The old man with black horns turned around suddenly, staring at Obey with eyes as sharp as a knife, and his voice was gloomy and cold.
Little girl, who killed this indigenous demigod?
If you dare to lie, I will not forgive you.
Tell me, little one, who killed it?
The young woman with red horns suddenly appeared and grabbed Obey's shoulders. She was so excited that she almost lost control and said, "Tell me, who killed this tree?" Facing the stares of the two demigods, especially the eager gaze of the young woman with red horns, Obey felt the pressure like a mountain. "I don't know." The old man with black horns snorted coldly, immediately turned his head and stared at Meng Lei, grabbed in the air, and pulled Meng Lei back, who had flown far away. "Boy, who killed it?" the old man with black horns asked sternly.
"I killed him. Do you have any objection?"
Meng Lei looked up, his voice cold and hard.
"You killed it? How dare you brag like that? Stop making me laugh."
The old man with black horns snorted coldly. "You're just a weak sanctuary.
You're no match for it, believe it or not." Meng Lei responded indifferently.
The old man with black horns was furious. At this moment, the young woman with red horns spoke, her voice soft but trembling a little. "Little fellow, I just checked and found that there are fluctuations of two kinds of spiritual power remaining in the tree. This means that there was more than one demigod who killed this tree."
"Tell me, have you seen that demigod? Where is he now?"
The young woman's eyes were bright, full of sincerity and expectation.
Meng Lei's throat trembled slightly, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. "He's dead." "Dead? No. Impossible. How could he be dead? You're lying. How dare you lie to me?"
The young woman with red horns was slightly stunned, and then her emotions went out of control. A terrifying divine power burst out from her, pressing Meng Lei so hard that he could hardly breathe.
"Tell me, where is is he? He's dead. He's dead.
Meng Lei's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. He died with the Mother Tree of Life in order to save me.
He will never appear again. The young woman with red horns staggered as if struck by lightning, and her face turned pale. Amarin, what's wrong with you?
The old man with the black horn was puzzled, bewildered by the young woman with the red horn's unusual behavior. In his impression, Amarin had always been emotionally stable and had never lost her composure like this.
I'm fine.
The young woman with red horns gently waved her hand, took a deep breath, stared at Meng Lei, and said slowly, "Tell me, what's his name?"
Your name is Amarin? Mon Lei asked in a low voice. Can you tell me your last name?
Croc.
The red-horned young woman replied in a trembling voice. My name is Emerine Crocker. Monroe gave a wry smile. His name is Amos Crocker.
The young woman with red horns felt a blackout before her eyes and she almost fell to the ground. Her delicate body trembled, her shoulders twitched, and she burst into tears.
Elder brother.
I remember clearly that it was an ordinary night. My family had just finished dinner and my sister and I were playing in the yard. Suddenly, a meteor fell from the sky, dragging a long tail of flame, streaking across the night sky.
This is inevitable. My father's Dochi talent is rare.
My sister inherited his talent and also broke through to the Saint Realm at the age of 70. After spending many years with the old dean, Meng Lei knew that the old dean had a younger sister, but the old dean always thought that his sister and family were no longer alive. Although the lifespan of the Holy Land is long, it is not immortality. The long 20,000 years will eventually come to an end.
Failed to be promoted to demigod, he would eventually perish. But obviously, the old dean's judgment was wrong. His sister was not only still alive, but she had become a demigod.
Old dean, it would be so great if you were still alive.
Meng Lei closed his eyes. You must be very happy to see your brother and sister reunited. I've been looking for you for 24,986 years. A full 24,986 years. I thought you were dead. I finally let it go. You suddenly appear again. Why did it end like this? Why did it end like this? The red-horned young woman, Amarin, was even sadder than Meng Lei.
She covered her face with her hands and cried bitterly.
Emmeline, the dead cannot be resurrected.
Don't be too obsessed, sighed the black-horned old man, Saniel.
As someone from a different generation than Emerine, he knew very little about her life before she became a demigod.
Unexpectedly, Emerine actually has a brother who is also a demigod. It's incredible that both brother and sister are demigods. After a long while, Emerine calmed down a little. With red eyes, she said, you just said that your brother died saving you.
I want to know everything about him.
Meng Lei looked at the old man with black horns and a bay, with a hint of hesitation on his face.
Follow me.
Emerine waved her hand and took Meng Lei to the open space where they had fought fiercely with the Mother Tree of Life before. The old man's soul fluctuations are still lingering here.
Now, you can speak.
The first time I met the old dean was in the Magic Beast mountain range. At that time, he was sealed.
Even the knowledgeable Emerine was stunned by the old dean's experience.
Of course, these experiences made her even more heartbroken.
Killed accidentally 20,000 years ago. The seal lasted for 20,000 years. Neither a human nor a ghost. What kind of torture and suffering is this?
Your talent is greater than mine, your strength is also greater than mine, and you are so obsessed with cultivation.
I believe you will be able to achieve demigodhood sooner than I do.
Emerine's heart was broken, but I never thought that you would experience such a tragic thing.
Who killed you?
Who was it? Brother. Meng Lei pulled out the god-killing gun from his bosom. This is the artifact that sealed the old dean.
I'm handing it over to you now. The weapon that killed my brother?
Emerine grabbed the god-killing gun, hatred burning in her eyes, and the power of her soul swept across the gun, trying to find information about the gun's owner.
Unfortunately, she was disappointed.
The previous owner of the god-killing spear had long since perished, and the information inside had long since dissipated, leaving only Meng Lei's spiritual imprint remaining.
What else can you find? Never mind. Just keep it. Emerine handed the god-slaying spear back to Meng Lei. Did my brother have any last words? There is none left. Emerine took a deep breath and said, take me to the monster forest.
I want to retrieve my brother's body and bury him in the dragon tomb, so that he can stay with his parents forever.
Meng Lei did not refuse. The two of them walked out of the room again.
Emerine turned and stared at the towering Mother Tree of Life. Hatred and murderous intent intertwined in her eyes. She opened her red lips slightly and slowly uttered a word. A terrifying wave descended instantly, and the Mother Tree of Life that Meng Lei had tried his best to destroy but failed was now reduced to powder and turned into dust all over the sky. Clatter! The debris fell with a loud bang, like a tall building collapsing. Dust flew, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky.
Elder Saniel, let's go first. Emerine grabbed Meng Lei and disappeared in an instant. 2 hours later, the two arrived at the Warcraft Forest. Meng Lei was quite shocked. It only took 2 hours to get from the Lost Continent to the Warcraft Forest. This speed was really amazing. You know, it took them 5 days to fly from the Fire Dragon Kingdom to the Imperial capital, while the speed of a demigod was less than 2 hours. The difference is huge. The roars of beasts could be heard from all around, and what came into view were the magical beasts fighting, wandering, hunting, or resting in the forest, full of vitality and thriving. Warcraft Warcraft really appeared again? Meng Lei couldn't believe it. He remembered that when the bloodthirsty iron crystal lance flooded, except for the Holy Domain monsters, almost all other monsters were devoured by the ant tide. And now, only a few days later, the monsters are everywhere again? Where did they come from? It's this valley. Under the leadership of Meng Lei, the two came to the valley, crossed the steaming pool, and arrived at the rolling lava lake buried under the pool. The magma is churning and bubbles are overflowing. Amarin casually stretched out her hand and fished the old dean's dragon corpse out of the lava. Feeling the familiar breath, her emotions suddenly got out of control and she couldn't help but burst into tears. A demigod like her cries several times a day, which shows how deep her relationship with the old dean is. I brought back my brother's body. I'll leave this space ring to you. My brother is willing to die for you, so his legacy should be inherited by you. If you encounter difficulties in the future, bring this dragon scale to Dragon Island to find me. Live well and don't let your brother's sacrifice be in vain. Amarin turned and left. Only Meng Lei was left standing on the water, holding the space ring in his hand. He was not in the mood to check the ring immediately. Instead, he took out a pot of wine from his arms and drank it slowly. Drinking to dispel sorrow makes sorrow worse. Draw a sword to cut the water, but the water will flow even more. But there is no doubt that when people are sad, wine is always the best medicine to relieve their sorrow. After drinking for an unknown amount of time, Meng Lei gradually became drowsy. When he woke up again, he was awakened by some licking sounds. Lai Lu Lu. A soft tongue licked his cheek, and Meng Lei opened his eyes. What he saw was a tall magical beast staring at him happily. It is 7 meters tall and its entire body is covered with dark dragon scales. There is a pair of wings on the back and the muscles all over the body are tight and strong. Meng Lei rubbed his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Teddy flapped its wings and emitted excited mental fluctuations. Meng Lei felt that its aura was comparable to that of a 7th level magical beast. There was no obstacle in mental communication, but it was a pity that it could not speak human language. Call me boss. Yeah, boss. Boss, why are you back? Boss, when did you come back? Boss, why did you just come back? Boss, are you not going to leave this time? Boss, Teddy misses you so much. Teddy was so excited that he kept asking questions like a machine gun, leaving Meng Lei confused. He stared blankly into Teddy's eyes and found that there were tears flashing there, full of deep affection. Meng Lei's heart was suddenly touched. In his eyes, Teddy was just a weak magical pet. But to Teddy, Monroe is his only relative. A strong sense of guilt surged in his heart, and Meng Lei couldn't help but gently touch Teddy's nose. I'm sorry, Teddy. Boss, what's wrong with you? Teddy blinked, full of confusion. Nothing, just some sand in my eye. Meng Lei took a deep breath and sat up. Teddy, why are you here? I sensed your presence and rushed over to check it out. Teddy replied happily. I was worried I was mistaken, but I didn't expect it to be you, boss. So that's how it is. Meng Lei suddenly realized. They sign an equal contract and are connected by soul induction. The closer the distance, the clearer the induction. This place is not far from the Warcraft village, so Teddy can naturally sense his presence. Boss, why are you back? Come back to do something. Will you leave again when you come back this time? Maybe. You're now on par with a level 7 monster. It looks like Captain Hades and the others have taken good care of you. With Teddy's company, Meng Lei's mood suddenly improved a lot, and the haze in his heart gradually dissipated. Teddy, go hunt something. I'll grill it for you. Teddy cheered and flew away excitedly. A moment later, he returned with a 5-meter-long Mongshan porcupine in his grasp. Boss, hurry up, I want to eat barbecue. The sharp wind blade passed by and soon cut the Mongshan porcupine into 8 pieces. The flame ignited out of thin air, and 15 minutes later, an enticing aroma filled the air. Monroe picked up a roasted pork leg and threw the rest of the meat to Teddy. Boss, I'm starting. Teddy cheered and started to eat voraciously. Suddenly, a low beast roar was heard. Teddy was startled. The dragon scales on his body and the mane on his neck stood up instantly, and he became very alert. Don't be nervous, it's just a small minion. Meng Lei signaled Teddy to stay calm and continued to enjoy the delicious roast pork leg, not taking the suddenly appearing monster seriously at all. Boss, judging by the aura, this is at least a level 8 monster, Teddy said, still vigilant. Don't be careless. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing. A fishy wind blew by, and a huge lizard, 30 meters long and covered with fiery red scales, slowly crawled in. It looked like a crocodile, with a mouthful of sharp teeth. It's a level 9 magical beast, the earth fire iguana. Teddy exclaimed in a low voice. Boss, this guy is too strong. I can't handle it. Get on my back quickly. Let's retreat first. Retreat? Why retreat? Meng Lei secretly shook his head. As the purest Titan dragon ape, Teddy would naturally be a 9th level magical beast once he reached adulthood. Definitely not weak. But for Meng Lei, the 9th level magical pet was still too weak. Teddy should be able to take the fruit of the sacred tree, right? So far, Meng Lei has discovered that the fruit of the sacred tree has 2 major effects. First, improve your strength. After taking the fruit of the sacred tree, magical beasts can be promoted to Holy Realm magical beasts in just a few years. The unicorn rose python is a living example. Of course, humans can take it too. Meng Lei had personally witnessed the
that many powerful people who were stuck at the peak of level 9 successfully broke through the barriers of the Holy Realm after taking the fruit of the sacred tree and became true Holy Realm beings. Second, purify the blood. Abe is proof of that. According to her, before taking the fruit of the sacred tree, she was just a golden dragon man and could not transform into a real golden dragon. But after taking it, she succeeded, and the degree of fusion of the golden dragon blood in her body exceeded 70%. From this we can see that the fruit of the sacred tree does have the magical effect of purifying the blood. As for other effects, no significant results have been found yet. But based on these two benefits alone, the fruit of the sacred tree is already a priceless treasure. But Meng Lei still didn't dare to take it easily. According to the old dean, the fruit of the sacred tree is like the essence of life. It is very likely that it contains the divinity of the mother tree of life. Meng Lei took a deep breath and said, if it really contains divinity, it must be extremely poisonous. Divinity is a mysterious power. It contains the god's will, character, beliefs, memories, understanding of laws, code of conduct, and faction tendencies, a lot of complex information. Simply put, divinity is equivalent to the fragments of the god's souls, which contain rich information. If a mortal can absorb divinity, not only can he improve his strength and prolong his life, but he can also enhance his understanding of the laws and greatly shorten the time it takes to become a god. But absorbing divinity also has fatal risks. It is very likely that the fallen gods will be resurrected with the help of the divinity absorbed by mortals and regain their physical bodies. After all, the soul of a god is almost immortal, and a small fragment of the soul is enough to give the god the possibility of making a comeback. This is by no means an exaggeration. Let me ask you, if the fruit and life essence of the sacred tree really contain the divinity of the mother tree of life, isn't this poison? What could be more poisonous than this? At least, before figuring out the truth, Meng Lei would never take it lightly, nor would he dare to let his friends and magical pets try it. He would rather they were a little weaker than take such a big risk. Then how do we explore divinity? We should definitely check it out. I have so many sacred tree fruits and life essences in my hands, I can't let them go to waste. At this time, the fire iguana strode in, its huge body emitting a terrifying aura. Teddy suddenly tensed up as if he was facing a mortal enemy. Boss, jump on my back quickly, let's retreat first. Teddy urged anxiously. Retreat? Why retreat? Meng Lei shook his head slightly. This is fat meat that was delivered to my door. How can I repay its kindness if I don't eat it? Oh, Teddy was confused. The next moment, it opened its eyes wide and was stunned. The surrounding weeds suddenly grew wildly, turning into flexible and powerful grass whips, shooting towards the majestic fire iguana. The underground fire iguana roared, opened its mouth and spewed out flames, trying to burn the grass whips, but it was of no use. The grass whip broke through the blockade of flames and directly wrapped around the fire iguana, wrapping it tightly like a dumpling. The fire iguana roared to the sky and struggled frantically, but the more violently it struggled, the tighter the grass whip wrapped around it, and the ending was obvious. In the end, the fire iguana was entangled by the grass whip and suffocated to death. Dead? Dead? Teddy asked in astonishment. Boss, is it really dead? Of course he's dead. Monlay snapped his fingers and the grass leaves instantly turned into sharp blades. Within a few minutes, the fire iguana was dismembered into pieces and then put on the grill. Boss, this is a level 9 magical beast, the earth fire iguana. How could you kill it just like that? Boss, are you so powerful now? It has to be said that Teddy was completely shocked by Monray's act of casually killing the fire iguana. The little guy kept asking questions like a curious baby, and even the barbecue lost its appeal. 3 hours had passed after eating the roasted fire iguana. Meng Lei sat on Teddy's back and flew towards the Warcraft village. He decided not to return to the capital for the time being, and would instead stay in the village for 2 days to regroup. As for the interrupted exchange competition, let's talk about it later. Everyone, push harder. Stop being so soft and effeminate like sissies. Remember, training opportunities are rare. If you want to stand out and become a strong person like me, you must train hard. Do you understand? A loud whistle rang out from the village square. From afar, a group of adults and children were standing in the square, following Captain Hades' instructions and performing various actions. Even children are practicing. How great! Meng Lei couldn't help but smile with relief. There was no way out in the mountains. Only by continuous cultivation could one see a wider world. The villagers did a pretty good job. At this time, Teddy fell from the sky and attracted the attention of the villagers. Everyone turned their heads to look at him, and immediately a look of joy appeared on their faces. Brother Meng Lei. Brother Meng Lei is back. Immediately afterwards, a group of people swarmed in. I saw Teddy rushing out at noon, and I thought he was going to catch some monsters, but I didn't expect he was actually looking for you. Captain Hades said excitedly. By the way, Meng Lei, I heard from Xiao Na and the others that you went to the Imperial capital to participate in the exchange competition. How come? I encountered some accidents on the way, and I went to the monster forest to do some things. I just came back and saw everyone by the way. Meng Lei looked Hades up and down and asked with a smile, Captain, have you been promoted to a 4th level warrior? Ha ha ha. This is all thanks to those advanced Dochi manuals of yours. Captain
Captain Hades blushed. Of course, it's also related to the recent improvement in food.
Teddy goes to the forest every day, and every time he comes back he brings back a magical beast. Eating mid to high level monster meat every day makes my training much more efficient. That's why I was able to level up twice in such a short time.
Yeah.
Meng Lei turned around and found that the villagers' strength had improved significantly. Almost all the former trainee soldiers have become second or third level soldiers, and their strength has greatly increased.
Ordinary villagers are also much stronger than before.
They are no longer pale and thin, and look haggard. Instead, they have plump skin and are full of strength.
That's really good. Meng Lei smiled. Monlei, you finally made it back. We'll have to treat you well today, Hades said loudly.
That's all for today's training. Go tell everyone we'll have a bonfire party tonight to warmly welcome Monlei home.
Yeah, long live Captain Hades. Long live brother Meng Lei.
That night, the village held a grand bonfire dinner. The aroma of meat filled the air.
The villagers sang and danced, drank wine and ate meat. The atmosphere was extremely cheerful.
As Meng Lei enjoyed the delicious barbecue and listened to the laughter of the villagers, his mood gradually relaxed and he enjoyed this rare happy time with everyone.
Lying in his shabby little house, Meng Lei couldn't fall asleep.
The old dean had passed away, but life had to go on. He had to make clear plans for the future.
My strength is still too low.
If I were stronger, the old dean wouldn't have died. In the final analysis, it's still a question of strength.
System, open the properties panel.
Race, human, fire dragon bloodline less than 53%, fire demon bloodline less than 48%, golden dragon bloodline less than 51%, golden godslaying ant bloodline less than 10%, godslaying rat bloodline less than 10%. Wealth value, 3.2 law source crystal.
Physique, demigod body, primary.
Spirit, sanctuary, 10, 3987, 6198/100 billion. Magic, sanctuary, 10, 3710, 8765/100 billion. Laws of comprehension, fire law, 0.2%, wind law, 0.1%, thunder law, 0.1%, gold law, 0.2%, light law, 0.1%.
Is your physique that of a demigod? Elementary?
Where's the value?
It's gone?
All the stats are gone.
Does that mean I can no longer directly improve my physique through Krypton Gold? System, is this really the case? Without a specific number, you naturally cannot spend money. The system gave a clear answer. Alright, if I can't, then I can't.
Meng Lei curled his lips. As long as I can spend the money to improve my bloodline fusion, I can still improve my physical body.
However, as both of us are demigods, why can't I kill the Mother Tree of Life?
There was a hint of coldness in Meng Lei's eyes. He didn't know that, despite being the weakest demigod, the Mother Tree of Life possessed an extremely terrifying demigod body.
Plant life was renowned for its
tenacious defenses, and even demigods of the same realm struggled to break through them. His newly achieved demigod body wasn't enough to kill the Mother Tree of Life.
Forget it, let's not dwell on this issue anymore. Meng Lei shook his head and turned his gaze to the spiritual attributes.
From a saint with a physical fitness of 34 billion to breaking through the physical fitness limit of 100 billion and becoming a new demigod with a demigod body, his progress is indeed rapid and huge.
But the shortcomings are too obvious. That's the soul. In other words, mental power. It was because the soul was too weak that the Mother Tree of Life had the opportunity to deal a fatal blow, indirectly killing the old dean. Soul strength must be increased. The weakness can't be too obvious. What a pity, not enough money.
Meng Lei hesitated for a moment, and finally took out the space ring left to him by the old man, which contained all the old man's life wealth.
Old dean.
He sighed, probed his mental power into it, and was instantly stunned.
It's too big. The scene before my eyes seemed to have no end in sight. A continent stretching for hundreds of kilometers appeared in the space ring.
On the continent, towering golden mountains stood, piled with countless magic cores, scattered with the corpses of magical beasts, and mountains of elemental crystals.
Jinshan is tall and majestic. There are billions of magic cores, too many to count. Without exception, those monster corpses are the remains of level 9 monsters and holy domain monsters. The lower level ones are not seen at all. The colorful magic crystals and the shining elemental crystals almost blinded Meng Lei's pair of dog eyes made of titanium alloy. Is this the old dean's lifelong wealth? It's too huge. It's simply unbelievable.
Meng Lei couldn't help but take a deep breath, with a deep sense of gratitude in his heart. Thank you, old dean. I will definitely make good use of this wealth.
System, recycle all gold coins. Mountains of gold disappeared one after another, and the wealth values on the attribute panel began to soar rapidly.
4th law source crystal, 5th law source crystal, 6th law source crystal, 20 law source crystals, 30 law source crystals, 40 law source crystals. In just a few breaths, the wealth broke through Meng Lei's previous 73 law source crystals and continued to rise at an astonishing speed. Finally, when the number climbed to 238 law source crystals, it stopped.
An additional 235 law source crystals. This is equivalent to 2.35 trillion gold coins.
There are so many gold coins alone, not to mention the countless monster corpses, magic cores, magic crystals,
crystals, and elemental crystals. 238 Law Source Crystal. What an amazing fortune. System, spend 100 Law Source Crystals and Kryptonian mental power. 100 Law Source Crystals are equal to 1 trillion gold coins, which is 100 billion attribute values. The wealth shrank instantly, and 100 billion attribute values were immediately credited and added directly to the spiritual attributes. A surge of icy air rushed into his mind, madly strengthening Meng Lei's soul. In an instant, he felt the strength of his soul skyrocket at an unparalleled speed. At the same time, in Meng Lei's sea of consciousness, in that vast and boundless ocean, a ball of silver flame burned quietly, cold and lonely. That was the fire of Man Rei's soul. Suddenly, countless golden lights emerged out of thin air, rushing out from all directions, heading straight for the silver flames suspended in the sky. The golden light is like gasoline. The golden light is like some firewood. The golden light is like natural gas. Upon contact, the silver flames immediately surged, and the fire expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The silver flame quickly expanded to 100 times its original size, turning into an even more brilliant and dazzling flame. And, the color has changed too. No longer silver, but dazzling gold. That's right, gold. The cold and aloof silver soul fire transformed into a blazing and brilliant golden soul fire. This golden soul fire is like the bright sun across the sky, releasing thousands of feet of golden light, illuminating the earth and dominating the void. The soul is no longer a soul. It transformed into a spirit soul. This feeling is so amazing. Meng Lei lay quietly with his eyes closed, feeling the wonderful shock brought about by the change of his soul. Everything is so natural. Everything is so complicated, but it's incredibly simple. The wind is no longer the wind, but it is still the wind. The tree is no longer a tree, but it is still a tree. Even the flowing air is no longer air, but it is still air. Is this the demigod realm? It's amazing. The golden chains that envelop the heavens and the earth, constituting all things in the world. Could this be the law of heaven and earth? It's surprisingly not that difficult to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. It's like clearing away layers of fog, allowing me to see more clearly and more thoroughly. The laws of heaven and earth. Meng Lei muttered to himself, then withdrew his mental power and entered the depths of his sea of consciousness. According to the old Dean, once one becomes a demigod, the soul will transform into a divine soul. The soul is almost immortal. Even if it is broken into slag or even particles, the gods may be able to be resurrected with the help of the soul fragments. Meng Lei was eager to know whether his soul had undergone a qualitative transformation. The soul fire turned golden, and it's much stronger than before. Is this the spirit? It's incredible. He was filled with excitement, but then felt a sense of loss. If I had possessed a spirit earlier, the old Dean wouldn't have ended up like this. Oh, forget it. What are those white threads? In Meng Lei's field of vision, dozens or even hundreds of milky white silk threads suddenly appeared. No one knew where they came from, but they were like antennas, connected to the golden soul. Driven by curiosity, Meng Lei controlled the power of his soul and gently touched one of the white threads. In an instant, a voice full of gratitude came into my mind. Brother Meng Lei, I admire you so much, and I want to be like you in the future. Hey, is that Monica's voice? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Monica, whose full name is Monica Draper, is a little girl in the village. She has a twin sister named Hurst Draper. They were the only people in the village, besides him and Jonah, who had magical talents. Moreover, their magical talents are even better than Jonah's, and they possess superior elemental affinity for fire. How could Monica's voice appear in my sea of consciousness? Meng Lei felt very strange. He looked down along the white silk thread and saw Monica lying on the bed. She seemed to be in a deep sleep, but she was mumbling softly, as if she was telling something in her dream. How strange, so strange. He chose another white thread. Monray, thank you. Thank you for everything you have brought. Captain Hades' voice rang out. Brother Monra. Joanna's voice also came over. How could I hear their voices? Captain Hades and Monica are fine, but Joanna is thousands of miles away in the royal city. Meng Lei's eyes widened. Is this faith? Faith is a wonderful power that can make people strong and pure. In the sky continent, faith has an even more incredible power, deification. As long as there are enough believers and their faith is sincere enough, the believers can use the enormous power of faith to soar into the sky and become immortal gods. Monica, Captain Hades, and the others actually believed in me and worshipped me? Meng Lei felt helpless. What he did for the village was just some small things, but he didn't expect that the villagers would regard him as an object of faith. He really didn't expect this. Forget it, just believe it. He didn't dwell on this matter and continued to check the other white threads. Sure enough, almost all of them were villagers from the Warcraft village. So many people actually believe in me? I heard that the power of faith has many benefits. It can not only strengthen the soul, but also make it easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. It can also be transformed into divine power, enhancing the strength of the gods. It's truly a panacea. But why can't I feel any of the effects of the power of faith? Is it because there are too few believers? I don't have the heart to promote faith and collect the power of faith. Krypton gold is enough. Thinking of this, Meng Lei withdrew from the sea of consciousness and his eyes fell on the attribute panel again. Wealth value, value, 138 law source crystals. Physique, demigod body, primary. Spirit, demigod soul, basic. Magic, sanctuary, 10, 3710, 8765/100 billion. Both my body and my spirit have been transformed. Now the only thing left is magic. Do you want to spend money to get the complete set? Meng Lei touched his chin, hesitant. What will happen after the magic power transforms? If it could really turn into divine power, then he would completely become a true demigod. It's no longer like now, a half-baked demigod with only the body and soul of a demigod but no divine power. But the problem is that Krypton gold magic requires the consumption of 100 law source crystals. Once he uses it, he will become a pauper on paper again. Or not Krypton. Forget it. Krypton. System, spend 100 law source crystals and Kryptonian magic power. The wealth value suddenly shrank significantly. Meng Lei felt as if the magic power in his body was boiling, rushing to his brain in an orderly manner, and instantly injected into his brain. For a moment, Meng Lei felt as if his whole body was hollowed out, weak and powerless, and his whole body became limp. However, this feeling of weakness did not last long. Suddenly, a more surging force emerged in his brain, instantly filling his limbs and bones, occupying every corner. This power was so terrifying that Meng Lei felt an endless stream of power gushing out of his body, as if one punch could shatter a continent. He quickly looked inward and found that the magic power had disappeared, replaced by a completely new power. This power spread throughout the body, emitting a faint golden light and at the same time releasing a heart-pounding pressure. Meng Lei was too familiar with this pressure. It is indeed divine power, he exclaimed in his heart. He quickly checked the properties panel. Wealth value, 38 law source crystals. Physique, demigod body, primary. Spirit, demigod soul, basic. Divine power, 0.1 divine crystal. Magic power has indeed transformed into divine power. 0.1 divine crystal? System, what exactly is a divine crystal? Friendly reminder, divine crystals are the crystallization of divine power, the unit of measurement for divine power, and also the currency circulated among gods. Generally speaking, 100 drops of divine power equals 1 divine crystal. The system reminded coldly. Meng Lei blinked. That is to say, I only have 10 drops of divine power in me now. Isn't this too little? This amount of divine power is not enough. I don't feel safe at all. First, Krypton 10 divine crystals. Friendly reminder, to upgrade 1 divine crystal, you need 10,000 law source crystals. The system came again. Meng Lei's eyes widened. 10,000 law source crystals? Oh my god, this is too dark. He was so angry that he almost jumped up. 1 divine crystal is equal to 100 drops of divine power, and 1 divine crystal is equal to 10,000 law source crystals. Does that mean that 1 drop of divine power requires 100 law source crystals? Oh my god. 1 drop of divine power actually requires 100 law source crystals. Damn system, you are so cruel. Meng Lei almost peed his pants in anger. These 100 law source crystals are enough for him to use infinite pickup 100 times. It is enough for him to increase the fusion degree of the god-killing rat bloodline by 10%. However, here, 100 law source crystals can only be exchanged for 1 drop of divine power. This is simply ridiculous. The system did not respond, leaving only silence in the air. It's so dark. Meng Lei was full of resentment, but helpless. He was a little excited just now. After all, from now on, he could not spend money on the soul item, nor could he spend money directly on the physique item. Only divine power, 0.1 divine crystal, is left to be spent on Krypton gold. But what happened was that 100 law source crystals could only be exchanged for 1 divine power. This is simply robbery. Is there still justice in heaven? Is there still law in the land? I thought I'd become rich overnight and reach the pinnacle of life, but now, I'm broke again. Increasing the fusion of the god-killing rat's bloodline requires money. Increasing divine power requires money. It costs money to improve your understanding of the laws. Everywhere needs money, and it's a lot of money. These are not bad, at least they can be used to earn money. Meng Lei believes that with his current strength, as long as he works hard, he can slowly earn enough money. The trouble is the soul. The soul cannot be purchased with gold. So how can we improve it? Meng Lei fell into deep thought. Meditation can enhance mental strength and naturally improve the soul. But the efficiency, needless to say, it is definitely extremely low. There is another way to improve the soul, and that is to gather the power of faith. The power of faith is the panacea for improving the soul, as long as the power of faith is sufficient. But the faith resources on the sky continent have long been divided up. Where can I go to spread faith? What a headache. Just when Meng Lei was struggling, the magic communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Dean Fred. Monray, where are you now? Dean Fred's expression looked somewhat grim. I'm in the Monster Village. Monster Village? Dean Fred was slightly stunned, but quickly realized, shouldn't you be in the Lost Continent? Dean, it's a long story. Meng Lei shook his head slightly and asked doubtfully, what do you want to talk to me about? Something big has happened. Prince Barbarossa is dead, and His Majesty's beloved 13th princess is also dead. Of the 108 contestants who were captured, 72 died on the
spot, and the remaining 36 also passed away on their way back.
Dean Fred said in a low voice, all dead. 108 contestants, all gone.
This also includes Prince Barbarossa and His Majesty's favorite Princess 13.
They're all dead. Meng Lei remains silent. Monray, answer me a question frankly. Dean Fred asked in a deep voice, do you have anything to do with the deaths of these people? Is it true, as the survivors said, that you killed them? I killed him? Meng Lei sneered. If I say this has nothing to do with me, would you believe me?
The Dean was silent for a long while before he said, as long as you dare to guarantee it, I will believe it.
All right.
Since the Dean believes me, I'll tell you. Meng Lei laughed heartily. The deaths of the 108 contestants do have something to do with me, but the main reason is their greed.
Dean Fred frowned slightly. This is what happened. Meng Lei told the whole story without reservation.
After listening to this, Dean Fred was silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. Hearing what you said, this matter really can't be entirely blamed on you. If they hadn't coveted the fruit of the sacred tree, this disaster wouldn't have happened. Changing the subject, he added, but your majesty and the entire court, both civil and military, as well as the meritorious and powerful, don't think so.
They all put the blame on you. They think that if you hadn't stolen that native demigods thing, none of this would have happened. You must bear all the blame. So, no matter what I say, they're going to make me take the blame? Meng Lei sneered. How ridiculous. It was clearly the emperor's fault and the contestants' greed that led to this tragedy, and yet you want me to take the blame? Monlei, His Majesty is the emperor.
We can make mistakes, but His Majesty must never be wrong,
Dean Fred said angrily.
Furthermore, among the 108 dead, not only are the golden dragon lion Sakhan and the undead elf Miriam among them, but also Prince Barbarossa and the 13th princess.
One is the future emperor of the empire. One is the most favored princess.
Your Majesty will never allow such a mistake to be made. So, all the civil and military officials and nobles in the court can only vent their anger on you.
So what are they going to do? Meng Lei asked with a sneer.
His Majesty has dispatched the royal paladins to the lost continent to capture you.
Dean Fred shook his head. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have to take full responsibility for this incident. Let me take full responsibility?
A sharp gleam flashed in Meng Lei's eyes.
Perfect. I've been feeling depressed lately, and I have nowhere to vent. Monray, what do you want to do? Return to the imperial capital. It's him again.
Inside the Dragon God Empire's meeting hall, Emperor Frederick XXXI sat high on the dragon throne, his expression frighteningly gloomy. The deans, leading teachers, many masters of the Holy Land and all the nobles in the court stood on both sides. In the center of the hall, more than 100 corpses were lying quietly, all wrapped in yellow cloth, their faces blurred, and the exposed skin shriveled and dry. Obviously, these are the 108 players who just died. At this moment, the hall was completely silent, as still as death, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating.
Everyone was silent and no one dared to speak. Time passed minute by minute, and the emperor finally couldn't help but ask, no news from the royal paladin order yet? Your Majesty, no news yet.
They've been heading to the lost continent for a whole day and night, and there's still no news.
Could it be that Meng Lei has really gone to heaven or hell? Frederick XXXII was furious. Send people immediately. Send more troops. Bring Meng Lei back immediately. I want to ask him about this in person. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister took the order and left quickly.
Suddenly, a guard in golden armor rushed in quickly, knelt down, and shouted loudly, Your Majesty.
Is there any news about the Knights Templar? Frederick XXXII asked expectantly. No, it's Monroe who's here. Monray is here. The hall instantly became lively.
Dean Fred was even more shocked in the crowd.
Isn't Meng Lei still in the Warcraft village? How did he get here so quickly? Let him in. Frederick XXXII issued a series of orders. Yes, Your Majesty. After a while, Meng Lei entered the hall under the protection of golden armored guards.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on Meng Lei, filled with anger, murderous intent, hatred, and confusion.
Frederick XXXII looked Monray up and down, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and asked sternly, Monray, do you know the gravity of your sins? Know your guilt? What crime have I committed? Meng Lei pretended to be surprised. Why does Your Majesty ask this? You dare to quibble before you die. Frederick XXXII was furious. He pointed at the 108 bodies and shouted, do you know who these people are? Do you know how they died?
Meng Lei squatted down, casually lifted a piece of yellow cloth and took a look, then shook his head and said, so it's these people.
Did you recognize it? If you do, tell this emperor. Frederick XXXII roared angrily, his voice as deafening as thunder. Why did you kill them? 108 people. A full 108 people.
They are the elites of the empire, the product of decades of hard work by the various colleges, and the future pillars of the empire.
Tell me, why did you kill them? I killed them? You're just framing me, Your Majesty. Meng Lei seemed to have heard a huge joke and burst into laughter. The arrogant laughter echoed in the hall for a long time.
Everyone immediately glared at him with eyes as sharp as knives, wishing they could eat Meng Lei alive.
Meng Lei, this is the Imperial Council Hall.
His Majesty is here, surrounded by numerous Saint Realm experts, and all the civil and military officials are
are present. How can you be so arrogant and presumptuous? Duke Judas stood up and rebuked him harshly. Your Majesty asks questions, you only need to answer honestly. Don't be arrogant and ignorant, and don't dare to act recklessly. Monray, speak properly.
Dean Fred was also trembling with fear and scolded in a low voice.
Meng Lei nodded slightly. After all, he had to give face to Dean Fred.
I deeply sympathize with the tragic deaths of 108 contestants, but there are two real murderers who killed them. One is themselves.
Meng Lei's tone was calm. They killed themselves? Ridiculous.
Everyone couldn't help but sneer when they heard this. If they hadn't coveted the fruit of the sacred tree, how could they have ended up like this? Therefore, it was their greed that caused this tragedy.
Mon Lei spoke coldly, his eyes fixed on Frederick XXXII. The second is you, Your Majesty. Monray, don't be so presumptuous.
Dean Fred was so frightened that his whole body trembled.
He quickly whispered, are you crazy? How dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Dean, please listen to me.
Meng Lei stared at Frederick XXXII, who sat high on the dragon throne. Before we find out the truth about the lost continent, we were sent there to compete, which ultimately led to this tragedy.
So, it was you, Your Majesty, who killed them. It was your inadequate investigation that killed them. It was your carelessness that killed them. What does it have to do with me? You. Frederick XXXII's face turned ashen.
He pointed at Meng Lei angrily, his face turning pale and blue, and his eyes seemed to want to devour Meng Lei. Duke Judas shouted sternly, it was you who stole the treasure of the indigenous demigod and ultimately killed 108 contestants.
How dare you shift the blame onto His Majesty? You are truly insane and are conflating right and wrong. Judas turned to Frederick XXXII and said, I request that the surviving contestants be summoned to the palace to confront Mon Lei face to face. Call them in. Soon, the surviving contestants walked into the hall.
When they saw Meng Lei, they roared in anger as if they had seen the murderer of their father.
Monray, you bastard.
You're the one who killed 108 contestants.
If you hadn't stolen something from the Mother Tree of Life, how could it have killed people?
You must take full responsibility for the deaths of 108 people.
Monray, Monlei, do you have anything else to say now? Frederick XXXII took a deep breath and asked slowly, speak? There's nothing to say.
Meng Lei shook his head and said coldly, I have said everything I need to say very clearly. It's up to you whether you listen or not, but it has nothing to do with me.
Presumptuous.
Mon Lei, you killed 108 contestants and forced the exchange competition to stop midway.
You dare to roar in the hall, so recklessly, treating me like nothing, and treating the court like a joke. Frederick XXXII pointed at Mon Lei and shouted angrily, you are a heartless and mad man.
Your crimes are unforgivable. Come here, capture him. Send him to the dragon-slicing platform in 3 days and behead him in public as a warning to others and a warning to the royal family.
Yes, Your Majesty.
A group of guards in golden armor rushed in.
Your Majesty, please be lenient with me.
Dean Fred saw this and hurried forward to persuade him, but was interrupted by Frederick XXXII's angry shout. A rebellious person like Meng Lei, even if he is a member of the royal family, is nothing more than collaborating with demonic spies like Adolf.
Whoever pleads for him will be guilty of the same crime as him. His Majesty. Dean, this is the ring you lent me. Meng Lei interrupted Dean Fred's persuasion and returned the space ring.
He sneered and said, in the sky continent, the strong are respected. If you are not strong enough, all your excuses are just the cry of the weak.
After saying this, he turned and looked directly at Frederick XXXII, a smile on his face. Isn't the dragon-slaying platform a place specifically for beheading members of the royal family? Sorry, I'm not royal. So, come on now. If you have the ability, I would be happy to be Timon Batten's second prince to fall unexpectedly. If you don't have the ability and can't kill me, don't blame me for killing you. In one sentence, either kill me or be killed by me.
As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, shocking and angering all the civil and military officials in the court, more than 1,000 masters of the Holy Land, and meritorious officials. Everyone gasped and stared at Meng Lei as if he were a madman. A small sanctuary of no more than 16 years old, a young man who hasn't even grown a full beard yet. How dare he speak such arrogant words in front of so many masters of the Holy Land, in the most solemn hall of the empire?
How outrageous is this? How rebellious is this? How foolish and ignorant is this? How dare you, little brat, be so presumptuous? Frederick XXXII was furious. He smashed the dragon table with one palm and roared, where is the golden armored guard? Why don't you arrest him immediately? How long will it take? Dozens of golden armored guards responded in unison and immediately swarmed towards Meng Lei. Behave yourself. Get down on your knees. Surrender.
Each of these golden armored guards guarding the council hall possesses the formidable strength of a half-step Saint Realm.
With multiple people working together, even Saint Realm masters would have to bow down to them.
However, at this moment, they were destined to suffer a crushing defeat. At the moment when the golden armored guards rushed forward with their fangs bared, a surge of recoil force suddenly erupted from Meng Lei's body. A violent force suddenly erupted, and the golden armored guards were immediately blown away, blood spurting out of their mouths. They fell to the ground one after another, motionless, and were actually killed on the spot. Everyone in
in the hall was shocked. "You, how dare you, how dare you?" Frederick XXXI was furious, his face livid and grim as he roared hysterically, catch him now. Dean Fred, is this the so-called good student trained by your Fire Dragon Academy?
Suddenly, a man came out of nowhere, glanced coldly at Dean Fred, and then glared at Meng Lei.
"You are such a mad fool, you are so audacious. Just surrender now. Who are you?"
Meng Lei asked the old man with black hair and black horns in front of him.
"The Dean of the Black Dragon Academy of the Black Dragon Kingdom, Angus."
The old man responded indifferently. "You bold lunatic, kneel down and kowtow immediately, begging for forgiveness from your majesty, otherwise don't blame me for being rude."
"You're welcome? How do you mean you're not welcome?" Meng Lei snapped his fingers and said calmly, "I'd like to see it for myself." "How dare you?"
Angus glared, his heart mingling with anger and joy. "Boy, since you're looking for death, I'll kill you right here and then, and no one will say anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Angus suddenly attacked and instantly killed Meng Lei. There was no unnecessary movement, just a violent punch.
This punch is enough to decide life or death. This guy actually got there first.
The other sanctuaries that were about to take action stopped their actions, inevitably feeling a little unhappy.
Although they were unhappy with Angus for taking the initiative, they still acknowledged his strength.
As an old sanctuary, Angus has been famous for hundreds of years and its strength is unfathomable. What's more, he is a pure-blooded black dragon with an extremely strong body. There are very few people present who dare to assert that they can defeat him. As long as he takes action, there is no need for others to intervene. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost.
Meng Lei didn't dodge or evade.
He casually stretched out his right hand and grabbed it lightly, as if it were a ping-pong ball. He actually held Dean Angus's fist firmly in his hand. All the momentum, power and violence carried by the fist disappeared without a trace in that instant, as if they had never existed.
How is this possible? Angus was almost horrified. "President of Black Dragon Academy, is this all you are capable of?" Meng Lei shook his head and kicked casually with his right foot.
With a dull bang, Angus was kicked out like a cannonball and crashed into the dragon wall above the Emperor's head with a scream. He crashed into a huge hole and his whole body was embedded in the ferocious dragon mural made of gold.
The whole place fell into deathly silence.
Everyone stared blankly at Angus, who was embedded in the dragon wall, with dull eyes and wooden expressions.
Dean Angus was knocked away like that?
Dean Fred and Dean Jianlong looked at each other in the crowd, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
Fred. Dean Jianlong swallowed his saliva and asked, "When did Meng Lei become so strong?"
Fred murmured softly, his expression complicated. Suddenly, a roar was heard, and Angus struggled to pull himself out of the dragon wall. There was blood at the corner of his mouth.
He glared at Meng Lei with flames of anger burning in his eyes. "I underestimated you just now."
Angus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
"But you succeeded in irritating me, little brat. Do you dare to fight to the death outside the palace? Why not?" Meng Lei raised his eyebrows and rushed out of the hall first. Angus snorted coldly and flew out immediately after him. "Don't let him get away."
Seeing this, everyone in the hall hurriedly followed him out. When everyone came outside the hall, they saw Man Ray and Angus standing proudly in the air, facing each other from a distance. "Kid, I admit that you possess strength far beyond that of an ordinary saint, and I also admit that you are even more monstrous than Timon Batten, the greatest in history, but you still have to die."
Angus roared, his voice like thunder, deafening.
Then he transformed decisively. A huge black dragon, over 60 meters long and covered with pitch-black scales, suddenly appeared. Its claws flashed with cold light, and its mouth was full of sharp fangs, looking imposing. A pure dragon might erupted like a smokescreen rising into the sky, instantly sweeping across the palace and spreading in all directions.
"That's a pure-blooded black dragon. What happened?" The other people in the palace were shocked and looked at Angus in the air.
He opened his mouth and spewed out a jet-black dragon breath, which instantly swept towards Meng Lei. The black dragon's breath is a terrifying acid that contains amazing corrosive power. Once contaminated, even a strong man in the Holy Land will be corroded into dry bones.
"Its power is extremely amazing. Is that all you have?"
Meng Lei shook his head slightly, moved his body slightly, and easily avoided the oncoming black dragon breath.
Then he approached Angus step by step.
His speed seemed slow, but it was actually astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above Angus' head.
"Dean Angus, goodbye."
Meng Lei stepped down lightly. Angus was shocked and was about to flap his wings to avoid it, but just as he thought about it, Man Ray's big foot came and stepped hard on his head. A huge force erupted, and Angus didn't even have time to scream before the dragon's head was kicked to pieces, breaking like a sledgehammer hitting a watermelon. Brains and blood splattered everywhere. The huge dragon body fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the flat square, creating a deep pit. The dragon's body was motionless, obviously completely dead. Only the broken dragon head was extremely glaring.
"Who are you? Omega Omega." Oh.
At this moment, everyone was stunned with shock.
Angus was killed instantly by a single kick? What kind of strength is this? Dragon God is above. After a brief moment of astonishment and daze, an uproar suddenly broke out in the square.
Everyone watched as the dragon's head was instantly smashed to pieces and Dean
Dean Angus was killed instantly with a kick, and they couldn't help but gasp. Dean Angus. This is an old sanctuary with a reputation that has stood for hundreds of years. It is also a pure-blooded black dragon with the purest bloodline. His strength is so strong that he is almost approaching the peak of the late Saint realm. However, he was kicked in the head by a young boy and died instantly. What kind of powerful force is this? It would have been fine if he was killed by someone else, but what was shocking was that the person who killed him was just a 16-year-old boy. A 16-year-old boy. For a moment, His Majesty the Emperor, all the civil and military officials in the court, the nobles who had made great contributions, and thousands of powerful people from the Holy Land all stared at the figure standing quietly in the air, their eyes full of disbelief. Facing everyone's gaze as if they were a monster, Meng Lei spoke. The voice was calm, but it echoed over the palace and was clearly heard in every corner. It is said that in our dragon god empire, there are no so-called dragon slayers, because all those who dared to covet pure-blooded dragons have long been exterminated. And today, I killed a black dragon. Does this mean that I have become the only dragon slayer in the dragon god empire? Dragon slayer? Everyone's mouths twitched as they heard this, and anger boiled in their hearts. This was too arrogant. Evil creature. Damn evil creature. Frederick XXXII was so angry that he was shaking all over, his face twisted. Kill him. Kill him right now. I want him dead. I will cut him into pieces and torture him to death. I won't let him have even a chance of survival. Many powerful men in the Holy Land hesitated for a moment, and Meng Lei killed Angus instantly with one kick, showing his terrifying strength to kill people in the late Holy Land in seconds. If they go forward, wouldn't they be walking into a trap? Dean Luke, are we going to just watch this evil creature act so recklessly? Frederick XXXII glared at Dean Luke and the others and shouted loudly. Among all the people present, Dean Luke is undoubtedly the strongest. If you don't take action, who else can stop him? Your Majesty, let me do it. Dean Luke nodded slightly, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Meng Lei with a grim expression. Meng Lei, you carry the blood of the fire dragon and are a member of the royal family, yet you are so cruel and cruel, wantonly slaughtering the pure-blooded dragons. That's enough. Stop talking so much nonsense. My ears are getting calloused from listening to it. Meng Lei waved his hand to interrupt the indignant Dean Luke. Let's see the truth in our own hands. Dean Luke's face turned pale, and a magic wand suddenly appeared in his hand. In an instant, the wind elements within a radius of several kilometers quickly gathered together, and a 10-meter-long green wind blade condensed. Dimensional blade, out. Dean Luke snorted coldly, and the green wind blade cut through the void and shot towards Meng Lei at lightning speed, so fast that it was difficult to see its trace with the naked eye. As expected of a peak holy mage. Facing the dimensional blade that was shooting towards him, Meng Lei showed an expression of approval on his face, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed it casually. What does he want to do? Take the dimensional blade. Madman. He's a complete lunatic. Everyone in the square was stunned by Meng Lei's crazy behavior. The dimensional blade is known as the strongest single-target forbidden spell of the wind system, and its power is among the best among many single-target forbidden spells, especially when it is used by the top holy mage Dean Luke. It is unmatched. He actually planned to catch it with his bare hands. If this isn't madness, then what is? Dean Luke snorted coldly, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. As the Dean of Dragon God Academy and a top wind-type holy mage, he was actually looked down upon by Meng Lei. It was a huge insult. However, the next scene completely overturned Dean Luke's cognition. The dimensional blade shot in front of Meng Lei. Meng Lei casually stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and actually firmly grasped the dimensional blade that was sharp and could cut through everything in the world. The strongest single-target forbidden attack spell of the wind system could not even cut through his slender, white, delicate, and smooth jade-like hands. Meng Lei shouted softly and clenched his fist hard. Crack! The extremely condensed dimensional blade shattered in an instant, turning into a sky full of blue wind elements and returning to heaven and earth as if it had never appeared. Impossible. Dragon God is above. How is this possible? He actually managed to explode the dimension blade with his bare hands. Is he still human? Dean Luke was stunned. More than 1,000 saints were shocked. Frederick XXXII was also stunned. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The scene before them was so shocking that it was beyond words. It's rude not to reciprocate. Try my dimensional blade too. Meng Lei put his fingers together to form a sword and slashed lightly. Sizzle. The void was instantly torn apart, and a black crack about a meter long quietly emerged, and then lightly spread towards Dean Luke. Tear the void. Dean Luke was shaking all over as if he had seen a ghost, and his voice was trembling. Then, the sound stopped abruptly. A black crack gently scratched his neck, and a line of blood instantly appeared. His head was separated from his body, and his head and body were separated. Dean Luke's body fell heavily to the square, and then his true form was revealed. It was actually a 70-meter-long storm dragon with green scales all over its body. The storm dragon, a wind dragon, one of the 10 dragon species, is good at wind dragon language magic. Meng Lei fell from the sky and landed on the corpse of the storm dragon. He glanced at the more than 1,000 holy places in the field, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Can you get gold coins by hunting Warcraft? Killing people, will it? The answer is yes. In fact, from the very beginning, Meng Lei knew that he could get gold coins by killing people, but he did not put it into action. After all, if hunting monsters could earn you money, why bother killing people? He didn't want to become a murderous, ruthless demon just to make money. But today, Meng Lei decided to go on a killing spree. Kill Angus and obtain the 7.3 Law Source Crystal. Kill Dean Luke and obtain the 9.2 Law Source Crystal. With so many holy lands in front of us, how many Law Source Crystals can they be converted into? What's more, most of them are not humans at all, but monsters. Your Majesty, don't you want me to die without a burial place? Why haven't you taken action yet? Meng Lei put his hands behind his back and walked slowly towards His Majesty the Emperor with leisurely steps. Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! Frederick XXXII was so frightened that he trembled all over and shouted at the top of his lungs. Protect His Majesty the Emperor! Everyone stood in front of the Emperor, as if they were determined to protect him to the death, but their faces were pale, their bodies were trembling, and their eyes were full of fear. They were completely frightened by Meng Lei. Monray, stop it! Dean Fred stood up and said, it's not too late to turn back now. If you continue to be so stubborn, there will be no place for you in the Dragon God Empire. Turn back? Can you still turn back? Meng Lei looked at Fred's distressed eyes and sighed. Dean, you know, I just lost the person closest to me. Dean Fred was stunned. In order to save me, he died along with the Mother Tree of Life. That's why these bastards were able to leave the lost continent alive. Meng Lei glanced at the dozens of surviving contestants, who were terrified. What's the result? These ungrateful bastards are not only ungrateful, but they're making me bear the blame. Do you think they should die? Die together with the Mother Tree of Life? Dean Fred choked up and said, could it be that the Dragon King behind you is dead? Meng Lei nodded heavily, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. So, don't stop me. You can't stop me. I'm going to kill these ungrateful people today and make them go to hell with the old Dean. Mon Ray. Fred was about to persuade him, but Mon Lei had already disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of the Emperor and many holy places. You bunch of ungrateful bastards, how dare you still live in this world? Go to hell. He snapped his fingers, and ice blades shot out, instantly engulfing the surviving contestants. What happened? Puff, puff. A round of ice blades flew past, and none of the dozens of surviving contestants escaped, without even a chance to beg for mercy. After doing all this, Mon Lei turned his attention to Frederick XXXII as if he was completing a trivial task. Your Majesty, I am guilty of murdering 108 contestants. Meng Lei smiled calmly. Since you feel wronged, then I will let you see for yourself. What do you want to do? Frederick XXXII roared. I am the Emperor of the Empire, the noble Dragon Emperor. If you dare to touch me, the ancestors of Dragon Island will never let you go. There will be no place for you in heaven or on earth. Really? Then I'd really like to give it a try. Meng Lei grabbed in the air, and suddenly an ice sword flashing with a cold light appeared in his hand. Impossible. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Frederick XXXII was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. A group of masters from the Holy Land stood in front of him and also retreated step by step. Every time Monroe took a step forward, they took a step back. Every time he took another step forward, they took another step back. Alone, he forced thousands of Saint Domain masters to retreat in a panic. The scene was extremely funny. Don't dare to harm His Majesty, you daring lunatic. At this moment, several deafening dragon roars were heard in the distant sky. Everyone looked up and saw several giant dragons flapping their wings and flying towards them. Golden scales, golden claws, golden dragon wings, golden dragon horns. Several golden dragons suddenly appeared. In terms of length, these golden dragons are slightly inferior to Barbarossa's 100-meter dragon body, but their mighty dragon power far exceeds Barbarossa. Obviously, they are golden dragon people with extremely pure blood. Although their blood is not as pure as Barbarossa's, they are far stronger than him. It's the 10 Elders. Your Majesty, the 10 Elders are here. Many masters of the Holy Land were overjoyed. Great! With the 10 Elders taking action, this Emperor no longer has to worry. Could it be? Frederick XXXI was so overjoyed that a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Evil creature, today I will make sure you die without a burial place. 10 Elders of the Senate. Fred sighed and advised earnestly, Mon Lei, stop being stubborn. The 10 Elders of the Senate are all peak Saint Realm experts, and the Chief Elder is even at the limit of the Saint Realm. He is only one step away from becoming a demigod. You are definitely no match for them. Take my advice and stop now. The limit of the sanctuary? Meng Lei licked his lips and thought to himself, is he the kind of ultimate master who has comprehended the rules to 99.999% and is only one step away from 100% comprehension? Fred whispered, the Holy Land is at its limit. Everyone is in awe of it. Even the demigod ancestors have to give them some respect. You, very good. The stronger the better. Meng Lei licked his lips. The stronger the enemy, the more valuable it is. It will be more satisfying to kill them. 10 giant golden dragons flew overhead in the blink of an eye. The largest one was nearly 100 meters long, and the smallest was 90 meters long. Each of them had such powerful dragon power that everyone present felt a heavy pressure. "Your Majesty, where is the traitor?" The longest golden dragon shouted angrily with a voice like thunder. "The elders have arrived at the perfect time." Frederick XXXII pointed at Monlay and roared, "Kill this thief immediately." "Your Majesty, please be patient. We will capture this thief and hand him over to you for punishment." The longest golden dragon roared angrily, "How dare you, a daring traitor, break into the imperial palace and wreak havoc? This is treasonous and deserves death." "Haha, he deserves death?" Monlay laughed loudly towards the sky, and the hammer of destruction suddenly appeared in his hand. In a flash, he was in front of a giant golden dragon and smashed it with the hammer. "How dare you!" The golden dragon glared and raised its sharp and ferocious claws to attack. The hammer of destruction collided violently with the golden dragon claw, causing a deafening roar. The dragon claw was smashed to pieces, creating a large hole. Accompanied by a shrill scream, dragon blood poured into the void, dyeing the earth red. "Take another blow from me." Monlay shook his body slightly and instantly appeared above the golden dragon's head, striking it with another heavy hammer. Crack! It's like using a sledgehammer to smash a watermelon, or a hammer to crack an egg. With a crisp sound, the golden dragon's head split open. Ouch! The shrill and mournful dragon roar pierced the sky, and the nearly 100-meter-long dragon body fell heavily, directly smashing a huge dragon-shaped hole in the square. A top master of the Holy Land fell in this way. Ninth Elder. Seeing this scene, the remaining 9 golden dragons roared to the sky. The sound was like dull thunder, the anger swept over like a strong wind and huge waves, and the murderous intent seemed to come like a tsunami. "Return the 9th Elder's life. Don't worry, everyone gets a share." Monlay laughed heartily, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of the second golden dragon like a ghost, and smashed it down with another hammer. Then came the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. One hammer after another, fair and just. Everyone has a share, without any bias. For a moment, it seemed as if pork dumplings were raining from the sky. No, it was dragon meat dumplings. Of the 10 golden dragons that were so majestic and roaring towards the sky just now, 9 have now fallen to the ground, motionless, turned into a dead dragon. Frederick XXXII completely collapsed. The peak of the sanctuary represents the peak existence. Although there are many ordinary holy lands, reaching the top of the Holy Land is as difficult as ascending to heaven. In the entire Dragon God Empire, there are tens of thousands of ordinary sanctuary masters, countless. However, there are only a few who have reached the peak of the Holy Realm, and all of them are the result of years of accumulation. Now 9 people died at once. No one can bear it. Emperor Frederick XXXII completely collapsed. He could not understand why Monray, who was only 16 years old, was so powerful. He easily slaughtered the peak members of the Holy Domain as if they were slaughtering pigs and dogs. "How is this done? Now you're the only one left." Monlay carried the hammer of destruction and stared at the longest golden dragon. "How do you want to die? You actually killed 9 elders." The great elder's dragon body trembled, and flames of anger and hatred burned in his dragon eyes, but there was also a hint of fear mixed in with the anger. Although the 9 elders are not as powerful as him, they are all at the peak of the Holy Domain. Can they kill the peak of the Holy Domain in seconds? He absolutely can't do it. But Monroe did it. Monlay is even more powerful than him, even beyond the limit of the sanctuary. Only the strength of a demigod can surpass the limits of the sanctuary. Thinking of this, the great elder couldn't help but shudder and growled, "Sir, you are so reckless. Aren't you afraid of the punishment from the Dragon Island demigod?" "That's my business, don't worry about it." Monlay suddenly smiled. "However, if you really want to worry, I can give you a chance." "What do you want?" The great elder responded with a low roar. "I've always had a dream, which is to ride on a giant dragon and soar into the sky. In the past, my strength was limited, so I could only dream about it, but now it's different." Monlay smiled leisurely and said, "Although you are not a pure-blooded golden dragon, the gap is not big. As long as you sign a master-servant contract with me and become my mount, I can spare your life." "Sign a master-servant contract? Become your mount?" The great elder was so angry that his entire body was shaking. "Sir, you are trampling on the dignity of a giant dragon. The proud dragon clan will never let you go. Don't agree? Then go to hell." Monlay snorted coldly, walked up to the great elder, and raised the hammer of destruction. The great elder's eyes were bloodshot, but he was powerless to avoid the heavy hammer blow. Crack! With one hammer blow, this great master at the peak of the Holy Land was no different from the 9-headed golden dragon at the peak of the Holy Land. His head was smashed by the heavy hammer. The huge dragon corpse fell to the ground, shaking the earth for a moment, and then returned to calm. However, everyone felt extremely heavy-hearted, some even completely collapsed. "Dead? Just like that? Even the Grand Elder of the Holy Land limit is dead? 9 saints at the peak of the Saint Realm and 1 saint at the limit of the Saint Realm just died like that? Devil! He is simply the devil. Great Dragon God, please come and save your loyal people. Now, you're the only ones left." Montre carried the hammer of destruction and glanced at Frederick XXXI and many sanctuary masters and dignitaries. "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" Frederick XXXII was pale and trembling with fear. He no longer had any royal majesty. Now, no one can save you. Meng Lei's face was calm. Are all the high-ranking officials of our dragon god empire gathered here? Meng Lei, what on earth do you want to do? Frederick XXXI said in a trembling voice, almost begging. Ask clearly. Meng Lei responded coldly, a faint smile on his face. Let's take them all down. Kill them all at once?
Everyone's face suddenly changed, and fear surged in their hearts.
Divine art, absolute zero. Meng Lei flicked his finger, and a golden cold current instantly gushed out and quickly spread forward.
Everyone was terrified and tried to escape desperately, but the cold wave was faster and covered the entire square in the blink of an eye. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the cold wave passes, everything is instantly frozen.
From Frederick XXXII to every minister, no one was spared. They all froze in place and then turned into golden ice sculptures.
Everyone maintained the posture of running away, with fear written all over their faces, as if time had stopped at that moment.
Escape? Ridiculous. Meng Lei stepped into the group of ice sculptures and touched them lightly.
A statue fell to the ground and shattered into ice chips.
Mon Lei, stop. Stop now.
These are the top leaders of the empire. You can't kill them all. The 6 people including Dean Fred and Dean Zhanlong were not frozen and glared at Mon Lei.
Deans, I know everything.
Meng Lei shook his head slightly and pushed down the second ice sculpture, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. When he walked from one end of the square to the other, 99% of the ice sculptures were shattered into pieces. Only more than 10 were still standing, lifelike.
They are all pure-blooded humans. Meng Lei released the absolute zero and thawed the dozen or so humans again.
They looked terrified and glanced at the debris on the ground in fear. Their hearts and livers were broken and their souls were scattered. Meng Lei glanced at the group of people coldly, turned around, and walked straight towards Dean Fred and the other 6 people.
Mon Lei, look what you've done. You've caused such a disaster. You almost broke the sky.
Fred and the other 6 were heartbroken.
The Empire won't let you go. Dragon Island won't let you go. And the Dragon God won't let you go. Then let them come. Meng Lei snapped his fingers.
If 1 comes, I will kill 1. If 10 come, I will kill a dozen. If they all come, I will kill them all.
Mon Lei, Fred roared in a low voice. How did you become like this? How can you face the spirit of Dean Amos in heaven like this? No, you're wrong.
Meng Lei stared at him with a firm gaze. If the old Dean knew what I've done, he would only be happy for me.
I know him better than you. He doesn't belong to the Dragon Clan.
I will not be loyal to this group of corrupt nobles and the so-called Golden Dragon Emperor.
So even if these guys die, the old Dean won't be angry at all. On the contrary, he will support me.
At this point, Meng Lei sighed. He knows what I want, why I do this, and why I have to do this.
Mon Lei, what on earth do you want to do?
Fred asked in a hoarse voice. You killed His Majesty, the entire court, and all the nobles, and destroyed most of the Empire's holy lands.
Tell me, what do you want to do? Meng Lei looked into the distance and said slowly, Old Dean, I have become a demigod.
After saying that, he turned and left. Fred and the other 6 were struck by lightning. Although they had already witnessed Meng Lei's devastating slaughter and his instantaneous breakthrough to the limit of the Holy Realm, they were still extremely shocked when he told them in person that he had achieved the status of a demigod.
Mon Lei became a demigod? Oh my god, he actually became a demigod.
It took a long time for them to recover from their shock.
A dean whispered, becoming a demigod is indeed astonishing, but can he be so unscrupulous? Where does he put the ancestors of Dragon Island? Right, does Meng Lei think that just because he has become a demigod, he can ignore his ancestors? How arrogant.
I'm not sure if he's arrogant or not, but Mon Lei definitely doesn't kill people simply for the sake of it. Fred trembled and said, he's fighting for faith. He's going to fight for faith.
Fighting for faith?
Everyone was shocked. Slaughtering the high-ranking officials of the Empire meant that he had completely offended the Dragon Clan, the demigods of Dragon Island, and even the Dragon God.
This undoubtedly seems to be an extremely reckless, stupid, and irrational act. However, after just a short while, Mon Lei was richly rewarded. Wealth value, 2,583 law source crystals.
Killed more than 1,000 powerful saints.
Net profit of 2,583 law source crystals. Is this deal worth it? The answer is absolutely worth it, because so many law source crystals are enough to do many things. For example,
increasing the fusion degree of the god-killing rat's bloodline to 100%. For example, increase the fusion degree of the golden god-killing ant bloodline to 100%. For example, exchange for 25 drops of divine power. For example, use the infinite pickup function 2,583 times. Just think about it, compared with such a generous reward, what does offending the Dragon Clan matter? What's the big deal about offending the demigod of Dragon Island? If they dare to attack me, I will kill them all and turn them all into source crystals of laws.
As for offending the Dragon God, Meng Lei remembered that the old Dean once said,
the gods who have left the sky continent cannot descend here in their true form. At best, they can only send down a projection of divine power, and the power of the projection of divine power is only at the demigod level.
Meng Lei was not afraid at all. An adult god-killing rat with 100% blood fusion could devour gods. So, it seems reckless, seemingly irrational. original. In fact, it is not the case at all. With such a large number of Law Source crystals as his backing, Meng Lei has nothing to fear when looking at the entire sky continent. In that case, why not fight for faith? Just as Mon Ray said to Dean Fred just now, I have become a demigod. The subtext behind these 4 words is, I have become a demigod, so I need believers. Where do believers come from? Of course it's the Dragon God Empire. In order to obtain the huge cake of faith in the Dragon God Empire, the old faith must be eradicated. Is it still necessary for the Emperor and the Imperial high-ranking officials to exist? The answer is yes. Of course there is no need. Even the Emperor is dead. The Dragon Island demigods will probably be furious, right? It would be best if everyone comes over here. Kill them, and we can focus on reorganizing the Empire. While thinking, Meng Lei walked to the Dragon God Tower, ready to continue making wealth here. The Dragon God Academy was still as peaceful and harmonious as usual. The students were busy with their own things, completely unaware that the top leaders of the Empire had already been slaughtered, and even less aware that an unprecedented storm was about to sweep across the entire Empire. Children, enjoy this final piece. Arriving at the gate of the Dragon God Tower, Meng Lei stepped in and quickly reached the 41st floor. The Holy Domain monster on the 41st floor is the Skyblade Luochong, whose strength is roughly equivalent to that of the mid-stage Holy Domain. Meng Lei killed it with ease and continued to climb up. 42nd floor, 43rd floor, 44th floor, 52nd floor, 53rd floor, 54th floor, 62nd floor, 63rd floor, 64th floor. The demigod's power is invincible. Meng Lei is unstoppable and quickly surpasses the number 1 ranked Tamer and reaches the 79th floor. At the same time, his ranking on the Dragon God Genius list also jumped to 1st place. This caused a huge uproar. The first in history. Mon Ray actually became the number 1 in history. That's amazing. He actually managed to surpass Tamer from 10,000 years ago and become the number 1 in history. The human race actually has such a genius. It's incredible. In front of the Dragon God Tower, the students looked at the eye-catching names on the list, their eyes filled with shock. 1st place, Meng Lei, human, 16 years old, 79th floor. He reached the 79th floor at the age of 16. I don't know how he did it. Yeah, how did you do that? From the 30th floor onwards, entry into the Dragon God Tower is restricted to non-sacred realm cultivators. After the 60th floor, it's nearly impossible to break through without a late-stage sacred realm warrior. By the 70th floor, one must be at least at the peak of the sacred realm. 16 years old at the peak of the saint realm? How so? Is he a devil? No one can understand. But what happened next told them this was just the appetizer. 5 minutes later, 80th floor. 10 minutes later, 81st floor. 15 minutes later, 82nd floor. Then comes the 83rd floor, the 84th floor. Meng Lei was unstoppable, and without stopping, he successfully reached the 91st floor. At this moment, the students in front of the Dragon God Tower were completely numb, with only one thought left. Can he pass the customs smoothly? Dragon God Tower, 91st floor. This is a scorching hot world. There are 10 suns hanging in the sky, releasing light and heat unscrupulously, and the whole earth is barren. There is not a single weed, not a single tree, not a single stream, only hot rocks and red earth. When you step on it, it makes a hissing sound, and the soles of your shoes are burned and melted. The surface temperature is incredibly high. There's only fire magic element here? Is the law of fire the only thing that exists here? Meng Lei walked on this hot and vast land, looking for the magic circle leading to the next level. Suddenly, a clear roar sounded in the sky, and countless fireballs fell from the sky. Meng Lei looked up and saw that one of the suns was spewing fireballs like a machine gun. The fireball hit the ground and exploded with a loud bang. Seeing this, Meng Lei smiled and then flew towards the sun in the sky. As for the fireballs that kept falling, he dodged them easily and they couldn't hit him at all. Not long after, Meng Lei flew close to the sun. The so-called sun was actually a giant firebird with a wingspan of over 100 meters, its entire body burning with flames. Sunbird. Meng Lei couldn't help but marvel at it. The sunbird is a fire-type sacred beast. Its attainments in fire far exceed those of ordinary fire-type beasts, and it is known as the sacred beast of fire. The 10 sunbirds in front of us are all comparable to the peak of the Holy Land or even the limit. Especially in the environment of the 91st floor, the combat power they unleashed far exceeded that of the 10 golden dragons that Meng Lei had once killed. However, these are useless in front of Meng Lei. The god-killing gun shot out with a whoosh. Puff, puff, puff. A shrill cry echoed, and the 10 sunbirds fell without a doubt. To this demigod, they had no chance of resistance. As the 10 sunbirds fell, a magic circle appeared in the sky. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. A fragment of the fire element law obtained. Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness plus 4,869. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtaining the forbidden fire spell, Great Sun across the sky. Meng Lei stepped into the magic circle and successfully reached the 92nd floor. 10 minutes later, the 93rd floor. 20 minutes later, the 94th floor. 30 minutes later, the 95th floor. An hour later, Meng Lei reached the 99th floor. Countless students gathered in front of the Dragon God Tower, and even many teachers rushed over after hearing the news. Someone actually reached the 99th floor of the Dragon God Tower. Does this mean they are about to reach the summit? This is definitely an unprecedented event, and everyone is eager to witness this great historical moment with their own eyes. The 99th floor is incredible. We're about to enter the 100th floor. With Meng Lei's clearance speed, reaching the top is not a problem at all.
That's right, it only takes 10 minutes per floor on average.
This speed is simply unmatched. Everyone was filled with emotion.
Ordinary people had difficulty walking on the 30th or 40th floors, but Meng Lei had a smooth journey.
The gap between people is so huge. Dragon God Tower, 99th floor. This floor is occupied by 10 Holy Domain ultimate monsters, golden-eyed lions. The golden-eyed lion is the offspring of a lion and the mythical beast Swanni.
It looks like a lion, with flames burning all over its body like fireworks, and its eyes are shining with golden light. These 10 golden-eyed lions, at the ultimate level of the Holy Domain, were incredibly powerful, but they posed little threat to Meng Lei.
With just 10 strikes, Meng Lei defeated them one after another. Ding!
Fusion successful, a fragment of the gold element law obtained.
Ding! Fusion successful, obtaining the gold-type forbidden spell, Ultimate Alchemy. Ding!
Fusion successful, a fragment of the gold element law obtained.
It's been a great harvest.
Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction and was about to step into the 100th floor of the Dragon God Tower when an accident suddenly occurred.
A burly man suddenly appeared in the magic circle and blocked Meng Lei's way.
The man was physically strong, but had an ordinary appearance, the kind that would be hard to recognize in a crowd. But when Meng Lei saw him, he felt an extremely heavy pressure, as shocked as when he first faced the Holy Land monster. Meng Lei narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the burly man in front of him warily. The man's words were shocking.
Are you the Dragon God?
Meng Lei's pupils suddenly contracted, his body tensed up instantly, and a huge wave rose in his heart.
Dragon God, why are you here? I am a descendant of the Dragon God. Why don't you kneel before me?
The burly man spoke thunderously, and every word was as deafening as dry thunder, exploding with a bang. At the same time, a tremendous divine power like Mount Tai came towards him, as if it was going to crush Meng Lei to the ground.
Your Majesty the Dragon God, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your descendant.
Meng Lei smiled faintly and glanced at the Dragon God. If it's nothing important, please move aside.
I have to continue climbing the tower. Bold. The Dragon God glared angrily. How dare a mere demigod be so disrespectful to me? This god?
I'm just a projection of divine power, and you really think you're so great. Meng Lei smiled contemptuously, and the hammer of destruction suddenly appeared and swung out a fierce blow. The Dragon God was furious, raised his right palm high, and chopped down fiercely. Divine power surged in the palm of his hand, and the laws gathered.
It was an attack based on the laws containing divine power.
Meng Lei was not afraid at all, and he went forward with the hammer of destruction. The hammer and palm collided, causing a devastating roar, and Meng Lei was blown away. But the Dragon God was as steady as a mountain, standing there motionless. A projection of divine power is so powerful, it is indeed the existence of a true god. Meng Lei licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with a sharp light flashing in his eyes.
How dare you, lowly ant, challenge the mighty Dragon God? Accept my punishment.
The Dragon God slowly rose into the air, divine power surging around him like a tide. Then, he raised a finger slightly and pressed it lightly towards Meng Lei. That tiny index finger instantly transformed into a towering pillar. Divine power gushed out, laws flowed, and it brought with it a terrifying might that could tear through the sky.
You can't take it head on.
Facing the giant finger pressing down, Meng Lei felt that it was a life or death situation and immediately contacted the system.
System, pay immediately.
Increase the fusion degree of the god-killing rat's bloodline by 50%.
Wealth shrank by 500 law source crystals in an instant.
Almost at the same time, the degree of fusion of the god-killing rat's bloodline rose rapidly.
11%, 12%, 13%, 21%, 22%, 23%. In the blink of an eye, the degree of fusion rose to 60%. At the same time, sticky blue-black flames gushed out of Meng Lei's body, madly transforming and strengthening his body. The power is so terrifying. His physical condition improved at an alarming rate, as if he had taken off a rocket. Feeling the surging power in his body, Meng Lei rushed towards the giant finger. The collision of the hammer of destruction and the giant finger was like Mars hitting the earth with a deafening roar. The giant finger exploded and Meng Lei was blown away. He actually caught it?
The Dragon God staggered slightly, showing a hint of shock. That was his strongest attack just now, but it was blocked by Meng Lei.
Hey, caught it. Meng Lei's eyes flashed with madness. Since you want to spend money, then spend it all.
System, increase the fusion degree of the god-slaying rat bloodline to 100%. Wealth has shrunk again by 400 law source crystals. Meng Lei roared to the sky, and the blue-black flames wrapped around his body condensed into a solid body.
The aura on his body surged again. Stronger again? again? The dragon god vaguely felt a hint of approaching danger. Die, great dragon god. Meng Lei sneered and disappeared in an instant. Take my hammer. The hammer's shadow came like lightning, and the dragon god was caught off guard and was hit hard on the head. I will take your life while you are weak. Meng Lei was merciless and bombarded indiscriminately, hammer after hammer without stopping. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The dragon god roared repeatedly, but he was helpless. Meng Lei was astonishingly fast and suppressed him tightly, leaving him no power to fight back. Under such a fierce attack, the projection of the dragon god's divine power gradually dimmed, and was eventually smashed to pieces, turning into points of divine light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Foolish mortal, you will regret it. The dragon god's unwilling roar echoed all around, circling for a long time. Regret? Wishful thinking, Meng Lei sneered, not afraid at all. No matter how powerful you are, since you can't enter the sky continent, what can you do to me? After saying that, he stepped into the magic circle and went straight to the 100th floor. Meng Lei was stunned. The 100th floor is completely different from the previous 99 floors. There is no land or sea here. There is no ice or snow, nor hot magma. I can't see the sky above, and I can't touch the earth below. Only endless clouds filled the void, and in this void, a small island was floating. Meng Lei took a step and arrived at the floating island. There was soft grass under his feet and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Welcome, the new master of the Tower of Time. Dragon Island is a mysterious place. The concentration of magical elements here is 10 times that of the sky continent, and the laws of heaven and earth are clearer than those of the sky continent. It is definitely a holy place among holy places for cultivation. Dragon Island is surrounded by the endless blue ocean, and numerous islands are dotted on the vast ocean like stars. Some are big, some are small, but without exception, there are countless magical beasts living on the island, and there are also marine magical beasts swimming in the ocean. But the sad thing is that all the monsters here are food for the dragon clan. They cannot control their own life and death, let alone their own destiny. There is only one final destination, swallowed by the dragon. There is a pure-blooded dragon or a sanctuary dragon entrenched on each island. They dominate the island and control the life and death of all creatures on the island. The size of the island reflects the dragon's strength and status in the tribe. The higher your status and the stronger your strength, the larger the island you occupy and the richer the food you enjoy. Suddenly, a streak of light cut through the sea and flew towards the sky above a large island. There is a high mountain standing on the island. There is a cave halfway up the mountain. From the cave comes a thunderous snoring sound, which is so loud that it can be heard from far away. Ancestor! The golden light fell in front of the cave and knelt down with a thump. It turned out to be a golden dragon man with golden horns on his head and a strong physique. Ancestor, something big has happened. The golden dragon man's voice was sad and full of worry. The snoring in the cave suddenly stopped, and then a roar filled with endless anger sounded. How dare you disturb my sweet dream? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, humph! Ancestor, a thief has assassinated the emperor and slaughtered the top leaders of our dragon god empire. The golden dragon man was filled with grief. The entire court, including civil and military officials, over 1,000 Saint Realm experts, and countless princes and nobles were all killed. A huge dragon head emerged from the cave, its eyes burning with murderous intent. Say what you just said again. Ancestor, thieves have raided the palace. How dare you? How dare you deceive me? The giant dragon head roared. The dragon god empire's name resonates throughout the sky continent. Which thief dares to be so reckless as to commit such a heinous act? Grandfather, it's true, this is all true. The golden dragon man hurriedly explained and took out a magic crystal ball. The ball showed a tragic scene of more than a dozen dragon corpses lying on the scene, ice crystal fragments scattered all over the ground, and princes and princesses kneeling on the ground crying. Who is it? Who is it? How dare you kill my dragon clan and challenge the majesty of my dragon god empire? The huge dragon head roared, and the dragon's roar sounded like rolling thunder, scaring all the monsters on the island into crawling and trembling. Ancestor, that thief's name is Meng Lei. Inside the dragon god empire palace. Woo woo woo. Father, you died tragically. Father. The square outside the council hall became a place of mourning, with more than 1,000 princes and princesses, tens of thousands of concubines, and millions of eunuchs and palace maids wailing in unison. The crying was so mournful and heartbreaking that everyone who heard it shed tears and was heartbroken. If you didn't know the truth, you would have thought that the emperor had passed away. In a corner of the square, members of the royal paladins looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. How did it become like this? We've only been away for 2 days, and the empire has suffered such a tragedy? Among them is Abe, who is being recalled from the lost continent by the royal paladins. She stared quietly at the 12 dragon corpses and the ice debris on the ground, with no emotion on her face, neither joy nor sadness. I heard the murderer's name seems to be Meng Lei? Bruno, the leader of the paladins, said, Your Highness, is this Meng Lei the one who saved you in the lost continent? I don't know either. Abe shook his head slightly, his expression cold and without any trace of sadness. Welcome, the new master of the Tower of Time. An old voice sounded, and the clouds in the sky gathered into a huge face 1,000
10,000 meters in size, standing in the void.
Tower of Time? New owner? Meng Lei looked at the giant human face, his face full of confusion. Isn't this the Dragon God Tower? When did it become the Tower of Time? Dragon God Tower?
Don't be ridiculous, this tower is called the Tower of Time. The giant face spoke, his tone leaving no room for doubt. It was created by the great god of time using countless rare treasures, spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and divine stones and crystals.
It has nothing to do with the Dragon God. The God of Time? Meng Lei was shocked. Who is the God of Time? The God of Time is not immortal. He is one of the greatest gods in the universe. The giant face's voice was like thunder in his ears. His greatness is like the blazing sun in the sky, illuminating the earth.
Like a beacon in the abyss, guiding countless gods forward, even more like an unreachable sacred mountain, eternal and immortal.
Meng Lei frowned. So, can you tell me, just how great is this great God of Time? What makes him so powerful? How does he compare to the Dragon God? Dragon God? What's a Dragon God? The giant face was extremely dissatisfied with Meng Lei's doubts. The God of Time is the only deity in the vast universe and countless planes who controls the laws of time.
He holds the position of a great and perfect upper god, and his combat power is even inferior to that of the main god.
Great perfection upper god? Not inferior to the Lord God? Meng Lei was confused. Is a great perfection higher god a god? Then what is a Lord God? You don't even understand this? A look of contempt appeared on the giant face.
Mountains have different heights, trees have different lengths, and even gods, as higher life forms, are divided into different levels, with different strengths. According to their strength and godhood levels, from lowest to highest, they are lower-level gods, middle-level gods, upper-level gods, and the supreme, the main god.
Meng Lei suddenly realized and asked, what level does the Dragon God belong to? Dragon God? He's just an ordinary mid-level deity.
There are billions of them in the void world.
The giant face was filled with disdain.
He only looks arrogant in the ordinary material plane. In the void world, he is just a pile of shit.
Meng Lei was speechless. If the Dragon God was a piece of shit, then what was he?
Although the God of Time is a great perfection upper god, he has realized one of the supreme laws, the law of time, and his combat power is not inferior to that of the main god.
The giant face was filled with admiration.
Therefore, he is revered as the God of Time. Some places even call him the Lord of Time, ranking alongside the lofty Lord gods.
Is the God of Time so powerful? Meng Lei took a deep breath. You just said that the Dragon God Tower was built by the God of Time with countless efforts. Then why is it here? Why is it still called the Dragon God Tower?
I repeat, this is the Tower of Time, not some damn Dragon God Tower. The giant face glared at Meng Lei. The reason why the Tower of Time is here is because after the death of the God of Time, the Tower of Time passed through the turbulent space and was eventually lost in this plane, and was obtained by the Dragon God.
Fallen? The God of Time is dead? Meng Lei was shocked. Didn't you say that the God of Time is as powerful as the Lord God? How could he fall? Who could kill him? Mortal, you have too many questions.
The giant face suddenly changed its expression and said coldly, it is not a good habit to pry into the secrets of the gods. Meng Lei curled his lips and cursed in his heart that this guy had such a bad temper. You just said that I became the Dragon God, ahem, the new master of the Tower of Time.
What's going on? Meng Lei was a little confused. Where is the Dragon God? Isn't he the master of the Tower of Time? No, no, no.
The Dragon God has never been the master of the Tower of Time, even though he dreamed of it. The giant face flatly denied it. The Tower of Time was lost in this plane. The Dragon God is close to the water and has the moon first.
He is only borrowing it temporarily.
Over the long years, the weak middle-level god Dragon God has tried more than once to refine the Tower of Time, hoping to become its master. But it's obvious that he has never succeeded and will never succeed. This is all just wishful thinking.
The Dragon God is a mid-level deity, yet even he can't refine the Tower of Time? Meng Lei asked in shock, why can I become the new owner of the Tower of Time?
The oracle left behind by the great god of time before his death stated, only those who successfully reach the summit before the age of 30 and possess the 5 magical talents of thunder, fire, wind, light, and dark can inherit the Tower of Time.
The giant human face slowly opened its mouth.
You are 16 years old, have successfully made it here, and have demonstrated these 5 magical talents during your ascent to the summit.
You fully meet the requirements for inheritance. Isn't this condition too harsh? Meng Lei wanted to laugh helplessly. It's true.
Reaching the top before the age of 30 is already nearly impossible, let alone possessing all 5 magical talents. These 2 conditions combined make it almost impossible.
Who can do it?
Precisely because it's so demanding, you're the only one who has met the standard in over 40,000 years. The giant human face shook his head and sighed. In fact, that little guy 10,000 years ago also had a great chance of success, but that bastard Dragon God ordered him to be killed.
10,000 years ago? Could it be Tamer Batten?
Meng Lei narrowed his eyes. He was really killed by the Dragon Clan.
What a shameless bunch. This is perfectly normal.
The Dragon God has gone to great lengths to obtain the Tower of Time, so how could he allow others to interfere?
The giant human face sneered. You encountered him just now. If you are not strong enough, he will kill you and die in the middle of the battle. Dragon God, I will remember you.
Meng Lei clenched his fists, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I will make you pay the price in the future.
Okay, let's talk about revenge later. The giant human face said calmly, let me ask you, are you willing to inherit the Tower of Time and become its new owner?
Meng Lei was silent for a moment and asked, before that, you have to answer a question for me first.
What are the advantages and disadvantages of inheriting the Tower of Time?
A determined light flashed in his eyes. First explain the pros and cons clearly, then I can decide whether to inherit it or not. The Tower of Time is a superior divine artifact containing all the wealth and inheritance of the God of Time. The most important thing is that the Tower of Time contains the method of cultivating the law of time.
That's the good thing about it. The downside is that inheriting it will offend a big shot.
Very good. I feel relieved now that you've explained it clearly. I am willing to be the new master of the Tower of Time.
Congratulations, mortal. The giant human face in the sky suddenly disappeared, and then a golden spherical creature appeared. It has a nose, eyes, ears, a mouth, a pair of miniature devil wings and a long devil tail, but no hands or feet. Meng Lei stared blankly at the strange sphere that suddenly appeared, his face full of confusion. I'm Dodora, the spirit of the Tower of Time. The spherical creature introduced itself with a smile. You can call me Lord Dodora. I know, Tatara, sir.
Meng Lei said helplessly, you are the Tower Spirit, and I am the new master of the Tower of Time.
Logically, you should call me Master, right? Dodora was stunned for a moment,
then angrily said, I will not acknowledge you until you become a higher god.
Master? Wait until you become a higher god. What a proud fellow. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing and didn't dwell on such boring things. Dodora, how can I refine the Tower of Time? It's simple, sign the contract.
Dodora flapped his miniature demon wings and said, I am the spirit of the Tower of Time. If you sign a contract with me, it is equivalent to refining the Tower of Time.
It turned around, and a dazzling golden light rose behind it.
As the light converged, a complex and mysterious magic circle appeared.
Drop a drop of blood in it, Dodora reminded. Meng Lei flicked his finger and a drop of blood fell into the magic circle and was immediately absorbed.
The magic circle changed from gold to blood red, slowly rising and then shrinking, and finally merging into Meng Lei's eyebrows. In an instant, a huge torrent of information poured into Meng Lei's brain, and he suddenly felt that he had established a wonderful connection with the Tower of Time. As long as he wants, he can reach any level of the Tower of Time at any time. As long as he wants, he can explore the secrets of every floor of the Tower of Time at any time. As long as he wants, he can even kill any monster in the Tower of Time at will. As long as he wanted, he could change the environment of any layer, move mountains and fill the sea, reclaim land and plant forests, and turn the world upside down. Everything depends on his thoughts. At this moment, the Tower of Time completely became his exclusive property, and he could use it as he pleased. 100th floor Tower of Time. The first 99 floors are all half-dimensional worlds. Meng Lei carefully felt the structure of the Tower of Time and was shocked. Each demiplane is extremely vast, comparable to several lost continents.
This is nothing. Sealing a half-dimensional world is something that ordinary gods can do, even demigods can do it. The true power of the Tower of Time lies in the laws of time that permeate the 99 worlds.
Dodora smiled faintly and said, you have to understand, once a demiplane is sealed in an object and loses contact with the outside world, time will stand still. At best, it can only store dead objects, and cannot accommodate living things at all.
But the Tower of Time is different.
Every demiplane can house living things, just like an ordinary material plane.
This is all thanks to the existence of the law of time.
The laws of time within the Tower of Time were left behind by the great God of Time. I can even control the laws of time within the Tower of Time and resurrect those slain monsters.
So powerful. Meng Lei couldn't help but admire it sincerely.
There have been rumors before that the Tower of Time can go back in time and resurrect dead monsters. Now it seems that the legend is well deserved. Controlling time is the true power of the Tower of Time.
Dodora smiled proudly.
But even so, this is not the most precious place in the Tower of Time.
Isn't this it? Then what is it? Meng Lei was stunned. Could it be the inheritance left by the God of Time? Or the wealth of the God of Time? Or the method of practicing the law of time?
We are talking about the artifact itself, the Tower of Time, not those external things. Dodora shook her head helplessly. The most valuable place in the Tower of Time is on the 100th floor.
The 100th floor?
Meng Lei looked around, and except for the floating island under his feet, there was endless white fog all around. Apart from that, there is nothing.
This layer is actually the most precious? He really can't see. Can't you see? Dodora smiled proudly. I really can't tell. Monroe shook his head. It's normal that we can't see it. Dodora sighed. The God of Time fell because of this. What secrets are hidden in this layer? Meng Lei's face was full of confusion. Even a being as powerful as the God of Time fell because of this?
This layer is completely different from the previous 99 layers because it is just a seed and has not yet begun to grow. Dodora said slowly, once it is successfully conceived, it will definitely surpass any previous level, and even surpass all ordinary planes.
So exaggerated? Meng Lei couldn't believe it. What secrets does this floor have? have. This layer is the plane seed. Duatala spoke slowly, pausing over each word. Moreover, it is a seed from a higher plane. Higher plane seed? Meng Lei was completely confused and had no idea what was going on.
In the vast universe and endless void, new planes are born every moment, and old planes disappear. The old replaces the new, the withering gives birth, destruction breeds, and extinction gives birth.
This is the supreme law. Dodora sighed and said, just like everything in the universe, the plane also has a lifespan. Once it reaches the end of its lifespan, it will perish and be destroyed. But the higher planes are an exception.
Dodora stared at Meng Lei. The higher planes are eternal and immortal, with no lifespan limit. They will never die, let alone be destroyed.
Eternal and immortal.
Completely different from ordinary planes, it is also called the eternal plane.
The higher planes will never perish?
Meng Lei blinked, his heart filled with shock.
That's right, it will never die. Dodora nodded heavily. Up to now, all higher planes have never disappeared. Meng Lei nodded slightly. In other words, the 100th floor will eventually evolve into a higher plane? Dorala nodded. What's the difference between a higher plane and an ordinary plane like the sky continent? Meng Lei asked with a puzzled look on his face. The god of time actually died trying to snatch a higher level plane seed? Dodora said calmly, the difference is enormous.
For example, the laws of heaven and earth in higher planes are more distinct, the energy is more abundant, the territory is more vast, and the life forms they nurture are more advanced.
Have you heard of the 10 great divine realms?
Those are the 10 most famous higher planes.
The 10 great divine realms? Meng Lei was stunned for a moment. You don't even know this? Dorara shook her head helplessly.
You are the most ignorant demigod I have ever met, but considering your age, I won't make a fuss about it.
The 10 great divine realms are the earth divine realm, the ocean divine realm, the storm divine realm, the flame divine realm, the forest divine realm, the metal divine realm, the thunder divine realm, the light divine realm, the dark divine realm, and the frost divine realm.
These 10 higher planes are extremely vast, almost boundless. Each one is hundreds of millions of times larger than your sky continent. Furthermore, the laws of heaven and earth in the 10 divine realms are extremely clear, and rich divine power fills the entire world. The holy lands are everywhere, and demigods are like ants. If any creature from the divine realm were to come to your sky continent, they would definitely dominate the entire continent.
So exaggerated? Meng Lei couldn't help swallowing. Exaggeration? Not at all. Dodora shook his head. That's why many gods from ordinary planes are eager to cultivate in the 10 great divine realms. The cultivation speed will be much faster.
If you become a god in the future, you can also consider going to the 10 god realms.
But I don't recommend it.
You know, that place is extremely dangerous.
Heading to the divine realm. Meng Lei licked his lips, secretly excited.
Legend has it that the higher planes have an advantage, and no one has yet been able to confirm its authenticity.
Dodora sighed. My
master, the god of time, believed in this legend and took the risk of stealing the seeds of the higher planes, ultimately falling.
What legend? Meng Lei couldn't help asking.
Legend has it that higher planes can give birth to the Lord Godhead.
You know the Lord Godhead, right?
Barbara said in a trembling voice, it's a Godhead that can instantly transform a person into the Supreme Lord God.
The main Godhead? Meng Lei was shocked.
The old master once said that a great perfection upper God is the pinnacle of the divine spirit. Once you reach that level, it is difficult to make further progress, let alone become a main god. Barbara sighed, only by merging with the main Godhead can one truly become the main god.
There is no other way.
It was precisely because of believing this legend that the old master took the risk and stole the high-level plane seed of a great figure, but ultimately met a tragic end.
Gods can't actually cultivate to become the main god? Meng Lei muttered to himself, can only achieve it by fusing with the main Godhead? This is too unfair. It's really unfair, but this is the rule. Dodora shook his head and said, this is the supreme rule. Meng Lei sighed. In other words, as long as this high-level plane seed can be nurtured and matured, it is possible to give birth to the main Godhead?
That's what the legend says, but I don't know whether it's true or not.
I guess only the high and mighty Lord God knows the truth. Dodola shook his head. Then how do we nurture this thing?
Meng Lei looked around, his face full of confusion.
You want to nurture this higher-level seed? Stop dreaming and go to sleep. Dodora sneered and glanced at Meng Lei. You're so weak, even if you nurture it, you won't be able to keep it.
Meng Lei rolled his eyes at her, but after thinking it over, he felt it made sense. While his own strength was considerable, in the vast universe, he was probably no more than a small shrimp. Not to mention other powerful beings, even the existence of the dragon god is not something he can contend with. Therefore, we still have to find a way to improve our strength.
Improving our strength is the right way. Dodora, now that I become the new master of the Tower of Time, can I inherit the god of time's wealth, legacy, and the cultivation methods of the laws of time? Meng Lei's eyes sparkled as he looked at Dodora excitedly. As a high god, how much wealth would he leave behind? How much divine crystals, divine power, law source crystals, and gold coins would he have? It was a ton of money.
That's the theory, Dodora said, changing the subject. But the old master left behind an oracle. Only by passing the test can you receive the corresponding reward.
Otherwise, don't even think about about it. Test? There are more tests. Meng Lei's heart tightened. He didn't expect that even inheritance would have to go through tests. Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Tell me, what kind of test did the god of time leave behind? Before the test, let me first understand your cultivation status. Duatala stared at Meng Lei and said, your divine body is extremely powerful. You must have the blood of some divine beast within you. Transform yourself and let me see what kind of divine beast you are descended from. Meng Lei nodded and transformed directly into the form of a god-killing rat. Black bear hamster? No, this aura is wrong. Black rock rat? It doesn't look like it. The tail is wrong. Stone-eating rat? That's not right. Stone-eating rats are gray. Dodora circled around Meng Lei for a long time, and suddenly let out a strange cry. I know, the god-killing rat. This aura belongs to the god-killing rat. Oh my god, it's the god-killing rat. How come you are the descendant of the god-killing rat? Damn it! The angry roar shook the void, and the surging divine power swept across the entire imperial capital. All the people in the imperial capital were pressed to the ground, trembling and terrified. Dragon God, what on earth happened? Is the end of the world coming? Great Dragon God, please save your humble child. At this moment, two figures hovered in the sky above the Dragon God Empire's palace. One was an old man wearing a dazzling golden dragon robe and a purple gold crown. He exuded a majestic aura and overwhelming divine power. He stared at the 12 dragon corpses and the ice fragments on the ground in the palace square. His face was ashen, and his eyes were spitting flames of anger. How dare you challenge the Dragon God Empire in this way? This is truly treasonous and unforgivable. You deserve to be torn into pieces and hacked into pieces, and sentenced to death. The golden dragon man beside him knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, his heart terrified to the extreme. But he still had to speak up to remind them, because he was the last elder of the Senate and also the most powerful and highest-ranking sanctuary in the Empire. Grandfather, your majesty has passed away, and almost all the civil and military officials in the court have been killed. The most urgent task is to establish a new emperor, revitalize the court, and take charge of the overall situation. Establish a new king? The golden-robed old man's anger subsided slightly. Did this emperor leave behind a pure-blooded heir? If so, he can be made the new ruler and become the new emperor. Your Majesty, Prince Barbarossa is also dead, said the golden dragon man with a wry smile. The old man in dragon robes gnashed his teeth and said, you must go to Dragon Island immediately and summon Briggs. Have him come to the Empire as soon as possible, ascend the throne and take charge of the situation. Yes, ancestor. The golden dragon man did not dare to neglect and immediately flew towards Dragon Island. He knew in his heart that his ancestor was once the Dragon Emperor and the only demigod in the Golden Dragon lineage. His orders were the Golden Rule. He could depose the Emperor with a single word and appoint a new Emperor at will. Whoever was the Emperor, and no one dared to disobey. Tell me, where is Monray? The old man in the golden robe spoke in a voice like thunder, staring coldly at the people kneeling on the ground, and asked in a cold voice. Reply to the ancestor. I heard that Meng Lei is trying to break into the Dragon God Tower. Someone answered in a trembling voice. He killed the Emperor of the Dragon God Empire and all the civil and military officials, yet he still had the nerve to break into the Dragon God Tower? This villain is really too much, treating my dragon clan like nothing. The old man in golden robe became even more furious and rushed directly to the Dragon God Academy. Go away! The ancestor has finally left. Phew, I was really scared just now. Seeing the old man in golden robe leave, all the people kneeling in the palace seemed to have been pardoned. The ancestor went to find Meng Lei. Abe's face changed slightly and he quietly left the palace. How could you be a descendant of the god-killing rat? The god-killing rat is a mutated divine beast. It is extremely difficult for it to form a population, and its number is pitifully small. Dodora was shocked. You are just an ordinary human from the Sky Continent. You have nothing to do with the god-slaying rat of the Void World. How come you have the bloodline of the god-slaying rat? I don't know that. Meng Lei half-jokingly said, maybe my ancestors are really the descendants of the god-killing rat. Forget it, there's not much point in pursuing this. The bloodline of the god-slaying rat is the key. Dodora was extremely excited. I didn't expect that the heir to the Tower of Time would actually possess the bloodline of the god-slaying rat. This must be the blessing of the God of Time. Meng Lei rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart, what the hell is the blessing of the God of Time? I am the one who offered myself to him, okay? You can completely transform into a god-slaying rat, which means that your god-slaying rat bloodline has fully awakened, right? Dodora circled around Meng Lei several times, constantly exclaiming in amazement, you are now a high-level demigod, equivalent to the juvenile stage of the god-killing rat. Adolescent Adolescence? Meng Lei was stunned. What adolescent do you mean? I'm almost an adult.
Although you are almost an adult, compared to the god-killing rat, you are only in the teenage stage.
Dodora smiled and explained. The god-killing rat is a very powerful mutant rat-like beast.
It can compete with the magical beasts of the Holy Land when it is just born.
A juvenile god-killing rat can rival a demigod. A teenage god-killing rat can even rival a true god.
By the time he reaches adolescence, he will be strong enough to compete with mid-level gods. A mature god-killing rat is truly abnormal.
It can easily devour even a high-level god. So, if I do nothing but eat and sleep and then I reach adulthood naturally, I can rival the higher gods? This is too absurd. Meng Lei was horrified when he heard this.
Although he knew from the system that the god-killing rat was extremely powerful, he never expected that this mutant rat would be so strong.
After reaching adulthood, devouring the higher gods? It's so cool and awesome, isn't it?
Compared to the god-killing rat, the adult golden dragon, the most advanced existence among the sanctuary's magical beasts, is simply trash.
Yes, very perverted. So it's envied by heaven, unable to form a tribe, and can only appear with extremely low probability through bloodline mutation. Otherwise, how can other creatures play?
Dodora shook her head and said with a smile, but the growth cycle of the god-killing rat is very slow. It will probably take hundreds of thousands of years for you to reach adulthood naturally.
Hundreds of thousands of years? That's too slow. Is there any way to speed up the growth? Monray asked anxiously.
The fusion degree of the god-killing rat's bloodline has reached 100%, which means that it can no longer be improved through. If you want to improve your divine body in the future, you can only rely on extremely slow natural growth.
Meng Lei can't wait. The god-killing rat is a rodent-like divine beast.
The only way to shorten its growth cycle is to eat it. Duodora smiled and said, eat natural treasures, eat law source crystals, eat elemental crystals, eat true god bodies, and even eat godheads.
As long as you keep eating, you can grow faster. Simple, right? Meng Lei smiled bitterly.
Maintaining a system was already expensive enough, and now he had to raise a god-killing rat.
He was probably going to be exhausted to death, right? Don't worry, kid. The wealth left to you by the god of time is enough for you to use until you reach adulthood, provided you can obtain it.
Duatala raised an eyebrow. However, if you want to inherit the wealth of the god of time, it is far from enough to have a divine body. The most important thing is the understanding of the laws.
Comprehension of the law?
There was a gleam in Meng Lei's eyes. The god of time's most powerful support is the law of time.
This is also the most precious treasure he left you. You must inherit it no matter what.
Dodora said earnestly, to inherit the law of time, you must fully comprehend the 5 laws of thunder, fire, wind, light, and darkness.
This is a prerequisite. Dodora looked at Meng Lei with a smile. Tell me about your understanding of these 5 laws. How is your understanding of these 5 laws? Meng Lei couldn't help but look at his personal attribute panel. Race, human, god-killing rat bloodline 100%.
Wealth value, 16,688 law source crystals.
Physique, demigod body, advanced. Spirit, soul, basic.
Divine power, 0.1 divine crystal. Earth law, 0.1%. Water law, 0.1%. Wind law, 0.2%. Fire law, 0.5%. Wood law, 0.1%. Gold law, 0.2%. Thunder law, 0.2%. Light law, 0.2%. Dark law, 0.1%. Ice law, 0.1%. The attribute panel has undergone earth-shaking changes, all thanks to passing the Dragon God Tower. From the 30th to the 99th floor of the Dragon God Tower, there are an astonishing number of holy domain monsters living there.
From the early stage of the sanctuary to the limit of the sanctuary, there are countless things flying in the sky and swimming in the water.
After clearing all the levels, not only did his wealth soar to 16,688 law source crystals, but he also gained varying degrees of understanding of the 10 laws. The most crucial thing is that, except for the god-killing rat bloodline, the other 4 bloodlines have all disappeared. Meng Lei was quite puzzled by this, and the system explained.
When the blood fusion degree of the god-killing rat reaches 100%, other bloodlines in the body will be automatically eliminated. Good opportunity. Otherwise, the fusion degree of the god-killing rat's bloodline would never reach 100%. Meng Lei didn't dwell on it too much. It was no big deal.
The only thing he felt a bit sorry about was the bloodline of the golden god-slaying ant.
The golden god-killing ant is a space and spiritual monster.
Meng Lei has always hoped to improve this bloodline to 100% so that he can have an extra large stomach space like Xiao Jin. But now, this is just a luxury.
What? Your understanding of these 5 laws is very poor. Seeing Meng Lei silent, Duatala frowned slightly.
It's okay, you're only 16 years old, and you're majoring in divine body. It's normal for your understanding of the laws to be poor.
I'm majoring in the divine body? Meng Lei retorted helplessly. Who told you I'm majoring in the divine body?
I practice both magic and martial arts, and I haven't neglected the cultivation of the divine body and the laws.
Dodora was a little surprised. Then tell me about your understanding of these 5 laws?
I have comprehended all these laws.
Meng Lei smiled smiled confidently. A few hundred law source crystals were nothing. Oh, Dodora was startled, then sneered, comprehensive everything? Boy, do you think I'm a fool? How dare you brag in front of me? Dodora suddenly became angry. At your age, being able to fully comprehend a law is already a freak. You still dare to claim to have comprehended all 5 laws? Even bragging has to have a limit. No, you heard wrong. Meng Lei shook his head quickly. See, I saw through you. Don't brag in front of me anymore. Duatala snorted coldly. I've eaten more salt than you've walked. If you brag in front of me, you'll get slapped in the face. I mean, not 5, but 10. Meng Lei rolled his eyes. I've comprehended 10 laws. You still dare to brag? You're never going to stop, are you? Dodora was really angry this time. Kid, be serious. I'm trying to understand your true cultivation situation so I can give you the best plan. I don't have time to joke with you. Master Dodora, I'm telling you this very seriously.
Meng Lei sighed and said seriously, I have truly comprehended all 10 principles: earth, water, wind, fire, wood, metal, thunder, light, darkness, and ice.
I haven't left out a single one. Boy, are you serious? Dodola stared at Meng Lei. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Meng Lei was equally serious. How is this possible? Dodora was incredulous. You're only 16. How could you possibly comprehend all 10 fundamental laws? Looking across the vast universe, no one can do that. Nothing is impossible. Meng Lei thought to himself, hack guy, check it out. Dodora began to doubt her life. The 10 systems of magic represent the 10 basic laws of heaven and earth. Although they are basic, each one is extremely complex and difficult to comprehend, and consumes time, energy and spirit. Think about it. The Dragon God Empire has been established for more than 40,000 years. There are countless ordinary holy domains, but only a few peak holy domains. As for the limit of the holy realm, there are even fewer of them. Those who have fully comprehended a law and achieved the status of demigod can be counted on one hand, and they can be counted on one hand in the past 40,000 years. It shows how difficult it is to comprehend the laws. And Meng Lei, at only 16 years old, has already fully comprehended the 10 basic laws. Boy, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Duajwola stared at Meng Lei. What good would it be to lie to you? Meng Lei shook his head slightly and communicated directly with the system. Improve my understanding of the 10 laws, all to 100%. The wealth instantly shrank by 1,000 law source crystals. In an instant, endless information poured into his soul like a flood, madly enhancing Meng Lei's understanding of the 10 laws, and countless pieces of information flowed through his heart. Meng Lei closed his eyes, carefully felt each law, and appreciated the deep meaning contained in each piece of information. For a moment, the fog that shrouded my heart gradually dissipated, and the information hidden in the ocean of laws became clearly apparent. The world is like a cage. The laws of heaven and earth are this huge rope network. Different laws are different chains: fiery red fire, blue wind, thick earth. The various laws are independent of each other, yet closely connected, as if forming an unbreakable cage, like its pillars, beams, steel bars, and concrete. A pillar is a pillar. A beam is a beam. Rebar is rebar. Although the materials are different, they blend perfectly. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Lei slowly opened his eyes. They were incredibly deep, as if flames were burning within them. Plants were growing, the sea was surging, and lightning and thunder were intertwined within them. Is this the realm of demigod? At this moment, Dodora clearly felt the change in Meng Lei's temperament. His edge was restrained, simple and unpretentious, returning to nature, as if he had been reborn. Have you really fully understood it? Dodora's voice trembled slightly. Yes, I fully understand it. Meng Lei sighed softly, like an ancient monk who had been in meditation for hundreds of years, who had long seen through the illusion and reached the state of unity between man and nature. His aura was reserved and completely restrained. How can there be someone like you in this world? Dodora exclaimed in surprise. Having the talent to master all 10 principles is already astonishing enough, but to be able to comprehend them all at the age of 16 is simply unheard of. Meng Lei listened and couldn't help laughing. You haven't lit the sacred fire yet? Dodora suddenly seemed to think of something, staring at Meng Lei and asked, tell me, have you lit the sacred fire? Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Great! Dodora was suddenly ecstatic, waving a pair of miniature devil wings, jumping up and down, almost unable to control herself with excitement. Are you so happy that I didn't ignite the sacred fire? Meng Lei looked puzzled. Although I don't know why you didn't ignite the divine fire, this is definitely a great blessing. It's hard to imagine that such a monster as you actually exists in this vast universe, and I encountered you. Dodora said excitedly, thank you, great god of time. It is your blessing that allowed me to encounter this uncut gem. Don't be so quick to thank the god of time. Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Tell me, why are you so excited? Okay, I'll tell you the secret right now, so you don't accidentally ruin yourself. Dodora's face suddenly became serious. Meng Lei, do you know how to practice after becoming a demigod? It seems that one must first ignite the divine fire, then condense the divine nature, and finally establish the divine kingdom. Meng Lei replied, with the divine fire, divine nature, and divine kingdom, a demigod can be considered a true god. Otherwise, demigods will
always be just demigods, not true gods.
Yes, that's true for demigods. Dedora nodded. Then do you know how to cultivate after becoming a true god? I don't know about that. Meng Lei shook his head.
Listen carefully. There are two kinds of gods in the world, gods of law and gods of faith. Dedora said with a smile, no need to explain further.
You know you are a god of law, right?
Unlike the god of faith, after becoming a true god, if the god of law wants to continue to improve and become a lower-level god, a middle-level god, or even a higher-level god, he can only continue to comprehend the laws. Changing the subject, Dedora continued, but the sad thing is, once the divine fire is ignited and the divine nature is condensed to become a true god, the divine nature itself has its own attributes, making it difficult to comprehend other laws. She gave an example. For example, if you cultivate the law of fire and become a true god, your godhood will be of the fire attribute.
Is it possible for you to comprehend other laws?
It seems to be very difficult,
Meng Lei said after thinking about it.
No, it's extremely difficult.
Dedora shook her head.
The fire-attributed godhead can only store fire-related divine power. The soul within the godhead is also completely connected to the laws of fire.
How can you comprehend other laws? What a fool's dream. It's like a piece of beautiful jade.
Once it's carved into a certain object, it's almost impossible to carve it into another shape.
If you say that, how can a god advance? Meng Lei frowned. After becoming a true god, if you can't comprehend new laws, then you can't continue to improve, right?
So, before lighting the sacred fire,
you must make a choice, Dedora explained. What choice? Meng Lei asked curiously.
Split the soul.
Dedora's tone became serious.
Usually, demigods with a little ambition will split their souls into two parts before igniting the divine fire. Then, choose one of the souls to ignite the divine fire, and keep the other soul in its divine state to continue comprehending new laws.
Split the soul? Monray asked in shock.
That's right, it's about splitting the soul.
Dedora nodded affirmatively. Splitting the soul is the only way out for the god of law.
Otherwise, the future path will be completely blocked.
Meng Lei nodded silently.
The divine soul that ignites the divine fire will eventually become a divine clone, while the other divine soul will continue to comprehend new laws.
Dedora continued. When you fully comprehend the second law, you will also have to make a choice. Will you ignite the divine fire directly, or will you split your divine soul again?
Usually, ambitious gods will choose to split their souls again, allowing one half to ignite the divine fire while the other half continues to comprehend new laws. In this way, every time you comprehend a law, you need to split your soul once.
Generally, four splits are enough. 4 splits are enough? Why? Here's the situation.
If you comprehend 2 laws and possess 2 divine clones, you are considered a lower-level god. If you comprehend 5 laws and possess 5 divine clones, you are a mid-level god.
Dedora explained. After reaching the middle level of deity, there is no need to continue to comprehend new laws.
So, splitting 4 times and understanding the 5 laws is enough.
Is it enough to comprehend 5 laws? Then how can a mid-level deity be promoted to a high-level deity? For a mid-level deity to become a high-level deity, it must pass the law of fusion to further improve.
Dedora said, this fusion is not only the fusion of laws, but also includes the fusion of Godhead, God clone, God soul, and God power. You can imagine how difficult it is to merge the divine clones of different attributes.
Before they wanted to split their souls, and now they want to merge them? Meng Lei's eyelids twitched, and he exclaimed in his heart, really, it's painful, isn't it? Dedora smiled and shook her head. There's nothing we can do about it. This is the path to becoming a god.
Not only does it require talent, but it also requires making difficult choices and enduring immense pain.
Not ambitious enough, without perseverance, without a strong will.
It's almost impossible to achieve great things.
To become a mid-level deity, one must make a choice and split their soul.
If you want to become a high-level deity, you must make 4 choices and split your soul 4 times.
The pain and hardship involved are something that ordinary people cannot understand. Dedora sighed. I have comprehended 10 laws. Do I have to split my soul 9 times? Meng Lei smiled bitterly. Dedora nodded slightly. A mid-level god must integrate at least 2 laws to become a high-level god. The more laws you integrate, the stronger your strength will be.
Once the 5 laws, 5 divine clones, 5 divine natures, 5 divine souls, and 5 divine powers are integrated into one, then that will be the great perfection of the upper god.
That sounds like a lot of effort. Meng Lei took a deep breath. Of course it's very strenuous. Tadora scoffed. If it were that easy, anyone could become a high god or achieve great perfection.
Meng Lei nodded slightly. I have comprehended 10 kinds of laws.
If I merge them, it will definitely be more difficult, right? It's definitely very difficult.
Dedora said slowly, it is extremely difficult to merge 2 divine clones, let alone 10.
The road to God is long. Monroe sighed. Stop sighing.
Dedora snorted, everyone else would love to have your potential. Why are you still being so arrogant?
Is it possible?
Meng Lei looked at Dedora. I won't rush to ignite the divine fire. Instead, I will try to merge the 10 laws into one, and then ignite the divine fire.
Don't even think about it. It's impossible.
Dedora interrupted him flatly. If that were possible, billions of gods in the vast universe would have done it long ago.
Why endure the pain of splitting their souls. Why doesn't it work?
Meng Lei frowned, puzzled.
Because the fusion rules are extremely difficult. Dodora said solemnly, this is not as easy as simply pouring potatoes from 2 baskets into 1 basket.
Instead, it requires the 2 complex and profound laws to be integrated into one, bit by bit.
This process places extremely high demands on the soul.
We must first ignite the divine fire, condense the divine nature, and make the divine soul strong enough before we can simulate, deduce, and attempt fusion.
In the final analysis, it's still a matter of the soul. Meng Lei asked softly, in other words, as long as my soul is strong enough, it will be possible to fuse the 10 laws before igniting the divine fire?
You think too simply, kid.
Dodora shook her head. Once a demigod's spirit reaches its limit, it will stagnate. No matter how many natural treasures or the power of faith I have, it will be of no use, she said firmly. So, the idea of relying on improving the soul to merge the laws in advance is simply not feasible.
Dodora said sternly, I've seen too many geniuses, demons, and gods come up with all sorts of bizarre theories, but in the end, without exception, they all ended up with their souls splitting apart.
Meng Lei curled his lips and said, then my current plan is to split the divine soul into 10 parts, ignite the divine fire and condense the godhood in each part, and create 10 incarnations of the god?
That's right,
but you have to understand one thing. Dodora said calmly, your demigod soul is actually not strong, it's even very ordinary. If it is split into 2, you will become extremely weak, let alone split into 10.
So, you must first find a way to strengthen your soul, preferably to the extreme of a demigod, and then split it.
Meng Lei frowned. Strengthen the soul? You can't buy souls with gold. Is it possible to only spread faith and gather faith power?
The personal properties panel displays:
race, human, bloodline of the god-killing rat.
Wealth value, 15,688 law source crystals.
Physique, demigod body, advanced. Spirit, demigod soul, basic.
Divine power, 0.1 divine crystal.
Law comprehension, basic laws, 100%.
Now physical fitness, mental state, and comprehension of laws cannot be purchased with Krypton gold, and only divine power can barely maintain the system's last Krypton gold glory. But divine power is too scarce, and 10,000 law source crystals can only be exchanged for 1 divine crystal, which is simply unaffordable. Therefore, how to improve our strength in the future has become an extremely serious problem.
Meng Lei asked, in other words, the most urgent thing now is to spread faith and rely on the power of faith to elevate the spirit? Dodora nodded. The divine soul is the foundation of the divine spirit, and splitting the divine soul will cause great damage to it.
At this time, we have to rely on treasures to repair our souls. Unfortunately, the treasures that can repair the soul are extremely rare, so faith has become the only way. This also explains why so many gods are keen to spread the faith.
Dodora smiled and said, faith is a really good thing.
It can not only strengthen the soul, but also transform divine power. It is extremely important to the gods. Meng Lei nodded slightly, a determined glint in his eyes. I must take down the faith of the Dragon God Empire.
Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be killed without mercy.
Very good. As a god, if you don't fight for faith, you are nothing.
Dodora's eyes flashed with cunning.
So, the first test given to you by the great god of time is, fight for the faith of the Dragon God Empire. The probation period is 3 years.
The reward is confidential.
Meng Lei said helplessly, are you sure this is a test left to me by the god of time, and not something you made up on the spur of the moment?
What do you mean by making things up? I don't like to hear that. Dodora chuckled. I am the spirit of the Tower of Time. I am responsible for safeguarding the wealth of the god of time. Naturally, I have the right to set tests. This is also the task given to me by the god of time.
Meng Lei was speechless and shook his head slightly. Nothing else, I'll go out first. Dodora suddenly reminded, try not to hunt monsters in the Tower of Time in the future.
Meng Lei frowned. Why? If I don't hunt monsters, how will I get the money? Isn't this just cutting off my source of income?
Dodora explained, maintaining the laws of time within the Tower of Time requires the consumption of divine time crystals. After the death of the god of time, the time crystals gradually decreased. After a long time, there are now very few left.
We must use them sparingly. Meng Lei was completely speechless. Then what is the use of this Tower of Time?
He was in a very bad mood. He had originally wanted to kill some monsters in the tower to earn some pocket money, but now it was forbidden.
I couldn't help cursing in my heart. I am so unlucky. Meng Lei cursed inwardly, turned around and left the Tower of Time. Die, you thief.
At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded, and golden light shot out like an arrow in the sky, instantly covering Meng Lei, who had just walked out of the Tower of Time, and the golden armored guards guarding outside the tower. A shrill scream rang out immediately, followed by a dead silence. When the golden light dissipated, only a dozen bodies, pierced like sieves, remained at the scene. Blood is everywhere and the fishy smell is overwhelming. The students and teachers surrounding the Tower of Time were suddenly terrified and retreated.
How courageous! How dare you commit a crime here?
At this moment, an old man in a golden robe suddenly appeared, staring coldly at the corpse in front of the Tower of Time.
Who is he? Everyone looked at the golden-robed old man in shock.
He looked around, murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Thief, get out here. Meng Lei appeared silently, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes, staring at the old man in the golden robe.
I am Coblin Frederick.
The old man in the golden robe replied coldly.
Cobrun Frederick? This name sounds familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Goblin? I remember now. Isn't he the third-ranked genius on the Dragon God Genius list? Everyone looked at the list. Third place, Augustine Crocker, human, 30 years old, 76th floor. No, he should be fourth now.
Everyone turned to look at the fourth place helplessly.
Fourth place, Goblin Frederick, Golden Dragon, 75th floor. He's the fourth place Goblin? How impressive. Isn't Goblin a historical figure from 30,000 years ago? How could he still be alive? Live for over 30,000 years? Oh my god, this dragon god must be an old monster. People were talking in low voices and whispering.
Suddenly, a giant golden dragon with 2 horns on its head squeezed into the crowd and suddenly knelt down. Ancestor,
your humble descendant greets you. Ancestor, how dare you? Get down on your knees.
The golden dragon man shouted sternly. The ancestor is the 10th emperor of our dragon god empire, and one of the 5 legendary emperors. Now he is a demigod, the most powerful, senior, and respected demigod in the golden dragon lineage.
You have seen the ancestor. Why don't you kneel down and worship him? The 10th emperor? Meet the ancestors. Meet the ancestors. Meet the ancestors. After hearing this, everyone was shocked and fell to their knees, kowtowed. Most of them are students and teachers of Dragon God College, as well as tourists from far away. For them, they must kneel down when they meet the emperor, let alone the legendary emperor of the past and the demigod of today. I didn't expect that after all these years, there are still people who remember me. The old man in the golden robe nodded slightly, and the anger on his face eased a little. Everyone, stand up. Thank you, ancestor.
Everyone stood up, their eyes filled with excitement and reverence. As teachers and students of the Dragon God Academy, although they had heard of legends of the Holy Land and demigods, they had never seen one in person. And at this moment, they finally witnessed the arrival of the most powerful god in the Sky Continent.
Goblin Frederick, fourth on the Dragon God Genius list? Meng Lei was the only one who did not kneel down.
He looked at the list with a meaningful smile on his face.
If I remember correctly, you were ranked third before. How did you drop to fourth?
Forget it, I've already jumped to the top of the list.
Meng Lei shook his head and said to himself. The golden dragon glared at Meng Lei and said sternly, how dare you speak before our ancestor? Kneel down.
Meng Lei glanced at him coldly, and a golden light shot out. The head of the golden dragon man immediately flew off, and his head and body were separated.
Do you have a say here?
Meng Lei curled his lips and turned to the golden-robed old man hanging high in the air. You just attacked me. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation.
You audacious traitor.
Coblin Frederick was enraged, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You actually killed the emperor of the empire, slaughtered the entire court, and bloodbathed more than 1,000 holy places.
The crime is heinous and unforgivable.
Today, I will cut you into pieces and chop you into pieces as a warning to others.
What on earth is the ancestor talking about?
As soon as Coblin Frederick's words came out, it was like a huge wave.
All the students looked at each other in confusion. All the teachers were stunned and horrified.
All the tourists were so scared that they peed their pants.
Massacre all the civil and military officials in the court? Kill more than 1,000 saints? How could Meng Lei have such strength? Fake. Absolutely fake.
Our ancestors must have made a mistake. Everyone shook their heads, not daring to accept this shocking fact.
It was too horrifying. However, Meng Lei's next words completely shattered their fantasies.
They are just a bunch of corrupted and degenerate monsters.
What's the harm in killing them? Meng Lei sneered, his tone was understated. Dragon God is above. Dragon God is above. Dragon God is above. It's actually true? How dare he? How dare he do this? Everyone was shocked and terrified. Goblin roared, and golden light shot out from the sky, covering the entire sky and heading towards Meng Lei. It's the same trick again. It's really nothing new. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, took a light step forward, and came behind Goblin. He swung the hammer of destruction and hit Goblin's lower back hard.
I'm going to smash your old waist. The hammer came at an extremely fast speed, so fast that Goblin had no time to react.
He was hit hard and was blown away.
He slammed heavily into the Tower of Time, causing it to shake 3 times.
Oh my god, don't let me break it.
When Meng Lei saw this situation, he was shocked and quickly used his mind to stabilize the Tower of Time. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The Dragon God Tower, which stood in the Dragon God Academy and had not moved at all in 40,000 years, suddenly rose into the air, then quickly shrank, and finally became a pocket-sized tower and fell into Meng Lei's hands.
Oh, winky face, Dragon God is above. How could the Dragon God Tower? Everyone was shocked.
The Dragon God Tower is the Empire's sacred treasure, and has been as solid as a rock for 40,000 years.
Now, it's actually moving, and it flew into Meng Lei's hands? Isn't this too unbelievable?
You bold thief, put down the Dragon God Tower. Coblin Frederick got up from the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, but his breath was still strong and his divine power was great. It was obvious that his injuries were not serious. He glared at the miniature Dragon God Tower in Meng Lei's his hand, his voice filled with hysterical roar. Put down the Dragon God Tower immediately.
Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Let go? Why should I let go?
Meng Lei gently shook the Tower of Time in his hand and said calmly, the Dragon God Tower originally belonged to me.
I just kept it here temporarily. Now I want to take it back. Why not? Traitor, evil thief, traitor, traitor, evil thief, traitor. Coblum Frederick was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Kill the emperor. Massacre all the civil and military officials in the court. Kill more than 1,000 saints. The crimes are too numerous to list and are outrageous. Now you dare to take away the national treasure. You can't be so shameless in bullying others. Die, 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 die. Goblin roared continuously, and his mighty divine power spread out.
All the onlookers were immediately suppressed and collapsed to the ground, unable to even lift their heads. Countless golden threads suddenly exploded from Goblin's body, turning into a huge golden cage that covered the void where Meng Lei was.
The golden cage closed rapidly, instantly imprisoning Meng Lei. Evil villain, traitor, rebel, today I will cut you into pieces. Goblin roared, and the golden cage began to shrink. The indestructible sharp golden wire suddenly tightened around Meng Lei. If it were someone else, even if they were at the limit of the holy domain, they would definitely be strangled into pieces by the golden threads. However, Meng Lei remained motionless and intact, completely composed of gold-type divine power. Meng Lei exclaimed in admiration, it's sharp and indestructible. What a pity. Meng Lei spat out a word coldly.
His body suddenly swelled up, accompanied by crisp sounds, and the golden threads wrapped around his skin broke one by one.
Finally, everything collapsed. Looking at Meng Lei's body again, there was not even a trace of blood. Goblin's face changed drastically, and he was shocked. Your divine body is so powerful? Without real ability, who would dare to go to Liangshan? Meng Lei gently shook the Tower of Time in his hand. Don't you want the Dragon God Tower? I'll give it back to you right now.
After saying that, he grabbed the Tower of Time and threw it out with a sudden swing of his arm.
Dragon God Tower. Goblin was overjoyed and stretched out his hands, ready to catch it. However, just as it was about to fall into his hands,
the Tower of Time suddenly grew rapidly, from a small 20-centimeter pagoda to a towering tower in an instant.
Goblin's face suddenly changed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Tower of Time crashed into him heavily, just like a bus hitting a helpless old man. Crack!
The sharp sounds of broken bones and shattered tendons rang out.
Goblin spurted blood and was knocked away.
He fell heavily to the ground, plowing a deep gully before he finally stopped.
You can't catch it either. It seems you will never be able to reach the Tower of Time. There's nothing we can do.
Meng Lei shook his head slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the Tower of Time shrank and flew back into his hand.
Evil creature! Goblin roared and flew into the air, instantly transforming into a golden dragon with a length of 1 kilometer and a wingspan of more than 3,000 meters.
A surge of dragon power spread out instantly, causing the onlookers to spit blood, and those who were slightly weaker fainted on the spot.
You lowly reptile! How dare you provoke me? You've completely enraged me! Goblin roared, I will cut you into pieces.
The giant dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a golden breath, which was actually boiling golden juice.
Meng Lei dodged easily, but the students behind him were extremely unlucky. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into a pool of golden liquid. Run, run away, run!
The teachers and students nearby were terrified, but they were pinned to the ground, unable to move.
They could only pray in endless fear that they would not be implicated. What a powerful dragon breath!
A gleam of light flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. He took back the Tower of Time and took out the hammer of destruction.
It's rude not to reciprocate. You should also taste this blow from me. He flashed and quickly appeared behind Goblin, swinging his hammer and smashing it down hard. This time, Meng Lei only used 50% of his strength. Crack!
With a crisp sound, a bloody hole appeared on the dragon's body, and bright red dragon blood spurted out.
Goblin roared miserably and waved his dragon claws to try to kill Meng Lei, but he couldn't catch him. The golden dragon's scale defense is said to be unparalleled, but it seems to be just that. This kind of competition is meaningless. Let's end it as soon as possible.
Meng Lei appeared and disappeared like a ghost, sometimes here, sometimes there, and his speed was as fast as lightning.
Crack, crack. This is...
Goblin was suppressed and retreated step by step, and big holes appeared one after another where the hammer of doom hit. Large drops of golden dragon blood sprayed out, dyeing the ground red, and also dyeing the hearts of every onlooker red, shocking and terrifying.
Roar, roar, roar. Divine art, golden body protection. Divine art, imprisonment. God's realm. Divine art, destruction of golden flame. I see. Divine art, the golden god is indestructible. Goblin roared and used all kinds of skills, even exhausting his divine power, but he still couldn't turn the tide of the battle. Meng Lei is alone with a hammer, and his whereabouts are elusive. The realm of God came, he dodged it, and then smashed it madly.
The golden flame of destruction came, he dodged, and continued to attack. The destructive dragon's breath came, he dodged it swiftly, and then was hit by another wild hammer. After a round of fierce attacks, Meng Lei was unharmed, but Goblin was covered with scars, his dragon scales were broken, and he looked miserable. Although
Although Meng Lei enjoys fighting, he disdains bullying and decisively launches the final attack. Divine Art, Ultimate Alchemy. A dazzling golden beam of light fell from the sky and hit Goblin in an instant. The place hit by the light beam quickly became stiff and golden, and eventually turned into dazzling gold. Feeling the strange changes in his body, Goblin's face changed instantly. He flapped his wings desperately, trying to avoid the golden beam of light, but Meng Lei hit him hard on the head with a hammer. Goblin suddenly felt dizzy and his mind went blank. The golden beam spread rapidly, and in just a few breaths, it completely covered Goblin's 1,000-meter-long dragon body, dragon wings, dragon tail, and dragon claws. At this moment, Goblin's body was completely stiff, without any movement, and then he fell straight to the ground, completely motionless. Monray landed beside Goblin and knocked on his body, making a dull thud. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, as if he was proud of his masterpiece. I've taken over the Dragon God Tower. This place is too deserted, so I'll use you as my replacement. After saying that, Meng Lei's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. The knot, is it over? The onlookers who were pinned to the ground slowly got up, gasping for breath, as if they had experienced a life-and-death ordeal, as if they were hovering on the edge of hell. The scene just now was so terrifying. Great, I'm still alive. Woo woo woo. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Mother. The onlookers, still in shock, were now weeping with joy, and some of the braver ones approached Goblin cautiously. Ancestor, are you okay? Someone asked in a trembling voice. The man was full of confusion and tentatively touched Goblin's body. It felt cold and metallic. This was not a living dragon god, but clearly a giant dragon statue. Dragon god is above. The old ancestor turned into a statue? This old guy doesn't even have a single copper coin. Meng Lei sat upright in the clouds, holding a space ring in his hand, which was the one he had just taken from Goblin. He thought that he could make a fortune by killing a demigod, but he didn't expect that not only was there no system prompt, but the space ring was also empty. It seems that I have worked in vain this time? Meng Lei was so angry that he wanted to curse. Normally, he could earn several law source crystals by killing a holy domain monster, but now he killed a demigod and didn't get a penny. It's so infuriating that it makes me want to go crazy. He was hit by my ultimate alchemy but survived. This old guy must have another clone. Although the dragon is greedy for money, this old guy has no money on him. He probably didn't bring anything with him. A sharp light flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. No, we must find this old guy's lair. How vast is the wealth of a demigod? We must not let it go. As for the old guy's lair, Meng Lei narrowed his eyes slightly. I heard from the old dean that Dragon Island is the headquarters of the dragon clan. Most of the pure-blooded dragons and holy dragons are cultivating there. What's going on? The old man's other clones and lair are most likely on Dragon Island. The question is, where is Dragon Island? At this moment, a cold voice came to my ears. Meng Lei suddenly looked up and saw a pretty figure appear in front of him at some point. With that jade-like skin and beautiful face, who else could it be but a Bei? Mon Lei greeted him with a smile, but suddenly realized something was wrong. He seemed to have just killed Frederick XXXII. This is embarrassing. Meng Lei, you killed my father. Abba Manlai's eyes were complicated, a mixture of pain and anger, and more of a struggle. Do you want to avenge him? Meng Lei smiled bitterly. I want to, but I know I'm no match for you. Besides, I can't bring myself to do it. Abe slowly closed his eyes, and a line of tears rolled down his cheeks. Meng Lei sighed. Abe was also silent. There is a heavy atmosphere in the air. After a long time, it was Abe who broke the silence first. Monray, I'm leaving. Leaving? Where to? A place very far away. Abe sighed softly. After today, maybe we will never meet again, so take good care of yourself. After saying that, she turned and left, a crystal teardrop drifting away in the wind. Meng Lei wanted to call her, but in the end he could only sigh. Abe, take care of yourself too. Abe left, leaving behind a gloomy back and Meng Lei's indelible guilt. Abe, I'm sorry, but I will never regret it. If there is another chance, I will still do the same. The Dragon God Empire is mine. Meng Lei stood up suddenly, turned around, and flew towards the Dragon God Empire Palace. He had left in a hurry before and forgot one important thing. He had to go back and get this matter done thoroughly. Meng Lei quickly returned to the sky above the palace in just a few minutes. However, the scene before him caught him off guard. Kick out all these damn eunuchs and replace them with palace maids. The queen and all the concubines must stay. Not one can leave. That's right, they are all mine. And the prince and princess. The princess stays, the prince is driven away. The Dragon God Empire's palace now welcomed a group of strangers. They had double horns on their heads, dragon tails on their bodies, and wings on their backs, and they were all dragon people. There are about 500 people, and all of them are powerful Saint Realm warriors, including some at the peak of the Saint Realm. These 500 people from the Holy Land all centered around one person and followed his command closely. He was Briggs. Listen carefully to me. Briggs, wearing a dragon robe and a crown on his head, looked majestic and proud as he stood above the palace, looking down at the millions of people kneeling on the ground. These people include princes and princesses, queens and concubines, palace maids and eunuchs, as well as the royal paladins and palace guards. From today on, I am the new Dragon Emperor of the Dragon God Empire. My words are the imperial decree. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed immediately. The solemn voice echoed inside and outside the palace. Everyone was trembling with fear, their hearts filled with panic, but no one dared to have the slightest doubt. Now, this emperor will issue the first decree. Briggs was extremely proud. As the son of a demigod, he was born with a demigod body, but he had never been able to take the throne. Now I finally got what I wanted. Drive out all these damn eunuchs and replace them with palace maids. The queen and the concubines stay, and the prince and princess. The prince is driven away, and the princess stays. Briggs announced the first imperial decree. Hearing this almost absurd order, everyone was filled with grief and frustration, but there was nothing they could do. This new emperor who came from Dragon Island is not only a demigod, but he also brought with him 500 powerful saints. He is powerful and awe-inspiring. Have you all heard clearly what the emperor has commanded? Briggs shouted coldly, like rolling thunder. Your Majesty, I heard everything clearly. Very good. Then do it immediately. Briggs waved his hand and said, everyone else, please disperse. The queen will stay. Oh, and tell the imperial kitchen to prepare a few side dishes. I'm hungry. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone dispersed as if they had been pardoned, leaving only a young woman with a beautiful and elegant appearance kneeling there. She was the Empress of the Empire, the former mistress of this palace. Briggs glanced at the queen, licked his lips, and said to the 500 sanctuaries behind him, go down. Yes, Your Majesty. Who is this guy? Meng Lei stood in the clouds, feeling extremely unhappy. I worked so hard but ended up with nothing, and the throne was taken away by someone else. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Meng Lei couldn't help but curse. A cold shout suddenly rang out, and several figures appeared in an instant, surrounding Meng Lei. Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Who are you? Why are you hiding in a place like this? A 2-meter-tall, muscular, golden dragon-like man asked sternly. Sneaking around? Are you blind? I'm standing here openly. Meng Lei retorted unhappily. The golden dragon man snorted coldly. Capture him. Bring him before His Majesty. Yes, Master Clement. Several dragon men rushed towards Meng Lei in response. Meng Lei did not resist and was taken to Briggs. Who is he? Briggs glanced at Mon Lei and asked casually, then continued to stare at the beautiful queen with greedy eyes, almost drooling. It should be a passing sanctuary. The golden dragon man Clement answered respectfully. Kill him. Briggs waved his hand, showing no interest in Mon Lei at all. Yes, Your Majesty. Clement responded and waved his hand. Get him away and kill him. Let me go. Let me go. Your Majesty, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Meng Lei shouted in horror. Meng Lei was terrified and howled heart-wrenchingly, his voice as hoarse as a big fat pig with its arms and legs grabbed, its tail pulled, and its mouth blocked, screaming with all my strength in extreme pain. I am your great benefactor. If it weren't for me, how would you have the chance to sit on the throne of the Emperor? If it weren't for me, you would still be treated as a monster on Dragon Island. You can't repay kindness with enmity and kill your benefactor. Briggs frowned slightly, staring at Meng Lei with eyes as cold as a knife. What did you just say? What does my ascension to the throne have to do with you? Of course it matters. Meng Lei quickly defended himself. If I hadn't killed the old emperor, could you have become the new emperor? Your Majesty, we should not forget the well digger when we drink water, and we should not repay kindness with enmity. You will surely be punished for doing this. That damned dragon god won't let you go. You killed the old emperor? Briggs was shocked. The beautiful queen's body trembled violently. The expressions of the 500 saints changed drastically. Briggs stared at Mon Lei, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Who am I? You don't even recognize me? You dragons are truly a bunch of ungrateful fellows. Mon Lei was no longer humble and started cursing at Briggs, pointing at his nose. I helped you kill the emperor and gave you the chance to become emperor. This is considered a favor to you. You're so good. Not only did he not thank the benefactor, he even wanted to kill me. He's so heartless. This is the most ungrateful person in the world. No, it's the dragon. Meng Lei was furious. Since you are so cruel, don't blame me for getting mad. You are Mon Lei. The beautiful queen kneeling on the ground suddenly glared, shocked and angry. Are you Monroe? Briggs's face suddenly changed. Are you the murderer Meng Lei who killed the emperor of the empire, slaughtered all the civil and military officials in the court, and killed more than 1,000 saints? You evil beast, how dare you address your benefactor by his name? You are truly insane. Meng Lei stood with his hands behind his back. Today I will rid the people of this evil and slay you, this evil dragon. Weren't you killed by Father God? How come you are here? Briggs' eyes showed horror. Father God? You're not talking about that old bastard Brun, are you? Meng Lei said coldly, if it was him, I'm sorry, he has already been killed by me. Briggs's face changed drastically, and the 500 sanctuaries stared at Mon Lei in horror. The ancestor of Goblin is a demigod, the strongest in the lineage of the Golden Dragon, and his status is extremely respected. How powerful is he? He was actually killed? Everyone felt a biting chill. You ungrateful beast, you deserve to go to hell with your father. Meng Lei snorted coldly and slapped out with his palm. Briggs dodged the attack with a swift movement, then suddenly transformed into a 300-foot-long golden dragon. Escape from here immediately. Briggs flapped his wings and fled desperately. He had no intention of avenging his father at all. He just regretted that he had 2 extra legs. Even the father god goblin was killed by Meng Lei. He, the second generation of god, is no match for him at all. The right thing to do is to escape quickly. Meng Lei sneered and took a step forward. The next second, he appeared strangely above Briggs' head, stepping on Briggs' head. Evil beast, where do you want to go if you don't wash your neck clean and wait for me to kill you? Briggs stopped dead in his tracks and pleaded in a trembling voice, Sir, please spare my life. It was Goblin who wanted to kill you, not me. Goblin? Is it really okay for you to call your father by his first name like that? Meng Lei frowned slightly. That wicked villain, Goblin, dared to assassinate you. He is so audacious and reckless. His crime is unforgivable and he deserves death. Briggs trembled all over. I'm ashamed to have such a father. I've wanted to sever all ties with him and draw a clear line. Your Excellency, please understand. Oh. Meng Lei was stunned. How could there be such a shameless person like you in this world? I am ashamed to be associated with you. You'd better go to hell. The god-killing gun shot out from nowhere and instantly pierced Briggs' head. Ding! Kill a golden dragon and obtain 891 law source crystals. The system prompt sounded at the perfect moment. This guy doesn't even have a divine clone? Meng Lei was slightly stunned and quite surprised. Judging from Briggs' size and aura, he was undoubtedly a demigod. Man Ray originally thought that this attack would not be able to kill him completely. I didn't expect that he actually killed her. This result was beyond his expectations. Little did he know that Briggs was the child born after Goblin broke through to become a demigod. Although he was born with the body of a demigod, his understanding of the laws was extremely shallow. More than 20,000 years have passed, and Briggs has only mastered the golden dragon's innate law, the law of gold. He was not suitable for comprehending the laws, so naturally there was no need for him to split his soul, and therefore he had no clones at all. Without a clone, one strike will definitely kill. This is an unexpected surprise. Man Ray waved his hand and put Briggs' body into the Tower of Time. He was just a young god-killing rat at the moment and needed to replenish his strength. The meat of the demigod golden dragon was undoubtedly the perfect snack. He's coming. Quick! Escape separately. The 500 sanctuaries witnessed the entire process of Man Lei killing Briggs. They were so frightened that they fled in panic. Divine art, ultimate alchemy. Swish, swish, swish. 500 golden beams of light fell from the sky, not one more, not one less, and all landed precisely on the 500 holy domains. Divine power exploded, and 500 living sanctuaries instantly turned into 500 statues, motionless. Another 2,800 law source crystals harvested, not bad. Meng Lei looked at the results with satisfaction, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the queen. What do you want to do? The queen was already so frightened that her face turned pale and her whole body was trembling. When she saw Meng Lei appear, she was almost scared to pee. Answer me 2 questions. Monroe held up 2 fingers. First, the location of the Imperial Treasury. Second, the location of Dragon Island. No. As the queen of a country, the queen maintained her dignity and managed not to lose her composure. The Imperial Treasury is a precious place. A golden light suddenly shot out and instantly cut off the phoenix crown on her head. The queen was so frightened that she fell heavily to the ground. Shhhhhhh. A stream of yellowish liquid flowed out of her mouth. A demiplane, as the name suggests, is an incomplete plane. A plane that has not yet matured can be called a demiplane. The fragments left after the complete plane is destroyed can also be considered a demiplane. A plane that fails to mature and becomes a deformed plane also belongs to a demiplane. In short, any incomplete plane can be called a demiplane. The treasure house of the Dragon God Empire and the Dragon Clan's base camp, Dragon Island, are hidden in 2 half-planes. They are extremely secretive and are unknown to anyone except the top leaders of the empire. Let's go to the Imperial Treasury first. Without hesitation, Meng Lei followed the instructions of the frightened queen and came to a secret underground palace, where he found the magic circle leading to the treasury demiplane. After activating the magic circle, the world spun around and Meng Lei traveled to another world. The sky is gray. The earth is also gray. No magical elements. The laws of heaven and earth are incomplete. The air is so thin that it almost doesn't exist. Such a demiplane is obviously not suitable for living creatures to inhabit, but as a place to store treasures, it is undoubtedly an excellent choice. It is not afraid of getting moldy, nor will it deteriorate. Thirdly, there is no need to worry about being bitten by rats and insects. It is really impeccable. Meng Lei saw several palaces standing on the flat land at a glance. It is shining with golden light, majestic and tall, like several golden mountains, emitting dazzling brilliance. He flew over quickly and arrived in front of the first palace. The gate was tightly closed. On the 10-foot-high pure gold gate were engraved 4 large gilded characters: Weapon Hall. Magical power was flowing on the door, and it was obvious that it was covered with magic circles. Weapon Hall? Meng Lei grabbed the void, and the 10-jung-tall pure gold door suddenly dissipated, turning into golden powder floating in the air, and was then collected by the system. Wow! The 2 gates gates are worth 3 billion gold coins. That's incredible. Meng Lei glanced at the attribute panel and couldn't help but take a breath. This gate is so luxurious, you can imagine the treasures inside. He continued to go deeper into the weapon hall and found that it was divided into two branch halls, the Holy Magical Weapon Hall and the Semi-Godly Weapon Hall. Entering the Holy Magical Weapon Hall, you will see a dazzling array of swords, spears, halberds, axes, guns, sticks, and everything else. The magic power is surging, the elements are surging, they are all top-level holy magic devices. In addition, there are dozens of space rings. Picking up one at random, it turns out to be an extra-large space ring with a capacity of more than 1,000 cubic meters. If we put it up for auction, it would fetch at least several billion, right? Meng Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "What a shame, it's just displayed here as a collection." With so many precious treasures, Meng Lei naturally didn't want to let them go. When he walked out of the Holy Magical Instrument Hall, the hall was empty. Not to mention a magic device, not even a feather duster for cleaning is left. The handle of this feather duster is made of pure gold and is very valuable. Who would be willing to throw it away? Half Artifact Palace. Compared to the dazzling array of holy magic weapons, there are far fewer semi-artifacts, only a dozen or so, most of which are magic wands. Sky Staff. Meng Lei picked up a green staff, the surface of which faintly rippled with wind-type divine power. This should be made from the ribs and magic core of a wind-type demigod monster. The materials alone are extremely rare. A pretty good semi-artifact, take it. Other semi-divine artifacts are almost all made of semi-divine materials. If they are put up for auction, they will definitely fetch a staggeringly high price. After leaving the weapon hall, Meng Lei did not even let go of this palace made of pure gold. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the palace instantly disintegrated, turning into golden sand all over the sky, which was then taken away by the system. A single palace alone is worth 1 trillion gold coins. The Dragon Clan is truly extravagant. Next is the second palace, Law Source Crystal Palace. Meng Lei's breathing suddenly quickened. Unlike holy magical devices and semi-godly devices, the Law Source Crystal could be directly collected by the system, just like gold. How could he not be excited? The door disappeared into nothingness, and dazzling colorful light overflowed from inside the door, like a gorgeous rainbow. The power of the law is extremely rich. Meng Lei couldn't help but take a deep breath. At a glance, he saw a pile of Law Source crystals that looked like colorful gems. So many Law Source crystals. Meng Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. System, collect. When all the Law Source crystals in the hall disappeared, Meng Lei's wealth value skyrocketed. How so? Reached 786,934 Law Source crystals. I'm rich. I'm really rich now. Meng Lei laughed heartily. This wave is really rich. It's a pity that so much wealth can't be used to buy Krypton gold. Based on the principle that even the smallest bit of money is still meat, Meng Lei did not miss out on this palace made of pure gold and made a little money. The third palace is the Element Crystal Palace. Elemental crystals are crystals of magical elements. Although they are not as rare as Law Source crystals, they are precious treasures for magicians to quickly improve their magic power. Priceless and extremely rare. What is even more shocking is that the number of elemental crystals is astonishingly large. They are piled up in the palace like sand piles, weighing more than 10,000 tons. The only regret is that the system does not recognize elemental crystals and cannot be collected directly. It's really annoying. After Meng Lei put away the elemental crystals, he went to the fourth palace, the Palace of Rare Magical Materials. He has not had much contact with magical materials, but for other magicians, magical materials are extremely useful. Make magic wands, refine magic potions, carve magic circles, conduct magic experiments. This also makes the magic materials industry an important pillar industry of the Dragon God Empire, bringing in trillions of tax revenue to the empire every year. This palace is filled with all kinds of rare materials, and each one of them can be auctioned for a sky-high price. Although they can't be converted into cash directly, some of them can be eaten as snacks. Meng Lei, pack up and take everything away. The last palace was where special items were stored. As soon as Meng Lei stepped in, the first thing he saw was a golden calf. This calf looks like metal, but it is engraved with flowing divine patterns, emitting a terrifying pressure, making Meng Lei as nervous as if he was facing an ancient beast. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! A fragment of the fusion law was found. Do you want to fuse it? Fragments of the fusion law? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Could this be a fragment of a law formed by the fusion of several laws? A huge amount of information flooded into my mind, which turned out to be the new law information that was a perfect fusion of two completely different laws. One that represents vitality and prosperity, the law of wood. The other represents heaviness and inclusiveness, the law of earth. A new law formed by the fusion of the law of wood and the law of earth, a fragment? Meng Lei exclaimed in a low voice, and quickly looked at the attribute panel. His pupils contracted instantly and he almost shouted out loud. Race, human, bloodline of the god-killing rat. Wealth, 787,869 law source crystals. Physique, demigod body, advanced. Spirit, soul, basic. Divine power, 0.1 divine crystal. Law comprehension. Wood and earth fusion law, 0.1%. Only 0.1%. Comprehension of the law. Looks like I can earn gold again. And it's the law of wood and earth fusion. Oh my god, how can this be possible? His heart started beating wildly, and a bold idea suddenly popped up in Meng Lei's mind. Is it necessary to split the soul, ignite the divine fire, condense the divine nature, and become a mid-level god before integrating the laws? Perhaps, before igniting the divine fire, he could integrate the 10 laws into one. That's very possible. Absolutely possible. The premise is, I have to get more fusion law fragments. Only then can I get other fusion laws for free. Meng Lei let out a long breath, and his eyes involuntarily fell on his calves. Anyone who can drop the fusion law fragments must be at least a mid-level god. The calf of a mid-level god. No wonder the pressure is so strong. The second item was a golden skull. Like the calf, it had flowing divine patterns and surging divine power. It should also be the skull of a true god. It's a pity that there are no other dropped items this time. The third thing was a pair of wings, which looked like butterfly wings, crystal clear, thin as cicada wings, but extremely flexible. Meng Lei was unable to tear it apart. It was definitely a thing from a true god. You do not know? The fourth item is a basketball-sized stone. It has neither divine power fluctuations nor law fluctuations. Just looking at the appearance, it is no different from an ordinary stone, without any abnormality. No what? Ordinary stones can actually be placed here? With doubts in his mind, Meng Lei picked up the stone and examined it carefully. Unexpectedly, the system's cold voice suddenly sounded again. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Obtained the bloodline of the fallen angel. Do you want to fuse it? What? Fallen angel bloodline? Meng Lei was stunned. Where did this fallen angel bloodline come from? Could it be? His eyes involuntarily fell on this inconspicuous stone. It was impossible for the system to pick up the bloodline of the fallen angel for no reason. The only possible explanation is? Thinking of this, Meng Lei immediately released his divine sense to cover the pebbles, wanting to investigate. However, he strangely discovered that as soon as his divine thoughts touched the stone, they were bounced away by a strange energy and could not penetrate it at all. There's something strange indeed. Meng Lei decisively returned to the Tower of Time. Dodora, wake up. Dodora was sleeping soundly on the soft grass, with a drop of crystal liquid hanging from the corner of her mouth. After being awakened by Meng Lei, she opened her sleepy eyes. Do you recognize this thing? Meng Lei threw the pebble over, and Dodora's attention was immediately attracted. Devil's breath. It's still the breath of a high-ranking demon. Dodora stared at the pebbles, sniffing them like a dog. Where did you get this? Tell me first, what is this? Meng Lei asked back. Devil egg. This is a devil egg, Dodola said decisively. Deviled eggs? Are you sure? Nonsense. Back then, when I accompanied the great god of time, I killed no fewer than 1,000,000 demons, at least 100,000. How could I possibly admit my mistake? Tatara said proudly, this is definitely a demon egg, and without a doubt, it's the egg of a higher-ranking demon. I can't be wrong. Devil eggs? No wonder. Meng Lei suddenly realized, since you are so powerful, then tell me, what kind of devil's egg is this? Let me see. Dodora took a few glances and said, it should be sealed. I can't tell. Hey, see, you don't know either. Meng Lei smiled proudly. You look like you know? Dodola rolled her eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the egg of a fallen angel. What? Fallen angel? Fallen angel? Are you sure? Dodora stared at Meng Lei and asked. Monroe was very determined. If it really is a fallen angel, then kill it immediately. Dodora narrowed his eyes and said, keeping this kind of thing will only cause endless harm. Is it really that serious? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. You don't understand fallen angels at all. Dodora rolled her eyes at him. Although the blood of the god-killing rat in your body is abnormal, the fallen angels are no less powerful. A two-winged fallen angel, comparable to a demigod. A four-winged fallen angel, comparable to a lower god. Six-winged fallen angel, equivalent to a mid-level god. The eight-winged fallen angel is enough to rival a higher god. The 16-winged fallen angel is in existence at the state of great perfection. Although the god-slaying rat bloodline is powerful, it has neither reached great perfection nor dominated the void world, nor does it have its own exclusive territory. And the fallen angels have all of these. The fallen angels rule the demon realm, one of the 3 higher demonic planes. He controls countless material and elemental planes, and his footprints are all over the void world. There are many great masters among the fallen angels, and even a main god was born. Dodora looked at Meng Lei and asked, do you still think the fallen angel is just average? The fallen angel is so powerful? Meng Lei couldn't help but be surprised. Dodora said unhappily, for billions of years, the alliance of gods has been fighting fiercely with the demonic camp. As the main force of the demonic camp, the fallen angels have slaughtered countless gods. How could they be weak? I see. Meng Lei's eyes fell on an ordinary pebble, a gleam in his eyes. So, a terrifying demon is bred here? Dodora nodded slightly. You'd better find a way to kill it as soon as possible. Keeping it will only bring disaster and will not benefit you at all. No, I don't think so. A sharp sharp light flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. Since its potential is so terrifying, why not hatch it and cultivate it into a supergiant? Cultivate a fallen angel? Dedora was immediately surprised. Oh my god, you're so bold. Do you know what the consequences will be if you are discovered? The void gods will repel you. Billions of demons will hate you. Neither justice nor evil will tolerate you. How are you going to survive in the future? Who cares what happens next? Meng Lei waved his hand nonchalantly. Dedora, tell me how to hatch it. You're so heartless. I hope you won't regret it later. Dedora snorted. If you want to hatch it, you have to remove the seal first. The seal is very crude, probably left by a demigod. It won't be difficult to remove it. Let's go to the 96th floor and don't contaminate my mattress. The 96th floor is a dim blood-red world with blood-red earth, blood-red plants, and a blood-red full moon hanging in the blood-red sky. Bloody, eerie, deadly, and terrifying. This layer of dark elements is extremely rich and very suitable for fallen angels. It is most appropriate to put it here, said Dedora. The seal was created by a demigod, so it was not difficult for Era. Crack, crack, as the seal was gradually lifted, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the pebbles and quickly spread throughout the body. Rays of blood-red light burst out from the cracks and then exploded. I see. Crash, a giant egg covered with blood-colored lines and shining with blood-colored light appeared before his eyes. A strange, evil, decadent and corrupt aura spread out, making Meng Lei feel extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, the life inside the egg seemed to sense the breath of the dark magic elements and began to absorb the dark magic elements around it. It's been sealed for who knows how many years, yet it's still alive. Its vitality is truly astonishing. Only a very small number of higher-level demons, such as fallen angels, have such vitality, Dedora said after feeling it carefully. By the way, how do you know it's a fallen angel? Dedora suddenly asked. Just a guess. Meng Lei said perfunctorily, then asked, how do I hatch it? Dedora was a little dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude, but still said, the seal cuts off the flow of magical elements. It will continue to grow after it is lifted. You just need to wait patiently. But what? Meng Lei was puzzled. I suggest you sign a blood contract immediately and turn it into your slave. Dedora explained, once it breaks out of its shell, whether you can defeat it or not, that's the question. That's right, Meng Lei agreed. He dared to sign equal contracts with Xiao Jin and Teddy because he was confident that he could tame them. But the fallen angels are different. It was born as a demigod, and an evil demon at that, so it would be most appropriate for it to become a slave. By the way, what exactly is a blood contract? Meng Lei scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Dedora looked at him helplessly. I thought you knew about the blood contract a long time ago. Seeing your nonchalant expression, it turns out you were just pretending to be a big shot? The blood contract is actually not difficult. Dedora only taught it once and Meng Lei learned it. He bit his finger, squeezed out a few drops of blood, used his fingertip as a pen, and the blood as ink, and with the help of the laws, he carved out a magic circle. The surface of the eggshell was covered with blood covenant magic arrays that looked like ghostly talismans. As the array was activated, those ghostly talismans turned into bloodlight and seeped into the eggshell. The next moment, Meng Lei suddenly felt a close connection with the little life in the eggshell. He could clearly feel the beating pulse of this life, its heartbeat, its desire for dark elements, and its strong life instinct to break out of the shell. It's amazing. Meng Lei waved his hand and took out the elemental crystals he had just collected. He picked out the dark element crystals from them and piled them around the fallen angel's egg. So many elemental crystals? Dedora glanced at him sideways. Not bad. Much richer than the average indigenous demigod. We just looted the Dragon God Empire's treasury. Meng Lei said with a proud smile. You know, no wonder. Dedora said with a smile, since there are so many dark element crystals, we might as well set up a spirit-gathering magic circle to speed up the hatching process. Soul-gathering magic circle? Meng Lei looked confused. You don't know? Dodola said unhappily. The spirit-gathering magic circle was quickly set up. As soon as the formation was activated, the dark magic elements within a radius of hundreds of kilometers quickly gathered here and rushed towards the fallen angel egg at the center of the formation. The blood-colored lines on the surface of the eggshell became even more eerie and bright, like scarlet blood vessels, madly absorbing the surrounding dark magic elements. That's great. Dedora flapped her wings. With such rich dark element nourishment, it should be able to break out of the shell soon. I hope so. Meng Lei was full of anticipation. But you have to be careful. Dedora suddenly reminded, it needs to eat after it breaks out of the shell. Although dark-attributed monsters can barely serve as substitutes, the best food is still demons. It wants to eat demons? Meng Lei was stunned for a moment. Demons are different from gods. The fastest way for them to increase their strength is to devour other demons, especially high-level and high-ranking demons, Dedora explained. Where can I find a demon for it to eat? Meng Lei said helplessly. He didn't even have a few dark attribute monsters on hand, so where could the demon come from? What a joke. You can study necromancy or demonic magic when you have time. It should come in handy, Dedora reminded, and then disappeared without a trace. Undead magic? Demonic demonic magic? Hasn't this thing been lost long ago? Meng Lei muttered. Forget it, let's go out first, he said to himself. Back outside, Meng Lei continued to explore carefully. The fifth thing is a sapphire that looks like amber, and inside it is a little man with blue hair and an elf look. It was lifelike, like a work of art. Meng Lei held it in his hand and felt the rich fluctuations of water-based divine power. What are these little people in here? Could it be that a living person is sealed in there? He wondered. Never mind, let's put it aside for now. Meng Lei decided to put it aside for now.
In this way, Meng Lei carefully examined each item one by one. Most of the items were related to the true God, and the divine power was strong. They were simply priceless treasures. It's a pity that these treasures can't be converted into money. Meng Lei shook his head helplessly. Although these things are precious, who would spend a lot of money to buy them? Even if they wanted to buy them, they might not be able to afford them. Forget it, let's take it away first. He made up his mind. The rewards are indeed generous. After leaving the treasure house plane, Meng Lei flew towards Dragon Island and counted today's harvest. In addition to money that can be converted into cash, such as law source crystals and gold, the most abundant items are various treasures. A large number of holy magic tools and semi-divine tools, massive element crystals and rare materials. There are also dozens of true gods things. It's definitely a huge wave of generous rewards. However, in Meng Lei's opinion, the most precious thing is the fragment of the fusion law. He stared at the 0.1% behind the civil engineering fusion law on the attribute panel, and his heart was suddenly excited. How can we not be excited when the door to Krypton Gold for understanding the laws has been reopened? System, how much does it cost to improve the civil engineering integration rules? Meng Lei asked. Ding. To increase the integration of civil and wood laws by 1%, 100,000 law source crystals are required. 10. The source crystal of all laws? Meng Lei couldn't help but take a breath and was almost scared to pee. How much are 100,000 law source crystals? Equivalent to 1,000 drops of divine power. That is 10 divine crystals. It takes 10 divine crystals to increase by 1%? Who can afford this? He glanced at his wealth again. 787,869 million law source crystals. Just now I thought I was very rich, but in the blink of an eye. Meng Lei smiled bitterly. A 1% improvement would cost 100,000 law source crystals. Wouldn't a 100% improvement require 10 million law source crystals? If there are 10 laws integrated, how much will it cost? Fusion? What a joke. Meng Lei couldn't help but curse inwardly. Even if I spent all my wealth on infinite loot, I wouldn't be able to break the legal rules of Krypton finance. Stop talking nonsense, system. Give me 100 times of unlimited pickup first. Wealth instantly decreased by 100 law source crystals. Ding. Fusion successful. Got a pair of panties from the bar girl Anna. Ding. Fusion successful. Hosts wealth plus 100 gold coins. Ding. Fusion successful. A broad-bladed giant sword obtained. Ding. Fusion successful. A pair of leather boots from the dwarf Baturu. Ding. Fusion successful. I obtained a fragment of the fire element law. Do you want to fuse it? Ding. Fusion successful. A plant of orchid heartgrass obtained. Ding. Fusion successful. Host spirit plus 666. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained a bear paw of the earth bear. Ding. Fusion successful. Got old Jack's cane. What the hell is this? Ding. Fusion successful. A pair of unicorn wings obtained. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained the bloodline of the fallen titan. Do you want to fuse? Ding. Fusion successful. A tungsten ironwood staff obtained. Ding. Fusion successful. Gaining the innate magical power, teleportation. Do you want to merge? Ding. Fusion successful. Etc. What the hell is this? Meng Lei was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Unlimited picking is a paid feature, costing 10 billion gold coins each time. So what did the system pick up for him? Nay, a broadsword? Dwarven boots? An old man's cane? Isn't this dog system too deceptive? Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained the bloodline of the fallen titan. Do you want to fuse? Ding. Fusion successful. A tungsten ironwood staff obtained. Ding. Fusion successful. Gaining the innate magical power, teleportation. Do you want to merge? Etc. Innate magical power? Meng Lei's eyes widened and he almost jumped up. Did I pick up a natural magical power? Or teleportation? Oh my god, is this even possible? What is the innate supernatural power? Meng Lei knew very well that it was an ability unique to some powerful life forms. The dragon's breath. Behemoth is immune to magic. The elementalization of elemental elves. Xiao Jin's huge stomach space. These are all innate magical powers. Although their strengths vary, each innate magical power has its own unique and powerful effect. Being able to teleport from one place to another instantly? Just the name sounds incredibly weird. Fusion. Fusion now. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange silver energy surged into his mind, instantly spreading to his entire body, limbs, bones, and even every cell. A moment later, Meng Lei disappeared mysteriously and appeared 1,000 meters away the next second. No air movement. There was no sound of breaking air. He just jumped from where he was to 1,000 meters away. That's so perverted. It's 1,000 meters
meters away in the blink of an eye? I clearly felt like I didn't move at all. I was just thinking about coming here, and I ended up here? Is this teleportation? Meng Lei was extremely surprised.
He had no idea about the principle of teleportation, nor would he intentionally initiate it.
He just wanted to go to a place 1,000 meters away. As a result, he really came. It's like instinct. Is this a natural divine power? It's amazing that you can do it without understanding the mechanism. Try again. He sometimes disappeared and sometimes appeared, teleporting without getting tired of it.
After some experience, Meng Lei discovered that the farthest distance he could teleport was actually related to the coverage of his divine thoughts. As long as the divine consciousness can reach a place, it can be teleported there instantly without consuming any divine power or physical strength.
The only thing consumed is the power of the soul. With teleportation, who can catch me?
Meng Lei was so happy that even snot bubbles appeared. If you have time, you can go to the treasury of the 3 empires.
Ding.
Fusion successful. Hosts wealth plus 34 law source crystals.
Ding.
Fusion successful. A piece of high quality fur obtained. The system prompt sound finally stopped. Meng Lei took a quick look and saw that they were all junk, either someone's underwear, or broken boots or crutches.
It's definitely a pile of useless junk. However, with the innate magical power of teleportation, these 100 law source crystals are well worth it.
Meng Lei was very satisfied with the harvest from these 100 times of unlimited picking, and even felt a little unsatisfied.
System, do it 100 more times. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained a robe of Master Kyle's. Ding. Fusion successful.
Another 100 times of unlimited pickup.
It's a pity that I didn't pick up anything good this time, and the 100 law source crystals were wasted. 100 more times. Meng Lei got angry. Ding. Fusion successful.
I obtained a fragment of the fusion law.
Do you want to fuse it? Another fragment of the fusion law?
Meng Lei gave the fusion command without hesitation, and a moment later, he grasped the information contained in the fragment.
The law of the fusion of gold and darkness? He glanced at the attribute panel, and the fusion degree of the gold and dark laws was also turned on, the same as the wood and earth laws, both 0.1%. 4 laws. Ding. Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness plus 2,876. Ding. Fusion successful. I got the Dark Knight's giant sword. Ding.
Fusion successful. A divine power obtained.
Do you want to fuse?
Meng Lei exclaimed, stopped abruptly, spread out his right hand, and took out a strange crystal-emitting blue light.
The crystal exuded a heart-pounding aura, and Meng Lei even had the urge to kneel down on the ground. I actually picked up a divine power. Oh my god, what luck!
Meng Lei carefully examined the godhead in his hand, his heart pounding.
Godhead.
This was a priceless treasure coveted by countless beings, countless sanctuaries, and countless demigods.
And he actually picked it up? Is it infuriating?
Looking at the fluctuations of divine power, it should be the water godhead.
I can definitely fuse it. Meng Lei couldn't help licking his lips. As long as I integrate it, I will immediately become a real god. True god. The temptation is too great. I just don't know what level of godhood it is. Well, I'll have to ask Dodora. Oh my god, where did you get this? Seeing the water godhood in Meng Lei's hand, Dodora was shocked. This is the godhood of a lower level god. Where did you steal it from? Meng Lei answered honestly. Picked it up? Do you think I'm stupid? Dodora had a look of disbelief on her face, as if to say, I don't believe you, you old fox are so bad.
Forget it, I don't care where you come from, you can't fuse this thing no matter what.
Remember, don't fuse. It will destroy you. Do you understand? Don't worry, I know what's going on. Meng Lei took a deep breath, resisted the urge to merge, and put the divine nature into the space ring. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as he couldn't see it, everything would be fine. By the way, don't let your friends fuse this divine power. Dodora warned, unprocessed fusion of the divine nature is simply seeking death.
If you are not careful, the master of the divine nature will take over the body and completely take over the nest.
I know. Meng Lei responded impatiently. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained one of Natalie's demon horns. Ding. Fusion successful.
A scale of the abyss bone dragon obtained.
Ding. Fusion successful. Gain. It's all garbage. This stuff is useless.
Except for this divine power, all the others are useless.
I've lost a lot this time.
At this time, a towering mountain appeared before my eyes, with continuous hills, towering ancient trees, layer upon layer, and lush greenery.
We're here so soon. Meng Lei looked at the towering mountain with a smile on his face.
His spiritual thoughts quickly spread out, covering the entire mountain. There are many holy places hidden in the mountains, and there is even an army of dragon people guarding them. The teleportation array leading to Dragon Island is in this mountain.
Let me see where it is.
The next moment, Meng Lei came to a deep and spacious cave where the teleportation array was located.
Teleportation array.
He took a step forward and arrived at a beautiful island a moment later. The island is not big, and is surrounded by the endless blue sea, sparkling with waves. The sea and the sky are one color. The waves are magnificent and turbulent.
The magical elements are so strong. The laws of heaven and earth are so clear.
These guys from the Dragon Clan really know how to choose a place.
Feeling the strong strong magical atmosphere, Meng Lei's divine consciousness spread rapidly like a tide.
Suddenly, a roar shook the heavens, and a pitch-black dragon leaped from the island, glaring at Meng Lei.
How dare you wantonly explore Dragon Island? Are you courting death? Meng Lei took a step forward, walked up to the black dragon, and said with a smile, "Everyone, can I ask for directions?"
"You, how did you appear?" The black dragon was terrified, his eyes full of confusion.
"Don't worry about how I showed up." Meng Lei shook his head. "Tell me, where is Goblin Frederick? How dare you? That's the name of our ancestor, how dare you call him by his name?" The black dragon was furious. "Damn human, I can't sense any dragon aura from you at all. Who are you and how dare you trespass into Dragon Island? So dishonest?"
Meng Lei shook his head slightly, instantly moved to the top of the black dragon's head, and stepped down hard.
The black dragon let out a shrill roar and slammed down onto the island below.
The island shook violently, and a huge pit was instantly smashed into it, with the black dragon embedded in it.
Meng Lei grabbed the black dragon in midair and easily pulled it out.
The black dragon was in a miserable state at this moment, with blood spurting from its mouth, several bones broken, and its left wing almost broken in two, with only a thin layer of skin and flesh connecting them. Master, please spare my life." The black dragon howled in pain and begged for mercy. It knew that it had met a tough opponent and could not shed tears.
"You won't cry until you see the coffin. Are you being honest now? You dragons are all like this."
Meng Lei snorted lightly. "Answer my questions, otherwise this island will be your grave."
"Speak, I'll tell you." Black dragon nodded repeatedly.
"Sir, if you keep going in this direction, you'll see a huge island about 3,000 miles away.
That's the territory of Goblin's ancestors. 3,000 miles? Very good."
Meng Lei snapped his fingers and a wind blade shot out, piercing the black dragon's head.
The poor black dragon never understood until his death. Why did Meng Lei kill it even though he had already spoken? "I'd die unwillingly." 3,000 miles was no pressure for Meng Lei.
After teleporting more than 10 times, he found the big island that the black dragon mentioned. He took a look and was immediately sure that he had not taken the wrong path.
1, 2, 3, 8, 9. There are actually 9 great demigods. The dragon clan's heritage is indeed profound. Meng Lei was filled with emotion.
Demigods were the strongest fighting force on the sky continent, and gods walking in the world were extremely rare.
The dragon clan actually has 9 demigods whose strength is unfathomable. It's not without reason that they have been able to dominate the sky continent for 40,000 years. Meng Lei took a deep breath and roared, "Goblin Frederick, do you think I can't find you if you hide on Dragon Island? Come out and die."
The sound was like rolling thunder, exploding over the big island, startling the birds and beasts in the wild, and the sea beasts in the sea also fled in terror.
"Mon Ray, all corrected now. I would like to clarify this and hope you can understand.
The towering mountain stands proudly above the vast ocean. There is a cave halfway up the mountain, like the open mouth of a monster, as if it wants to swallow everything."
This was Goblin's lair.
The walls and floor of the cave were covered with thick golden bricks, inlaid with various brilliant gems, gleaming with dazzling light, illuminating the entire cave with a golden glow that was breathtakingly beautiful.
The deeper we go, it is a huge dragon's nest made of mountains of gold coins, gold lumps, and gold horseshoes. This is Goblin's dragon's lair.
The area around the dragon's nest is also filled with gemstones, elemental crystals, and law source crystals.
Each one is a rare treasure. Taking out any one of them is enough to make a beggar rich overnight.
At this moment, in the open space in front of the dragon's nest, in addition to Goblin, there were several other figures standing.
There are men and women, old and young, all of them are full of energy and momentum. There are exactly 8 people, neither too many nor too few. They are the other 8 demigods of the dragon clan.
That villain killed my gold-type divine clone and cut off my path to godhood.
Goblin's face twisted, his eyes blazing with deep hatred.
"I, Goblin, swear that I will not become a god unless I cut him into pieces.
A human being is so treacherous and cruel. He must be killed."
In the 40,000 years since the founding of the empire, such a horrific thing has never happened.
This is so cruel and insane. The crime is unforgivable. What else is there to say?
The only way to deal with such rebels is to cut them into pieces and execute them with the ultimate punishment. It seems we've been too lenient with the human race over the years.
How dare these lowly monkeys be so arrogant and conceited, and dare to rebel against their superiors? We must put them in a good rude position. Kill
him until his head falls to the ground and his blood flows like a river.
Let these lowly reptiles understand that humans can only be slaves forever.
The other demigods spoke one after another. Their tones were understated, but they had already decided Meng Lei's life or death, and even determined the attitude of the Dragon God Empire towards the human race.
Goblin was very satisfied with the attitude of the demigods. He himself was no match for Meng Lei.
If he wanted to take revenge, he had to work together.
"Emmeline, what do you want to say?"
Goblin glanced at a demigod who had not yet expressed his opinion, and frowned slightly, revealing a bit of dissatisfaction.
"Ancestor, are you sure that the murderer is Monroe?" Amarin Crocker asked doubtfully.
"That thief killed my gold-type divine clone.
Even if he turned into ash, I would recognize him. How could I be wrong?" Goblin snorted coldly. "What? You have a history history with this thief? Do you know him?
I do know a little guy named Meng Lei, but he is only at the Saint Realm. He should not be the guy who killed the clone of the ancestor god.
Amarin shook his head slightly, with a vague ominous premonition in his heart.
No matter who he is, whether you know him or not, if he dares to kill my divine clone, he must die.
Goblin said coldly. What the ancestor said is absolutely right.
The demigods responded one after another.
Goblin stood up and said, in that case, we must go to the Sky Continent immediately and kill this evil villain. Listen to the ancestors. The ancestor has given an order, and we have no choice but to obey.
The demigods all stood up.
Columbine Frederick, do you think I can't find you if you hide on Dragon Island? Come out and die.
At this moment, a long, thunderous roar suddenly resounded through the sky and suddenly exploded in everyone's ears, like rolling thunder, deafening. The demigods were all stunned.
That's the thief. Goblin's face twisted. He actually came all the way to Dragon Island. This is really too much.
Ancestor, is the one shouting outside the traitor named Meng Lei? The demigods asked in surprise.
That voice is right. It's this evil villain.
Goblin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing coldly.
Audacious in the extreme. How dare you come to Dragon Island and kill me?
You simply don't take my dragon clan seriously. We haven't bothered him yet, but he's here first. The demigods were furious. The dragon clan has stood in the Sky Continent for thousands of years.
Has anyone ever dared to approach Dragon Island? Never before. Now, someone actually dares to be so rebellious and do such a rebellious act. This is a shame. A huge shame.
A demigod said in a cold voice, only with the blood of this evil villain can this shame be washed away.
Kill him.
Let him know the consequences of provoking my dragon clan.
Come out with me.
Goblin snorted coldly and rushed out of the cave with many demigods.
It's really you.
Amarin was the first to come out of the cave.
The first thing she saw was Meng Lei standing proudly in the void.
She was shocked and an expression of disbelief flashed in her eyes.
Long time no see, Senior Amarin. Meng Lei smiled and greeted Amarin.
Facing the elder dean's younger sister, he felt quite complicated.
Monrei, why you?
Amarin didn't understand how Mon Lei suddenly became a demigod, but it didn't matter at the moment.
More importantly, why did Meng Lei provoke the Dragon God Empire? Even invaded Dragon Island?
Meng Lei said slowly, for faith.
Amarin's entire body trembled violently, and she cried out incoherently, you want to compete for the Dragon God Empire's faith resources? Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? I know exactly what I'm doing.
Meng Lei slowly shook his head. You are also a demigod. You should understand how important faith is to us.
You're crazy.
If you provoke the Dragon Clan like this, they will never let you go.
The Dragon God will not let you go either. Amarin shook her head inside. She didn't refute Munley's words because he was right. For a demigod, faith was truly important. Faith can strengthen the soul, can transform divine power.
It can help them understand the rules.
It can also shorten the time it takes to become a god.
If possible, any demigod would like to have his own faith resources in faith territory and harvest massive amounts of faith power every day. Unfortunately, this is just wishful thinking. The faith resources of the Sky Continent have long been divided up. The Dragon God, the Titan God, the Beast God, and the Elf Goddess have monopolized all the faiths, leaving no share for the demigods at all. Therefore, no matter how much they longed in their hearts, they could only endure it because they simply did not have the courage to compete with the four true gods for faith. But Meng Lei chose this path, risking breaking the biggest taboo in the world and openly challenging the true god. This is simply courting death.
On the road to becoming a god, what is there to fear? Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Senior AI Molan, you are the old dean's biological sister. I will not attack you.
I hope you can stand by and watch.
Even if you stand by and watch, you are no match for them. AI Molan sighed. Monlei, let go. You have the blood of the dragon in your body. If you stop now, I can plead for you.
It's no use begging for mercy. Goblin rushed out with 7 demigods. Emmeline, you are confused.
This evil thief is guilty of heinous crimes, and you still want to plead for him? Grandfather, he's just a child. Amarin quickly defended. Everyone was young and ignorant. Stop talking.
Goblin said coldly, he killed my gold god clone and cut off my path to godhood.
He and I are irreconcilable and will fight to the death. Little devil, it's you. Elder Saniel, the black dragon demigod among the 7 demigods, stared at Meng Lei with disbelief in his eyes. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already broken through to become a demigod and even killed the ancestor's gold-type divine clone?
I haven't seen you for 3 days, and you're really impressive. Meng Lei smiled faintly. Elder Saniel, since we know each other, I can refrain from fighting with you.
Other demigods, my only target is Goblin.
It has nothing to do with you.
Little thief, who do you think you are? A green dragon demigod with green hair and a snake staff in hand said in a cold voice, it has nothing to do with us? Do you think you can leave Dragon Island alive today? Found it.
How foolish and arrogant of you to dare to come here and kill us. Boy, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving.
Dragon Island is your grave.
After I kill you, I will grind your body into bait and scatter it on this sea.
You dare to enter Dragon Island.
You clearly don't take us, the demigods of Dragon Island, seriously.
How can we tolerate you? you. The dragon demigods spoke one after another, their murderous intent overflowing. Seeing this, Amarin couldn't help but sigh. She knew that this matter was irreversible. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me. Menglay shook his head slightly. That's exactly what I want. This dragon island has beautiful scenery and clear laws. It's a perfect place for you to be buried. I'm arrogant. Little thief, give me your life. The green dragon demigod snorted coldly and waved the snake staff in his hand. Divine art, shadow snake hand. As soon as he finished speaking, his green hair suddenly stood up and instantly turned into countless green poisonous snakes, pouncing towards Menglay. Every venomous snake is extremely poisonous. Even an ordinary demigod will die from the poison if bitten by it, and turn into turbid and thick water with extremely vicious toxicity. Menglay shook his head and smiled slightly, then disappeared silently from the spot, leaving the green poisonous snake empty-handed. Dodged. The green dragon demigod's expression changed slightly. Elder Horus, be careful, this traitor is extremely fast. Goblin hurriedly reminded, but it was still a step too late. With a shrill scream, Elder Green Dragon fell straight into the sea like a cannonball. However, Menglay appeared quietly at the place where the green dragon demigod originally stood. Everyone, why are you doing this? Menglay looked coldly at the nearby dragon demigods. You are a good dragon, but you choose to die instead. What's in your head? Before he finished speaking, Menglay had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the sea. At that moment, the green dragon demigod was falling straight down. Menglay pulled out his god-killing spear and casually struck it. Puff! Accompanied by a shrill dragon roar, the god-killing spear instantly pierced the throat of the green dragon demigod, and the spraying dragon blood dyed the seawater below red. The green dragon demigod was killed on the spot, and his true form was revealed, a dragon king-level green dragon with green scales all over its body and a length of 500 feet. Elder Horus. The fishy and salty sea breeze blew slowly, taking away the remaining blood in the air, but it could not dispel the shock and terror in the hearts of the 8 demigods. Kill Horus instantly. What kind of strength is this? A dragon demigod screamed. Elder Horus has already ignited the divine fire, and we can't even stop his shot. Then we. Before he could finish, the demigods understood what he meant, and a chill ran down their spines. When evaluating the strength of a demigod, we usually look at 3 aspects: realm, divine power, and divine body. The stronger the divine power, the more powerful the divine body is. The stronger the strength, the stronger it will be. Elder Horus successfully ignited the divine fire. He was a mid-stage demigod and a pure-blooded green dragon. He had comprehended the laws of wood, and his divine body was absolutely powerful. The only weakness is the lack of divine power. Like other demigods, Elder Horus's divine power is naturally scarce due to the lack of faith from his believers. There is no doubt about this. But even so, a great master who was in the middle stage of demigod was killed instantly by a single shot. Is the gap between the two sides really that big? Did you see his movements clearly? A demigod asked in a deep voice. I didn't see it. I can't feel any fluctuations of divine power. There's no air movement either. How on earth did he get there? Could it be teleportation? The demigods' expressions suddenly changed, and they shook their heads in denial. Impossible. Teleportation is a spatial-related innate magical power, and no one in the sky continent has ever mastered it. So how did he act? Whatever it is, we must fight it with all our might, otherwise, we may all perish. I see. The demigods nodded, their faces solemn. As dragon demigods, they were full of pride, but not arrogance. Facing a terrifying existence that can easily kill Horus in seconds, you must go all out. He's dead, and all that's left is you. Menglay licked the dragon blood from the tip of his spear and glanced at the remaining 7 demigods. How do you plan to die? Who will be next? Let's work together to suppress this villain. 7 demigods attack at the same time. God's realm. 7 terrifying waves descended, and the void where Menglay was instantly imprisoned, and even he was tightly bound. Divine art, absolute zero. The frost dragon demigod roared, opened his mouth and spewed out a golden cold current, which then froze the void where Menglay was. Driven by divine power, absolute zero can not only freeze everything, but also freeze the void. The combination of the divine realm and Elder Jacques Absolute Zero will definitely suppress this villain. Next, we must unleash our strongest attack and not give him a chance to breathe. Divine art, annihilation storm. Divine art, 3,000 thunders. Divine art, 10,000 swords return to their origin. Divine art, dark bones. Divine art, snowfall. Divine art, meteorite fall. Divine art, the water god descends. Boom. Various divine arts poured down like a torrential rain, and the void where Menglay was shattered in an instant, turning into a black hole that swallowed everything. The wind raged, ice shards flew, golden swords flew, waves surged, and dust flew. Various divine powers collided and bombarded violently in the center of the black hole, and the chaos reached its extreme. It is no exaggeration to say that this is definitely the most dangerous place on the sky continent. Even if a demigod who has condensed divine nature falls into it, he will surely perish. Alas, why do you have to do this? A trace of pity flashed in Amarin's eyes. After all, Menglay was the person her brother would die to protect. She had a special
special affection for him and couldn't bear to see him die here. But she was powerless. The trouble caused by Meng Lei was too great, and the 7 elders were more determined than ever to kill him. She had no choice but to choose not to help either side. This fluctuation of divine power is truly terrifying.
It seems to have come from the island of Goblin's ancestors. So what happened? Let's go and take a look. Although Dragon Island is vast and boundless, it is ultimately limited.
This surging wave of divine power instantly spread throughout the entire Dragon Island, alarming all living beings.
Shouldn't this thief be dead now? After a fierce bombardment, the 7 demigods gasped and stopped attacking.
Then they carefully sensed the chaotic void and found that they could not sense Meng Lei's breath, and they breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no one can survive the combined attack of the 7 demigods.
This thief is finally dead.
I was so scared just now that I broke out in a cold sweat, a demigod said with lingering fear. At that moment, I was really afraid that he would suddenly rush out and shoot me.
That's true.
Another demigod sighed. It's such a pity for Elder Horus. His death was so tragic. Elder Horus died a worthy death. Goblin said, this villain is dead, the crisis of the Empire is resolved, and the dignity of the dragon race is maintained.
Elder Horus has made an indelible contribution. The ancestor is right.
The other demigods expressed their agreement.
Dead? Who said I was dead? A teasing voice sounded.
The faces of the demigods suddenly changed. They saw Meng Lei standing quietly behind them, one hand in his pocket, the other holding the god-killing spear, staring at them with a smile.
You are not dead.
The demigods' scalps went numb and they instantly retreated tens of thousands of meters, their hearts filled with horror and anger. Under such a violent divine attack, he is still alive.
Is he still a human being? He's not dead. Amarin was also shocked and looked at Meng Lei in disbelief. Do you really think I'm going to die? Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Your attacks are truly terrifying. Even a demigod with concentrated godhood could be surrounded and killed by you.
But unfortunately, you ran into me, so your ending is doomed to be tragic.
Everyone, give it your all.
The demigods decisively revealed their true forms, which turned out to be 7 giant dragons hundreds of feet long and of various shapes. The dragon's wings vibrate, the dragon's claws are sharp, the dragon's might is overwhelming, and a fierce light flashes in the dragon's eyes. A 400-foot-long frost dragon, 500-feet-long earth dragon, blue dragon, and storm dragon, 600-feet-long thunder dragon, black dragon, and golden dragon. The 7 dragon king-level dragons roared in unison and pounced on Meng Lei frantically, just like 7 lions chasing a flat-headed brother on the prairie. Sharp dragon claws, sharp fangs, powerful dragon tail, dragon breath that destroys everything. Every attack contains terrifying destructive power.
Using physical attacks instead? What a bunch of idiots. Meng Lei almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The divine domain combined with divine magic attacks can barely cause me any trouble. To use your true form is simply courting death. Since you are so sincere in offering me the dragon head, I will accept it without hesitation. The first one. Meng Lei took a step forward and quietly appeared above the head of the golden dragon goblin.
Without hesitation, he raised the god-killing spear and stabbed it hard. With a whoosh sound, it went straight through Goblin's head.
Goblin let out a shrill dragon roar, and dragon blood splashed everywhere like a waterfall. The second one. Meng Lei locked onto the earth dragon.
As an earth dragon, the earth dragon's defense is definitely among the best among the 7 dragons. His entire body was covered with indestructible ochre-colored dragon scales, especially when he cast the divine-level power of the Earth Guardian Senkai, which could be described as an absolutely impeccable defense.
Sure enough,
the Earth Dragon put on the Earth Guardian Senkai early on and wrapped himself tightly, obviously afraid of ending up with the same miserable end as Horus.
What a pity, it's useless.
Meng Lei's strength, coupled with the sharpness of the god-killing spear, penetrated Tulong's head without any surprise, and Tulong died on the spot.
Elder Carol.
Seeing Meng Lei kill 2 giant dragons in an instant, the remaining 5 giant dragons were suddenly terrified and their sharp attacks slowed down.
They didn't hesitate, and Monray showed no mercy. Puff, puff, puff. Meng Lei's figure flashed like a ghost, and he stabbed 4 times in succession.
The blue dragon, thunder dragon, frost dragon, and storm dragon fell to the ground one after another. These are all top-quality dragon meat, so Meng Lei naturally won't let them go. He puts them in the Tower of Time and preserves them so that he can enjoy them as snacks in the future.
For a moment, Elder Saniel, the black dragon demigod, was the only one left in the sky. He looked at the empty void, then turned to look at the approaching Meng Lei, and immediately ran away. Meng Lei landed directly on Saniel's back. Elder Saniel, where are you going?
Saniel's heart and liver were broken, his dragon body was shaking like a sieve, and he couldn't say a word.
Don't want to answer? Meng Lei pressed the god-killing spear against the back of Saniel's head. That's enough. Hurry up and get on the road. It's a good opportunity to team up with your friends and report to the underworld. Mercy.
Saniel was extremely frightened, and golden dragon rain fell from behind his butt.
Sir, please spare my life. Please let me live. Can you have some integrity? Seeing Saniel being frightened like a cloud in rain, Meng Lei couldn't help but be speechless. Not killing you? Give me a reason first.
We. Saniel wanted to say we know each other, but when he thought of Meng Lei's arrogant and domineering look when they first met, he couldn't say anything.
If he told it, would Meng Lei shoot him? What's wrong with us? Meng Lei smiled coldly and asked meaningfully. Emerin?
Saniel glanced at Emerin beside him, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Emerin, please beg for mercy on me. I don't want to die. After hearing what Saniel said, Emerin suddenly woke up and looked at Meng Lei with complicated eyes.
Meng Lei only used 6 shots to kill 6 demigod elders, which completely shocked her. She simply couldn't understand how Meng Lei, who was a member of the Holy Land a few days ago, could suddenly become so terrifying.
Mon Lei, you have killed all the demigods of Dragon Island. If possible, please spare Elder Saniel's life, Emerin said with a wry smile.
Since Senior Emerin has said so, I will spare your life.
Meng Lei turned to look at Saniel. Although the death penalty can be avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped.
I will give you a chance. Be my mount and I can spare your life. Make a mount?
Saniel's face suddenly changed.
Why? Don't want to? Meng Lei's face darkened. I am willing to surrender.
As a demigod black dragon, Saniel's pride makes it difficult for him to accept being a human's mount.
This is more painful than being killed.
Looking at Meng Lei's stern face and the god-killing spear dripping with dragon blood in his hand, Saniel's heart was filled with fear.
As a demigod, he has almost eternal life. How can he die? Once you die, everything will become nothing and have no meaning anymore. I am willing to surrender. Saniel finally made his choice. Freedom? Dignity? To hell with it all. I don't need to tell you what to do, right?
Meng Lei said with a calm tone, hinting at something.
Yes, sir.
Saniel smiled bitterly, and a source of soul slowly flew out from between his eyebrows.
Meng Lei refined this spiritual essence and completely controlled Saniel's life and death. As long as he wanted, he could destroy the origin of the soul and kill Saniel at any time. It is so simple to subdue the gods. There is no need to sign a contract or have a blood connection. As long as you refine the other party's soul and spirit, you can completely control the other party's life and death. Elder Saniel. Emerin felt sad. How proud and arrogant was Elder Saniel in the past.
Now, in order to survive, he is willing to abandon the dignity of being a dragon and a demigod and become a mount for humans.
It is so ironic. Emmeline.
Sensing her gaze, Saniel was filled with shame, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into.
But he didn't regret it. Compared to life, what were freedom and dignity? Meng Lei jumped onto Saniel's broad back. Let's go. Take me to find the remaining demigods. Master, what do you mean?
Saniel was slightly stunned.
Didn't you kill all the elders? Do you think I'm uneducated? Meng Lei sneered.
It's true that I killed 7 demigods just now, but 3 of them are not dead yet.
They still have divine clones, right? Saniel's expression changed slightly. Saniel, remember your identity. You are no longer a dragon demigod. Meng Lei said coldly. But my mount. What does a mount mean? Do you want me to explain it to you? No need.
Saniel lowered his head in horror.
Since there is no need, let's go. Go find the 3 fish that escaped the net. If they run away, I will skin you alive. Meng Lei ordered coldly. Yes, master. Saniel did not dare to delay.
He flapped his wings and flew towards the island of the 3 demigods.
Monray, do we really have to kill them all? Emerin shouted. Senior Emerin, if I am not strong enough, will the Dragon Island demigod let me go today? Meng Lei responded coldly, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Emerin froze there. Saniel, you are too slow. Speed up and run forward.
Meng Lei urged. If there were no system prompts, Meng Lei would probably have been fooled.
But unfortunately, he had a system.
He had killed 7 demigods, but only received 4 prompts.
Obviously, 3 of the demigods still have incarnations and are not completely dead yet.
Moreover, Meng Lei knew who they were: the Earth Dragon, the Blue Dragon, and the Storm Dragon. Meng Lei would not let any of these guys go. The grass must be removed at its roots. It will grow again in the spring breeze. To avoid trouble in the future, it is best to destroy it all. However, what was frustrating was that despite all his efforts, Meng Lei only killed the Blue Dragon and the Earth Dragon, while the Storm Dragon had already escaped and disappeared without a trace. They even took away all the treasures in the dragon's nest, leaving nothing behind. You escaped so quickly,
Meng Lei said coldly as he looked at the empty cave.
I hope I don't run into you again in the future.
Master, where are we going next? Saniel asked cautiously, fearing that Meng Lei would vent his anger on him. Go to the demigod's dragon nest. Meng Lei's eyes flashed. Dragons love glittering treasures.
Every dragon is a rich man, and every lair is a treasure.
This is indeed the case.
The lair of the Golden Dragon Goblin provided Meng Lei with a fortune of 360,000 Law Source crystals. The remaining Green Dragon, Earth Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Blue Dragon, and Frost Dragon brought Meng Lei a huge sum of 1.17 million Law Source crystals. Meng Lei's wealth reached an astonishing 2,317,572 Law Source crystals. 2.31 million Law Source crystals, converted into gold coins, is a full 23 trillion gold coins.
This wealth is really exaggerated. However, Meng Lei was not happy about this. What could he do with such little wealth? In exchange for the divine power of 231 divine crystals? Or increase the integration of civil civil engineering laws by 23%? It's just a drop in the bucket. I'm still very poor. Meng Lei couldn't help but sigh.
Hearing this, Saniel's mouth twitched, and he felt an urge in his heart. He really wanted to jump up and hit Meng Lei with 2 hammers. You have just emptied the lairs of 6 demigods and robbed them of their life's treasure.
Are you still poor? Are you still complaining about the hard life? Poor as hell. I'm so jealous I'm almost hurting inside, you know? Oh right, don't you have 9 demigods on Dragon Island? Meng Lei seemed to suddenly remember something. Excluding Senior Amarin and the escaped Storm Dragon, there should be 7 demigods left, right? There are 7 dragon nests for 7 demigods, but I only moved the dragon nests of 6 demigods. Saniel's anus immediately tightened with nervousness. Meng Lei looked at the seated Saniel and asked, "Where is the remaining dragon's nest?" "Old master." Saniel gave a smile uglier than crying. "The remaining dragon nest is mine, so it's yours."
I was wondering why there are only 6 dragon nests when there are clearly 7 demigods.
Meng Lei suddenly understood, and a look of so that appeared on his face. "Yes, master," Saniel answered cautiously. "Since it's your dragon's nest, I won't move, but I'm curious." Meng Lei asked sympathetically, "Which dragon's nest has more treasures, yours or Goblin's?" "Ancestor Goblin became a demigod 30,000 years ago. His savings are beyond my reach," Saniel answered honestly. "How does it compare to other demigods?" "Mine is more," Saniel said honestly. "I didn't expect you to be rich, I never realized. But honestly, why do you need so many treasures?" Meng Lei said doubtfully, "You can't take these things with you in life. If someone stabbed you to death one day, wouldn't that be a shame?" Saniel was experienced and shrewd.
He heard the threat in Meng Lei's words and said with a sad face, "Don't say anything, master."
"I am willing to offer you the dragon's nest." "What did you say? Offering the dragon's nest?" Meng Lei quickly waved his hands. "How can this be? This is your life savings, how can I take it?" "No, no."
Saniel was about to cry, "Master, please accept it. With my status, I won't need so much wealth in the future."
"Can't you understand this watch?"
Meng Lei said reluctantly, "I'm really sorry, but you do have a point. You've become my mount, and you'll have to travel the world with me. Leaving these treasures on Dragon Island is really not safe."
"It's not safe, no one would believe it."
Saniel was respectful in words, but his heart was bleeding, because that was his life's accumulation.
Just gone like that?
Although Saniel's dragon's nest is not as grand as Goblin's, it is still magnificent and luxurious. After counting, Meng Lei found a huge sum of 280,000 law source crystals.
After everything was moved, Meng Lei leisurely walked out of the dragon's nest. Saniel hurriedly greeted him. "Master, you moved. Ahem, are you done moving?" Meng Lei nodded slightly. "Saniel, we are leaving now. You can go in and take one last look at your dragon's nest." "I'd rather not watch it. My heart is not very good,"
Saniel said with a wry smile.
"Look at you, you're such a loser." Meng Lei rolled his eyes. "You are so stingy. It's just some treasures. What's the big deal?" As he spoke, Meng Lei took out a divine power and said calmly, "Do you recognize this?" "Godhead." Saniel's dragon body trembled violently. "It's good to know each other." Meng Lei said arrogantly, "I have plenty of this stuff. I eat it every day like candy beans." "Master, this is a godhead."
Saniel trembled all over, staring intently at the godhead in Meng Lei's hand, his eyes filled with desire, greed, and envy.
"It's just a lower-level godhead."
Meng Lei patted Saniel's head and said, "Work hard in the future, and you can choose the godhood of a middle god or a higher god."
"Master, are you serious?"
Saniel's voice trembled. His reason told him that Meng Lei was fooling him, but the desire in his heart and the beautiful future described by Meng Lei made him unable to help but indulge in it.
"The higher gods."
He is just a demigod who has just condensed his godhood. Not to mention the middle and upper gods, even the lower gods are out of his reach.
Or rather, it's impossible. To become a lower-level god, you must first become a true god. To become a true god, you must first establish the kingdom of God. And to establish the kingdom of God, a huge amount of divine power is needed. Where does divine power come from? Hard work, accumulating bit by bit.
Saniel himself was not sure whether he could accumulate enough divine power to establish the kingdom of God in his lifetime. Therefore, for Saniel, the lower gods are like an unattainable dream and a complete luxury. But if he had a ready-made godhood, it would be different. As long as he merged with it, he could immediately become a lower-level god.
How much faster would that be? 100 times, 10,000 times faster? Meng Lei said confidently.
"Master, after hearing what you said, I, Saniel, would gladly serve you like a slave, and would die with no regrets." Saniel stared at the godhead in fascination. "Actually, you might not know that at the level of demigods like us, the desire for wealth is not that strong anymore.
Ordinary dragons are different.
They love collecting treasures and accumulating wealth. So, the richest people on Dragon Island are not us demigods, but those ordinary dragons.
They are the real invisible tycoons. The combined wealth of 10 ordinary dragons is equivalent to that of a demigod. How many ordinary dragons are there on Dragon Island? Hundreds and thousands.
The idiom sharing wealth with the people is the most appropriate to describe Dragon Island.
The wealth of an ordinary dragon is definitely less than that of a demigod. So what about 100 of them? 1,000? 10,000? 10,000? The answer is definitely huge.
Under the leadership of Sanyal, the traitor of the dragon clan, Manglei became a devil. Move everything, grab everything, take everything. After all the trouble, Manglei's wealth soared to 13.57 million law source crystals.
This is an astonishing number. As for the other treasures, they are too numerous to count.
It is no exaggeration to say that Manglei became rich overnight during this trip to Dragon Island, and his mood was naturally very good.
When you are in a good mood, it is easier to talk.
Sanyal suggested that Manglei spare the lives of these dragons instead of wiping them out completely, and Manglei agreed without hesitation.
Manglei even specially cleared out several floors of the Tower of Time for these dragons to live in. Well, just like raising pigs,
Manglei even thought of setting up the Tower of Time in the capital after he established his empire. Then allow talented people to go in and gain experience, so that these proud dragons can also taste the feeling of being slaughtered and hunted.
Master, where are we going next? Sanyal looked at the empty Dragon Island, not knowing whether to cry or laugh.
He didn't want his descendants to be slaughtered, and he didn't want to see them being raised like pigs.
Do you know where the Dragon Tomb is? Manglei suddenly asked. Sanyal's expression changed. Master, you won't even touch the Dragon Tomb, will you?
The Dragon Tomb is a forbidden place for our dragon clan. Our ancestors are buried there.
You're overthinking it.
Manglei snorted. I just want to pay my respects to an elder.
That's good. That's good.
Sanyal finally felt relieved, flapped his wings, and flew towards the Dragon Tomb with Manglei.
The Dragon Tomb is also located on an island.
The island is covered with towering rocky mountains and jagged rocks. In the endless stone forest, there are tombstones standing upright, and underneath them are buried giant dragons.
What's going on?
His divine consciousness swept across the entire island, and Manglei began to search. However, after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find the old dean's tombstone.
Manglei's brows gradually furrowed. Senior Emerin once said that the old dean was buried in the Dragon Tomb, but why couldn't he be found? I have to find out. Manglei found Emerin, but the answer he got shocked him. What did you say? The old dean is not dead?
My brother's soul jade pendant is intact. He should still be alive.
Emolyn took out a blood-red jade pendant. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. We dragons will make a soul jade pendant after we are born. The jade pendant is intact and the person is still alive. If the jade pendant is broken, the person will die.
My brother's soul jade pendant has always been in my hands. It has never been broken in over 20,000 years, so I have always believed that my brother is not dead.
What happened? Emerin's eyes moistened.
Even though my brother perished along with the Mother Tree of Life when we went to the Lost Continent last time, his soul jade pendant is still intact. I knew my brother was still alive.
Not dead. The old dean is not dead. That's great. It's really great. Manglei was so excited that he was incoherent. If he is not dead, then where is he?
He disappeared with the Mother Tree of Life last time.
I guess there are two possibilities.
Emerin said in a low voice, brother either has other clones, or he is still sealed in your artifact.
God-killing spear?
Manglei repeatedly took out the God-killing spear and probed it with his divine sense to search it carefully. However, after looking around, he still found nothing. The old dean is not in the God-killing gun.
Manglei was extremely disappointed.
Then there's only one possibility left, Emerin said. Brother has other clones.
Other clones? Manglei frowned. If there are other clones, why hasn't he come to find you in all these years? This doesn't make sense. I don't know either. Emerin smiled bitterly. Old dean. Manglei clenched his fists. No matter where he is, I will find him.
If you can find my brother, please tell him that I have been waiting for him. Please. Emerin wiped away her tears gently.
Manglei nodded solemnly.
At this moment, a voice as cold as an owl suddenly sounded. You ugly lizards. When I get out, I will turn you all into undead and burn your souls with divine fire.
He. Burning day and night, leaving you unable to live or die. What's that sound? Manglei frowned.
The sound came from the seabed beneath the island where the Dragon Tomb was located. To be precise, this was not an ordinary sound, but a fluctuation of divine consciousness.
Master, that is the voice of the ancient demon Pohaman.
Sanyal responded respectfully.
The ancient demon Pohaman?
Manglei's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he asked with interest, tell me about his origins. Pohaman's story begins 50,000 years ago, Sanyal said slowly.
Back then, we dragons ruled the sky continent and were the sole sovereigns. Even today's orcs, elves, and titans can only retreat to their ancestral lands, relying on the protection of our dragon race for survival.
Even the far north wasteland, the elf forest, and the Titan plateau, which are now occupied by the three major empires, were once the backyard of our dragon clan. Sanyal's eyes were filled with pride. Back then, the sky continent was undoubtedly the world of dragons. What a pity. He gave a bitter laugh. After the dragon god left the continent and took away our dragon race's elite fighting force, our empire began to crumble. The orcs retreated to the orc king's court, the elves hid by the goddess lake, and the titans hid in the Sia mountains. Other intelligent races, such as goblins, dwarves, and trolls, have also risen one after another, and even various evil gods and demons have appeared.
Overnight, the dragon god empire's rule collapsed. Not only did they lose a large amount of territory, but their elite tribes also suffered heavy casualties. It was at that time that the ancient demon Pohaman appeared. As a demigod of the undead, his destructive power was even comparable to that of the three great empires.
Undead demigod? Meng Lei's eyes lit up. That's right. Saniel nodded slightly.
The evil Pohaman, holding a magic wand, uses evil necromancy to summon countless armies of the undead from the distant underworld. Wherever the undead army marches, the living are devastated, and the dead are transformed into undead by Pohaman. Pohaman's appearance dealt a heavy blow to the Dragon God Empire, forcing the empire to dispatch several demigods to suppress and seal him.
So, the undead demigod Pohaman is sealed here? Meng Lei was very interested. Yes, Master. Let's go down and take a look. Master, this isn't right, Saniel said hastily. Pohaman is extremely evil. Evil? Can he compare to me? Meng Lei glanced at him and asked back. Sonny was speechless. In comparison, Pohaman was like a newborn baby. Meng Lei flew towards the bottom of the dragon tomb, and Saniel had no choice but to lead the way.
Soon, the two dived into the sea, and what came into view was a cave with a soft milky white glow, releasing surging waves of light.
Let's go and take a look.
Meng Lei teleported to the front of the cave, only to see that the cave was as bright as day, with milky white crystals of light elements inlaid on the walls.
In the center of the cave stands an altar. There are 10 pillars standing on the altar, each of which is forged from crystals of light elements.
10 chains are tied to the pillars, and the other ends of the chains are tightly wrapped around a person. The man had disheveled hair, was extremely skinny, and his skin was so dry that there was almost no extra flesh, like a skeleton. 10 chains were passed through his arms, ribs, navel, legs, feet and shoulder blades, nailing him to the center of the altar, torturing him alive. This situation is worse than death, but the most deadly thing was the chain that passed through his eyebrows. This chain blocked his soul, making it impossible for him to mobilize his divine power and turning him into a complete cripple.
Someone is coming. It's so rare, so rare. As if sensing Meng Lei's arrival, the skeleton slowly raised its head.
Through the hair that hung to the ground, a pair of green eyes could be vaguely seen, as eerie and glaring as a wolf's eyes.
Dead demigod, Pohaman? Meng Lei looked at the skull on the altar. You don't have the scent of those stinky lizards on you. Who are you to be here?
The skeleton stared with those green eyes, his voice as hoarse as a night owl.
If you want, I can be your savior. Meng Lei said leisurely. Save me? Who do you think you are?
Pohaman's voice suddenly faltered, and then he burst into hoarse laughter. If the stinky lizard behind you said that, I would believe it.
As for you, Pohaman, you evil undead demigod, what's your attitude?
Saniel shouted angrily. The one standing before you is my great master, Lord Meng Lei.
If you dare to be disrespectful again, I will never forgive you. Pohaman looked at Saniel blankly, then turned his green eyes to Meng Lei with a look of re-examination. This stinking lizard is one of the few demigods on Dragon Island.
How on earth did you manage to subdue him? Kill the other demigods, and he will naturally submit to me.
Meng Lei smiled faintly. Tell me, do you want to get out? You killed the other demigods of the Dragon Clan? Pohaman was stunned, then shook his head repeatedly. No, this is impossible.
Although these damn stinking lizards are despicable and declining, it is impossible to kill them.
Tell him the truth. Mon Rei looked at Saniel. Saniel smiled bitterly, but still told the whole story of Mon Lei's dragon-slaying feat. Pohaman was stunned hearing this. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to go out? Meng Lei seemed a little impatient. Are you really willing to let me out? Pohaman stared at Meng Lei with his eyes fixed. What do I have to give? Your loyalty. Pohaman surrendered.
He offered up his soul without hesitation, which was beyond Meng Lei's expectation.
Meng Lei originally thought that he would have to use threats and inducements to subdue this undead demigod. After all, he is an evil ancient demon and undead demigod. How could he surrender so easily? Crack, crack.
The god-killing spear stabbed out repeatedly, easily cutting off the 10 chains wrapped around Pohaman's body.
As soon as Pohaman was free, he laughed excitedly. I'm out.
Unfortunately, his laughter lacked dignity, but was rather eerie and terrifying, like the howling of evil spirits coming from the depths of hell.
It's so eerie that it makes people shudder. Meng Lei said lightly, turned and walked out of the cave.
Saniel hurriedly followed, always keeping a certain distance from Pohaman.
Saniel always felt unsafe staying with this evil ancient demon. Yes, my honorable master, jeer. Pohaman let out a few strange cries and followed Mon Lei and Saniel out of the cave.
At this moment, an 8th-level magical beast, a bloodthirsty shark, happened to swim over.
Seeing this, Pohaman grabbed it in midair.
A green, dry giant claw appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the bloodthirsty shark directly.
Pohaman opened his mouth wide and sucked it in fiercely. A green life essence floated out from the bloodthirsty shark and was sucked into his mouth.
The bloodthirsty shark shrank and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a piece of dry skin in a few breaths. Looking at Pohaman again, his shriveled skin had become much plumper and his color had gradually returned.
The smell of blood, how nostalgic. Pohaman licked his lips and laughed wildly towards the sky with excitement. Master, this demon is so evil.
Saniel shuddered, his heart was filled with fear, and his voice was trembling.
Is that necromancy?
Meng Lei didn't take it seriously, but instead developed a strong interest in necromancy. He, Master, if you want to learn necromancy, I can teach you. Pohaman laughed strangely.
I can do some research when I have time.
Meng Lei smiled faintly.
It's rare to meet someone who is interested in necromancy, and he's my master.
Pohaman laughed strangely and began a crazy devouring feast.
All the sea monsters he encountered along the way could not escape his clutches. He quickly became plump, and as soon as he came out of the sea, he looked like a different person.
The body is strong and plump, the skin is crystal clear, the hair is black and shiny.
This is not the skinny skeleton at the bottom of the sea, but an elegant and gentlemanly middle-aged aristocrat. If they hadn't come out of the seabed with him, Monray and Saniel would hardly have recognized him.
Is this really Pohaman? It's much more comfortable looking this way. Meng Lei smiled and praised.
Pohaman performed an elegant noble salute and said politely, Master, you don't know that before I practiced necromancy, I was actually a human king.
But later, my country was destroyed.
In order to avenge the dragon clan, I was forced to practice necromancy and became a demon that was neither human nor ghost. Having said that, Pohaman glanced at Saniel with a malicious look in his eyes, which made Saniel's heart tighten and feel uneasy.
I didn't expect you to have such an experience. It's really unexpected. Meng Lei smiled and said, it just so happens that I just destroyed the dragon clan and am preparing to take over the dragon god empire. You have experience in this area, so you should be able to help me a lot, right?
He, I am willing to serve the master.
Pohaman said excitedly, Master, don't worry.
I have been in office for more than 40 years and have rich experience in governance. I should be able to give you a lot of advice.
I hope so. Meng Lei nodded with relief.
He had been troubled by the situation in the Dragon God Empire before. After all, the Dragon clan has perished. Almost all the civil and military officials in the court were slaughtered.
If we are not careful, the behemoth Dragon God Empire may collapse at any time. Once this happens, chaos is inevitable. In the end, it is the ordinary people who suffer, which is what Meng Lei least wants to see. Therefore, how to maintain steady control over the Dragon God Empire while avoiding unrest is the key point he must consider. It would be even more perfect if he could spread his beliefs and let the people of the empire believe in him. Meng Lei understood that this was not an easy task.
Controlling the empire is easy, but the difficulty lies in faith. The Dragon God Empire has existed for more than 40,000 years, and the belief in the Dragon God is deeply rooted. It is not easy to get people to abandon the Dragon God and believe in himself instead. Meng Lei had considered this problem before and came up with several solutions, but he always felt that they were not reliable enough. Now that Pohaman has been recruited, it is a good opportunity to discuss things with him. This old devil had been a king and even an evil god, so he should be able to provide a lot of help.
Master, where are we going next?
Seeing that Pohaman won Monray's trust so quickly and seemed to be entrusted with an important task, Saniel became a little anxious.
I clearly surrendered to the master first, so why am I suppressed by this devil? Let's go to the imperial capital. Meng Lei thought for a moment and said, Yes, master.
Saniel responded and flapped his wings to fly towards the exit of Dragon Island. After leaving Dragon Island, Pohaman looked down at the outside world, his eyes filled with tears of excitement, and he immediately knelt down at Meng Lei's feet. After 50,000 years of sealing, it finally sees the light of day.
Thank you, great master. Thank you for saving my life. Meng Lei complained in his heart, your reaction time is too long. Why didn't you thank me when I rescued you from the cave just now? But he smiled and said, Congratulations on your freedom, Pohaman. Thank you, master.
Pohaman cried with joy, took a deep breath of air, his face full of intoxication. This is the breath of the sky continent.
It's so wonderful and makes me miss it so much. Monray patted Saniel on the back. Saniel flew towards the imperial capital. Pohaman, I want to control the entire Dragon God Empire. Do you have any suggestions?
Master, I have been sealed for too long and don't know much about the current situation of the Dragon God Empire. Please give me a brief introduction to the situation. I never thought that after 50,000 years, the Dragon God Empire would still be like this. Pohaman said with emotion, Master, if you want to control the Dragon God Empire, you can proceed in 4 steps. 4 steps?
Tell me, Meng Lei asked with interest. The first step is to take control of the imperial government.
Now that you have slain all of the Dragon clan's top fighters, the remaining dragons are nothing to be feared.
The most urgent task is to control the government, firmly grasp the helm of this great ship of the Dragon God Empire, stabilize the situation, and prevent unrest. That makes sense. Keep going. Meng Lei nodded slightly. To control the government, no one can replace you. Pohaman smiled grimly.
Master, you said before that you killed all the civil and military officials in the court.
I'm a little skeptical.
If I'm not mistaken, you mainly killed important officials and high-ranking officials.
It seems so. Meng Lei frowned slightly. That's definitely right.
Pohaman smiled proudly and said, the officials who enter the meeting hall are usually the executive heads of various departments or their deputies. Those officials of too low a rank were not even qualified to enter the meeting hall, so I boldly speculate that you only killed those high-ranking officials and important ministers. As for those low-level officials and clerks who are at the mercy of others, they should all be alive and well. They are the
key to our control over the Dragon God Empire. As long as you control them, you will have the real power in the court. And the most suitable means to control them is my necromancy. Pohamon gave a sinister smile, with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Seeing his expression, Meng Lei knew what he was planning. For those humans who are willing to surrender, it's better to treat them gently. As for those diehards and dragon nobles, it's up to you how you deal with them. Master, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Pohamon patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Then let's talk about the second and third steps. The second step is to promote the human elite and eliminate the dragon nobles. Pohamon continued, controlling the court is equivalent to controlling the discourse power of the empire. At this time, the master can amend the law and depose those dragon nobles. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Anyone who dares to rebel will be eradicated. Heads of people are rolling and blood is flowing like a river. Who dares to go against the master? I believe that without a demigod leading the dragon clan, a group of ordinary dragons would be powerless. The third step is to deal with the surrounding vassal states. Listening to Mon Lei and Pohamon discussing their plan to control the dragon god empire, Saniel felt an endless sadness in his heart. If we really do as Pohamon said, the entire dragon god empire will completely change hands. In the dragon god empire, there is no place for dragons anymore. The dragon god empire will completely become the world of the human race. With the human race's reproduction rate, who will remember the dragon clan in dozens or hundreds of years? Will the dragon race really die out? Saniel was frightened and thought to himself. At this moment, the magic communicator suddenly rang. It was Dean Fred calling. Meng Lei hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer the call. Dean Fred's expression was complicated. Meng Lei responded with a smile, as if everything was the same as before. Monray, where are you now? Dean Fred asked in a low voice. I just came out of Dragon Island and am preparing to return to the imperial capital. Meng Lei answered truthfully. So, you've already? Dean Fred's expression suddenly changed, and his voice trembled slightly. Of the 9 demigods of the dragon clan, except for Senior Imran and the escaped storm dragon, the other 8 were all killed. The ordinary dragon clan was completely wiped out. Mon Lei had great respect for Dean Fred and didn't want to lie at this critical moment, nor did he need to hide anything. He knew the news would spread quickly. It's over. The dragon race is completely finished. Dean Fred stumbled, as if his soul had left his body. I've thought of many possibilities, but I never expected this to be the outcome. You killed 7 of the 9 dragon demigods. Without the demigods, the dragon race's demise is inevitable. They will no longer be able to control the entire empire. Fred smiled bitterly. Forget it. Forget it. What else can I say now? Mon Lei, what are you going to do next? How are you going to treat the royal families of various countries? Is this what the Fire Dragon King Philite 32nd asked you to ask? Meng Lei was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Dean, for your sake, I can make a break and allow the royal families of various countries to settle down in the Lost Continent. If they wish, the Lost Continent can become their new home. Let's call it New Dragon Island. Let them off? Permitted to settle in the Lost Continent? Philite XXXI was so angry that he smashed the dragon table in front of him, his eyes blazing with fire. This Meng Lei is really going too far. Fred smiled bitterly. Dean Zhanlong and others also smiled bitterly. Yes, Meng Lei did go too far, but what can you do to him? He even killed the 7 demigod ancestors of Dragon Island and destroyed the Emperor of the Empire. The rules of the Sky Continent have always been that strength is respected, and those with bigger fists control the right to speak. This is an eternal truth. The dragon race has been bullying the human race for many years. Isn't it because they rely on being stronger than humans? Is there no chance of a turnaround? The anger gradually subsided, and Philite XXXII calmed down. He looked at the ministers and members of the Holy Land in the hall, his heart filled with resentment. The ministers in the hall were silent. All the members of the sanctuary were also silent. Everyone, please think of a solution. Philite XXXII roared. Do you really want me to abdicate and move to that desolate lost continent? All the ministers were silent. Dean Fred stepped forward and said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, the situation is stronger than us. A head-on confrontation will definitely not work. However, Meng Lei is a sentimental person, and we can use this to make a breakthrough. As a demigod, Saniel's speed was extraordinary. He flew back to the capital of the Dragon God Empire in just half an hour. At this time, the imperial capital was in chaos. Eunuchs and palace maids fled in large numbers. The royal family and nobles were facing a great enemy, and the people, who did not know why, were in a state of panic. Meng Lei and the other 2 stood proudly above the imperial capital and witnessed it all with their own eyes. Pohamon, what do you think? Meng Lei asked with a frown. It's better to be a little chaotic. Without chaos, how can there be new governance? Without chaos, how can one change their beliefs? Pohamon smiled sinisterly. If you trust me, master, why not leave this matter to me? In a month, I will give you a stable imperial capital. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Sanier can be your deputy, and you 2 can handle it together. Master, I'd better follow you. Saniel shook his head repeatedly like a rattle. He didn't want to get too close to this dangerous evil ancient demon. It was too dangerous. Do you know me? You are a dragon demigod, so you are the most suitable person to handle these matters. Meng Lei waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Saniel agreed with a sad face. Elder Saniel, I believe we will have a pleasant cooperation. Pohaman smiled sinisterly, and Saniel got goosebumps all over his body, and he wanted to escape immediately. You guys go ahead. After sending the two away, Meng Lei found a palace in the Imperial Palace and went into seclusion in peace. He didn't understand the affairs of the court and was too lazy to waste his time, so he simply left it to the professionals. It's also good to be a hands-off boss. Everything is under control. The dragon demigods are finished. The native dragons of the Sky Continent can't make much waves. The next threat is likely to come from two directions, the Dragon God and the three great empires. Meng Lei leaned on the Emperor's dragon couch, thinking about the current situation. The importance of faith to the gods is self-evident. The Dragon God will never easily give up the Dragon God Empire, a place of faith. It all depends on how he strikes. There are three more empires. They won't miss any opportunity to see me completely control the Dragon God Empire. Therefore, the next enemy will be even stronger and the situation will be even more serious. Strength. We must continue to improve our strength. Only with strength can we be fearless. Meng Lei looked at the attribute panel. The biggest gain of this trip to Dragon Island is the wealth of 13.57 million law source crystals. My current divine body and soul are simply not worth the money, and the comprehension of divine power and the law of fusion is too extravagant. We still have to continue picking up unlimited items. If 100 times doesn't work, then 1000 times. I refuse to believe that I won't be able to pick up something good. System, start with 100 unlimited pickups. Meng Lei gave the order decisively. Ding. Fusion successful. 10 doses of dragon blood potion obtained. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained an earth magic scroll. Ding. Fusion successful. The 100 rounds of unlimited picking ended quickly, but unfortunately I didn't pick up any satisfying treasure. System, do it 100 more times. Ding. Fusion successful. But now, I don't believe it. Come again. Garbage. It's all garbage. Dog system, dare you cheat me again? Damn it. Do it 1000 more times. Meng Lei got angry. 1000 law source crystals were nothing. It would only take a few minutes. The system prompt sound suddenly rang non-stop. Ding. Fusion successful. Obtained a flat knife-style stone sculpture work awakening from a dream. Ding. Fusion successful. Got the straw hat of god-killing rat bebe. MMP. I got so excited for nothing. It's just a broken straw hat. Ding. Fusion successful. A sapling of the tree of life obtained. The seedling of the tree of life? Meng Lei's mind moved, and a 1-meter tall sapling grew out of his palm. It is crystal clear, lush and green, and exudes a rich breath of life. Monray planted the sapling of the tree of life on the 95th floor of the Tower of Time. At the same time, a spirit-gathering magic circle was set up to specifically gather the surrounding wood elements. Then he left with satisfaction. Ding. Fusion successful. 3 dragon bone grasses obtained. Ding. Fusion successful. A fusion law fragment obtained. Do you want to fuse it? Another fragment of the fusion law? Forget it, let's merge. This time it's the law of thunder and ice fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. A divine power obtained. Do you want to fuse? Have you found the godhead again? Meng Lei was shocked again, and when he flipped his right hand, a divine power appeared in his palm. This godhead is completely black, emitting surging dark divine power fluctuations, and belongs to the dark godhead. The fluctuation of divine power is similar to that of the water-type godhead. It should also be the godhead of a lower-level god. It's a pity that I can't fuse them. Just looking at them makes me jealous. Ding. Fusion successful. I obtained a fragment of the fusion law. Do you want to fuse it? This time it's a fusion of light and water laws. Ding. Fusion successful. A soul crystal extract obtained. Soul crystal? What is this? A golden diamond-shaped crystal appeared in Meng Lei's hand, larger than a baby's fist. Just one look and Meng Lei felt dizzy, as if his mind was attracted by the crystal. Dodora, what exactly is the soul crystal? Meng Lei had to wake up Dodora, who was sleeping soundly. It's very rude and immoral to disturb other people's sleep. Dodora said dissatisfiedly, but still explained patiently. Soul crystal extract is a specially processed soul crystal extracted from the godhead. Extracted from the divine nature? What's the use of this thing? Meng Lei asked curiously. Because it has undergone special processing, the divine soul crystal extract no longer contains the will, memories, divinity, and understanding of the laws of the fallen god, as well as all other information related to the original owner. Dodora explained, therefore, the divine soul crystal extract is the purest divine soul crystal, a treasure used to strengthen the divine soul. Strengthen the soul? Will there be any side effects? Meng Lei's eyes flashed. I understand. Go back to sleep. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Nothing, just asking. It's pointless to ask. You can't possibly get the divine soul crystal anyway. It's ridiculously expensive. A divine soul crystal extract crafted from the divine power of a lower-level deity is worth tens of thousands of divine crystals. Dodora muttered something and continued continued to sleep soundly. Impossible to obtain?
Meng Lei stared at the golden diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, feeling overjoyed.
Strengthen the soul, and there are no side effects. What are you waiting for? The soul crystal disappeared instantly. At the same time, Meng Lei felt a surge of cold air pouring into his sea of consciousness, madly strengthening his soul.
In just a few breaths, Meng Lei's soul was enhanced several times. Suddenly, his thinking became extremely agile, his consciousness became more active, the radiation range of his spiritual thoughts also expanded greatly, and his perception of the laws of heaven and earth became clearer. This feeling is so powerful. The pleasure brought by the continuous improvement of his soul made Meng Lei yearn for it. If possible, he really wanted to stay in this state forever and continue to improve. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, and everything came to an end. After a moment, all the feelings of improvement disappeared. Meng Lei opened his eyes, glanced at the attribute panel, and felt a sense of relief in his heart.
Race, human, bloodline of the god-killing rat.
Wealth value, 13.57 million law source crystals.
Physique, demigod body, advanced.
Spirit, demigod soul, advanced. Divine power, 0.1 divine crystal. Laws of enlightenment, law of Sibyl and wood fusion, 0.1%. Law of gold and dark fusion, 0.1%. Law of thunder and ice fusion, 0.1%. Law of water and light fusion, 0.1%.
To advance from the elementary to the advanced level of the soul,
only a small soul crystal is needed. Meng Lei couldn't help but sigh. This thing is really a treasure. I hope I can pick up a few more in the future. Oh, by the way, Dodora once mentioned that the difficulty of integrating the laws is closely related to the strength of the soul.
Now that my soul has been strengthened so much, the cost of integrating Krypton financial laws should be significantly reduced, right?
He immediately contacted the system. System, how many law source crystals are needed to increase the integration degree of the civil law by 1%?
10,000 law source crystals. 10,000? Ha, that's right. Meng Lei was overjoyed. I guessed right. The cost is indeed much cheaper.
Previously, increasing the integration degree of civil engineering laws by 1% would cost 100,000 law source crystals, but now, it only costs 10,000, which is only 1/10 of the previous price.
It is so much cheaper.
I didn't expect that improving the soul would have such benefits. It really kills two birds with one stone.
First, improve the 8 fusion laws of earth and wood, gold and darkness, thunder and ice, and light and water to 100%.
The wealth instantly decreased by 4 million law source crystals, and the attribute panel also changed accordingly. Wealth, 9.57 million law source crystals. Law comprehension, law of Sibyl and wood fusion, 100%. Law of gold and dark fusion, 100%. Law of thunder and ice fusion, 100%. Law of light and water fusion, 100%. One day, I will be able to merge the 10 laws into one.
Meng Lei is full of firm confidence in the future. Ding! Fusion successful. Obtained a succubus's lace dress. Ding! Fusion successful. A ball of skeleton soldier will-o'-the-wisp. Ding! Fusion successful. The corpse of the mythical beast 3 cannon pig is obtained. The corpse of a divine beast? Meng Lei was slightly surprised and quickly released the corpse of the divine beast. Boom! The palace was instantly blown up. Boom!
The majestic and magnificent palace collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding buildings were not spared. Dust was flying and the roar was deafening. A huge pig beast with golden mane appeared out of nowhere among the palaces. It is 10,000 meters tall and 10,000 feet long. Its huge ears are like a tent covering the sky, and its fangs are sharp and ferocious, like steel needles. The most shocking thing was that the big pig exuded a terrifying divine power, which wantonly attacked the hearts of the people in the imperial capital. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by invisible hands, and they felt extremely uncomfortable.
Dragon God is above. What on earth happened? People were terrified and panicked. This is Kamui. It came from the direction of the palace. Pohaman and Sunil, who were busy, changed their expressions and flew towards the palace in a hurry. This is, the two couldn't help but gasp. This divine power is truly terrifying.
This huge body is definitely not an ordinary creature.
There is no doubt that this is a god-level monster. Dragon God, this is truly a divine beast. God of hell, what on earth did I see?
The two demigods were completely stunned.
Pa.
A spitting sound was heard, and the two looked in shock, only to see Meng Lei crawling out of the ruins, covered in dust and looking a little embarrassed.
Master? Pohaman and Sunil were confused for a moment. Damn it, the body of this sandpaw pig is so big. I really miscalculated. Meng Lei soared into the air, sizing up the 1,000-foot-long corpse of the divine beast. He couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Such a large pig, it's enough for me to eat for a while, right? Honorable Master, did you create this corpse of the divine beast? Pohaman and Sunil came quickly and asked with surprise on their faces. That's right.
The price of pork has gone up a lot recently, so I bought a pig myself to try.
Meng Lei nodded gently. Do you want to take some back and make some sausages or something? Absolutely not. This is the corpse of a divine beast. How dare we even covet it?
The two men waved their hands hurriedly, but the desire and greed in their eyes could not be concealed.
This is undoubtedly an excellent tonic. Regardless of how it tastes, its value alone is immeasurable. If you eat a piece of it, wouldn't your strength increase dramatically instantly? I can't finish it, you guys can share some. Meng Lei waved his hand, and the dimensional blade suddenly appeared, instantly slashing at the tail of the three-paw pig. Amid the sound of metal clashing, sparks flew, but the tail of the divine pig was surprisingly intact. Oh my god, so hard? Meng Lei took a deep breath, and the god-killing gun appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it forward fiercely. With a puff, the hundreds-meter-long pig tail was finally severed at the root. Meng Lei took back the god-killing gun and said, "Use this pig's tail to make sausages." "Master, this doesn't seem good, does it?" The two couldn't help swallowing saliva. "Take it." Meng Lei threw the pig's tail over, then flew to the three-shot pig, thinking about where to bite it. This divine pig had a tough body, so it was really hard to cut it open. "Thank you, great master." Seeing this, the two men stopped being polite and each picked up the pig's tail and ran away, fearing that if they ran too slowly, Meng Lei would regret it. "Don't just focus on eating pork, you also have to do your job well." Meng Lei's voice came from afar. "Yes, yes, yes. Two idiots. The divine pork is really hard to cut. The muscle tissue is extremely flexible and it takes a lot of effort to cut the meat. The god-killing gun is suitable for assassination, but the effect of cutting meat is unsatisfactory." Meng Lei tried all kinds of tools, but couldn't even cut the skin of the sacred pig. Finally, he picked up a bloody scimitar and cut the tough pork with just one stroke. "Is this knife so sharp?" Meng Lei said in surprise. "If I remember correctly, this knife was just picked up, right?" "System, what is the name of this knife?" "Host, this is the companion scimitar of the Abyss Blade Demon," the system replied coldly. The companion scimitar of the Abyssal Blade Demon. Meng Lei was overjoyed. When he first picked it up, he thought it was trash. He didn't expect it to be so sharp. He really was short-sighted. What a nice knife. Meng Lei was in a good mood. With 1, 2, and 3 cuts, he easily ripped the pig open, then set up the grill, get out the seasonings, and cook slowly over a magical fire. Even so, it still took a long time to roast the sacred pork. "It smells so good." Meng Lei grabbed a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. It tasted delicious and fragrant. "It smells so good. It's so delicious." The first bite of the divine pork was so bouncy that it felt like the meat was bouncing in my mouth with every chew. It was so chewy. Not only is it chewy, this meat also contains a rich essence of life. Surging life energy flows through my limbs and bones, and my whole body is warm. One word to describe it: beautiful. It was the first time for Meng Lei to eat such delicious barbecue, and he couldn't stop eating it. The god-killing rat's powerful digestive ability was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. Meng Lei ate voraciously but did not feel full at all. Even after eating pork several times his own body weight, his six-pack abs are still clearly visible. They ate from morning till night, and finally Meng Lei stopped. Wow, how refreshing. After burping, lying in the palace square and stroking his round belly, Meng Lei couldn't help but think of his eating friend, the multi-armed behemoth Salus. "I haven't seen that guy for several days. How is it? Is it still alive? Do you want to go to the lost continent and see it? I have nothing to do right now anyway." Thinking of this, Meng Lei waved his hand, collected the remaining pork, and left in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Dragon God Church. "Supreme Dragon God, please save your humble servant." The front of the Dragon God Church was filled with believers who came to pray, including dignitaries, dragon nobles, and more ordinary people. They knelt in front of the Dragon God statue, some prostrated themselves on the ground, some prayed devoutly, and all of them looked terrified, as if the end of the world had come. Meng Lei frowned slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. Once unrest broke out, panic would spread quickly. At this moment, the imperial capital was shrouded in a thick atmosphere of anxiety and fear. It was common sense that believers would flock to the church when fear struck. However, what made Meng Lei extremely dissatisfied was the Pope of the Dragon God Church. That old guy actually spread rumors about the devil's arrival in the world, portraying the devil as an evil being that came from the abyss of hell and brought disaster to the world. "The cruel demon has arrived. A terrifying demonic disaster is about to sweep across the continent. I saw the near future. Life is in ruins, demons are rampant. When the dragon falls, the country is destroyed and the family is ruined. Bodies are everywhere, and the ground is thousands of miles bare." Just as the devil was wreaking havoc and the demonic disaster was about to destroy the continent, the great dragon god descended. Bathed in divine light, holding a scepter and stepping on a giant, multicolored dragon, he props up a crumbling building, turns the tide, and saves lives from danger. "Have you fooled me enough?" Monray suddenly appeared, staring gloomily at the Pope, who was full of sensationalism. The Pope changed the subject and stared at Meng Lei blankly. You are." Meng Lei snorted coldly and nailed this old liar and charlatan to the blood contract. "From today on, you are the first Pope of my Monray Church. Remember, the dragon god is the devil that brings disaster to all mankind, and I am the true savior." "Yes, my noble master." The Pope prostrated himself at Monray's feet and licked his smelly shoes as if they were the sweetest honey. "This guy, do a good job." Meng Lei left these words and disappeared without a trace. The Pope stood up, raised his hands, and shouted in a loud voice, "I was wrong just now. It was the
great god Man-Ray who came.
Oh, Meng-Lei comes to the Lost Continent again.
Compared with the previous scene of roaring beasts and full of vitality, the Lost Continent now seems particularly depressed and quiet to the point of being eerie. Where's Sarath? His divine sense spread out, and everything within a radius of 100 miles was in sight.
All the information was clearly reflected in Meng-Lei's mind. He teleported 100 miles away. Still haven't found it. Teleported more than 10 times in a row.
Finally, in Golden Bay, Man-Ray found Salus, who was lying on the beach, fast asleep, surrounded by a staggering number of corpses, which were obviously his trophies.
Master, where are you? Sarath misses you. How is this possible?
Sarath was mumbling in his sleep, looking silly, like a clumsy wild animal.
Meng-Lei couldn't help laughing, and quietly flew to Sarath's ear and growled, "Sarath, wake up."
Salus shuddered suddenly, his hair stood up, his muscles tensed, he was scared to death.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing this, Meng-Lei held his stomach and laughed so hard that his stomach hurt.
Boss.
Hearing the laughter, Salus turned around, his eyes moist, and he couldn't help but fall at Meng-Lei's feet, crying loudly, out of control like a giant baby.
Boss, where have you been? I went home. Will you leave then? If you want to go, we can go together. Wherever the boss goes, I go. Gurgle. Sarath, your stomach is growling. Hey, I'm hungry. Then let's eat something before we go. Boss, wait a minute. I'm going to catch some seafood. No need. I have something good. The meat of the divine beast was naturally extraordinary. When the aroma filled the air, Salus's saliva almost drowned the endless deep sea beside him. However, after the pork was cooked, tragedy struck. Salus couldn't bite it.
Even though it is a violent multi-armed behemoth of the sanctuary level, it can't even chew pork. Sarath was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She was so angry that she stamped her feet because she couldn't enjoy the delicious food in front of her.
Salus, it seems you won't be able to enjoy it.
Meng-Lei shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let's exchange it for some dragon meat.
Meng-Lei waved his hand and took out a 100-meter-long golden dragon corpse. Golden dragon. Salus' eyes almost popped out. The golden dragon was a being that could rival the golden behemoth, and the boss actually wanted to roast it and eat it?
This is too luxurious. Despite this, Salus continued to eat without hesitation, and actually wolfed down half of the golden dragon in one meal.
He was a real foodie. I'm full. It's time to go back. When I returned to the palace, I was greeted by a group of familiar faces. Everyone who came was an acquaintance. Dean Fred, Teacher Dirk Now, Fatty Hart, and Daniel. In addition, there are more than a dozen villagers including Captain Hades, Jonah, Joseph, Andrew, Uncle Leo, etc. Classmates, teachers, friends, villagers, no more, no less, all of them are here. Everyone came forward to greet him. Everyone is here.
Meng-Lei greeted everyone one by one, and then said to Pohaman, ask someone to prepare some wine and food.
I want to entertain everyone well. Master, I have already prepared the food and wine. We can start the feast anytime. Pohaman replied respectfully. Meng-Lei waved his hand.
Pohaman clapped his hands, and a group of graceful palace maids came into the palace carrying exquisite wine and delicacies and set the table.
Everyone sit down and eat and chat.
Waving off the maid, Meng-Lei said with a smile, everyone has gone through so much trouble to come all the way from the Fire Dragon Kingdom to the imperial capital.
You must be starving. Let's eat first.
The dishes were rich and the drinks lasted for 3 rounds.
Meng-Lei said bluntly, Dean, the Fire Dragon King specially invited everyone here. What is the reason? I can't hide it from you. Fred smiled bitterly and said, Monley, His Majesty wants you to be lenient. Kill them. Let them off?
Monley shook his wineglass and said, I thought Filet XXXII was a smart man, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid.
He thinks I'll soften my heart if he asks me, his friends, teachers, and villagers to intercede for him? Little did he know that this would only backfire and make me even more disgusted. Thaniel. Yes, master.
Saniel rushed in. Upon seeing Saniel, Dean Fred's face suddenly changed and he quickly stood up and bowed. But Saniel lowered his head and avoided looking at him, as if he didn't see him at all.
Go to the Fire Dragon Kingdom and bring me the Fire Dragon King, Flit XXXII. Meng-Lei said coldly, I want to ask him, is his iron-blooded identity as one of the 7 demigod dragons more important, or is his face greater than that of Frederick 66? Yes, master.
Saniel bowed in agreement and then walked out.
Ancestor.
Fred looked at Saniel's departing back, his heart in turmoil.
His ancestor actually. Dean, don't blame me for being cruel. This is just the law of nature, retribution.
Meng-Lei sighed softly. For 40,000 years, the human race has been oppressed and exploited by the dragon race generation after generation, and hundreds of millions of people have been exploited by them.
Suffering from oppression, exploited, suffering discrimination, no status, no freedom, no chance to practice. The 4-class system, the human race is the lowest. How absurd and cruel this is.
Meng-Lei shook his head and said, I made a vow a long time ago.
If only one day, if I had enough power,
I must overthrow the dragon's rule, smash this disgusting and deformed order, and return a bright world to the human race. Fred smiled bitterly, but Hades, Dirk Now, Fatty and others were so excited that their blood boiled, their hearts surged, and their eyes were full of admiration. Now that I
have this ability, I naturally have to fulfill my original oath. Monlay looked at Fred and said, so, Dean, don't stop me and don't plead for those corrupt dragon nobles. It will only hurt our friendship. Fred smiled bitterly and sighed. I understand, you don't have to say more. Thank you for your understanding, Dean. Menglay nodded slightly and turned to Dirk Novi and the others. Teacher Dirk, can you tell me what benefits did Phyllite XXXII give you? Benefits? Plenty. Dirk now laughed heartily. He promised me that after this was accomplished, he would not only give me 10 Law Source crystals to help me enter the Holy Land, but he would also make me the Duke of the Kingdom, with a fiefdom of 500 miles. But I won't plead for him. Dirk now laughed triumphantly and said, I heard you killed the Emperor and all the civil and military officials in the court. I guessed what you were planning to do. At this point, Dirk now's eyes burned with enthusiasm and excitement. This is humanity's first 40,000 years of opportunity to rise to power. If I plead for him, wouldn't I be a traitor to humanity? How could I maintain my dignity and stand tall between heaven and earth? Teacher Dirk is absolutely right. Daniel cheered loudly, and Captain Hades and others nodded in agreement. You're worthy of being the Teacher Dirk I know. Menglay smiled and said, when I first met you, I knew you were a pure human. So, you must have been disappointed when you learned that I also have dragon blood? I'm sure I'll be disappointed. Dirk now made no secret of his opinion of Dean Fred. He shook his head and laughed. I always thought you were a pure human genius. I never thought you also had dragon blood. I was really disappointed for a while. But then again, you yourself have dragon blood, so why are you so cruel to the dragons and show them no mercy? Dean Fred has been worried about this issue. He looked at Menglay with confusion in his eyes. Menglay made no secret of it. I have a special ability that can integrate other bloodlines into myself. Dirk Novi and Dean Fred suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Menglay could suddenly awaken the bloodline of the fire dragon and later awaken the bloodline of the golden dragon. It turned out that he possessed this unique ability. Menglay casually flipped through the box, took out 100 Law Source crystals and handed them to Dirk Novi. Teacher Dirk, you've been stuck at the peak of level 9 for a long time. These Law Source crystals should be able to help you. Law Source crystal. Dirk now was shocked. How can this be possible? This is too precious. I dare not accept it. I made a little money on Dragon Island this time, and I got a lot of Law Source crystals. Menglay explained. Just accept it. Dirk Noel was overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you, Monlay. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will go to you without hesitation, no matter how hard it takes. It just so happens that I do have something I want to ask you for help with. Menglay also smiled and said, Teacher, you also understand that there is a lot of work to be done and talent is in short supply. If you have any connections in this area, could you introduce me to a few? Don't worry, I'll arrange contact when I get back. Dirk Novi nodded solemnly. He probably guessed Monroe's situation and understood what he needed. Then I'll trouble you, teacher. Boom. Menglay smiled slightly, turned his head to look at the fat man, and couldn't help but scolded with a smile. Fatty, aren't you always yelling nonstop? Why are you like a quail today? The fat man shuddered and said with a wry smile, Brother, I also have the blood of the golden dragon. I'm afraid of being killed by you. Your bloodline is also considered a golden dragon bloodline? Menglay said angrily, the golden dragon has never acknowledged a member of its tribe like you. Upon hearing this, the fat man smiled brightly. I knew you wouldn't kill me, brother. He. When I came out, my old man repeatedly told me to be respectful to you. You're still talking about how things are different now. You've killed countless dragons, and you're ostracizing the dragon clan. I knew that my old man was terribly wrong. No matter how distant you are from me, you wouldn't kill me, your classmate, would you, brother? With your limited strength, you think you are worthy of calling me brother? Don't flatter yourself. Menglay cursed with a smile, took out a sacred tree fruit from his arms and threw it to him. Eat it and break through the holy realm as soon as possible, otherwise I won't have you as my friend. The fat man looked confused. The fruit of the sacred tree is a treasure that can help humans and monsters break through the holy realm. Menglay explained casually, and took out a dozen fruits and distributed them to Daniel, Captain Hades, Joseph, Jonah, and others. After careful inspection, he found that these fruits did not have the divinity of the mother tree of life, so he could take them without worry. Break through the holy land? There is such a treasure? It's too precious, we dare not accept it. Everyone was shocked and refused. The fruit of the sacred tree is useless to me, so you can just keep it. Menglay smiled and said, besides, you are all my close friends. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? This, okay. Only then did everyone take the fruit from the sacred tree. The fat man held the fruit in his hands, almost crying with excitement. Since I was born, I've been scolded. They say I've tarnished the bloodline of the golden dragon and am a disgrace to the dragon clan. He also said that I'm just like my old man, and that I can only survive this life by relying on the name of the golden dragon bloodline. Who would have thought that I, Fatty, would have this day, and that I would one day achieve the Holy Land? Wow, thank you, brother. Knowing you is the greatest luck in my life. Can you be a little more promising? Menglay rolled his eyes at him and said, practice hard and achieve the Holy Land as soon as possible. If you can purify your bloodline and transform into a giant golden dragon, I will make you the new dragon emperor and you will be in in charge of managing the new Dragon Island. The fat man's body suddenly shook. Did I lie to you? Meng Lei snorted. He. Brother's words are of course binding. I firmly believe them. The fat man chuckled. Captain Hades. Meng Lei looked at Hades and a dozen villagers again. Since you are all here, don't leave. How about this? Bring all the villagers here and have them live in this palace. No. Hades was shocked. We are all country folk, used to living in the mountains. How can we be qualified to live in this palace? No problem. If dragons can live here, why can't you? Meng Lei waved his hand. It's just right that everyone has moved here. So let's practice in this palace. Those who need to strengthen their muscles can do so. Those who need to cultivate their fighting spirit can cultivate their fighting spirit. And those who need to learn magic can learn magic. Wouldn't it be better if there were someone specifically responsible for their diet? Hades smiled bitterly and was speechless for a moment. The others were secretly shocked. So fucking willful. Give the fruit of the sacred tree to me if I want. A country bumpkin can actually live in the palace. How inflated is this? How can one do such a thing? Where's Monroe? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky, like a thunderclap. In the sky, stood proudly a sturdy middle-aged man with a sturdy build and disheveled hair. His golden hair fell to his waist like a Super Saiyan 3. An aura of breathtaking dominance emanated from him, making people tremble with fear. Where's Monroe? The blonde middle-aged man had a cold expression on his face as he looked down at everyone in the palace, his voice as deafening as thunder. You looking for me? Meng Lei took off into the air. Are you Monroe? The blonde middle-aged man looked Meng Lei up and down and said, as expected, heroes emerge from youth. I heard that a monster appeared in the Dragon God Empire recently. Not only did he kill the Emperor of the Empire, he also destroyed the demigod of Dragon Island. Meng Lei responded indifferently. I am Saker from the Golden Dragon Lion family. The strong middle-aged man said with a smile. Golden Dragon and Lion family? Dean Fred's face changed. Dean, do you know this family? Dirk now asked hurriedly. The Golden Dragon Lion family is a very ancient family. Its foundation is second only to the four great empires. Fred explained, the Golden Dragon Lion bloodline that has been passed down through generations in this family is said to be the bloodline of a divine beast. Therefore, as long as a family member awakens the Golden Dragon Lion bloodline, they will definitely be able to enter the Holy Land. Bloodline of a divine beast? Must enter the Holy Land? Dirk now couldn't help but take a breath. No one knows where the Golden Dragon Lion family is hiding, nor how many powerful members they have. All we know is that every once in a while, the descendants of the Golden Dragon Lion family come to the mainland to train. Nothing else is known. Fred sighed. Golden Dragon and Lion family? I don't know them. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. I haven't heard of it either. Thackeray narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you don't know me, you will know me today. I came here today to congratulate you. First of all, congratulations to my friend Meng Lei for conquering the Dragon God Empire. From now on, you will become the ruler of a country, have hundreds of millions of followers, gather their faith, open up a kingdom of God, and become a true god in no time. Congratulations? Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I'm afraid your visit is not just for this purpose, right? Young friend Meng Lei, please understand. Saker smiled leisurely. My friend, you should know that the Dragon God Empire is vast and has a large population. You are young and weak, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to handle it. So, I'm here to lend you a helping hand, to work with you to manage the Dragon God Empire, to share your worries, and to provide assistance. Meng Lei smiled slightly and glanced around. Do you guys mean the same as him? The surroundings suddenly fell into silence, without a single response. Now that you're here, don't hide anymore, come out. Meng Lei said calmly, as a dignified demigod, it would be a bit stingy to hide your head and show your tail. Friend Meng Lei saw through it. The Golden Dragon Lion Saker laughed heartily and said cheerfully, everyone, since young Master Meng Lei has discovered you, why don't you show yourself? Several figures flashed and appeared beside Saker, each of them with a surging aura that was shocking. Little friend Meng Lei, let me introduce you. Saker pointed to a giant standing 100 feet tall and covered in muscular flesh beside him. This is the fallen Titan Bobris. Bobris was once one of the 12 pillar kings of the Titan Empire, the Dark Titan King. He has the pure blood of the Dark Titan royal family flowing in his body. Fallen Titan Bobris? Fred's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in a low voice, oh my god, it's him. He's still alive and has become a demigod? Dean, do you know Bobris? Dirk now asked questions repeatedly. Thackeray is right. Bobris was indeed one of the 12 kings of the Titan Empire, the Dark Titan King, also known as the Black Bear King. Fred lowered his voice and explained, rumor has it that Bobris is extremely lustful. He once sneaked into the Titan Palace and raped the beautiful queen of the Titan Empire, cuckolding the then Thunder Titan Emperor. He even launched a rebellion after the incident. The result was predictable. Bobris' rebellion failed and was suppressed. Not only was he stripped of his title of Dark Titan King, he was also executed and bled to death. At this point, Fred's face was full of shock. I didn't expect that he was still alive and became a fallen Titan. It's unbelievable. She actually cheated on the Titan King. Everyone looked at each other in
in bewilderment, completely speechless.
You, a human junior, actually slaughtered a dragon demigod? It's unbelievable.
The fallen titan Babras opened his millstone-like eyes wide, full of curiosity.
You're the first titan I've ever met.
Monray also looked at Babras, his eyes flashing with great interest.
I feel so honored.
The fallen titan let out a muffled laugh, the sound like rumbling thunder, shaking all around.
This is the king of Sunset Mountains, Chimera Queen Ambrose. Thackeray pointed to a sexy woman with a curvaceous figure and heavy makeup. Ha, my friend Meng Lei slaughtered the dragon clan and avenged my great hatred. I can't repay your kindness. How about repaying your love with your body?
The Chimera Queen covered her mouth and chuckled, her charming big eyes staring straight at Meng Lei.
Even though Meng Lei was determined, he couldn't help but feel a throbbing sensation like an electric shock. Do you have a grudge against the dragon clan? Meng Lei asked with a little surprise. Young friend Meng Lei may not know.
The Chimera Queen pursed her lips and explained, we Chimera were originally a branch of the dragon clan. Due to our appearance, we were expelled from the tribe and exiled to the Sunset Mountains, which led to a deep hatred.
Meng Lei suddenly realized and couldn't help asking, where exactly is the Sunset Mountains located?
Ambrose was slightly stunned, then smiled sweetly and said, the Sunset Mountains are located in the Titan Plateau, marking the border between the Titan Empire and the Orc Empire.
Meng Lei nodded slightly and turned to the fourth demigod. What about you?
I am Nagaros, Queen of the Dark Elves. The fourth demigod spoke on his own without waiting for Thackeray to introduce him. She had cascading silver hair, a blood-red crown on her head, a blood-black robe, and a blood-red dagger hanging from her waist. She has pointed ears and delicate facial features. Her plump and delicate figure is faintly visible under the translucent black gauze skirt, exuding a unique charm.
The Dark Elf Queen? Meng Lei was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. So it's the Queen of Dark Elf.
She's really been famous for a long time.
We Dark Elves have lived in the underground world for generations.
Apart from those hypocritical nature elves, almost no one knows of our existence. The Dark Elf Queen spoke in a cold voice, clearly skeptical of Monroe's words.
I've also seen records about Dark Elves in an ancient book. Meng Lei smiled slightly and glanced at the four demigods. Chimera Queen, the Dark Elf Queen. You four suddenly came to visit me today. Are you here to help me solve my problems? A frank person doesn't speak in secret.
The fallen titan hummed, at our level, becoming a god through self-cultivation is practically impossible.
It could even be considered wishful thinking. So, we need believers, we need to spread faith and gather the power of faith.
Only in this way can we have a glimpse of the divine throne and become the supreme being. The fallen titan stared at Meng Lei and said, you have conquered the vast dragon god empire.
I hope you can give me 1/5 of your territory to preach to me. Meng Lei turned to look at the Chimera Queen.
The Sunset Mountains are barren and cold, with scarce resources. They are sandwiched between the Titan Empire and the Orc Empire, and are constantly at war. The Chimera Queen said in a deep voice, besides, we Chimeras are originally a branch of the Dragon Clan. Returning to the Dragon God Empire and taking back what belongs to us is the common wish of all Chimeras.
So, Monroe chuckled.
I hope you can have mercy on us Chimera people and give us the Wood Dragon Kingdom and the surrounding Wood Dragon Forest as our new home.
The Chimera Queen looked at Meng Lei with seductive eyes and full of anticipation.
The Wood Dragon Kingdom and the Wood Dragon Forest together account for approximately 1/5 of the Dragon God Empire's land.
Ha, what a brilliant calculation. Meng Lei chuckled and then looked at the Dark Elf Queen. Your Majesty, I believe you mean the same thing, right?
The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. The Dark Elf Queen said coldly, the Dragon God Empire is a piece of fat meat and it deserves a share.
Yes?
Leaving the underground world and establishing the Dark Elf Empire has always been Nagaros's long-cherished wish.
To achieve this wish, the Queen is fearless.
The Golden Dragon Lionsaker exclaimed in admiration, Friend Meng Lei, the demigods of the entire continent are eyeing the fat piece of meat that is the Dragon God Empire. For the sake of their faith, they dare to do anything. A pack of wolves is surrounding us, and the house is full of hungry tigers. Young friend Meng Lei, you are in an extremely dangerous situation now.
If you are not careful, you will be completely devoured by these hungry demigods. So, you're here to help me? Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if smiling. That's right. Of course we're here to help you, and we're even willing to form an alliance with you.
The Golden Dragon Lionsaker said repeatedly, as long as the five of us form an alliance, we can watch over each other, resist the invading enemies, and protect the Dragon God Empire.
Really? He. Meng Lei laughed. It sounds very high-sounding, but in the final analysis, isn't it just trying to snatch the cake from my hand?
He turned to the other three and said, according to what you said, every demigod who comes here must take 1/5 of my territory.
The Dragon God Empire is so big, I'm afraid it won't be enough for you to divide it up, right? Young man Monlei, are you saying that you refused? Saker frowned slightly. I promise you, you big idiot. Meng Lei suddenly cursed. I'm telling you, the Dragon God Empire is mine. No one can take an inch of this land away, not even the King of Heaven can. Whoever dares to grab it will have his hand chopped off immediately. Whoever dares to covet or spy on me, I will chop him to pieces with a single blow. If you want to steal my cake, it depends on whether you have a tough head and a thick neck. How courageous, presumptuous, arrogant. No, that's... In the sky not far away, Saniel suddenly stopped and looked at the 5 figures standing proudly above the palace, a look of shock on his face. Ancestor, what's wrong? Saniel was holding a person in his hand, wearing a golden robe and a crown. It was the Fire Dragon King Philet XXXII. 4 demigods. Saniel's face was solemn. 4 demigods appeared above the palace and are besieging Meng Lei. 4 demigods? Besiege Meng Lei. Philet XXXII was ecstatic. So, Meng Lei is doomed to be a rebel? Ah, Dragon God bless you. Dragon God bless you. Are you happy that he's dead? Saniel sneered repeatedly. Philet XXXII was filled with hatred. How dare this traitor rebel against the Emperor? Killing the Dragon Emperor of my Dragon Clan, slaughtering my Dragon Clan's demigods, and bringing disaster to my Dragon Clan's country. The sin is grave and the crime is heinous. I wish I could drink his blood, eat his flesh, peel his skin, cut him into pieces, and torture him to death to vent my hatred. If he dies, I will drink for 3 days and 3 nights, and the whole country will celebrate for half a year. Drinking for 3 days and 3 nights? A national celebration for half a year? Saniel's face turned pale. If he dies, I will be the first to take your life. Grandfather, what do you mean? The 4 demigods were burning with rage, and their divine might spread out in all directions, overwhelming Meng Lei. The aftermath was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Fred was lucky, but Hades and others suffered and were directly knocked to the ground. Upon seeing this, Pohamon immediately released the divine domain to cover everyone, and Hades and others stood up tremblingly. Is this the pressure of the gods? Hades and others were breathing heavily, as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. Boy, since you refuse my toast and insist on drinking the penalty wine, don't blame me for being ruthless. Saker snorted coldly. Kill you, and we will take over the Dragon God Empire alone. Human boy, you are too arrogant. The fallen titan roared in a low voice. Black mist swirled, and glared at Meng Lei fiercely. Since young friend Meng Lei is so heartless, then I will be disloyal. The Chimera Queen spoke in a charming voice, and the shadow of a huge monster hovered above her head. No one can stop the rise of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elf Queen held a dagger with a grim expression. You're a whore and you want to be a saint. Meng Lei sneered. Want to help me solve this problem? Fine, offer your soul essence and become my slave. I can accept it with reluctance. Stop talking nonsense and kill. The Dark Elf Queen turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared in an instant. In less than a moment, she was already in front of Meng Lei. The blood-red dagger flashed with a cold light and slashed across Meng Lei's throat like lightning. Your Majesty, you are too slow. Meng Lei's voice came from behind. The Dark Elf Queen turned around in horror and saw a shadow passing by. So fast. Her mind was shaken, and she quickly turned into black mist and flew 100 meters away, avoiding Meng Lei's attack. Dark elementalization? Meng Lei was slightly surprised. Little friend Meng Lei, don't you know? The Chimera Queen chuckled and said, Sister Naga Rose is a dark elemental elf, one of the 10 elemental elves. Elementalization is her innate magical power. Dark elemental spirit? Innate magical power? Meng Lei licked his lips and said, it's indeed a good ability, but it's a pity that it will be mine in the next second. System, how much does it cost to use brutal plunder to plunder the Dark Elf Queen's innate magical power? Ding! Dark elementalization is a high-level innate magical power unique to the Dark Elemental Elves. The Dark Elf Queen is at the mid-stage of demigod. The system said coldly, the estimated cost of plundering the Dark Elemental innate divine power is 100 law source crystals. 100 law source crystals, that's really not cheap. Meng Lei thought to himself, let's plunder it. Wealth instantly decreased by 100 law source crystals. At the same time, the Dark Elf Queen, who was 100 meters away, felt an inexplicable power enveloping her. My mind was in a trance, as if I had lost something, but I couldn't tell what it was. Almost at the same time, Meng Lei saw countless dark elements gushing out, merging into his limbs and bones like a tide, seeping into his tendons, bones, and membranes, permeating every cell. He vaguely felt that every inch of his skin and every organ were undergoing some kind of change silently. Meng Lei raised his right hand, only to see it turn into a ball of black mist, or more accurately, a ball of pitch-black dark elements. Dark elementalization. As a dark elemental elf, the Dark Elf Queen was very familiar with this innate magical power. She looked at Meng Lei's right hand, which had turned into a dark element, her face full of shock. Are you also a dark elemental elf? No, that's not right. You are not a dark elemental elf. I don't sense any aura of the same origin from you. The Dark Elf Queen shook her head desperately. How on earth did you do it? How did you do that? Meng Lei stared at his right hand and said casually, you will get it if you watch it. You'll learn it just by watching? The Dark Elf Queen suddenly collapsed, and the faces of the 3 demigods Saker also became heavy. Let's not talk about how Meng Lei mastered the dark element. This ability itself is extremely abnormal. This means that killing Meng Lei is extremely difficult. Monray actually has this ability. Fred and Dirk now looked at each other, shock in their eyes. Meng Lei had said before that he had the ability to fuse other bloodlines, but they were skeptical. But at this moment, they believed it completely. Really, if even the innate magical power of elementalization can be fused, what's so strange about the fusion of bloodlines? Your Majesty, thank you for your innate magical powers. Meng Lei snapped his fingers. I can let you keep your body intact. It's still unclear who will kill whom. The Dark Elf Queen snorted coldly. He's faster than me. You better be careful. I hate these fast guys the most. They jump up and down like monkeys. They are so annoying. The fallen titan frowned slightly. Golden Dragon Lion Thackeray sneered. How dare you boast about your speed in front of our Golden Dragon Lion family? You're truly asking for trouble. Well, today I'll let you see what real speed is. Before he finished speaking, Saker disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared behind Meng Lei strangely. It's a good thing for young people to show their talents, but as soon as they show their talents, they will be easily damaged. Showing off your talents too much will only lead to failure, Saker said coldly. Fall? Meng Lei sneered. I'll make you eat shit right now. Saker snorted coldly and suddenly slapped out with his right hand, but Meng Lei disappeared without a trace in an instant. Gone? Thackeray was incredulous. Old man. Meng Lei's voice suddenly sounded behind him, followed by a fierce kick. Thackeray was kicked out. Old man, don't you want me to see your real speed? Monley appeared behind Sackley like a shadow, kicked him on the butt again, and then disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Thackeray. Is this your speed? Monley sneered and punched Sacker in the abdomen. Thackeray cried out in pain and almost vomited out the food he had eaten the night before. His body was bent like a shrimp, veins bulged on his forehead, and the pain was unbearable. Eat shit, old man. Monley teleported behind Sacker and kicked him again. At this time, the distance from the ground was very low, and Thackeray's tragedy happened in an instant. He landed face first, making close contact with the hard ground, creating a human-shaped hole. It was truly a dog-eating shit blow. Is this the speed? Nothing special. Meng Lei shook his head and turned his gaze to the fallen titan, the Chimera Queen and the Dark Elf Queen. I'll give you one chance. Hand over your soul essence and submit to me, and I'll forgive your crime. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Boy, you are indeed fast enough, but it is wishful thinking to think of killing me. The fallen titan snorted, full of confidence in his own strength. As a member of the Titan clan, he is born with supernatural powers and unparalleled defense. What's more, he is a fallen titan who can communicate with the distant demon world, absorb the dark energy of the demon world to repair his body, and resurrect continuously. He firmly believed that as long as he was determined to leave, no one could stop him. Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a blood-red scimitar suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, he appeared strangely beside the fallen titan and slashed out of thin air. Puff! The sharp blood-red blade light suddenly exploded, turning into a 400-meter-long sword, which slashed across the fallen titan's shoulder. With a crisp sound, the fallen titan's left arm broke. Meng Lei teleported back to where he was. Can't kill him? Then try this 400-meter-long sword. Black and gold blood gushed out, and the fallen titan groaned in pain, but his eyes were fixed on the bloody scimitar in Meng Lei's hand. This is the companion scimitar of the Abyss Blade Demon. Who are you? Asked the fallen titan in shock. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can take your life at any time. Meng Lei responded indifferently. The same words again. Hand over the essence of your soul and submit to me. Otherwise, I don't mind letting your head taste the pain of this 400-meter sword. There are only titans who die in battle, but no titans who surrender. The fallen titan growled. You want me to surrender? Only if I die first. That's such a pity. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, raised the bloody scimitar, and prepared to end the life of the fallen titan. At this time, Pohaman suddenly said, Master, after killing him, can you give me his body? What do you want with his body? Meng Lei was a little confused. Fallen titans are dark creatures, perfect materials for refining undead knights. Pohaman licked his lips. Master, just hand over the body to me, and I will return you an undead titan of unparalleled combat power. Ha, that's good. Meng Lei's eyes lit up. Are you an evil undead demigod? The fallen titan stared at Pohaman, his eyes filled with anger and a bit of fear. After all, even after death, you are put on the experimental table by the evil undead demigod. This kind of experience is simply unacceptable. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish you all a happy New Year's Day, good health and success in the new year. On the last day of 2019, I set a few small goals that I hope to achieve in the new year. 1. Go to bed early and get up early. 2. Lose 10 pounds. 3. Walk 10,000 steps every day. 4. Stop thinking about life late at night. 5. Say goodbye to your negative self. 6. Don't be easily tempted. 7. Successfully get out of singlehood. You can also write down your New Year's goals and see if you can achieve them by this time next year. I wish you happiness. Moi. As a man who had died once, Bobrus was not afraid of death, but if he was refined into an undead puppet after death, the pain would be more unbearable than death. Hee hee, I haven't made an undead knight in a long time. I wonder if my skills are still there. Pohaman licked his lips and looked the fallen titan up and down with a burning gaze. Isn't it too extravagant to practice with a demigod-level fallen titan for the first time? Should I summon a few skeletons first? Being stared at like a toy by Pohaman, the fallen titan felt a chill in his heart and roared, Evil undead demigod, you dare to play with my corpse? I will never let you go. go. Hee hee. When you die, won't you still be put on the experimental table and be at my mercy? Pohaman said impatiently, Master, kill him quickly. I can't wait any longer. Menglay nodded slightly. As you wish. Thank you, great master. Pujaman licked his lips. The Dark Elf Queen and the Chimera Queen looked at each other, realizing that if they didn't take action, the fallen titan would fall, so they decisively launched an attack. The Chimera Queen roared, and the shadow of the three-headed monster above her head opened her mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. Rolling sound waves burst out, the void shattered, and turned into a pitch-black hole. Sonic attack? What a shame. Menglay shook his head slightly, took a step forward, and appeared behind the Chimera Queen, with the bloody scimitar gently against her neck. My queen, why would you want to die? Menglay's eyes were full of pity. The Chimera Queen's delicate body trembled slightly, a flash of fear passing across her face, but she quickly subsided and chuckled. My sonic waves are 100 times faster than the speed of sound. It's truly rare to be able to dodge them. Young Master Menglay's speed is truly rare and unprecedented. This isn't speed, this is teleportation. Menglay smiled faintly. Teleportation plus the scimitar is enough to kill all of you. So, surrender. You have no chance of turning the tables. The Chimera Queen's body shook violently, and shock was also shown on the faces of the fallen titan and the Dark Elf Queen. Although they had never seen the magical power of teleportation, just by hearing the name, they knew that it was an extremely terrifying spatial ability. God's realm. At this moment, an angry roar sounded, and the golden dragon lion Saker appeared behind Menglay at some point, with a ferocious face, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. Boy, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will tear you into pieces. Divine art, dimensional blade. Several black dimensional blades suddenly appeared and slashed towards Menglay, who was imprisoned in the realm of God like lightning. I told you, it's useless. Menglay shook his head slightly, ignoring the constraints of the god's domain, and disappeared from the spot in an instant, easily avoiding the attack of the dimension blade. Although he dodged, the Chimera Queen was in a miserable state. The extremely sharp dimensional blade slashed her fiercely, instantly tearing through her defense and leaving several deep wounds. If her divine body wasn't so resilient, she would have been chopped into pieces. Even so, she was still bleeding profusely, like a waterfall. Thackeray! The Chimera Queen had a ferocious expression on her face as she stared angrily at Saker, her beautiful eyes seeming to spew out blazing flames. Saker was slightly stunned and quickly defended himself. Chimera Queen, it was an accidental injury. This was really an accidental injury. Accidental injury? I'll definitely settle the score with you later. The Chimera Queen was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, but she knew that it was not a good time to care about it. She quickly took out a crystal core that exuded a strong breath of life, swallowed it into her mouth, and began to repair her injuries. As expected of the Chimera Queen, Menglay exclaimed in amazement. If it were an ordinary dragon demigod, he would have been chopped into pieces long ago. Although our Chimera clan's magical talent is not as good as that of other dragon clans, when it comes to physical defense, even the Golden Dragon and the Earth Dragon cannot match us. A smug look appeared on the face of the Chimera Queen, but the next moment, she froze. Menglay's scimitar was already against her neck. If the dimensional blade can't cut you, then what about this knife? Menglay chuckled softly. Chimera Queen, do you want to try it? What do you want to do? The Chimera Queen asked in a low voice, a drop of cold sweat seeping from her forehead, and the breath of death was overwhelming her. For the last time, do you surrender? I am the Queen of Chimera. How can I bow to a human like you? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me for that. Menglay shook his head slightly, turned his wrist, and the bloody scimitar slashed across the snow-white neck, and a bright red bloodline appeared instantly. The Chimera Queen looked at Menglay in disbelief, and then fell straight to the ground. She turned into a huge monster that looked like a dragon but not a dragon, a sheep but not a sheep, a snake but not a snake, and a lion but not a lion. It smashed a huge pit with a loud bang, and its head rolled to the side with its eyes open in death. It is the true form of the Chimera Queen. You three are the only ones left. After killing the Chimera Queen, Menglay looked at the remaining three people as if he had completed a trivial task and asked, who's next? You actually killed Ambrose? The three demigods looked at the body of the Chimera Queen with fear in their eyes. Monlay glanced at them casually, and finally fixed his gaze on Thackeray. You are the most hypocritical and the most annoying. That's you. Upon hearing this, Saker's hair stood on end and he retreated 1,000 meters in an instant. However, before he could stop, Menglay appeared behind him silently like a shadow. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Menglay said calmly, from the moment you stepped into the Imperial Palace, your fate was determined. Puff! Blood gushed out like a column, an intact head soared into the sky, and the headless body fell heavily to the ground. It turned into a giant lion with dragon wings on its back, dragon horns on its head, and its entire body covered with golden dragon scales. But now, the lion has no head or skull. There was a sudden silence all around. Everyone stared at this side blankly, couldn't help but gasp, and was stunned. Two demigods perished just like that? Fred murmured in a low voice, his heart was extremely shocked. Monray's slaughter of the dragon demigod was shocking to everyone. After all, no one had seen it before. This time, witnessing
witnessing Meng Lei slaughtering 2 demigods with my own eyes, the shock was beyond words.
He, the master's strength is truly terrifying. Pohaman licked his lips with a smile on his face, but he was more shocked than anyone else.
It was also the first time he saw Meng Lei take action, and the first time he saw him slaughter a demigod. His movements were clean and neat. Killing the demigod was like slaughtering a pig or a dog, so powerful that it was maddening.
Ancestor, 2 demigods have perished just like that? Not far from the palace, Violet 32 was completely frightened.
He had been arrogantly shouting that he wanted Meng Lei to die, but now there was only endless fear.
He's scarier than ever.
Saniel's expression was complicated, and this scimitar, it's definitely a real artifact.
Now, it's this scimitar again. One after another, all of these were treasures that only demigods could possess.
Saniel was puzzled.
Where did Meng Lei get so many things from true gods? Pohaman, these 2 bodies are yours.
Meng Lei looked at Pohaman, his tone full of anticipation. I hope that after a while, I can see with my own eyes the true power of the undead chimera and the undead golden dragon lion.
Master, rest assured, I will never let you down. Pohaman let out a strange laugh,
waved his hand and put the bodies of chimera and golden dragon lion into his bag, then swept his eyes to the remaining fallen titan and dark elf queen. The meaning was self-evident. It's impossible to do this, retreat. The dark elf queen shouted coldly, her figure flashed, and she quickly fled into the distance.
If you don't escape now, when will you? My queen, where are you going?
Meng Lei strode forward and blocked her way.
You can't stop me. The dark elf queen snorted coldly and was about to use her innate magical power, dark elementalization. However, what shocked her was that the innate magical powers that she could usually use with ease were now completely ineffective. It was as if this ability was completely taken away. How is it? Can't use it anymore? Meng Lei laughed heartily. If you can't transform into an element, you can't escape from my grasp. Just surrender and wait to be beheaded. What on earth did you do to me? The dark elf queen's eyes were wide open with anger. She was extremely anxious and even a little hysterical. Isn't it obvious? Meng Lei stopped laughing and said, of course I'll take away your ability. Deprivation? The dark elf queen's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that just now?
I guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward.
Meng Lei quietly transformed into a ball of dark elements, circling around the dark elf queen. Are you angry? Are you crazy or not? Will you collapse? Just be angry. Just go crazy. Just collapse. Come on, come and bite me. Ha, you can't bite it, right? Pa, I'm going to piss you off.
Chuckle. The dark elf queen gritted her teeth, her strong chest muscles heaving, and her eyes stared at Meng Lei like a wild beast, but she was powerless. Facing Meng Lei, there is no way to fight back.
I have to admit that elementalization is a really abnormal ability.
It is immune to physical and magical attacks, almost immortal, and incredibly powerful.
Human, you wait. The dark elf queen took a deep breath and said angrily, one day, I will repay you for today's humiliation with interest. Then, a dark magic circle suddenly appeared under her feet, and the next moment, the whole person disappeared instantly. She disappeared? Meng Lei was surprised. Master, that's a teleportation magic circle. Pohaman reminded, if I'm not mistaken, it must be the dark mother tree that rescued her. Dark mother tree?
Meng Lei frowned slightly, looking puzzled. The dark mother tree is the sacred tree of the dark elves and also their root tree. Legend has it that the dark mother tree not only breeds dark elves, but also possesses powerful teleportation abilities.
Pohaman explained, the queen must have escaped with the help of the power of the dark mother tree.
Meng Lei suddenly realized, but, you can escape the monk but not the temple.
Where can you run to? Master is wise.
The breeze blows gently, like a beautiful woman's slender hand caressing your cheek, gentle and comfortable. However, the fallen titan Bobris did not feel a bit of comfort.
He looked at the 2 headless corpses with only fear in his heart. The chimera queen died just like that. The dark elf queen also escaped. Now, I am the only one left. Should I surrender? I am a noble fallen titan. Even if I die, even if I am cut into pieces, even if I jump off this land, I will never surrender. Bobris. Meng Lei's eyes fell on him. I am willing to surrender.
The fallen titan quickly knelt on one knee, lowered his noble head, and actively released the essence of his soul. The pleasure he felt was simply shocking.
Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Bobris, you made a wise decision. Thank you, great master.
The fallen titan slowly stood up and stared at Meng Lei with complicated eyes. He understood that from this moment on, his life and death were completely in Meng Lei's hands.
If Meng Lei lets him live, he lives. If Meng Lei lets him die, he will die. There is no room for recovery. Big guy, you really disappoint me. Pohaman's face was filled with displeasure. As a noble fallen titan, how can you surrender so easily? Shouldn't you fight to the death and never surrender? Evil undead demigod, stay away from Bobris.
The fallen titan glared at Pohaman with disdain. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off with one punch.
Ha, just a joke. Pohaman glanced at the fallen titan's massive fist and said with a strange chuckle, since you've surrendered, we're friends. Bobris, welcome aboard. Humph, that's right.
The fallen titan snorted softly, his expression softening slightly.
Meng Lei smiled slightly. Bobris, do you know the location of the golden dragon lion family? Master, the Golden Dragon and Lion family is located in the Golden Islands.
There are more than 5,000 islands of various sizes, all of which are their territories.
Bobrus answered respectfully. Golden Islands? Meng Lei nodded. You know how to get there, right?
The Golden Islands are located in the eastern sea of the endless deep ocean.
It's nearly 30,000 kilometers away if you fly east from the Blue Dragon Kingdom. Babulus said respectfully. 300 years ago I traveled to the Golden Islands, and that was when I met Thackeray. Since you are familiar with the route, it will be easy.
Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction. Later, you will accompany me to the underground world, then to the Sunset Mountains, and finally to the Golden Islands.
Master, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Ha ha ha. Bobrus hesitated. Meng Lei frowned slightly.
The underground world is extremely complex, and is entrenched in various evil gods and demons. These evil gods are ferocious and evil, and are extremely hostile to outsiders.
We will easily be attacked if we go in. Bobrus explained. For example, the spider goddess worshipped by the Dark Elves is an extremely vicious and evil deity.
If you provoke Naga Rose, the spider goddess will never sit idly by.
Spider goddess? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. Is she a true god or a demigod?
The spider goddess has not yet become a true god, but she is a very ancient demigod, even as ancient as the four true gods.
Bobrus said.
It is said that if the four true gods, the dragon god, the beast god, the elf goddess, and the titan god, had not jointly banished her to the underworld, the spider goddess would have already become a deity. Even so, she is still the most unfathomable demigod.
Master, it is best not to provoke her. Spider goddess.
Meng Lei narrowed his eyes slightly.
Hearing you say that, I suddenly wonder if the Dark Elf Queen's actions this time were directed by the spider goddess? That's very likely. Bobrus nodded.
As the oldest demigod, the spider goddess is only one step away from true godhood.
She needs faith more than any other demigod. Now that the dragon demigods have been almost completely slaughtered, the lucrative faith territory of the Dragon God Empire has been vacated. How could the spider goddess let it go?
That is to say, even if I don't provoke the spider goddess, she will come to me on her own initiative. Meng Lei smiled and said, in that case, why not take the initiative and kill her first to avoid trouble in the future?
But, Bobrus still hesitated. No buts.
The Dragon God Empire belongs to me. No one else can get their hands on it.
Meng Lei waved his hand. Not to mention an old thing like the spider goddess. She should have stayed underground and survived. How could she challenge me? Upon hearing this, Bobrus smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. This master didn't even take the spider goddess seriously. Master, when do you plan to set off? Puhaman asked respectfully.
Today, please.
Monray thought for a moment and said,
in that case, I wish my master immediate success and a victory.
Puhaman said with a smile.
I hope it's as you wish. At this time, Saniel flew over with Violet XXXII.
Meng Lei, Lord. Violet XXXII looked at Monlay and forced a smile. This is His Majesty.
Fred, Dirk now, Hades and others turned to look over, their expressions nervous and confused.
Your Majesty, we meet again.
Meng Lei looked at the Fire Dragon King, his heart aching with mixed emotions. When he first met the Fire Dragon King, he seemed so high and mighty, surrounded by over 100 sanctuary guards, his presence overwhelming.
He was just a minor figure, a 9th level Grand Mage. However, after just a few days, Violet XXXII had become an insignificant figure.
Things in the world are unpredictable and cause and effect are hard to predict.
It's my honor to meet Lord Monray. Violet XXXII seemed a little nervous. Your Majesty, I asked you to go to New Dragon Island. Why didn't you go? Meng Lei frowned.
Not only did you refuse to go, you even called my relatives and friends over.
What on earth are you trying to do? Pleading? Or threatening? No, absolutely not. Violet XXXII's forehead was covered in sweat. Lord Meng Lei, I'm going to New Dragon Island right now.
I'm sorry, I gave you the chance, but you didn't take it.
Meng Lei waved his hand and said calmly, Bobrus, you haven't had breakfast yet after all this rush, right? I'll give it to you. Thank you, Master.
Bobrus was overjoyed, licked his tongue, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. As a Titan, he had plenty of food, but dragons were his most coveted delicacy. Even though he was a demigod, he didn't dare to offend the dragon clan easily and take the risk of eating dragon meat. Therefore, he had not tasted dragon meat for a long time.
How could he not be happy to be able to enjoy it now? Lord Meng Lei, you can't do this. Violet XXXII was terrified, but Monlay ignored him. How is this possible?
He could only ask for help from Saniel. Ancestor, please save me.
You are a demigod. As long as you ask for mercy, you will definitely be able to help me. Saniel smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was just a mount, so what face did he have? Let him beg for mercy?
It would be better to let him die.
I don't want to see him. Monroe waved.
Bobrus grinned grimly and grabbed with his hand, smashing Violet XXXII's head on the spot. His body was put into the space ring.
Save it first and enjoy it later.
Fred slowly closed his eyes, unable to bear watching the scene.
He never tried to beg for mercy. He knew clearly that Meng Lei had made up his mind and there was no way he could change it. His Majesty the King died just like that?
Dirk now, Fatty, Hades and others gasped and felt a chill down their
spines. The Fire Dragon King has always been an unattainable existence in their hearts, but just now, it happened right in front of them. The high and mighty king was killed so easily. This is something that one cannot even dream of. But it happened. This is Monray now. This is my brother. Fatty, Hades, Jonah, and others truly witnessed Monray's power. The so-called king, the ruler of a country, is nothing more than an ant in Manglay's eyes and can be destroyed at any time. Pohaman, Sanyal. Just as everyone's emotions were turbulent, Manglay spoke up. After I leave, you must properly handle the affairs of the empire. I hope to hear good news when I return. I will definitely live up to my master's responsibility. Pohaman and Sanyal responded respectfully. And my friends, you must take good care of them too. Don't neglect them. Manlay pointed at Fred, Hades and others and gave them specific instructions. Master, the underground world is intricate and complex, like a maze. It's easy to get lost without a guide. Even us demigods would get into big trouble. Lead the way? No problem. The two of them moved extremely fast, crossing the Dragon God Empire and arriving at the Warcraft Forest in just 2 hours. Xiao Jin, can you hear me? Manglay connects with Xiao Jin through a soul contract. Xiao Jin was both surprised and delighted. It's me. I've reached the underworld. Really? That's great. Xiao Jin said happily. Boss, where are you? I'll come find you right away. Warcraft Forest. Wait, I'll be right there. After the connection was cut off, Manglay said with a smile, my friend will be here soon. With him leading the way, we don't have to worry about getting lost. Bobrus was full of doubts. Come on, eat something first. Manglay took out the carcass of the 3-cannon pig and started to grill the meat. Since he had nothing to do anyway, it was always a good idea to eat some more divine pork to supplement his nutrition. When Bobrus saw the corpse of the mythical beast for the first time, he was deeply shocked. However, when the tempting aroma of grilled meat came out, all the shock turned into desire and anticipation. Master, can I eat it? Why not? Thank you, Master. Bobrus ate so fast that he almost bit his tongue. Monlay also ate while asking, Bobrus, I heard that you raped the former Titan Queen? Master, that's slander. Bobrus immediately retorted, Yasalai is my childhood sweetheart, and Hasius is the third person. Manglay was stunned for a moment. Tell me in detail. That despicable Hades coveted Yasalai's beauty and forced her to marry him, forcibly separating us. I had no choice but to meet with Yasalai secretly, but Zeus found out. He ordered Yasalai to be executed. In a fit of rage, I chose to rebel. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered and defeated, and their limbs and heads were cut off, and their bodies were abandoned in the wilderness. I was extremely desperate at that time, but the flames of revenge made me fall at the last moment. Somewhere in the darkness, I sensed the distant fallen plane, the demonic realm. By absorbing the dark energy of the demon world, I was reborn as a fallen titan. You love Yasalai very much, right? Of course. She's the love of my life. When she was executed, my heart died too. Revenge for her became my only motivation to live. I swear, I will personally chop off Hades' head and avenge her shame. Is Hasius still alive? Alive. He's become a demigod too. After not seeing him for a few months, Xiao Jin has hardly changed. He is still the same size, but his aura is vaguely comparable to that of an 8th-level monster. He has made rapid progress. Seeing Manglay, Xiao Jin rushed up excitedly and rubbed against Manglay affectionately. Xiao Jin, long time no see. Manglay touched Xiao Jin's head and a happy smile appeared on his face. Bobrus, let me introduce you. This is my friend Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, this is Bobrus. The two men and the ant greeted each other, and both were surprised by each other's identities. Golden god-killing ant? How could the master have such a friend? Xiao Jin, you should know where the Dark Elves are, right? Manglay asked with a smile. The Dark Elves? Xiao Jin nodded. Of course I know. They are the overlords of the underground world, ruling over the richest and most extensive underground areas. They are the giants of the underground world. That's good to know. Take me to the Dark Elves. Manglay said with a smile. Boss, what are you doing going to the Dark Elves? If possible, don't go. Xiao Jin quickly advised. The Dark Elves are very evil and extremely xenophobic. Any creature that dares to approach them will be killed. You should. Don't worry, Xiao Jin. Your boss is very powerful now. Manglay consoled with a smile. The Dark Elves are nothing. Just lead the way. Boss, you have to be careful. With Xiao Jin leading the way, Manlay and Bobrus moved at an astonishing speed. An hour later, they successfully passed through the territory of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants and entered the territory of the dog-headed people. Boss, the territory of a Gnoll tribe is just ahead. We have to be careful. Aren't kobolds orcs? How did they appear in the underground world? Master, the fertility of kobolds is amazing. They can often give birth to several litters in one litter, and can have multiple litters a year. This has led to an overabundance of kobolds. In fact, it's not just the kobolds. Many races in the Orc Empire have this situation. For example, pig-headed people, rabbit-headed people, cat-headed people, and goat-headed people. These are all races with amazing fertility. Unfortunately, the Orc Empire is located in the far northern wilderness, where resources are scarce and food is in short supply. Many orc races have to find other ways to survive. Some choose to head further north to the Arctic
like ice fields, some explore the seas, some venture deep into the mountains and forests, and some even venture into the underground world. After countless years, the orcs' footprints have spread throughout the sky continent. It's no surprise that they appear in the underground world. While chatting along the way, Meng Lei finally saw the legendary dog-headed man, and he was indeed worthy of his name. They have dogs' heads, human bodies, and are covered with thick hair. And the places where they live are not houses, but caves. What a peculiar race. Meng Lei released his divine consciousness, covering the territory of the gnolls. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. I have to bring something back. However, what made Man Ray feel devastated was that this tribe of ogres was so poor that they didn't even have a decent treasure house. After much difficulty, I found a cave that stored treasures, but it was filled with various animal bones, dried meat, and magic cores. These kobolds are poorer than me. Meng Lei couldn't help cursing under his breath. Bobrus laughed upon hearing this and said, Master, you may not know that this group of kobolds and many of the surrounding races all believe in a black dragon. Dragons are naturally greedy, and this black dragon is even more so. It has plundered most of the treasures of its followers. Meng Lei's eyes lit up. In other words, this black dragon is very rich? How can a dragon be poor? Bobrus said with certainty, I've dealt with this black dragon before. It's the most greedy dragon I've ever seen. You have to pay a toll when you pass through its territory. It's extremely greedy. Greed is a good thing. Greed makes people rich. Meng Lei licked his lips. Let's go find this greedy black dragon. Led by Bobrus, they soon arrived at the black dragon's lair and heard a thunderous snoring sound from afar. Bobrus, call someone. Bobrus nodded slightly and released a little of his aura. The snoring in the dragon's nest suddenly stopped, and a lazy voice sounded, Toll, 100 law source crystals. 100 law source crystals? This is too greedy. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the most greedy demigod in the underworld. Bobrus smiled and said, Baxter, is this how you treat old friends? A huge dragon head emerged from the dragon's nest and said, So it's you, the rapist. If you want to get through, you have to pay a toll of 1,000 law source crystals. A black line appeared on Bobrus' forehead. Baxter, if you dare to slander my innocence again, do you believe I will beat you up again? Bobrus, have you forgotten where this is? Black Dragon Baxter groaned heavily. This is the underground world, not your fallen sea. It's not your turn to act so recklessly. You're quite arrogant. Meng Lei couldn't help but chuckle. No way. Although these underground evil gods are perverse and ferocious, they are extremely xenophobic and united against outsiders. Bobrus said helplessly, I have fought this black dragon several times. It is no match for me, but it always calls its friends for help. So you've been beaten up a few times? That's perfect. Let's settle both the old and new grudges at once. Meng Lei chuckled and rubbed his hands together. If we join forces, I don't believe we can't take down these despicable underground demigods. It would be even better if we could subdue them and clear out their lair. Master, isn't this too risky? Bobrus's legs went weak. The underground world is even bigger than you can imagine. There are so many evil gods here that I can't even count them with two hands. The more the better, the more fun it is. Meng Lei licked his lips and flew out without hesitation. Robbery, robbery. Gold coins, law source crystals, divine treasures, all handed over. Who? Where did those bugs come from? The black dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a corrosive dragon breath, trying to turn Meng Lei into liquid. Meng Lei flashed and instantly appeared in front of the black dragon. Baxter, huh? Meng Lei smiled faintly. I have my eyes on your dragon's nest. Please leave quickly. I can reluctantly spare your life. Bug, I'm going to eat you. The black dragon was completely enraged and opened its bloody mouth to pounce on Meng Lei. Be good and behave yourself. Meng Lei snorted lightly, and the hammer of destruction suddenly appeared in his hand. He smashed it hard on the black dragon's nose. The powerful strength of a high-level demigod body, combined with the astonishing destructive power of the hammer of doom. With a crack, a big hole was smashed in the black dragon's nose bridge. The piercing pain instantly spread throughout his nerves, and the black dragon screamed in pain. Meng Lei grabbed the black dragon's horn and burst out with violent strength, pulling the black dragon out of the dragon's nest directly, then swung it hard and threw it far away. Master's power is so terrifying? Bobrus looked on in shock. The black dragon Baxter is 600 feet long and incredibly heavy, but Meng Lei actually grabbed it with one hand. How powerful is he? As for Xiao Jin, he was already frightened to the point of being frozen in place. The moment he saw the black dragon, he began to tremble, and the fear in his heart could hardly be suppressed. After all, this is a demigod. What shocked it even more was that the boss could actually throw the black dragon away. This was simply incredible. Ha, the dragon's nest is mine. Meng Lei laughed strangely a few times, turned into a gust of wind and drilled into the depths of the dragon's nest. So many gold coins, and a large amount of law source crystals. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. Collect, collect, collect. After a crazy period of collecting, his wealth soared by 1.74 million law source crystals, which was another wave of generous income. This black dragon's family background is indeed profound. Meng Lei was so happy that he slowly began to pack up the other treasures. The rest were mostly mostly magic cores, magic crystals, glowing gems, and various gorgeous decorations and handicrafts from the human world.
It was obvious that this black dragon knew how to enjoy life. Ha, what is this? Meng Lei found a blood-black stone in an inconspicuous corner.
It was pitch black, but it was flashing with a strange blood-red light.
Ding! A dropped item was found. Do you want to pick it up?
The system's cold voice suddenly sounded.
Ding! Fusion successful, obtaining the Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline. Do you want to fuse? Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline? Meng Lei quickly contacted Duadala. Duadala, do you know the Netherworld Divine Phoenix?
A dark attributed divine beast from hell, possessing the innate magical power, Nirvana rebirth, making it virtually immortal. Its unique Netherworld divine fire is extremely terrifying, capable of incinerating even higher gods. Moreover, the Netherworld Phoenix holds a very high status in hell, similar to the fallen angels of the demon world. However, the advancement of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix is extremely difficult. It needs to complete 9 Nirvana rebirths in its lifetime before it can grow into adulthood.
So that's it. Look what this is. Meng Lei took out the black stone. Duadala examined it carefully for a long time before saying, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Phoenix Marrow of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. Meng Lei was stunned. Phoenix Marrow? What is that? The things left behind when the Netherworld Divine Phoenix failed to achieve Nirvana contain the blood essence of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix and the remaining life essence from burning. Dodora explained, this thing is extremely precious to the Nether Phoenix clan, but it's useless to you. Throw it away. After exiting the Tower of Time, Meng Lei decisively ordered, system, fuse the bloodline of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. Ding. Fusion of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding. The activation conditions for the original bloodline have been triggered. Do you want to activate the original bloodline? Original bloodline? What the hell? Never mind, let's activate it first.
The wealth instantly shrank by 100 law source crystals.
Ding. Primal bloodline activated successfully. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 10%, fusion bloodline, god-killing rat bloodline 100%. The bloodline of the ancient human race? Meng Lei stared at the attribute panel, full of doubts.
He was originally a human, so it was not strange for him to have this bloodline.
But what exactly is the ancient human race? Could it be the ancient ancestor of this body? System, don't you want to explain?
There was no response from the system, so Meng Lei had no choice but to go find Dodora.
The ancient human race?
Where did you hear that?
Dodora looked surprised. I just heard it. Meng Lei is talking nonsense.
The ancient human race is a legendary race that disappeared in the long river of time.
Most people don't even know about it.
Duadala glanced at Meng Lei with a look that said, I'm watching you, and you still dare to continue making up stories.
Do you know the ancient human race? Meng Lei asked quickly. Since you know, just tell me quickly, don't waste time. No truth is told all day long. Dodora muttered and began to explain. Speaking of the ancient human race, that was a long time ago.
It is said that at the beginning of the vast universe, only one plane was born.
A plane?
That's right, there is only one plane. Dodora continued, that is the legendary creation plane. It is said that after the creation plane was conceived, after a long period of evolution, the first batch of creatures were born, which are also the earliest life in the universe. These creatures are extremely powerful. Some possess terrifying divine bodies, some control powerful magical powers, and some are even born with control over the supreme laws.
Powerful, terrifying, supreme.
All words that can describe greatness can be used to describe them.
Dodora looked at Meng Lei.
It is said that these creatures later became the ancestors of all living things, and the ancient human race is one of them.
And then?
Later, this group of creatures multiplied and grew, reaching their peak, and eventually a great war broke out, shattering the plane of creation. Dodora said in a leisurely tone.
Break the plane of creation? Meng Lei was a little surprised. It was not surprising that a war broke out. There were many people and many conflicts. Conflicts were inevitable everywhere. But unexpectedly, even the creation plane was broken.
How fierce must this war be?
That's right.
The creation plane has been broken and shattered into countless pieces.
Dodora nodded slightly.
The two largest fragments evolved and developed into the two supreme planes today, the underworld and the heavens. Other fragments evolved into other higher-level planes, and even countless ordinary planes.
What about those living beings? Monroe asked curiously.
Those who died died, those who perished perished, those who escaped fled, and the lucky few who managed to survive migrated to the underworld, heaven, and other planes, eventually giving rise to the living creatures of today. Among them, the human race is the descendant of the ancient human race. However, as time passed, the human race, like other races, has lost its bloodline and become increasingly thin.
It is no longer as powerful as the ancient human race. Sure enough, the ancient human race is the ancestor of the human race. Meng Lei whispered to himself.
His body belongs to the human race and contains the blood of human ancestors.
There is no doubt about that.
But he didn't expect that the ancestors of the human race had such an amazing background.
It was really unexpected.
Legends are just legends after all. Just listen to them and don't take
take them too seriously. Dodora smiled and said, the real ancient human race has long since disappeared. Even the creation plane itself is just a legend, not to mention the creation plane that gave birth to life. Is it just a legend? Meng Lei couldn't help but look down at his attribute panel. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 16%, fusion bloodline, god-killing rat bloodline 100%. Obviously, the bloodline of the ancient human race really exists, which at least proves that the ancient human race did exist. Or rather, it once appeared. This is enough to explain a lot of problems. Ancient human bloodline, 16%. So, I can spend money? Meng Lei murmured in a low voice, system, how many divine crystals are needed to improve the bloodline of the ancient human race? Ding! To increase the awakening degree of the ancient human bloodline by 1%, 100 million divine crystals are required. The system responded coldly. 100 million divine crystals. Meng Lei was stunned for a moment. Although he expected it to be expensive, he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. This was not just expensive, but ridiculously expensive. One divine crystal is equal to 10,000 law source crystals. How many law source crystals are equivalent to 100 million divine crystals? I'm too lazy to do it. I can't afford it anyway. However, this also indirectly illustrates how perverted the bloodline of the ancient human race is. If I can raise this bloodline to 100%, I'm afraid I can walk sideways, right? Meng Lei shook his head, walked out of the Tower of Time, and his eyes fell on the blood-black stone. I failed to fuse the bloodline of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix just now, but it should be successful now, right? System, fuse the bloodline of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. Ding! Fusion of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline is successful. A jet of inky black flame suddenly rose up and instantly enveloped Meng Lei's entire body. Wherever it passed, all the clothes turned to ashes in an instant. The piercing pain swept through his nerves like a huge wave, and Meng Lei felt as if his flesh and blood were being devoured by flames, burning bit by bit, roasted piece by piece. Each section is boiling. Wisps of black smoke rose from Meng Lei's head. Thousands of black flames, like nimble dragons, roamed throughout his body, transforming every cell, every inch of flesh and blood, every organ. Suddenly, a clear, high-pitched cry pierced the air. A giant bird, its body as black as ink, covered in black feathers, with a chicken head, a snake neck, a swallow chin, and a turtle back, appeared above Meng Lei's head. It stretches its neck to sing and roars to the sky. The sound waves are rolling and the power is overwhelming. Puff, puff. With a creepy hissing sound, black feathers slowly crawled out from Meng Lei's body. In an instant, his whole body was covered with black feathers. Then, a pair of wings emerged from the back of the body and expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon. In just 2 or 3 breaths, they grew to 3 or 4 meters. At this moment, the black flames gradually receded into his body, and the pain slowly receded like a tide. Meng Lei clenched his fists, feeling a surge of strength. Is this the bloodline of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix? He murmured to himself, and with a thought, a ball of dancing flame condensed at his fingertips, as black as ink, weird and aloof. Netherworld Divine Fire. Meng Lei flicked his finger, and the flame flew out like an arrow and landed on a huge rock. In an instant, the huge rock burned fiercely like dry wood meeting fire. It's worthy of being the Netherworld Divine Fire that can even burn up the higher gods. It's truly terrifying, he exclaimed in admiration, his eyes scanning the attribute panel. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 16%, fusion bloodline, god-killing rat bloodline 100%, Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline 20%. Wealth value, 11.31 million law source crystals. Physique, demigod body, advanced. Spirit, demigod soul, advanced. Divine power, 0.1 divine crystal. Understanding of the law. Talented magical powers, teleportation, dark elementalization, nirvana rebirth. The divine body is still a high-level demigod body? That's strange. I clearly feel that my strength has increased. Meng Lei muttered to himself in confusion. Could it be that I'm still a little short of reaching the peak demigod body? Almost. System, how much does it cost to increase the fusion degree of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline? Ding. To increase the fusion degree of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline by 1%, 10 law source crystals are required. The system responded coldly. Sure enough, the price is exactly the same as the upgrade price for the god-slaying rat bloodline. Meng Lei nodded slightly. System, increase the fusion degree of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline to 100%. The wealth value instantly shrank by 800 law source crystals, and the fusion degree of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline successfully climbed to 100%. Meng Lei checked the attribute panel again, and this time he was not disappointed. The divine body finally reached the peak of the demigod body and was a big step closer to the true god body. God-killing rat bloodline, 100%. Bloodline of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix, 100%. Like the god-killing rat, I am now at most a young Netherworld Divine Phoenix, he muttered to himself. There's also this innate magical power of nirvana rebirth. How exactly do I use it? Does it have to spontaneously combust? Roar! Despicable Bobris, you have angered the great Baxter. An angry dragon roared. I will drown you in dragon breath breath and corrode you alive. You cowardly black dragon who can only run away. Come and fight me head on if you dare. This was the voice of Bobrus. Are these two guys engaged in a fierce battle? Meng Lei retracted his phoenix form, put on his robe again, and walked out of the dragon's nest. He saw a fierce battle unfolding outside the dragon's nest. The black dragon Baxter flapped its wings, spewed dragon breath from its mouth, and fought back while running away. Bobrus dodged the dragon's breath while chasing Baxter. Although he was proactive, he was still slightly behind. He had to chase Baxter and avoid the dragon's breath, which made him scream in anger, but he was helpless. Bobrus is too slow. Meng Lei shook his head slightly and then shouted, Bobrus, stop. Hearing the sound, Bobrus stopped immediately. Wait a minute, I must catch this damn black dragon and teach it a lesson. By the time you catch up to him, the flowers will be cold. Meng Lei said coldly, let me do it. It's a good time to test my new ability. Bobrus glared at Baxter angrily, feeling unwilling, and retreated back to Man Ray. Who are you lowly bug? The black dragon Baxter did not attack rashly, but just stared at Man Lei. The brief confrontation just now made it realize how powerful Meng Lei was, and it was now filled with fear. It doesn't matter who I am. Meng Lei shrugged. What's important is that I just plundered your dragon's nest and took away all your wealth. Don't you want to go back and take a look? What did you say? Baxter flapped his wings in shock and flew towards the dragon's nest with a roar. Damn human, if you dare to rob my dragon's nest, I will never let you off easily. Whether you let me go or not really depends on your ability. Meng Lei sneered, and when Baxter flew over, he snapped his fingers, and a ball of black flame instantly fell on it. The flames spread rapidly, burning into a large area in just a few seconds. Baxter screamed and flapped his wings frantically, trying to put out the netherworld fire, but the fire grew stronger and stronger and burned more fiercely. After a few breaths, the netherworld divine fire had enveloped Baxter's entire body. Divine art, stripping. Baxter decisively cast the divine art. Unfortunately, this magic was like pouring gasoline on his body. Not only did it fail to remove the netherworld divine fire, but it made the flames burn even more fiercely. You actually use magic to expel the netherworld divine fire? You are truly ignorant and fearless. The netherworld divine fire is an immortal flame that can even burn divine power. Meng Lei snorted coldly. The shrill screams echoed in the underground space, and the black dragon Baxter struggled frantically. Wherever it passed, the earth shook, the mountains trembled, boulders rolled down, and dust flew. What kind of fire is this? Bobrus shuddered as he looked at Baxter, who was wrapped in black flames, and his heart tightened. After all, Baxter is a black dragon that has condensed the divine nature and has the strength of a mid-stage demigod. It is unbelievable that he is powerless against this black flame. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Baxter finally couldn't hold on any longer and began to beg for mercy loudly. Release your soul and submit to me. Meng Lei said calmly, only by submitting can you have a chance to survive. Baxter hesitated for a moment. Handing over the origin of his soul meant that his life and death would be completely controlled by Monroe. How could he accept this? Don't want to surrender? Then die. Meng Lei shrugged, his expression nonchalant. Bobrus, Xiao Jin, let's go. Xiao Jin nodded quickly, obviously very scared, and now he just wanted to leave quickly. Bobrus's expression was complicated. Master, what will happen to Baxter? The netherworld divine fire is an eternal flame. It will never go out until it burns out completely. Man Lei replied calmly, Baxter will have only one ending, to be burned to ashes by the netherworld divine fire. Burned to ashes. Bobrus swallowed, deep fear in his eyes. Meng Lei waved his hand, and the divine domain protected Xiao Jin and flew away, with Bobrus following closely behind. Seeing that they were really leaving, Black Dragon Baxter suddenly panicked and thought, what should I do if you leave? I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Baxter roared. I really couldn't help it. Meng Lei shook his head slightly and teleported to Baxter. What should I do? Do you need me to tell you again? Human, you are so cruel. Baxter's eyes were full of unwillingness, and he finally released the origin of his soul. At this moment, several terrifying auras descended and instantly swept across the entire underground space. You don't know your own limitations. Baxter sensed those auras and immediately withdrew his soul and glared at Meng Lei. You despicable human. My friends are here. Put out the flames on me immediately. Otherwise, I will leave you dead without a burial place. Baxter, you're doomed. Meng Lei frowned slightly and turned to look at the four people who had descended. They were all majestic and powerful, and each of them was a demigod. The first demigod had a head of fiery red hair and exuded an ancient and vast dragon aura. He was obviously a fire dragon. The second demigod had a strange appearance, not like a human at all, but more like a robot made of metal. The third one is a human, wearing knight armor, holding a huge sword, with a majestic and upright face and a sense of justice. The last one is an octopus with dozens of tentacles, exuding a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. Baxter, my friend, what's the matter with you? The fire dragon demigod looked at Baxter, who was wrapped in black flames and struggling in pain, and his face suddenly darkened. Klaus, kill him. No, you can't kill him. Capture him first. Baxter pointed at Man Lei, his tone filled with hysteria and madness. Yes, control him first and let him put out this damn fire.
fire.
I'm almost burned to death. Black flame.
The octopus demigod stared at the netherworld divine fire surrounding Baxter and suddenly exclaimed, "This is the netherworld divine fire."
Oh my god, it's the netherworld divine fire. Mervin, what exactly is the netherworld divine fire?
The fire dragon demigod, the robot demigod, and the human demigod asked in unison. The netherworld divine fire is an eternal flame from hell. It burns everything, even true gods. The octopus demigod explained slowly in a deep voice.
The eternal flames from hell, burning everything, even burning true gods to death?
The three demigods' expressions changed drastically, their gazes toward the black flames filled with deep fear.
If even true gods could be burned to death, how could they, mere demigods, not be afraid? Damn it!
It's the netherworld divine fire.
Baxter's face was extremely gloomy, and he roared hysterically, "Quick, control him.
Let him put out this damn fire. I don't want to die.
I don't want to be burned to death."
The four people knew that the situation was urgent, and their eyes were focused on Meng Lei, their voices extremely cold.
"Humans, extinguish the netherworld divine fire immediately." Meng Lei smiled faintly, not caring about their threats at all.
Instead, he turned to look at the human demigod among them and asked doubtfully, "I don't sense any other aura from you.
Are you human? My name is Galen Bonaparte."
The human knight stared at Meng Lei and solemnly stated his name.
"Galen Bonaparte? Are you the flying snow sword master?" Meng Lei was shocked. "Aren't you the legendary human swordsman? Why are you here?"
"Flying snow sword Saint Galen Bonaparte. To all human beings, he is a well-known figure, gifted with extraordinary talents, who became famous at a young age.
With his human body, he overwhelmed countless dragon geniuses, and was famous in the Dragon God Empire.
He was an extremely rare genius and strong man among the human race, and the idol and pride in the hearts of countless human sons. It is unbelievable that such a person would actually linger in the underground world and associate with the underground evil gods. The flying snow sword saint is no longer in existence."
Galen Bonaparte slowly shook his head. "The one standing before you now is just an ordinary demigod. Human sanctuaries are extremely rare, let alone demigods. Step aside, I won't kill you." Meng Lei shook his head.
Galen Bonaparte snorted coldly, formed his fingers into swords, and roared, "Divine art, judgment."
A dazzling giant golden lightsaber fell from the sky at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Meng Lei. "It's so fast, what a pity." Meng Lei's figure flashed and he appeared quietly 3 meters away. "You are no match for me, don't waste your energy." He actually dodged it? Galen Bonaparte showed a look of surprise.
The speed of divine judgment was almost instantaneous, and ordinary demigods could not dodge it at all.
Unexpectedly, Meng Lei avoided it easily. Get him now." Black Dragon Baxter urged again, "Stop wasting time. If you continue to dawdle, I'll be burned to death."
After hearing this, the four of them launched the attack without hesitation.
God's realm.
They simultaneously released the god's domain in an attempt to suppress Meng Lei, but to their disappointment, Meng Lei disappeared out of thin air.
Gone?
The four of them widened their eyes in shock.
"You're too slow."
A teasing voice came from behind them, and the four people turned around in surprise, and found that Meng Lei had quietly appeared behind them at some point, with 4 black spears suspended in his hands. Meng Lei flicked his fingers lightly, and 4 black spears shot out into the air in an instant. Puff, puff. The distance was too close, and the four had no time to dodge, and unsurprisingly, they were all hit. The black spear pierced their chests, and then ignited a blazing flame. This black spear is actually a flaming spear condensed from the netherworld divine fire.
Damn it!
It's the netherworld divine fire. The octopus demigod's face suddenly changed, and he even tried to cut off his arm, trying to use a dagger to cut off the flesh on his chest and then remove the netherworld divine fire from his chest.
However, fate was extremely cruel to it. Its divine body was incredibly tough, and the worn-out dagger couldn't penetrate it at all.
After finally getting a sliver of penetration and struggling for a long time, he couldn't even cut off a piece of flesh. Back and forth, the netherworld divine fire was not only not eliminated, but instead quickly spread throughout the body. The other 3 people were in similar situations. Some used magic to dispel the fire, while others tried their best to beat it, but the fire only grew stronger and more intense.
"Why do you have to do this?"
Meng Lei shook his head slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he took back the netherworld divine fire from Galen Bonaparte and said lightly, "Go."
"You won't kill me?" Galen Bonaparte looked at Man Ray in disbelief. "Since you are a human, I will let you go this time, but only this once."
Meng Lei replied coldly. Galen Bonaparte stared at Man Ray, his eyes full of confusion.
"Human, the one standing before you right now is none other than the great master Man Ray."
Bobris said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the new emperor of the Dragon God Empire, the most powerful demigod in the Sky Continent."
"Emperor of the Dragon God Empire? Are you from the Dragon Clan?" Anger flashed across Galen Bonaparte's face.
"I am irreconcilable with the Dragon God Empire. I would rather die than accept the Dragon Clan's favor."
"You might as well kill me." "Human, are you mistaken?" Bobris seemed a little dissatisfied. "Master Meng Lei is a pure human.
He overthrew the rule of the Dragon Clan and killed the demigod of Dragon Island."
"He has nothing to do with the Dragon Clan."
Galen Bonaparte stared at Bobris in shock.
Overthrew the Dragon Clan's rule? Killed the Dragon Clan's demigod? How is this possible? The great Babulus never lied. Do you think he would lie to you? Bobrus said with a hint of disdain. If you don't believe me, you can go and find out for yourself. Galen Bonaparte opened his mouth to speak, but after a long moment, he slowly said, if you truly overthrow the Dragon Clan's rule and avenge me, I am willing to follow you and swear an oath of knightly honor. Go verify it yourself. Meng Lei smiled slightly, with a meaningful glint in his eyes. Galen Bonaparte looked deeply at Man Ray, then looked at the four demigods struggling in the black flames, and finally turned and left. Although the demigods underground seem united to the outside world, the internal situation is extremely complicated. There is no deep friendship between them, and they even fight against each other. The competition is extremely cruel. Now that he was about to step onto the surface, the believers underground were no longer important to him. Master, are you just going to let him go like this? Bobrus was full of doubts. If he leaves, I'm afraid he won't come back. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come back. There aren't many demigods in the human race. It would be a pity to kill them. The burning of the netherworld divine fire gradually eroded the will of the four demigods. At first they could still hold on, but in the end, no one could hold on any longer. Submit and you can save your life. Monroe still gave them the only choice. Although the fire dragon demigod, the octopus demigod, and the robot demigod hesitated for a moment, the black dragon Baxter did not hesitate this time and decisively begged for mercy. Unfortunately, this time Meng Lei showed no mercy. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now you come begging for mercy? It's too late. In the end, the black dragon Baxter turned into ashes amid screams of pain and regret, paying a heavy price for his broken promise. We are willing to surrender. Baxter's death was not meaningless. At least as a warning to others, he completed his mission perfectly. Master, my name is Mervyn Babor, and my true form is a giant squid. Master, my name is Klaus Trofe, and my true form is a mutant fire dragon. Master, my name is the Chaser, and my true form is an alchemical creature. Meng Lei warmly welcomed the three demigods and then took them on their journey. Under the guidance of the three underground demigods, the subsequent journey became extremely smooth, and Meng Lei crossed one evil god's territory after another like a fish in water. In just half a day, he looted the lairs of 6 demigods, obtained countless treasures, and his wealth increased dramatically. At the same time, he successfully recruited 2 demigods. The Black Panther goddess Nakia Wakanda, her true form is the Nether Panther. Thunder Queen Sija Marie, her true form is the Thunder Naga. Suddenly, the number of demigods under Meng Lei's command reached 6, and with the addition of Pohaman and Sanyal, who were far away in the imperial capital, there were 8 demigods in total. With such a powerful force, he was almost unstoppable. Master, in front of us is the Dark Elves' royal city, the Dark Forest. Thunder Queen Cecilia said, pointing to the vast black forest in front of her. This forest is full of various black trees, as black as ink, as if painted with black paint. The trees were covered with a kind of small insects similar to fireflies, emitting a faint glow, bringing some brightness to the dark forest. This is the largest underground space I have ever seen since I came to the underground world. Meng Lei looked around the black forest, feeling full of emotion. This is also the richest place in the underground world. The spider goddess's lair is hidden here. Sija warned, Master, be careful. The spider goddess is not to be trifled with. She is the oldest and most cunning demigod in the underground world. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Let's go find the Dark Mother Tree first. What I'm most interested in right now is not the spider goddess or the Dark Elf Queen, but this Dark Mother Tree. A quarter of an hour later, Meng Lei and his group came to a huge tree that was completely black. This tree is not very tall, but its trunk is short and crooked, just like the crooked tree at the entrance of the village. However, its canopy was incredibly large, covering hundreds of square kilometers. Its lush branches and leaves were dotted with numerous black vacuoles. Each vacuole contains a sleeping little person, like a pocket-sized person in amber, which is a dark elf in the making. What an amazing Dark Mother Tree! Meng Lei stared at the giant black tree with a look of joy on his face. One of his purposes for coming to the Dark Elves this time was to obtain the Dark Mother Tree, and the other was for the wealth of this tribe. As for the Dark Elf Queen and the Spider Goddess, they are just incidental and not that important. At this time, there was a person standing under the Dark Mother Tree. She wore a blood-red crown and a blood-black robe. She was enchanting, sexy and graceful. She was the Queen of Dark Elf. Apart from them, there was no one else, not even ordinary Dark Elves. It was obvious that they had received the news in advance and evacuated. Your Majesty, we meet again. Meng Lei walked over with his demigods and said with a faint smile, How dare you come here? The Dark Elf Queen's face suddenly turned as cold as ice and extremely gloomy. This is the Dark Elves' royal city. Meng Lei dared to come in and kill them, showing that he didn't even take them seriously. It's all for the Queen. Meng Lei said calmly, his hands behind his back. Queen, you came to my palace and acted wildly, then left in such a hurry. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The Dark Elf Queen sneered. Human, I advise you to leave immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Consequences? What consequences could there be? Meng Lei laughed contemptuously. I even slaughtered the demigods on Dragon Island, let alone you dark elves. Do you think the spider goddess can do anything to me? Human, watch your words.
The dark elf queen's face suddenly changed, and she shouted angrily, like a cat whose tail was stepped on.
Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you.
Meng Lei waved his hand. You have offended me, you must give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I don't mind letting the dark elves repeat the mistakes of the dragons.
What a big tone.
A cold voice sounded, and a beautiful woman wearing black gauze with a blood-red spider mark engraved on her forehead walked out slowly. She steps lightly, is sexy and charming, her long and straight legs exude amazing elasticity, and her every move is extremely charming.
Spider goddess.
The faces of the 6 demigods suddenly became solemn, and their expressions were full of deep fear.
This name and figure cannot be ignored.
Although they are both underground demigods like the spider goddess, they are not on the same level in terms of identity, status, strength, and qualifications. Facing the spider goddess, an ancient and ferocious evil god, they were filled with fear.
Meng Lei looked at the spider goddess, and the smile on his face gradually faded.
He found that the spider goddess before him was completely different from all the demigods he had met before. She had neither the slightest fluctuation of divine power nor emitted any aura, as if she were an ordinary person with no lethality.
Yet, it was precisely this very blandness that made Monray even more vigilant.
The barking dog that bites is often the most dangerous, even those that appear harmless. The threat posed by the spider goddess to him was far greater than it appeared.
Young man, do you think you're so great just because you killed the demigod of Dragon Island? How foolish.
The spider goddess walked up to Meng Lei and said coldly, at best, you just killed a few pieces of trash.
Meng Lei raised his eyebrows slightly.
The dragon god empire has stood firm on the sky continent for 40,000 years, and it has never been supported by those rubbish. The spider goddess's face showed disdain.
You will soon understand this. What exactly do you want to express? Meng Lei frowned. Let me warn you, young man.
The spider goddess stared at him, her tone full of warning. The revenge of that stinking lizard is about to come. Then you will understand how foolish your actions were.
I'm really looking forward to it. Meng Lei shrugged.
I've killed many dragons and demigods, but I've never really encountered a true god.
I can't wait to experience this. He.
When the spider goddess heard this, she laughed so hard that she fell back and forth, her chest trembling slightly, as if she had heard something extremely funny.
Young man, you are too naive. You don't understand the gap between a demigod and a true god at all. Her face was full of pity.
Perhaps.
Meng Lei responded calmly. Let's put aside the dragon god's affairs for now and talk about our own affairs. The dark elf queen has offended me. How should this matter be resolved? Is that a big deal?
The spider goddess waved her hand dismissively. Young man, if you're alright, then please leave.
I have things to do, so I won't see you off. Oh, by the way, listen to my advice. Since you have the time to play around here, why not think about how to deal with the revenge of that stinky lizard?
Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth, and with a flash of his scimitar, he cut off the hairpin on the spider goddess's head. Spider goddess, I'm talking to you seriously, and I hope you take it seriously. He warned coldly, otherwise, next time I scratch it, it won't be your hairpin that gets scratched, but your neck.
Young man, you are too presumptuous.
The spider goddess's expression suddenly changed.
This is my territory. I won't tolerate your unruliness. Really? Then I'd like to try it. Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, full of provocation.
The spider goddess roared, and violent sound waves suddenly exploded. The space seemed like a broken mirror, shattering into pieces, and a bottomless black crack suddenly appeared.
Meng Lei was too close and was instantly sucked into the black crack, disappearing without a trace.
Upon seeing this, the 6 demigods' faces changed drastically and they all retreated, fearing that they would be dragged in.
After a moment, the sound waves dissipated, the black cracks disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Where is the master? Where did the master go?
The 6 demigods stared at the place where Meng Lei was originally standing, with complicated expressions that were difficult to understand. The squid demigod Mervyn whispered, he was swallowed by the space crack.
I'm afraid.
Upon hearing this, the 5 demigods' faces darkened.
Being sucked into the space rift was basically a dead end.
Your Majesty, where is that human? The dark elf queen asked respectfully. I banished him to a dimensional rift, the spider goddess replied calmly.
You praised the guy to such high praise. I thought he was so powerful. I didn't expect him to be just an ignorant fool. I was wrong. The dark elf queen quickly knelt down and admitted her mistake. Go, let all the tribesmen come back.
The spider goddess waved her hand.
Yes, your majesty. The dark elf queen walked to the dark mother tree, teleport our people back. Got it. An old voice sounded, and a huge dark magic circle appeared on the ground.
The formation lit up, and spatial fluctuations suddenly spread out. Tens of thousands of dark elves wearing bark armor and carrying bows and arrows appeared in the magic circle, and they all bowed to the spider goddess with respectful expressions. The spider goddess nodded slightly and was about to leave when suddenly a surprised voice sounded.
Is this the dark mother tree's teleportation ability?
It can actually teleport tens of thousands of people at once.
It's truly magical. The spider goddess's delicate body suddenly shook.
The dark elf queen, Meng, Bobris, and 6 other demigods were so shocked that they were speechless. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure appear in the void, wearing a long robe and holding a scimitar. Who else could it be but Meng Lei? It's actually you. The spider goddess' eyes widened. She was too shocked to speak. Your Majesty, please wait a moment.
Meng Lei turned his head to look at the spider goddess, then quickly contacted the system.
System, how many gold coins are needed to plunder the Dark Mother Tree's teleportation ability? Ding! The Dark Mother Tree's teleportation ability is a high-level innate magical power, and it will evolve as its strength increases. It is an evolvable innate magical power. The system said coldly. The Dark Mother Tree possesses the strength of an early demigod. The estimated price is 120 Law Source Crystals. 120 Law Source Crystals? That's a fair price. Plunder. As his divine sense spread out, Meng Lei could clearly see every blade of grass and tree within a radius of 100 miles, from mountains and rivers to mosquitoes, flies and insects, without missing a single detail. Before, these were the only scenes he could see. And now, as long as Meng Lei is willing, he can take these things out of thin air at any time, or in other words, transmit them over. What an amazing ability. Try it out. Meng Lei found something in the sedimentary rocks underground. With a thought, he teleported it over. It turned out to be a rusty treasure chest. He was beaming with joy. This ability was so practical. If it could be used to dig for treasure, steal, or rob a treasury, it would be absolutely amazing. Master, what is this? Seeing that Mon Lei had been standing there for a while and suddenly a box appeared in front of him, Bobris asked curiously. Nothing, just testing out new abilities. Meng Lei casually put away the treasure chest and then looked at the Dark Mother Tree. Mother Tree, thank you for your generous gift. This ability is so useful. I like it very much. Oh. The Dark Mother Tree seemed baffled, while the Dark Elf Queen's expression suddenly turned ugly. Could it be? Ha ha, just as the Queen expected. Meng Lei smiled triumphantly, feeling particularly happy. Your Majesty, my matter has been properly resolved. We can continue. Human, get out of here right now before I lose my temper. The spider goddess stared at him coldly, her face thick with frost. Otherwise, I won't mind keeping you here. Your Majesty, the goddess is truly imposing. Meng Lei sneered. I want to see how you plan to keep me here. The spider goddess was furious, and she suddenly stretched out her 5 fingers and grabbed Meng Lei like lightning. Meng Lei disappeared in an instant, and appeared strangely behind the spider goddess, slashing her with a knife. The bloody scimitar hit the spider goddess back hard, causing a string of sparks but not hurting her at all. Meng Lei stepped back in surprise. This companion scimitar of the Abyss Blade Demon could even cut through the Divine Beast 3 patrol pig, but it failed to hurt the spider goddess. Is her back coated with silicone? Why is it so hard? Damn monkey, you pissed me off. The spider goddess's face turned ashen, and she exuded a cold murderous aura. Go to hell. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of blood-red steel needles suddenly appeared and shot towards Meng Lei at lightning speed. Each steel needle was flashing with a green glow, obviously coated with a deadly poison. Your Majesty, this human can teleport. The Dark Elf Queen warned loudly. This attack has no effect on him. Teleport. The spider goddess snorted coldly, and tens of thousands of white spider silks gushed out, weaving into a huge funnel, covering the surrounding area within a kilometer. Boy, in my divine space, I want to see how you can teleport. The spider goddess sneered and controlled dozens of blood-red steel needles to continue stabbing Meng Lei. Meng Lei seemed to be in trouble and was about to be drowned by the bloody steel needles. You're dead, monkey. The spider goddess licked her sexy red lips and smiled smugly. These blood-red steel needles are made of her leg hair and are indestructible. Your Majesty, calm down. It is also coated with a deadly poison that kills instantly upon contact with blood. Any demigod who encounters it will surely die. Ding ding ding. However, what the spider goddess did not expect was that the blood-red steel needle pierced Meng Lei's body, as if it was nailed into a steel plate, making a crisp metal collision sound. Then, the steel needles fell to the ground one after another, motionless. What? It didn't pierce? The spider goddess widened her eyes in disbelief. Spider goddess, your attack is ineffective on me too. Are you disappointed? Meng Lei tore off the tattered robe, revealing his smooth and delicate skin. The skin is white and tender, smooth as jade, the muscles are well-defined, the figure is well-proportioned, and there is not a single wound. Your divine body is so tough. The spider goddess was completely shocked. Same here. Meng Lei stretched his muscles, making crackling sounds. I've been using weapons a lot lately, so I haven't stretched my muscles in a while. Come on, fight with me for 300 rounds. As soon as the words fell, Meng Lei disappeared without a trace, but the next moment he suddenly appeared in front of the spider goddess and raised his hand to punch her. A violent force erupted, and the spider goddess was knocked away, with Meng Lei following closely behind her. Boom boom boom. Fists were like dense raindrops, bombarding the spider goddess continuously. She was tossed around like a baseball and had no power to fight back. The spider goddess is actually suppressed. Am I dazzled? The 6 demigods were stunned. The Dark Elf Queen was so shocked that she was speechless. 10,000 dark elves were equally stunned, and no one dared to believe what they saw. Who is the spider goddess? The oldest and most terrifying undying demigod in the underground world, a contemporary of the four true gods, is recognized as the strongest demigod underground. It is unbelievable that a person of such status was actually suppressed and beaten.
Is this all you're capable of? Meng Lei sneered as he fought.
I've abandoned my divine weapon and haven't used my divine fire, but you're still no match for me.
How disappointing.
The spider goddess was so angry that her lungs almost exploded.
Die, you reptile, she roared. Magical power, charm. A pink divine power gushed out from her body and instantly enveloped Meng Lei. In an instant, a beautiful picture emerged in Meng Lei's mind.
Peach blossoms are in full bloom, petals covering the ground, and the naked spider goddess is posing seductively.
Meng Lei's eyes were dull and his mouth was drooling. Good opportunity.
The spider goddess took advantage of the situation and suddenly stretched out 8 blood-red spider spears from behind, just like Tang San's 8 spider soul bones, stabbing at Meng Lei like lightning. However, just when the spider spear was about to pierce Meng Lei, he suddenly disappeared. The spider goddess's face was full of surprise.
Your Majesty. Meng Lei appeared 100 meters away, an appreciative smile on his face.
That scene just now was truly impressive.
I loved it. If you'd like, we can have a private chat, but it's not convenient with so many people here right now. You actually broke free from my charm. The spider goddess's face was gloomy. You call that charm? Meng Lei sneered.
I've experienced the baptism of 17,450 tribulations and endured the trials of 180,000 setbacks. I've long since cultivated an indestructible body, immune to all poisons and repelled by all evil.
What the hell is this to you?
The spider goddess gnashed her teeth in anger, filled with shame and indignation. I will kill you.
Divine art, confinement. Dazzling golden divine power gushed out, instantly covering an area of 1 kilometer in radius.
Meng Lei only felt a terrible restraining force pressing down on his whole body, and he couldn't move at all. The divine space combined with the divine confinement magic actually restricted my movements.
Meng Lei was greatly surprised.
The spider goddess appeared instantly, and 8 spider spears from behind her shot out like lightning.
In that case, let's do something ruthless.
Meng Lei raised a sneer, and the moment the 8 spider spears stabbed at him, thick black flames like smoke suddenly gushed out from his body and burned out violently. The spider spear stabbed into Meng Lei, but still couldn't break through his skin, while the black flame seemed to stick to the spider goddess.
The spider goddess is doomed. The 6 demigods sighed inwardly upon seeing this.
Entangled in the netherworld divine fire, the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion.
However, the spider goddess did not notice this.
Seeing that the 8 spider spears failed to pierce Meng Lei, she stabbed a few more times unwillingly.
I know.
As for the black flames wrapped around her body, she didn't care at all. Her divine body was indestructible, so how could a mere mortal fire cause her the slightest harm?
Damn, why is it so hard? The spider goddess was unwilling to give in.
In an instant, countless spider webs appeared out of thin air and quickly wrapped around Meng Lei, wrapping him up like a dumpling.
Human, don't think I can't do anything to you just because your divine body is so tough, the spider goddess said coldly. I have plenty of ways to kill you. Kill me? I'm afraid you won't see that day.
Meng Lei smiled slightly and shook his head. Your Majesty, goddess, I promise that you will die in front of me first. You still dare to be stubborn before your death. The spider goddess sneered, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. The black flames quickly spread to her chest, burning madly.
Damn it, how is this possible?
She screamed and desperately beat against the flames, but to no avail. The netherworld divine fire burned everything, and once it touched her, it was impossible to extinguish. The more she struggled, the more intense the flames burned. Before long, her entire body was enveloped in the netherworld divine fire.
Accept your fate, your Majesty the goddess.
Meng Lei burned the spider silk on his body and slowly stood up. This is the netherworld divine fire.
No matter how 10 times stronger your divine body is, you can't withstand it. Netherworld divine fire? Is this the netherworld divine fire?
The spider goddess was shocked.
How could a mortal like you possibly master the netherworld divine fire of the netherworld divine phoenix, the divine beast of hell? It's absolutely impossible. It doesn't matter.
The spider goddess was both shocked and angry, but all her struggles were in vain. In the end, she was burned into a giant black widow spider that was 1,000 feet tall, with a pitch-black body and covered with black hair. She danced in the black flames, letting out shrill screams that were chilling.
Spider goddess, if you want to live, just call me. I am still very compassionate to women.
Meng Lei shook his head slightly, then turned to his 6 demigod subordinates and said, Go to the Dark Elf's treasure house and tell me immediately if you find it.
The 6 demigods didn't dare to delay and immediately took orders and set off. The battle just now had deeply etched Meng Lei's strength into their hearts.
They were completely submissive and didn't dare to resist in the slightest.
Indestructible divine body, ghostly speed, black flames that burn everything. How could a human demigod be so powerful? Human, what do you want?
The spider goddess roared softly, and it became increasingly difficult for her to hold on.
It's simple, just submit to me.
Meng Lei put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Only by surrendering can you save your life.
You're dreaming.
The spider goddess screamed hysterically. Even if I am burned to death, turned into ashes, or turned into
a ghost, I will never surrender to you. Then go to hell. Goodbye. Come back, I surrender. It turns out that no one can remain calm in the face of death. Ordinary people can't do it, and it's even more impossible for a demigod with eternal life and near immortality. In fact, demigods are more afraid of death than ordinary people. The spider goddess, the oldest and most brutal demigod in the underground world, finally bowed her head. If I had known this, why would I have gone through so much trouble just now? Meng Lei refined the spider goddess's soul essence, then removed the netherworld divine fire from her body and officially took her under his command. You're so mean. The spider goddess returned to her original form and stared at Meng Lei angrily, her eyes full of unwillingness. Meng Lei sneered, you can't beat me, but you still resist. Now you surrender voluntarily. I didn't force you. Why don't you submit? The spider goddess was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. You didn't force me, but you fucking burned me with fire. Does that count as forcing? Nothing to say? Then shut up. Otherwise, I won't mind turning you into a dead spider. Meng Lei snorted coldly, listen, hand over all your wealth, whether it's gold coins or treasures, give it all to me. If you dare to hide anything, I will destroy you immediately. The spider goddess was annoyed, but in order to save her life, she obediently handed over all her savings. Only then was Meng Lei satisfied and began to carefully examine the spider goddess's wealth. However, to his surprise, apart from the law source crystal, the rest were all strange and bizarre things. The heart of the abyss demon. What about that? The skull of the three-headed dog of hell. What's that dark thing? The eyeball of the deep-sea demon whale king. Your hobby is really unique. After Meng Lei collected all the law source crystals, he returned the remaining miscellaneous items to the spider goddess. Those items were of no use to him, and only a weirdo like the spider goddess would like them. Master, we have discovered the Dark Elves' treasure trove. At this time, the 6 demigods also brought good news. A quarter of an hour later, the Dark Elves' treasure house was completely looted by Meng Lei. Meng Lei's vision is now very picky. Apart from gold coins and law source crystals, he is too lazy to pick up other ordinary treasures. Even so, he still made a lot of money. The underground world was the right choice. Looking at his own attribute panel, Meng Lei was so happy that he almost had a runny nose. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 16%, fusion bloodline, god-killing rat bloodline, netherworld divine phoenix bloodline. Wealth value, 23.51 million law source crystals. Physique, demigod body, peak, spirit, demigod soul, advanced, divine power, 0.1 divine crystal. Law comprehension, several. Talented magical powers, teleportation, dark elementalization, nirvana rebirth, teleportation. Not only did I gain the bloodline of the netherworld divine phoenix and the ability to teleport, but my wealth has more than doubled, and he's subjugated so many demigods. This trip underground is totally worth it. Meng Lei was overjoyed. His wealth previously was 11.31 million law source crystals, but now it has reached 23.51 million, more than doubling. The underground world is really worth the trip. Next up are the Sunset Mountains and the Golden Islands. I wonder how much profit they can bring. I hope I won't be disappointed. Just as Meng Lei was thinking about it, Dedora's voice suddenly came from his mind. Meng Lei, come in quickly, the fallen angel egg is about to hatch. As soon as Meng Lei finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. Tower of Time, 96th floor. At this moment, the weather on the 96th floor was changing rapidly, dark clouds were rolling, lightning and thunder were flashing, and the atmosphere was extremely turbulent. A huge funnel appeared in the sky, madly absorbing the dark elements within a radius of hundreds of miles, and then converging on the fallen angel egg below. The blood-colored lines on the surface of the eggshell were like blood vessels filled with blood, emitting a dazzling blood-red light, illuminating the area within several miles. Ha! Ha! The eggshell trembled rhythmically, as if breathing, and each tremor absorbed a large amount of dark elements, making the blood-colored lines brighter and more dazzling. Is it really coming out? Meng Lei was slightly excited. This is a fallen angel, a legendary creature that is comparable to a demigod at birth. It is born right under my nose, which is really exciting. It's about to be born. Dedora also stared at the blood egg. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the blood-colored lines on the surface of the eggshell suddenly cracked, and the cracks spread out one by one. Crack! Crack! The cracks became more and more numerous, quickly covering the entire eggshell. Finally, the eggshell shattered, and a dazzling blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky. At the same time, a surging bloody aura spread out, sweeping in all directions. After sensing this aura, all the creatures in the demiplane prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. I saw a naked baby with black wings on its back floating in the air, with its eyes closed and its arms folded over its chest, as if it was sleeping soundly. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, and a blood-red eyeball was dotted in his black pupils, just like the legendary Sharingan. This aura is absolutely correct. Dedora said slowly, this is the fallen angel. Is this the fallen angel? This is... Meng Lei couldn't help but marvel at this. The little girl who had just appeared looked cute and adorable, like a porcelain doll in a fairy tale, but the aura she exuded was comparable to that of a demigod. At this moment, the little fallen angel looked at Meng Lei, and appeared pure smile immediately bloomed on his face. Then, it flapped its wings and flew towards Meng Lei.
Perhaps because it was just born, its wings were still a little stiff, so it flew shakily, but it finally flew in front of him.
Hug! The little fallen angel stretched out his pink little hands and asked for a hug in a baby voice. That innocent look, that hopeful expression, is no different from that of a human baby.
Meng Lei fell in love with the little girl at first sight.
He reached out and held her in his arms, then kissed her hard on the cheek. Chuckle! The little fallen angel laughed joyfully, his laughter as innocent as that of a 1-year-old child. The power of the blood pact is indeed formidable. From now on, she will only recognize Meng Lei. Dodora secretly admired. Meng Lei, give her a name. Just call it Coke. Meng Lei blurted out without hesitation. Duatala was stunned for a moment. This name is too weird. It's so ugly. Let's change it. Just call it Coke. I like it.
Meng Lei teased the little guy, a gentle fatherly smile on his face.
Okay, as long as you like it. Duatala curled her lips and was too lazy to argue anymore. Hungry, hungry. The little fallen angel, no, it would be more appropriate to call her little Coke, sucked her fingers and looked at Meng Lei with longing in her eyes, as if to say, I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. Meng Lei quickly asked, Dodora, what should we feed the newly born fallen angels?
Fallen angels, after they are born, usually kill each other and feed on other imps or other fallen angels of the same kind.
Tadora explained, her food is simple, just other imps or their kind. Where can I find other little demons? Meng Lei was a little confused. Shouldn't such a young child be fed with milk?
Dodora rolled her eyes and said, look carefully, this is not a human child, it's a fallen angel.
You actually want her to breastfeed? I'm surprised you could come up with that. After saying that, Dodora grabbed a pitch-black blood wolf from the distant forest and then cut off its head.
Upon seeing this, little Coke immediately flew out of Meng Lei's arms, pounced on the blood wolf's neck and sucked the blood in big gulps.
Meng Lei was stunned when he saw this scene. Don't make a fuss.
Dodora snorted coldly, in the future, if you have the chance, you can go to the Devil Island in the demon realm to see for yourself.
That's the real cruelty.
Billions of demons broke out of their shells at the same time, then began to fight and devour each other, feeding on each other.
The strong survive and the weak are eliminated. Survival of the fittest, only the strong can survive. In just half a month, 90% of the little demons will be killed by their own kind. Only a very few people can actually leave Devil's Island alive. That's what we call true cruelty.
So, don't underestimate this little girl. She is full of devilish nature in her bones. Fallen angels are indeed completely different from humans.
Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Although little Coke was small, she had an amazing appetite.
After sucking the blood of the blood wolf dry, she began to tear into its corpse. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had eaten the blood wolf clean, leaving only its bones on the ground.
But she was not full yet and kept asking for food around Meng Lei.
Meng Lei had no choice but to catch another blood wolf, and the little girl happily started to feast on the food again.
Monrei, this won't work. Dodora shook her head and said, fallen angels need nutrition the most when they are just born. They can't always eat dark attribute monsters. It's not good for their growth. She must eat demons. Demons are her true food. The question is, where to find the devil? Meng Lei spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Didn't I ask you to study necromancy and demonic magic? Dodora reminded, you can summon demons for her to eat. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to summon a group of demons, right?
There is necromancy magic, but all it summons are skulls and skeleton soldiers.
Meng Lei was speechless and said, are you sure she would eat those skeletons that are only left? As for demonic magic, I've never even heard of it. It's been lost for a long time. Idiot.
Necromancer magic is the same as demonic magic. Both are summoning magic. Dodora said helplessly, necromancer magic summons the undead and the undead, while demon magic summons abyssal demons and fallen demons.
Aside from the different summon targets, everything else is basically the same. With a little research, you can find their commonalities. So simple? Then I'll try it.
Meng Lei flashed out of the Tower of Time and then activated the teleportation to teleport Puhaman, who was far away in the capital of the Dragon God Empire.
Master, you're looking for me? Puhaman was a little confused. He thought to himself, wasn't I still in the Dragon God Empire? How did I suddenly end up here? Teach me necromancy.
Monroe made the request directly.
Master, have you really decided to learn necromancy? Puhaman was overjoyed. He finally met someone of the same mind. It was a rare opportunity. He immediately started talking incessantly. When one reaches Monrei's level, one learns anything very quickly. Puhaman briefly introduced the basic principles of necromancy, and Monrei quickly grasped the essentials. The essence of necromancy is actually very simple. The necromancer uses his mental power to communicate with the undead plane, and then builds an undead channel to summon undead creatures from that plane to help in the battle. Communicate with the undead plane. Build a passage for the dead. Summon undead creatures. The first point is the most crucial. It determines whether the beginner has the talent for necromancy. Puhaman smiled and said, those who can communicate with the undead plane are extremely rare, far rarer than geniuses in the 10 branches of magic. This is one of the reasons why undead magic is gradually being lost. But don't worry, Master. Even if you don't
don't have the talent, I can still help you communicate with the undead plane. While Pohaman was explaining, he was silently communicating with the mysterious undead plane. Not long after, a dark vortex emerged out of nowhere, emitting a thick aura of death and undead. This little guy. Master, the undead plane I'm communicating with is Hell, one of the 3 higher demon planes. You can implant your soul mark into Hell, and from now on, you can communicate with Hell at any time with this mark.
Pohaman pointed at the passage of the dead and said, "Let me try."
Meng Lei controlled the power of the soul to pass through the channel of the dead and embedded a soul mark deep into Hell to lurk.
With the power of his demigod soul, this soul mark is almost immortal and indestructible.
Unless something unexpected happens, it will exist in Hell forever. This also means that he can rely on this mark to communicate with Hell at any time.
Master, please try again.
Pohaman closed the passage of the dead.
Meng Lei closed his eyes and used the soul mark as a bridge to easily sense the existence of Hell. The first step is complete. Next is to construct the undead channel.
This is no difficulty for the master, as it tests the undead mage's mental strength.
Pohaman explained the key to building the undead channel.
Meng Lei's soul was powerful, and he successfully built the undead channel on the first try. The third step is to summon undead creatures.
There are 2 main methods of summoning: forced summoning and contract summoning.
Pohaman explained, as long as your mental strength is strong enough, you can forcibly summon undead creatures weaker than you to help you. During large-scale battles, the hordes of undead summoned are the result of forced summoning.
Meng Lei nodded slightly. The second is contract summoning.
If your mental strength is insufficient, or if you want to summon a powerful undead creature but cannot summon it by force, you must let your consciousness descend into the undead plane and sign a contract with a powerful undead. I once possessed a demigod-level undead bone dragon, and it was through a contract that I was able to summon it into battle.
Pohaman looked at Meng Lei and said, "Master, your spirit is powerful.
It is easy for you to summon undead creatures below the level of demigods.
To summon demigods, I'm afraid you will need to sign a contract. I'll try forced summoning first."
Meng Lei was not in a hurry to summon powerful undead creatures.
He learned undead magic more to use it as a springboard to study demonic magic.
There is no need to summon such a powerful undead.
Build a channel for the undead. Forcefully summon the undead. Bah!
A 2-meter-tall skeleton warrior holding a bone knife walked out of the undead passage. His whole body was filled with a strong breath of death, and a ball of ghost fire was quietly burning in his skull.
Master is truly amazing.
On his first summon, he summoned a skeleton general with the strength of a level 5 skeleton general. There's no one like him before, and there will be no one like him again. My admiration for the master is like a surging river, endless and unstoppable like the yellow rivers flooding.
Pohaman was amazed and kept flattering him. Level 5. Meng Lei blushed slightly and couldn't help but glance at his demigod subordinates.
He found that they had strange expressions on their faces and were trying to hold back their laughter. He coughed twice, ignored these guys, and continued to summon undead creatures. The 6th level Hell Fox, the 8th level Sheep Demon General, and the Sanctuary level Hellhound. Meng Lei's understanding of undead magic became deeper and deeper. After he successfully summoned the undead bone dragon to the limit of the Sanctuary, he stopped further attempts at undead magic.
It's enough to try to this extent. Pohaman, do you know demonic magic? Meng Lei went straight to the point. Demon magic? Pohaman was slightly stunned.
Demon magic is similar to necromancy in that they are both summoning magic, but I really don't know how to do it. I want to summon a demon, Meng Lei said calmly. The planes where demons live should be the demon realm and the abyss, right? Can you help me communicate with the demon realm and the abyss? Pohaman smiled bitterly and replied, Master, I have studied demon magic before, but unfortunately I don't have the talent to practice demon magic.
Meng Lei was a little disappointed. That means I can only slowly sense and confirm that I don't have the talent to practice demon magic? It seems that this is the only way. Pohaman smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll give it a try. Meng Lei decided to sense it carefully. At this moment, the spider goddess, who had been watching coldly, suddenly spoke up. Are you so interested in demonic magic? It's okay. Meng Lei glanced at her. The spider goddess was slightly disappointed. If you can set me free, I can help you communicate with the demon world and leave the mark of the soul there. Is this true? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. The spider goddess smiled confidently. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing. He was indeed an old goblin who had lived for 50,000 years. Although his strength was mediocre, he had extensive knowledge and rich learning. He was not useless. Go ahead, tell me your idea, and I won't mind your bargaining just now. Meng Lei said lightly. The spider goddess's face turned green, and she gnashed her teeth in anger. Do you dare to be more shameless? Rose, don't forget your identity. Meng Lei snorted coldly. You are my slave now. Everything you have, including your experience and knowledge, belongs to me, including your loyalty. How dare a slave bargain with his master? You really know how to live. The spider goddess was almost going crazy. If she wasn't tied up, she really wanted to smash Meng Lei's head with a hammer. It was too hateful and infuriating. I, Rose, am truly blind to have surrendered to someone like you. She threw out a piece of parchment and turned away, not wanting to
to look at Monroe again.
What is this? Meng Lei took the parchment curiously. Demon contract.
The spider goddess groaned. As long as you sign this contract, you can summon demons far away in the demon realm. You can take this opportunity to leave your soul mark there.
Devil's contract. Meng Lei looked at the parchment.
There were densely packed strange words on it that looked like ghostly scribbles.
He couldn't understand them at all. Pohaman, can you understand? Master, this is the devil's language. I can't understand it either. Pohaman shook his head. What about you? Meng Lei looked at the other demigods again. The demigods shook their heads. Dodora, help me take a look at this.
Meng Lei came to the Tower of Time.
What is this?
Dodora stretched out his hand to take the parchment.
Is this a devil's contract, or a master-servant devil's contract? Where did you get it? Master-servant demon contract? Meng Lei was shocked. What does that mean? A master-servant contract is a master-servant contract.
Once you sign it, you become the devil's servant and gain some of the devil's master's power.
It's like selling your soul to the devil in exchange for power. Dodora shook her head and smiled bitterly.
I didn't expect these devils to use such despicable and childish methods.
Can't they come up with some new tricks? Selling soul.
A cold light flashed in Meng Lei's eyes, and his figure disappeared in the Tower of Time. Rose, do you know the contents of this devil's contract? He asked coldly. The spider goddess trembled all over.
No, I don't recognize it.
I only know that it's a demonic contract, but I don't know the specific content.
You dare to lie.
Meng Lei snorted coldly and swung the god-killing spear violently, instantly piercing the spider goddess chest and nailing her to the ground.
This sudden scene shocked everyone.
The demigods stared blankly at Meng Lei with a stern face, and then looked at the spider goddess nailed to the ground, their heads in chaos.
What on earth was going on? Nothing was wrong, so why did they suddenly start fighting? You, what are you doing?
The spider goddess spat out blood and stared at Meng Lei angrily. If you do that again, the god-slaying spear won't pierce your chest, but your head. Meng Lei snorted coldly, turned to Pohaman and ordered, go, capture a dark elf.
Yes, master. Although Pohaman was full of doubts, he did not dare to ask more questions and quickly captured a dark elf.
Meng Lei used his spiritual power to directly control the dark elf and then signed the devil's contract. Once the contract came into effect, the parchment carrying the devil's contract spontaneously combusted without fire, turning into a devil's mark that fell on the dark elf's brow. Almost at the same moment, an extremely thick blood-red smoke descended from the sky and gathered into the phantom of a demon with spikes on its back and a blood-red body.
The demonic shadow exuded an evil, bloodthirsty, and brutal aura.
Although its power was not strong, it was enough to make the demigods present feel extremely uncomfortable.
Who is summoning the great blood demon Lord Barry Adrian Edmund Ives Harold Disraeli Esmond Collins?
The demon shadow made a low and long voice, looked lazily at the dark elf kneeling on the ground, and yawned.
My humble servant, are you summoning the great blood demon Lord Barry? It asked. The dark elf had already peed his pants out of fear. How could he have the courage to answer? Instead of getting angry, the demonic shadow was satisfied with the dark elf's performance.
As long as you listen to Lord Barry obediently, Lord Barry will grant you powerful power and eternal life. It tempted softly. Suddenly, a cold snort interrupted it. The demonic shadow was slightly startled, turned around with a look of dissatisfaction, and then instantly became frightened and his voice trembled. Demigod.
A mere Holy Land demon dares to act like a ghost here? Meng Lei snorted coldly. Why don't you get out of here right now?
Yes. The demon's shadow immediately disappeared without a trace, fearing that if he ran too slowly, he would be shot dead by Meng Lei.
Master, was that a master-servant contract? Pohaman stepped forward, staring at the devil's mark on the dark elf's forehead, and asked in disbelief. Meng Lei nodded slightly.
That damned bitch actually wanted to harm the master.
This is a heinous crime. Pohaman was furious. Master, why keep such a scourge? Why not give her to me and let me refine her into an undead knight? As long as you can kill her, you can do whatever you want with her. Meng Lei responded indifferently. Hey.
Pohaman glanced at the spider goddess and smiled awkwardly. Just kidding.
The blood demon Barry was scared away.
It returned to the demon world along with the soul mark that Meng Lei placed on it. With the help of the soul mark, Meng Lei easily sensed the existence of the demon world.
Then, following the ideas of necromancy, he constructed a demonic channel and began to summon demons from the underworld. Level 5 Little Evil Spirit. Level 7 Yellow Springs Ghost. The great demon of the sanctuary. Demons were summoned one after another. Evil ghosts, underworld ghosts, little devils, big devils, ice devils, horned devils, fire devils. These demons have only one destination, to enter the Tower of Time.
As Dodora said, demons are the most delicious food for fallen angels.
When Little Coke saw the devil, he started to devour it like a cat seeing a mouse. Little devils. A bunch of ghosts from the underworld.
In less than half a day, Xiaokele swallowed hundreds of demons and evil spirits, and the energy in her body continued to expand.
What a big eater. Meng Lei was shocked as he watched little Kele wolfing down her food.
A demon was still a demon after all. No ordinary human child could compare to her. Despite this, Meng Lei did not not want to let Xiao Kele starve, and his soul hovered over hell, capturing all the demons he could catch. Half a day later, the number of demons summoned by Meng Lei alone reached 100,000.
Only then did he stop calling. Master, can I also study demonic magic? Pohaman rubbed his hands and looked at Meng Lei with anticipation. The meaning was self-evident. Meng Lei readily agreed and then constructed a demonic passage. Pohaman quickly sent his soul mark into the demonic world and expressed his sincere gratitude to Meng Lei for his generosity. Summon a few more demons to play with when you have time. I am useful,
Meng Lei said with a smile.
Master, I understand. Pohaman responded repeatedly. Well, you can go back now.
After teleporting Pohaman back to the imperial capital, Meng Lei summoned several more demigods.
Bobris, Klaus, Sija, and Nakia, follow me. Monray gave the order. Mervin, the pursuer, and the spider goddess, stay underground and continue to spread my faith. Yes, master.
The 6 demigods bowed in unison in response. Although the spider goddess was dissatisfied with Meng Lei's orders, after the lesson of the shot just now, she truly realized how
powerful Meng Lei was. She did not dare to provoke him again.
She neither refuted nor resisted, which was considered as tacit agreement. I hope that in 1 year, my faith will spread throughout the entire underground world. Meng Lei glanced at Mervin, the pursuer, and the spider goddess, and said firmly, don't let me down. I will definitely live up to my master's trust. Mervin and the pursuer quickly assured.
Afterwards, Meng Lei left the underground world with the 4 demigods.
Before leaving, Meng Lei left 5 sacred tree fruits to Xiao Jin. With these fruits, Xiao Jin could enter the Holy Realm in a short time.
Master, shall we go to Sunset Mountains next? Bobris asked.
Meng Lei nodded slightly. Klaus, you are the fastest. Take us for a ride.
Klaus transformed back into his original form, becoming a mutant fire dragon, flying with everyone on his back.
Monray leaned on Klaus's back, communicating with the system again when he had nothing to do. System, come and get unlimited pickups 1,000 times.
Ding.
Fusion successful. I got a pair of crystal shoes from the elf Lucy.
Ding.
Fusion successful. A divine power obtained.
Do you want to fuse?
Meng Lei casually took out a silver divine power, and thunder flashed in his palm, and lightning ran wildly. It turned out to be a thunder divine power. Sensing the aura of the divine power, Bobris, Nagia, Sija, and even Klaus who was sitting there all looked at him in astonishment, with expressions of disbelief on their faces.
Godhead. It's actually a godhead.
The 4 people's breathing suddenly became rapid, and their eyes were burning, especially the Thunder Queen Sija, whose eyes were full of greed and desire. As a Thunder Naga, she specializes in the laws of thunder.
This thunder godhead perfectly matches her attributes. If they can be integrated, she will definitely be promoted to a true god. Don't look at it. I can't give it to you for now.
Meng Lei glanced at them and said coldly, before I become a true god, don't even think about snatching these godheads.
Even if you want them, I won't give them to you. Master, what you mean is,
the 4 of them were shocked.
Serve me well, and you'll get what you deserve. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about.
Meng Lei smiled faintly, casually took out the other 2 divine powers and shook them gently.
3 godheads.
The 4 demigods' eyes turned red. Their master actually possessed 3 divine powers, and according to his words, Master, please rest assured. We will swear allegiance to you until death and devote ourselves to your service until our death. The 4 of them immediately expressed their stance.
I hope so. Meng Lei continued to pay attention to the system prompts. Ding.
Fusion successful. I got Viscount Io's ring.
Ding.
Fusion successful. A soul crystal extract obtained.
Soul crystal extract. Meng Lei was overjoyed. I actually got another soul crystal extract. I'm so lucky. With this soul crystal extract, these 1,000 law source crystals are totally worth it. Don't say any more, merge first. After a moment, Meng Lei glanced at the attribute panel and couldn't help but smile.
After fusing with this soul crystal, the soul finally reached the peak level of demigod soul. Coupled with the peak demigod body, I have finally entered the peak demigod realm. Meng Lei was very satisfied with the harvest of 1,000 law source crystals, and decisively tried to pick them up again 1,000 times, but this time his luck seemed to have run out. I tried 1,000 times but didn't pick up anything decent.
Meng Lei was not discouraged. Gambling is exciting when there are wins and losses. If you always win, what is the fun in it? 1,000 more times. Ding.
Fusion successful. A glacial cod obtained.
Ding. Fusion successful. I got a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it?
This time it's actually a fusion fragment of the 3 laws of gold, darkness, and fire.
Not bad, not bad. This wave is worth it.
Meng Lei quickly checked the attribute panel and found that the column of law comprehension had changed. Laws of comprehension: earth and wood, 100%, gold and dark, 100%, light and water, 100%, thunder and ice, 100%, gold and dark fire, 0.1%. He asked the system, how much does it cost to upgrade the 3-element fusion law of gold, dark fire? The system replied coldly, ding. To increase the fusion degree of the 3 elements of gold, dark fire, and law by 1%, 100,000 law source crystals are required. Meng Lei calculated in his mind, 1% requires 100,000 law source crystals, crystals, so 100% is 10 million law source crystals.
He silently decided, don't rush to upgrade. Wait until we plunder the Sunset Mountains and the Golden Islands.
Suddenly, the system prompts, ding.
Fusion successful, gaining the innate magical power absolute zero. Do you want to merge? Innate magical power, absolute zero? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Fusion.
After the fusion was complete, Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. The divine power absolute zero was similar to the divine art absolute zero, but they were also very different. First of all, this magical power does not consume divine power. As an innate magical power, the use of absolute zero is like instinct, without the need to consume additional divine power.
It is simple, convenient, and extremely easy to use. Secondly, it is more powerful.
The magical power of absolute zero can not only freeze everything in space, but can even freeze space directly into pieces. In short, the divine power absolute zero is an upgraded version of the divine art absolute zero, an absolutely enhanced version.
It's indeed a good ability. Meng Lei was secretly happy.
He used to often use the forbidden spell absolute zero, but as his strength increased and his enemies became stronger, the forbidden spell could no longer meet his needs. However, the divine art of absolute zero consumes divine power, and the cost is too high, so Meng Lei rarely uses it. Now that he has the magical power of absolute zero, he can use this powerful ability with confidence again.
Then, the system prompted, ding. Fusion successful, unicorn blood obtained. Do you want to fuse?
Meng Lei decisively refused.
No fusion. Ding. Fusion successful, a subgiant mace obtained. 1,000 more times. 1,000 more times. Ding.
Fusion successful, a divine power obtained.
Do you want to fuse? Another godhood?
This time it's a wind godhood.
Pretty good. Take it. Ding. Fusion successful. I've obtained the bloodline of the 100-armed giant. Do you want to fuse? A 100-armed giant? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Is the 100-armed giant also a titan?
Wait a minute, go ask Durara first and then decide whether to merge.
Ding. Fusion successful. I obtained a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it? This time it's tumuli. Okay, let's fuse it.
In this way, Meng Lei collected information while moving forward slowly, very leisurely. Klaus was very fast and reached the Sunset Mountains in just 2 hours.
The Sky Continent is high in the west and low in the east.
The central demonic beast mountains and the eastern dragon god empire are relatively flat, while the western Titan empire is spread across plateaus.
This plateau is the Titan Plateau.
The Titan Plateau is at a high altitude, with sparse vegetation and scarce resources.
This was Meng Lei's first impression after stepping into the Titan Plateau.
The entire Sunset Mountains are like a wall, stretching between the Titan Plateau and the far north wasteland, with completely different landforms on both sides. Master, we have reached the Sunset Mountains.
Are we there yet? Then let's go to the Chimera clan's territory.
Half an hour later, the group arrived at the Chimera tribe's territory, but they never expected that the entire tribe had been looted. All the tribesmen disappeared completely, leaving only the blood and traces of fierce battle on the ground silently telling of this catastrophe.
As for the Chimera queen and her tribe's wealth, it was already gone. Someone got there first? Meng Lei's face was gloomy.
He came from afar just to seize the wealth of the Chimera queen. As a demigod, the Chimera queen must have an astonishing amount of savings, and Meng Lei was planning to make a fortune, but as a result, all of it was ruined.
He shouted angrily, I want to know who is so bold as to touch my money.
Yes, master. The 4 demigods felt Meng Lei's anger and immediately started a search. The 4 demigods gave it their all, and within a few minutes, the results came out. Master, judging by the footprints, it should be the work of people from the Titan Empire, and there are quite a few of them.
Titan Empire? How audacious. Meng Lei was furious. The Hecatonchi are an ancient mutant creature.
They originated from the Titans, but they were considered aliens, heretics, and mutants by that tribe. Dodora explained, however, it is undeniable that the 100-armed giant possesses terrifying strength far exceeding that of ordinary Titans, stronger defenses, and extremely violent combat power. Because they were abandoned by the Titans, the 100-armed giants harbor a deep hatred for the Titans. They also hate the Void Gods, so they joined the demon camp and became the guards of the Supreme God of Hell.
Supreme God of Hades?
The Supreme God of Hades is one of the greatest beings in the vast universe, and he is also the ruler of one of the 2 supreme planes, the Underworld.
Dodora continued the introduction.
One of the rulers of the Underworld. Meng Lei's breath hitched.
A giant with 100 arms actually became his guard? This person must be someone powerful. Dodora nodded slightly. What exactly are the Titans? Are there real Titans outside of the Sky Continent? Meng Lei asked again. Your statement is not quite accurate. The Titans on the Sky Continent are merely descendants of the Titans, not pure Titans.
Dodora said calmly, the real Titans are 100,000 feet tall and can easily tear apart true gods. Their combat power is no less than that of the fallen angels in the demon world.
The Titans are so ferocious?
Meng Lei swallowed his saliva and said, from what you said, the Titans of the Sky Continent are not even babies, they are worse than babies.
Of course, the descendants of the Titans are spread all over the universe.
The so-called Titans of the Sky Continent are nothing. Dodora scoffed. In fact, the higher planes are the true home of advanced races like the Titans and the fallen angels.
Staying in the material plane will only cause them to degenerate.
Menglay nodded slightly, chatted for a few words, and then left the Tower of Time.
Where are we now?
Master, we have just passed through the Earth Pillar State, one of the 12 pillar states of the Titan Empire, and are about to enter the area directly under the Titan Empire. Bobrus bowed in response, his voice trembling slightly.
The Titan Empire was once his beloved hometown, but later he was labeled a traitor and rebel.
From then on, his hometown became a restricted area and he was never able to set foot there again, let alone go back. In a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed.
Now that he is finally coming back, Bobrus is feeling extremely complicated. Excited? Nervous? Angry?
It seemed like all of these, but not quite the same. It was a complex feeling that was hard to describe.
Menglay nodded slightly and said, "You continue to search for the whereabouts of the Chimera clan and find out who in the Titan Empire was responsible. Although the Titan Empire is located on a plateau, the terrain is flat and almost entirely consists of endless plains and grasslands, and the main livelihood is animal husbandry.
Herds of iron-horned cattle roamed everywhere. Herds of wildebeest and elephants can be seen everywhere. All over the mountains, spotted iron-hoofed sheep are running on the grassland.
Most of the people responsible for grazing are humans and orcs.
They live in tents, drive livestock, and work hard. Many tall subgiant nobles rode on large and ferocious beasts, galloping across the grassland and having a lot of fun.
The situation of the human race in the Titan Empire is not very good either." Menglay shook his head slightly.
Master may not know that in the Titan Empire, the human race is also divided into 4 classes.
Bobrus explained, pure-blooded Titans are first class, sub-Titans are second class, other nobles are third class, and ordinary humans and orcs are fourth class. This is no different from the rank system of the Dragon God Empire.
Fourth class?
Menglay asked, "How's the progress? Where were the Chimera people captured?" "Master, judging by the traces, the Chimera clan should have been taken to the Titan City." "Titan City? Then head straight to Titan City," Menglay said lightly.
An hour later, the group arrived at Titan City, the capital of the Titan Empire. This city is located on the Titan Mountain and is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. It is the highest city in the sky continent, with an average altitude of over 10,000 meters. It stands to reason that the air at such a high altitude is extremely thin and it is difficult for ordinary people to survive. But the reality
is just the opposite.
The climate in Titan City is pleasant, the environment is beautiful, and the magical elements are extremely rich. It turns out that this Titan City is wrapped in a huge magic barrier, which constantly absorbs magical elements from the surrounding area and continuously replenishes the energy in the city.
"Master, the Titan City is right before our eyes." Bobrus seemed a little excited. "Should we just rush in, or?" "No, this is my first time in this city. I need to take a good look around."
Menglay shook his head. After all, this is the most majestic, spectacular and magnificent city in the sky continent.
"Follow the master's orders."
Babulus felt a little lost.
"Come on, let's go down."
The Titan City located on the top of the mountain is like an ancient fortress, and its thick and weathered walls are engraved with traces of time. A team of 10-meter-tall subgiant guards wearing silver armor, holding steel spears, scanned the passers-by with sharp eyes. When Menglay and his group passed by, they seemed to turn a blind eye and let them walk past them. As you enter the city, you'll see a sea of stone buildings. The tall buildings are built of piled stones, and the bridges, taverns, and shops are all made of huge stones.
Heroic, majestic, rugged, and magnificent.
This architectural style is completely different from that of the Dragon God Empire, and it has a unique rugged and majestic beauty. People were coming and going on the spacious streets. About 50% of them were humans, 40% were orcs, less than 10% were subgiants, and there was not a single real Titan.
This is the most intuitive manifestation of fertility. As the weakest race, Titans naturally have the fewest people. The Titan Empire and the Orc Empire have been at war for years, yet these orcs seem to be living quite comfortably.
The orcs walking on the street had smiles on their faces, not at all as miserable as imagined.
"Shouldn't they be captives or slaves?" "Master, you don't know."
Bobrus explained, most of the orcs living here are refugees who couldn't make it in the Orc Empire. Orcs are hard-working, honest, and willing to work hard.
They can do many things that Titans can't do.
Therefore, they are very popular in the Titan Empire, and their lives are much better than in the Orc Empire. Bobrus continued, their comfortable and peaceful life makes them feel more at home in the Titan Empire than in the Orc Empire. "Sir, our store has just received a batch of chrysanthemum pigs.
They are delicious and tender. Come and try them. First come, first served. If you are late, they will be gone."
At the entrance of a restaurant, a foxgirl receptionist dressed in sexy clothes was attracting passers-by on the street with her sweet voice, which was intoxicating.
"I see. Chrysanthemum sky pig?"
Menglay's heart moved. "Come on, I'll treat you to dinner."
"Eat?"
The 4 demigods were slightly stunned, but still followed Menglay into the hotel.
"Dear guest, what would you like to eat?" a cute cat waitress asked with a sweet smile, holding a menu. "Chrysanthemum sky pig."
Menglay said, "Give me 100 roasted whole pigs."
pigs. 100? The cat waitress was stunned for a moment, thinking she had misheard. Dear guest, are you sure you want 100 roasted chrysanthemum pigs? You heard right, 100 heads. Meng Lei chuckled. Just do it, we can eat it all. Okay. The cat waitress retreated in shock. Meng Lei smiled and said, chrysanthemum sky pigs are very valuable. One is worth several gold coins. You can eat more later. Don't be polite. The four men's mouths twitched, thinking, how many gold coins does it cost to treat us to a chrysanthemum pig? Who do you think will win this duel before the gods? I think the Blue Frost King is a sure thing. So far, he has won 19 games in a row without a single defeat. He is definitely the top candidate for the Son of God. I see. The Blue Frost King? I say, if the opponents he encountered before weren't too weak, how could he maintain such a record? He can't do it? If you can, go ahead. Just chat, don't argue. I won't argue with you. Then tell me, who will win in the end? I think Prince Bosley has the best chance of winning. Think about it. In the past 10 years, 8 of the candidates for the Son of God were from the royal family, and only 2 were from the royal family. This year will definitely be no exception. The selection of the Son of God is based on strength, not background. Just wait and see. What are they talking about? Meng Lei pointed at the 2 people at the dining table not far away and asked in confusion. It should be a duel before the gods. Bobris explained with a smile. The God Showdown is a grand event held once every 10 years in the Titan Empire. Young talents under the age of 35 are welcome to participate. The ultimate victor can enter the temple, receive the Titan's blessing, become the new generation of Son of God, and soar into the sky. Meng Lei immediately understood. This is somewhat similar to the exchange competition of the Dragon God Empire. But the Titan Empire's duel before the gods is much more grand than the Dragon God Empire's exchange competition. Bobris smiled and said, it is said that this ritual already existed 50,000 years ago, after the Titans became gods, and the Titans would personally bless it. Any Son of God who receives the blessing will be able to enter the demigod realm within 100 years. 100 years? Demigods? Meng Lei's face was filled with astonishment. How is that possible? If so, the Titan Empire would have been overrun with demigods long ago. Doesn't that mean the other 3 empires are doomed? Master, you don't know. Bobris said with a wry smile, any blessed Son of God, after becoming a demigod, will be taken away by the Titans. Jia away? Meng Lei was even more confused. That's right, leaving. Bobris said leisurely, why they were taken away, no one knows. But the fact is, any blessed Son of God can indeed become a demigod within 100 years. 100 years to become a god. Meng Lei was shocked. This is simply mass-producing demigods. The Titan gods' methods are much more powerful than the dragon gods. There's no comparison, right? Dodora's voice suddenly rang out in Meng Lei's mind. The Titan god controls hundreds of faith territories in the surrounding material planes. The Sky Continent is just one of them. How can the dragon god compare to him? There are 4 true gods in the Sky Continent, namely the dragon god, the Titan god, the beast god and the elf goddess. They are the core gods of the 4 empires. Among the 4 true gods, Meng Lei only knew the dragon god relatively well, knowing that he was a middle-level god. As for the other 3, he was completely unfamiliar with them. Dodora, tell me about these 4 true gods, especially the Titan god, the beast god and the elf goddess. Meng Lei asked Dodora. Dodora was very satisfied with Meng Lei's attitude and said with a smile, among the 4 true gods of your Sky Continent, the most unbearable is the dragon god. The dragon god only has 2 divine clones, barely reaching the level of a mid-level god, and he only has 1 faith territory, the Sky Continent, and no backing at all. Dodora's tone was full of disdain. He is the weakest, smallest, and least powerful of the 4 true gods. He is simply a waste. The dragon god is so incompetent? Meng Lei was speechless. The powerful dragon god mentioned by the spider goddess was nothing in Dodora's eyes. How could the gap between people be so huge? What do you think? Duatala glanced at Meng Lei. What about the Titans? Mon Lei continued to ask. Let's talk about the beast god first. He's the second weakest of the 4 true gods and also a mid-level deity. Dodora shook his head and explained, however, the beast god has been a true god for much longer than the dragon god, and he rules over 7 or 8 planes of faith. After a long time, the beast god, nourished by the endless power of faith, possessed 5 divine clones and became one of the top mid-level gods. In other words, as long as the beast god takes one more step forward, he will be able to fuse the 2 laws and ascend to become a superior god? Meng Lei was a little surprised. Dodora nodded. Although this last step is extremely difficult and may trap the beast god for billions of years, he is indeed only 1 step away from the realm of the upper god. Dodora continued, the beast god has joined the 10,000 Beast True God Alliance. Although most of the true gods in the alliance are not up to par, it is still considered a force. With the support of the 10,000 Beast God Alliance, the beast god is much more resilient than the dragon god. If you want to provoke the beast god, you'd better think carefully. The alliance of the true gods of all beasts? Meng Lei muttered, do the true gods also need to unite? Of course. I must. Absolutely. Dodora affirmed emphatically, the void world is more dangerous than you think. Having a backer is absolutely absolutely necessary. Once you leave the Sky Continent and enter the Void World, you'll understand. Meng Lei curled his lips and said, go on.
The third is the Titan God. Although he only has one divine clone, he has awakened the bloodline of the Titan gods and is strong enough to rival a peak mid-level god. Dodora said, in fact, most Titan gods are like this. They don't cultivate laws, but only cultivate their divine bodies, but their combat power is extremely strong. Meng Lei seemed to be thinking about something, and then a puzzled look appeared on his face. You mentioned earlier that the Titans possess hundreds of faith territories across the material plane.
What's going on? That was 20,000 years ago.
The Titan god was favored by the Theodore Titan clan in the Thunder God realm and was listed as a key training target.
Dodora explained.
These hundreds of faith territories on the material plane are actually the training resources bestowed by the Theodore Titans to the Titan gods. In order to control these planes, the Titans generously rewarded and selected their sons to guide them to these planes.
But, Theodore Titan? Meng Lei looked puzzled. The Titans are an extremely powerful race.
Their footprints are spread across the vast universe, and their branches and bloodline descendants can be found in many planes.
Dodora said, the
Theodore Titans of the Thunder God realm are one of their most powerful branches. They are one of the most powerful families in the Thunder God realm and control countless ordinary planes, giving away hundreds of planes at once. The Theodore Titans are truly generous.
Meng Lei felt a little sad.
Compared to this, the Dragon God seems much more pitiful.
Dodora shook her head and chuckled. It's nice to take shelter under a big tree. This is an eternal truth no matter which world we are in. That's right. No matter where you are, you have to have a strong background. Meng Lei nodded in agreement. What about the Elf Goddess?
The Elf Goddess was the first of the 4 true gods to achieve true godhood. She's also the oldest, most powerful, and has the strongest backing.
Speaking of the Elf Goddess, Dodora's tone grew serious.
Her history of achieving true godhood can be traced back 500,000 years. She has many followers, and almost every plane where elves exist has her believers.
How strong is it? Meng Lei asked. 200,000 years ago, the Elf Goddess was already a high-level deity.
After such a long time, she must have integrated at least 2 or 3 laws.
Dodora
sighed. What's more, she possesses the wood source divine body. Her cultivation speed is astonishing, and she has the full support of the goddess of nature behind her.
Wood origin divine body? Natural goddess system?
Meng Lei frowned slightly, looking a little puzzled. The wood source divine body is a type of origin divine body. Dodora patiently explained. Origin divine body is one of the most powerful divine body.
They are in line with the origin of the law.
Not only are they cultivated quickly, but they are also extremely powerful and come with all kinds of incredible innate magical powers.
Original divine body, Meng Lei muttered in a low voice.
There are many types of origin divine bodies, and the 10 basic laws correspond to 10 origin divine bodies.
The Elf Goddess's divine bodies are precisely the wood origin divine bodies, Dodora continued.
As for the goddess of nature, she is one of the most powerful factions in the void world, comprised of several main gods, tens of thousands of higher-level gods, and countless mid-level gods. The Elf Goddess possesses a wood origin divine body and is the focus of training for the Nature Goddess Department.
She may even achieve great consummation. I didn't expect that the Elf Goddess is more powerful than the Titan. Meng Lei couldn't hide his shock.
Of course.
Dodora nodded slightly.
Putting aside the goddess of nature behind her, her own strength alone is enough to easily crush you, as easy as crushing an ant.
Monroe did not refute this.
Of course, your strength should not be underestimated. Dodora seemed worried that Meng Lei was too badly hit, and smiled comfortingly. You have the bloodline of the
God-slaying rat, and you have comprehended the 10 laws.
As long as you practice according to my plan, your future achievements will definitely surpass the Elf Goddess.
Your plan? Meng Lei was stunned. What plan?
First, fight for the faith of the Dragon God Empire, cultivate your soul to the peak of demigod, then split your soul, ignite the divine fire, and finally become a true god.
Duadala looked at Meng Lei with squinted eyes.
Fighting for the faith of the Dragon God Empire is, the first test left to you by the great god of time.
Boy, you haven't forgotten it, have you?
Duodora said with some dissatisfaction.
We must not be careless about faith.
You must win the faith of the Dragon God Empire.
3 years should be enough, right? I haven't forgotten, but Meng Lei shook his head. Dodora, do I really have to split my soul? Can't I first merge the laws and then ignite the divine fire to become a god?
Don't even think about it, it's impossible.
Dodora scolded sharply. What do you think the law of fusion is? Are you playing house? If it were that easy, why didn't the dragon god merge? Why didn't the beast god merge? With so many true gods in the universe, why didn't any of them choose to merge? That's because they have no system at all.
Meng Lei couldn't help but complain in his heart, shrugged his shoulders and said, if I tell you that I not only integrated the laws, but also integrated more than one, would you believe it?
I believe you, you big-head ghost. Dodora simply shook her head. If I believe you, then I'm crazy. And it's fused with more than one kind. Do you think you're a 3-year-old child? Why don't you believe it?
Meng Lei raised his hand slightly, and a bright blue thread burst out from his fingertips, interweaving into into a glowing blue cage, and the surging power of the law emanated from it. Dodora was slightly stunned, then revealed an expression of disbelief. This is the law of fusion. The law of fusion of water. The law of water-light fusion.
Yes, it is the law of water and light fusion. Meng Lei removed the blue cage and conjured up a pink cage.
Dodora was shocked again. This is thunder. The law of thunder and ice fusion.
Meng Lei nodded and then produced bright brown silk thread. Golden dark fire. Dodora was completely stunned. The fusion of three laws. The changes in Meng Lei's hands have not stopped yet. Tu Mu Lei. Dodora was almost going crazy. Oh my god. This. What on earth is going on? How on earth did you do it? 3 consecutive hows show how shocked Dodora is at the moment. Nothing is impossible in this world.
Meng Lei shook his head slightly. So far, I have completely integrated the law of earth and wood, the law of gold and darkness, the law of water and light, the law of thunder and ice, and have preliminarily integrated the 2 laws of earth and wood, thunder and gold and dark fire. It's a pity that I can't bear to spend money, otherwise it would not be a problem to completely integrate Tu Mu Lei and Jininhua. Meng Lei thought silently in his heart.
Earth and wood, thunder, gold, and dark fire. Dodora stared at Meng Lei as if he were a monster. It took him a while to react and screamed, "No, how could you develop in the direction of the law of life and the law of destruction? Absolutely not. Absolutely not allowed. The law of life? The law of destruction?" Meng Lei was completely confused.
Now that things have come to this, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. You're such a worrying kid. If you ever go astray, I won't even have time to cry.
Dodola took a deep breath and said, "Listen carefully. What I'm going to say next is very important to you. Be sure to remember it firmly in your heart." Meng Lei nodded solemnly.
You should know that there are 10 basic laws in the universe, and above these 10 basic laws, there are many supreme laws.
Meng Lei hummed.
Don't ask me how many specific supreme laws there are.
I don't know either.
The threshold for practicing the supreme laws is extremely high, and it's extremely difficult to comprehend them. Dodora explained, up to now, no one has fully comprehended all the supreme laws. As a result, no one knows how many supreme laws there are in the world.
Meng Lei frowned slightly, then suddenly realized that this principle was actually very simple. Just like everyone knows that there are 7 continents on the earth, but before the Americas, Australia, and Antarctica were discovered, who could be sure that there were 7 continents on the earth? The same applies to the supreme law. If you comprehend one, you will discover another. If you comprehend 2 kinds, you will naturally discover 2 kinds. Who would know if they don't understand?
So far, there are 5 supreme laws that have been discovered: the law of destruction, the law of life, the law of space, the law of death, and the law of time. Dodora said proudly. Among them, the law of time was first discovered by the great god of time, although he only grasped the surface of the law of time.
Law of destruction, the law of life, law of death, law of space, the law of time. Are these the 5 supreme laws that have been discovered? Meng Lei muttered to himself, how can I comprehend the supreme laws?
It's very simple, just combine the 5 principles. Dodora said firmly, by combining the 5 laws into one, it is possible that a new supreme law will be born. Of course, it is only a possibility, because there are 252 ways to fuse any 5 of the 10 basic laws, but currently, there are only 5 ways of fusion that can truly generate the supreme law. Dodora explained, and these 5 fusion methods are also the cultivation methods of the 5 currently known supreme laws. The other 247 fusion methods have either never been tried or are simply incapable of generating the supreme law. Among them, the cultivation methods of the law of destruction, the law of life, the law of death, and the law of space are widely circulated. There are many practitioners in the vast universe who have mastered these 4 supreme laws, but no one has been able to master the law of time so far, because since the fall of the god of time, only I know the method of integrating the law of time. Dodora, quickly tell me how to integrate the 5 supreme laws.
Meng Lei looked at Dodora with eyes full of desire, and suddenly a crazy idea flashed through his mind. Is it possible to master all these 5 supreme laws?
Theoretically, this is almost possible. After all, I am a little genius with cheats.
What do you want to do? Dodora was shocked. You don't really want to comprehend all 5 supreme laws, do you? Why not?
Meng Lei licked his lips. After all, it's just a fusion of 5 laws.
For me, it's not difficult. Not difficult? Dodora was stunned and angry. Meng Lei, you are too arrogant.
You have no idea what it means to fuse the 5 laws.
Great perfection. Do you know how many great perfections there are in this vast universe?
Let me tell you, their number is even rarer than that of the Lord God, known as the God above all gods. In this vast universe, over billions of years, there have only been a few who have achieved great perfection.
Reaching this state is truly extremely rare. Less than the Lord God? It is indeed rare. Meng Lei admitted helplessly. Do you know how difficult it is to fuse the 5 laws?
For example, take the elf goddess, one of the 4 true gods of your sky continent. Dodora shouted. She possesses the wood source divine body, has countless followers, and has the full support of the goddess of nature. However, after 200,000 years, she has only integrated 3 basic laws at most. Imagine how difficult it would be to integrate 5 laws.
It's really difficult. Meng Lei Lei still nodded silently.
Meng Lei, I know you're a pervert, but I also know you're full of confidence.
Dodora stared at him seriously.
But I must tell you, achieving great perfection is really too difficult, 100 million times harder than for a mortal to ascend to heaven.
So, quickly give up this unrealistic idea. It's simply impossible.
What you should do now is to integrate the 5 basic laws of thunder, fire, wind, light, and darkness, and then master the law of time.
Do you understand? This time, Meng Lei shook his head. Dodora, I completely understand what you mean.
I will definitely master the laws of time and inherit the legacy of the god of time. Changing the subject, Meng Lei continued, but I will not give up on the 4 supreme laws, the law of destruction, the law of life, the law of space, and the law of death.
I also want to merge the 10 laws into one.
I want to see what kind of power will burst out when the 10 basic laws are combined together.
Crazy. You're completely crazy. Dodora was almost hysterical. Mon Lei, you will hurt yourself if you do this. That's enough. I know exactly what to do. Stop trying to persuade me.
Meng Lei waved his hand and said, hurry up and tell me how to integrate the other 4 supreme laws.
This way I can have a direction and avoid wasting money. Are you really going to do this? Dodora stared at him. Meng Lei nodded heavily with a firm attitude.
I can tell you how to integrate the other 4 supreme laws, but you have to promise me that you must first comprehend the law of time and inherit the legacy of the god of time.
This is the bottom line. Dodora's expression was solemn. The law of time is so powerful, how could I miss it?
Meng Lei said with a smile, my ambition is huge, even bigger than you can imagine.
Dodora didn't take this seriously. So what if she was ambitious?
But she still told Meng Lei how to integrate the other 4 supreme laws.
Earth and wood, thunder, gold, and dark fire. Meng Lei was stunned. So, it seems like I'm really heading towards the law of destruction and the law of life? Dodora was very unhappy.
According to your fusion path, you will probably comprehend the law of destruction and the law of life first, but what about the law of time?
Don't worry, no one will be missing.
Meng Lei licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. When I comprehend a supreme law, I will split my soul and create a great perfect divine clone first, and then we'll talk.
Great perfection, divine clone? Dodola was slightly stunned.
First comprehend a supreme law, and then use it as a foundation to ignite the divine fire and condense the divine nature.
In theory, it is indeed possible to achieve great perfection. After all, isn't great perfection the true God who has merged the 5 principles into one? Directly leap from demigod to great perfection? Is it possible to achieve great perfection in this way? Dodora couldn't help but start to doubt her life.
Once I comprehend the 5 supreme laws, I will have 5 divine clones at the great perfection level.
If I release them directly during battle, I'm afraid I'll scare everyone to death.
Meng Lei chuckled, his mouth almost watering. Wow, just thinking about it makes me excited.
5 great divine clones? Duadala swallowed. Forget it, it's too early to think about these things now. I'd better just work hard to make money.
After saying that, Meng Lei left the Tower of Time.
Duadala looked confused. What does the law of fusion have to do with making money?
The chrysanthemum sky pig was only a first-level magical beast, so its taste was naturally average, but the 4 demigod subordinates ate it with gusto, as if they were tasting a fairy bird. Meng Lei was also eating slowly, but his divine consciousness had already spread, covering the entire Titan city, and began to search for the treasure of the Titan Empire.
Can't find it?
It seems that the Titan Empire, like the Dragon God Empire, has also hidden its treasures in the demiplane.
Should we capture the Titan King and interrogate him? Must catch. Meng Lei secretly made up his mind and said, eat more. We are going to do something big later. Eat well and drink well to keep yourself refreshed. Babra's eyes lit up. Master, do you want to? Stop talking nonsense. Eat first.
Meng Lei glared at him. You'll know when the time comes.
Master, it's okay if we don't eat.
Babra said cautiously, we are all demigods. Eating these won't fill us up. But you're 3 cannon pig.
Meng Lei glanced at him sideways. What? You still want to be picky? No, no, no.
After eating 100 roasted chrysanthemum pigs, Meng Lei and his group left the restaurant and headed straight for the Temple of Titan. According to reports, the Titan King, the princes, nobles, and many members of the sanctuary have all gathered at the Titan Temple to watch the duel before the gods.
To find the Titan King, you must go to the Titan Temple. The Titan Temple is located on the highest peak of Titan Mountain, Titan Giant Peak.
It has an altitude of 18,888 meters and is the highest mountain in the sky continent. The Titans are enshrined in the temple, and the once-in-a-decade duel before the gods takes place in front of this statue. The group moved at a brisk pace, and soon arrived at the titanic peak, which was shrouded in mist and had steep, sheer cliffs. The only 3-meter-wide staircase path winds up from the foot of the mountain and disappears in the vast clouds.
It is the only access to the top of the mountain. Meng Lei took off into the air and flew towards the top of the mountain first, followed closely by his 4 demigod subordinates.
Passing through layers of clouds, we could hear the sound of fierce collisions in the distance. When we reached the top of the mountain, we saw a huge square in front of us. The square was smooth, several miles long and wide, as if it had been carved out. In the center stood a 1,000-foot-tall statue, holding a heavy hammer and stepping on thunder. His muscles were muscular and his eyes eyes were bright. He glared with a stern look on his face.
It is the statue of the Titan.
With Meng Lei's realm, he could clearly see that this 1,000-foot-tall statue was shrouded in milky white power of faith. The light emitted by the power of faith completely isolates the coldness of the peak, making people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze and at peace of mind.
The power of faith is so strong.
Bobrus and the other three exclaimed in low voices, their eyes filled with burning desire.
They also have many believers in the underground world, but compared with the Titans, they are just rustic country tycoons.
The believers were few in number and weak in strength, so the amount of faith they could provide was naturally pitifully small.
They refined every bit they provided, and they had never seen such a rich and abundant amount of faith power. How many drops of divine power does this require?
The four of them swallowed their saliva, wishing they could rush forward immediately, tear down the statue, and divide up the power of faith.
Let's go and take a look. Meng Lei walked towards the statue first, and saw a giant arena standing in front of the statue, with two huge monsters colliding violently.
The arena was crowded with spectators, including subgiants over 10 meters tall, orc sanctuaries with animal heads and human bodies, and powerful human beings. At this moment, everyone was staring at the fight on the ring intently, bursting into cheers from time to time.
The two men fighting fiercely were both 50 meters tall and were obviously purebred titans.
A man with silver hair, skin as cold as frost, and muscles as hard as icebergs, is the Frost Titan, one of the 12 titans.
The other one was completely black, with bulging muscles, like a piece of black coal. He was the Dark Titan, one of the 12 titans.
Both titans possess the strength of the sanctuary, and are good at ice and dark magic respectively, but at this moment they are punching each other head-on.
Bobrus, is the Dark Titan your descendant? Klaus asked in a low voice. Bobrus shook his head.
After me, the purebred Dark Titans have long been extinct. This guy must be the descendant of a sub-Dark Titan whose bloodline has fully awakened.
I see. Klaus nodded slightly. Do you think he can win? No chance of winning. Bobrus shook his head. That Frost Titan is stronger.
I have no chance of winning against him.
Sure enough, just as Bobrus said, after some teasing, the Frost Titan used his ultimate move and defeated the Dark Titan in one move. The Blue Frost King Balaam wins. The host announced the results loudly.
The audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers.
As expected of the Blue Frost King, Bahram, 27 consecutive victories, the Son of God is just around the corner.
At only 21 years old, he has such strength.
Bahram's talent is truly unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled in the world? Have you forgotten the one from the Dragon God Empire?
He was the greatest figure in the history of the Sky Continent.
Compared to him, Bahram is far behind. That's not a human at all. It's the reincarnation of an evil god.
There are dozens of tall pillars erected around the arena, and there are people sitting on top of each pillar.
Sitting on one of the pillars was a middle-aged titan wearing golden armor, holding a golden scepter, and with a majestic face.
There was a faint flash of thunder in his eyes, his muscles were as hard as rocks, and every blood vessel was as thick as hemp rope. He is the master of the Titan Empire, the ruler of the Titan Plateau, and one of the 4 emperors of the Sky Continent, the Thunder Titan Emperor.
On the left side of the Thunder Titan King sits a sexy and beautiful female titan.
Her chest is wider than a taxi and her legs are longer than a poplar tree.
She is the Titan Queen.
On the right is a skinny, white-haired old titan who is leaning on a cane, his body trembling like a rotten old tree, and his teeth have long fallen out.
Master Priest, what do you think of this young man?
The Thunder Titan King asked with a smile, pointing at the Blue Frost King Balaam on the ring.
Not bad, little fellow. The temple priest's face showed approval, his voice a little hoarse. At the age of 21, you have reached the peak of the holy domain. You are more outstanding than all the sons of God before you. You can be called the number 1 in the history of the Sky Continent. The number 1 person in history.
The Thunder Titan King's face changed slightly. If it weren't for that guy, Bahram would really deserve this title.
That guy?
The temple priest was puzzled.
Your Majesty, is there a young man in the other 3 empires who is more outstanding than Bahram?
Master Priest, you stay in the temple all year round and rarely get involved in worldly affairs.
Are you aware that a monster has recently appeared in the Eastern Dragon God Empire?
The Thunder Titan Emperor said slowly. He entered the realm of demigod at the age of 16, killed the Emperor of the Dragon God
Empire, destroyed the demigods of Dragon Island, and took control of the Dragon God Empire. He is truly an unparalleled evildoer. How could such a person exist?
The temple priest was astonished, his old face filled with shock.
How could an ordinary genius be such a monster? Could this freak really be the reincarnation of an evil god? This person's methods are cruel and lawless.
His actions are 1,000 times more evil than the devil in the abyss of hell.
The Thunder Titan King snorted angrily. Unless it's the reincarnation of the evil god, it's absolutely impossible. The reincarnation of the evil god.
The old priest frowned and said, if this is true, the continent will probably fall into turmoil again.
The Thunder Titan King asked repeatedly, so, Master Priest, has the great Titan giant spirit god given us any oracle? Can you give us some guidance? To be honest, what Meng Lei did in the Dragon God Empire really shocked the Titan Emperor.
He even killed the Dragon King and slaughtered the demigods of Dragon Island.
What else else can he not do next? Once he breaks into the Titan Empire, who can stop him? As the ruler of the Titan Empire, the Titan Emperor had to think deeply about this. The giant spirit god hasn't given any oracles lately, but your majesty needn't worry too much. The Dragon God Empire is still the Dragon God Empire. The old priest's eyes were gleaming. My Titan Empire is my Titan Empire. If that evildoer dares to invade, he will be crushed to pieces and never return. With the High Priest's guarantee, I can focus on my work. The Thunder Titan King breathed a sigh of relief. Like the Dragon God Empire, the demigods of the Titan Empire all live in seclusion in the Titan Temple. However, to be honest, the Thunder Titan King was not very clear about how many demigods there were in the temple and how powerful they were. Over the past 20,000 years, the great giant spirit god has been trying his best to recruit sons of gods and geniuses, and even demigods have not been spared. Therefore, the Thunder Titan King had no idea how many demigods were still left in the Titan Temple, and this was where his worries arose. Now, with the guarantee of the sacrifice, he finally felt relieved. Next, please welcome the last challenger, the host's voice sounded. A bolt of lightning struck the arena, and then a strong Titan figure appeared, 30 feet tall and wrapped in lightning. Your Highness Poseidon! Your Highness Poseidon! Your Highness Poseidon! The onlookers burst into enthusiastic cheers and shouted his name in unison. They were obviously supporters of Prince Poseidon. Barum! Poseidon stared coldly at the Frost Titan. I'll give you half an hour to rest and recover your strength. Get back to your best condition before the next battle. Barum smiled faintly. Prince Poseidon, please begin. You asked for it. Poseidon attacked without hesitation. The two huge monsters collided instantly. No fancy moves. There is no fancy magic. Only the most direct and purest collision of power. Bobrus, who do you think will win? Monlay asked with a smile. Looking at the physical strength, the little guy from the Thunder Titan family has a clear advantage. Unless there are any accidents, he will win. Bobrus commented. What do you think? Monlay looked at Klaus and the other two again. I think the same as Bobrus. Thunder Titan is slightly better. Klaus and Nakia both agreed with this view. What about you, Cecilia? Monray looked at Cecilia again. Master, I don't dispute Bobrus's opinion, but I feel like there's something amiss about this Frost Titan. Thunder Queen Seja frowned slightly. He's clearly a pure-blooded Frost Titan, but I always feel like something's off. I can't put my finger on it. It just doesn't feel right. You noticed it too? Menglay nodded with slight approval. Something's wrong? Bobrus seemed a little surprised. He stared at the Frost Titan, then suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in a low voice, the aura of the demon world. This guy actually has the aura of the demon world on him? The breath of the demon world? Klaus and Nakia were shocked. To be precise, it's the aura of a fallen demon, although it's very faint. Menglay looked at Bobrus with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, this guy should be like you, also fallen. I didn't expect that after me, another pure-blooded Titan would fall. How satisfying. Bobrus gloated. If this kid is chosen as the son of God, it will be a good show to watch. That's not certain yet. Menglay smiled faintly. The fight on the ring continued. As time went on, the stronger Bosley gradually gained the upper hand and began to suppress Barum. The battle becomes more intense and the advantage becomes more obvious. According to this situation, victory will surely belong to the Titan Prince Poseidon. Your Majesty, the prince is about to win. Queen Titan smiled with relief. This kid finally didn't bring shame to the royal family. The Thunder Titan King's face was full of relief. As long as he won this battle, his son Poseidon would become the new generation of Son of God. This not only makes him as a father feel honored, but his son can also receive the blessing of the giant spirit and become a demigod within 100 years. This is undoubtedly a great honor. It is also a symbol of strength. His Royal Highness is truly extraordinary. Just when everyone thought that Prince Poseidon was bound to win, Barum, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly broke out. He completely reversed his previous decline, displayed immense power, and instantly dealt a heavy blow to Poseidon, turning the tide of the battle. The onlookers were all stunned. Your Majesty, this. The Titan Queen and the Thunder Titan King looked at each other in disbelief. Only the old temple priest's pupils suddenly shrank, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Barum was in high spirits and delivered several consecutive powerful punches, knocking the still confused Bosley out of the ring and winning the victory. The host was unable to react for a moment until Barum came over and shouted, Barum wins. You lost. Barum glanced at Bosley, then walked to the pillar, bowed respectfully and said, Greetings to your Majesty, the Queen, and the High Priest. The Thunder Titan King forced a smile on his face. Baram from the Frost Kingdom, congratulations on winning the championship of this duel before the gods. Your Majesty, thank you for the compliment. Barum bowed slightly in response. Master Priest, the Son of God has appeared and can be announced. The Thunder Titan King looked at the temple priest and said with a sigh, Your Majesty, please be patient. The temple priest stood up tremblingly, looking down at Barum on the ring. His old and turbid eyes suddenly flashed with an unusually sharp look. Barum, Master Priest. Barum bowed quickly. Tell me, as a Frost Titan, why do you have the aura of a demon? The old priest asked in a sharp voice with a sharp look in his eyes. As soon as the words came out, out. The whole audience was in an uproar. The Thunder Titan King stood up in shock, first looked at the temple priest, then looked at Bahram, and even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Master Priest, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. Bahram's whole body was shocked, but his face showed no expression, as if he was not surprised at all. Although I am old and my eyesight is blurry, I am not so confused that I cannot see the truth. The old priest roared, have you surrendered to the devil and become completely corrupted? Demons? Everyone finally understood and looked at Bahram. Bahram has fallen? How is this possible? This must be a mistake. Master Priest, I've been wronged. Bahram repeatedly defended himself. I hope Master Priest will see clearly. Humph, you still dare to quibble. The old priest snorted coldly, suddenly raised his old hand and slapped it down heavily. This palm was incredibly powerful, reaching the demigod realm. If hit, Bahram, who was at the peak of the holy realm, would probably be smashed into powder. Bahram's eyes were bloodshot, and a thick black aura burst out. His aura suddenly soared to the limit of the holy realm, and he met the palm power with a punch. Crack! The collision of fists and palms was like a thunderclap. Bahram screamed and flew backwards, and the giant palm that came out of nowhere turned into powder in an instant. Such an evil aura. Although Bahram was covered in wounds, bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and his breath was weak, the evil black aura around him was still spreading like billowing black smoke. Fallen. Bahram has truly fallen. Everyone's faces changed drastically and they all retreated. Bahram, do you have anything else to say? The old priest slammed his cane against the pillar and shouted angrily, as a descendant of the Titans, you are willing to fall, sullying your noble bloodline and joining the devil? You deserve to die. Now that you've discovered me, what else can I say? Bahram snorted coldly, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Why waste your time talking? Okay, then die. The old priest snorted coldly, and chopped down from the air with his palm power again, 10 or 100 times more ferocious than before. Bahram closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the moment of life and death. Ha, old priest Hyman, it's been a long time since we last met, and your temper is still as hot as ever. A burly figure suddenly rushed out, raised his hand and punched, actually shattering the thunderous palm. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes all turned to the burly man standing in front of Bahram. He stared at the old priest on the pillar with a smile. Is it a friend of Bahram's? How dare you save someone from the old priest? You're so brave. Everyone was full of doubts. Bahram was already in despair, but he stared at the burly man in astonishment. He swore that he had never seen this person before. You are the Black Bear King Babras. The old priest stared at the newcomer for a long time, and suddenly said in surprise, I didn't expect you to be still alive. You are so lucky. Babras? Who is Babras? Could it be him? You know him? Who doesn't know that audacious rapist? Oh my god, it's really him. Isn't he dead? Who knows? It's actually Babras. The Thunder Titan King stared at Babras with an extremely gloomy expression. He might not know others, but how could he not know the Black Bear King Babras? After all, the person who was cheated on by his father, the former Titan King, was Babras. Damn it! This evil villain is not dead. The Thunder Titan King gnashed his teeth, wishing he could swallow Babras in one bite. He couldn't understand why Babras, who had been executed long ago, was still alive. What shocked him even more was that Babras exuded the power of a demigod. Could it be that the giant spirit was blind? Ha! It's rare that the old priest still remembers me. Babras laughed loudly. Babras, you traitor! The old priest's eyes were sharp. Why don't you hide in the dark sewers and live a miserable life? You dare to come here? Do you want revenge? Old priest, you're wrong. I'm returning to the Titan Temple today, not to settle old grudges. Babras smiled faintly and pointed at Bahram. It's rare that I've found a younger generation I like. Old priest, please give me some face and spare his life. Face? What do you think you are? The old priest snorted coldly. You have fallen into depravity and tainted the Titan bloodline. You are a disgrace to the Titan clan. Only his blood can wash it away. So, there's no room for negotiation? Babras suppressed his smile. Then let's fight. This is a great opportunity for me to see what you can do. Snort! The old priest snorted coldly, and his body seemed to be filled with air and expanded rapidly. Dry skin becomes plump. The skinny body became strong. The white hair instantly turned black and thick. In the blink of an eye, he went from a frail, toothless old man to a vigorous and powerful Titan. Immediately afterwards, a violent and domineering aura burst out from him, sweeping in all directions. The onlookers were struck by lightning and were almost crushed to the ground. Die! The old priest roared and punched out. Crack! The fist shadow fell from the sky like a meteorite, carrying a terrifying force that could destroy everything and smashed into Babras. Under this terrifying power, the onlookers were terrified and almost scared to death. If it hit them, they would have been smashed into pieces. What a great opportunity! Babras's face was solemn, demonic energy was surging around him, and he swung his fist to meet the attack. Crack! The collision of fists was like the collision of two meteorites. The thunderous explosion was deafening. The terrifying shockwave swept across in an instant, and the onlookers were blown away like leaves in the wind. Dang dang dang! Babras was also knocked back several steps, and he stomped his big feet on the ring, and the hard ring was instantly crushed to pieces. Babras, you have fallen. A roar rang out, the old priest stepped on the void, glared at Bobrus, and his eyes seemed to be spewing flames. You just discovered it, old priest. Bobrus suppressed his surging blood and grinned. Asshole. Unforgivable. The old priest was enraged and roared. You were the son of God back then, yet you dared to ignore the majesty of the giant spirit god and degenerate into depravity. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Fallen? Bobrus has fallen too? He's the last pure-blooded Dark Titan. What on earth happened to him? The onlookers found it difficult to accept this fact. They could tolerate Bobrus's rebellion because the Titans worshipped strength. However, they could not accept the Titans' fall. Titans were noble. How could they surrender to the devil? The old priest roared to the sky, and suddenly fell from the sky, stomping hard on Babulus with his big feet. Bobrus roared, and the evil energy around him was suddenly retracted into his body. His body suddenly expanded, and he rushed forward with a punch. However, this time, the old priest's big feet were more than 10 times more violent than before. Bobrus's fist was kicked away, and the big foot stepped down heavily, landing hard on his chest. With a crisp crack, Bobrus was directly knocked away. He fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. He smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect this old guy to be so strong. I really underestimated him. How powerful is the old priest? Bobrus doesn't know. He only remembered that when he was young, the old priest was already the venerable one in charge of the Titan temple. After many years, he was still as majestic as before. He had originally thought that he could at least compete with the old priest, but he was defeated in one move. It was truly a pity. Your uncle is still your uncle. You scum who tarnished the Titan bloodline should all go to hell. The old priest descended from the sky again, stepping on Bobrus with one foot and kicking at Balaam with the other. His momentum was as terrifying as if two toads were stepped on to death by elementary school students. Dead. No one can save him. This self-depraved traitor deserves death. Well done. This kind of person should be cut into pieces and sentenced to death. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were extremely excited, especially the Thunder Titan King, who was so excited that he almost jumped up. Who in the audience most wanted Bobrus to die without a burial place? It has to be him. Master, save me. Facing the giant foot that was like a mountain pressing down on his head, Bobrus let out a shrill howl and cried out desperately in his heart that he didn't want to die like this. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, and a figure appeared in front of Bobrus. Another one pops up? Who is he? Looking for death. Bobrus has accomplices? Seeing the sudden appearance, the onlookers were shocked at first and then sneered. Whoever comes here will die. The old priest is so powerful that you cannot imagine. Just when everyone thought that the newcomer would be trampled into a paste, he punched out, and the old priest's big foot was knocked away. Dang dang dang. The old priest stumbled back, his eyes filled with astonishment. This power is not inferior to mine at all. He actually blocked it? The onlookers were stunned, and the Thunder Titan King also stared at the newcomer. Who are you? The old priest was surprised and confused. You were just praising me for being handsome behind my back, and you forgot in a blink of an eye? I am the reincarnated evil god you are talking about. The person who came was Man Ray. The Thunder Titan King trembled all over and almost fell to his knees. Devil. It's this devil. He actually came to the Titan Empire. My god. Are you the evildoer from the Dragon God Empire? The old priest was surprised. Good guess. Manglay stood with his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently. It's you. Why did you come to the Titan Empire instead of staying in the Dragon God Empire? The old priest asked sternly with narrowed eyes. Since I'm here, I have something to do. Manglay soared into the air and glanced at the Thunder Titan King. Titan King, I heard that someone offered you a batch of chimeras. Is that true? When asked by Manglay, the Thunder Titan Emperor was both shocked and frightened. Although he tried his best to maintain the dignity of the Emperor, he simply could not maintain that momentum in the face of this reincarnated evil god who killed the Dragon Emperor and slaughtered the demigods of Dragon Island. Indeed, it's true. The Thunder Titan King didn't dare to hide anything, his voice trembling. Why do you ask this, Your Excellency? Who presented the chimera? The Thunder Titan King's face was full of hesitation. At this moment, a bronze-skinned Earth Titan, 30 feet tall, stepped forward, his attitude neither humble nor overbearing. Yesterday, I presented a batch of chimeras to your majesty. Why are you asking so much? Since it's you, it's easy. Menglay smiled and said, hand over the wealth you looted from the Chimera clan. Those things never belonged to you in the first place. What do you mean, sir? The Earth Titan's expression changed slightly. The Chimera clan's wealth? I know nothing about it. Don't know? Then there's no need to know. Menglay smiled faintly, waved his hand casually, and actually grabbed the Earth Titan out of thin air. Let me go. Let me go. The Earth Titan struggled desperately. Your Majesty, save me. Lord Priest, protect me. Presumptuous. The old priest was furious and punched out. You bold monster, this is the Titan Empire, not a place where you can act wildly. Menglay dodged the punch easily with a flash of his body. He glanced at the old priest and said coldly, old man, this is a private matter between him and me. Do you want to interfere? Humph. Let's not talk about whether he actually seized the Chimera clan's wealth. Even if he did, so what? As long as it falls into the hands of our Titan Empire, no one will be able to take it back easily. The old priest snorted coldly. Young man, this is the Titan Empire, not the Dragon God Empire. It is not your turn to act recklessly. Very good, very good. Meng Lei clapped his hands and laughed. This is the first time someone has so confidently slandered my stuff. I'm really pleased, very pleased. Youngster, get out of the Titan Empire immediately. I see. The old priest shouted angrily, otherwise, this place will become your grave. Meng Lei smiled and was worried about not finding an excuse to get angry. Since you are so cooperative, wouldn't I be treating you unfairly? Meng Lei soared into the air and flew to the same height as the old priest, gazing at him calmly. The old priest also stared at him, their eyes met, sparks flying. The onlookers held their breath and the air seemed to freeze. Someone had already guessed Meng Lei's identity. From the Dragon God Empire, called a monster. Who else could it be besides the one in the rumors? God, the great Titan. Is he the evildoer from the Dragon God Empire? You look so young. He's already so strong at just 16. I wonder how he developed it. The onlookers were excited. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. The name Meng Lei is undoubtedly the most sensational name on the continent recently. He killed the emperor of the Dragon God Empire, massacred all the civil and military officials in the court, killed more than 1,000 saints, killed countless demigods of Dragon Island. Any one of these things is enough to shock the world, and Meng Lei has done them all. He slaughtered the high-ranking officials of the Dragon God Empire, which was jaw-dropping and unbelievable. At this moment, this tough guy is standing right in front of you. Who would dare to look down on him? Why on earth did he come to our Titan Empire? Does he want to destroy us? That's too crazy, isn't it? Haven't you heard? He's here to claim the Chimera clan. Everyone was whispering and talking. At this time, Meng Lei spoke up. Old man, when I first set foot on Dragon Island, those demigods of Dragon Island were as powerful as you. What happened? They eventually fell asleep on Dragon Island forever. The old priest's voice was like thunder. Young man, this is the Titan Empire, not the Dragon God Empire, and I am not a demigod of Dragon Island. The results are all the same. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Old priest, considering your age, I will let you take action first, so that no one will say that I am bullying the elderly. How brave. The old priest glared angrily and suddenly punched out, and Meng Lei also punched back. Crack. The collision of the two fists was like thunder in dry land. A violent shockwave swept across, and the Thunder Titan King and the beautiful Titan Queen on the pillar were blown away in an instant. Get out of here. This is not a place we can stay for long. The Thunder Titan King was in a panic and pulled the Titan Queen away quickly, fearing that he would not escape fast enough and implicate innocent people. The onlookers also evacuated to a distance. They could watch the battle between the demigods, but they must not get too close. Otherwise, death would be in vain. Kid, what are you still standing there for? Bobris kicked Barum and cursed, hurry up and leave. Are you looking for death? Yes, sir. Barum reacted quickly, whispered a thank you, and left quickly. Young people nowadays. Bobris shook his head, looking at the two figures fighting fiercely in the sky. His eyes became heavy, and he thought silently in his heart, Master, can I defeat the old priest in this battle? To be honest, he himself has no idea. Meng Lei threw a punch, his blood boiling instantly, and he took the initiative to launch an attack. No use of the god-killing gun, no doom hammer, no bloody scimitar was used, no magical powers were used, just the simplest and most brutal fists. The two figures kept colliding and separating, and the sky and the earth seemed to be shattered, and dark space cracks appeared one after another. They wandered in the cracks in space. The strong wind in space was raging, and the sharp cracks cut through the bodies of the two people, making the onlookers' scalps tingle. If it were them, they would have been torn to pieces long ago, but Meng Lei and the old priest ignored the raging space cracks. Is this the demigod? The onlookers were shocked. Boom boom boom. After a fierce collision, the two were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. The old priest is so powerful? I've always known that the old priest is powerful, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. That's right. When my great-grandfather's great-grandfather was still very young, the old priest was already a priest of the temple. How could he be compared to ordinary people? The power displayed by the old priest was unbelievable to the onlookers. They only knew that the old priest had been a temple priest for a long time, but no one knew how powerful he was. Now seeing the old priest so vigorous, everyone can't help but think of the sweeping monk who stepped on the northern Xiaofeng and punched the southern Morong. After another fierce collision, the two suddenly stopped and looked at each other from a distance. Meng Lei's long robe fluttered and his expression was calm. The old priest had a blank expression and his breathing was steady. Old man, you are very strong. Meng Lei praised. Indeed, you are much stronger than those demigods on Dragon Island. They couldn't even last a single round against me. It's truly rare for a young man to possess your strength. The old priest said coldly. One last word of advice. The Titan Empire is not a place where you can run wild. Leave now, or you'll be severely beaten. Leave? You, the Titan Empire, stole my things, and you're still acting like this? If you let me go like this, where's my dignity? Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Old priest, I also advise you to hand over the Chimera clan's wealth, and I can pretend nothing happened. happened. Otherwise, the fight will continue until death.
Young man, you are too arrogant, the old priest roared. I showed mercy just now, but since you were so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless.
What a coincidence, I was also holding back. Meng Lei smiled faintly.
Then let's show our true strength. The old priest snorted coldly, and golden lightning suddenly burst out from his body. His black hair exploded, and his aura soared as if he had taken stimulants. He turned into a golden lightning and appeared in front of Meng Lei in an instant, and smashed down with his fist with thunder.
This punch was extremely fast, several times faster than the previous one.
What was strange was that the punch missed and Meng Lei disappeared right before his eyes. The old priest was startled. When he turned around, he heard Meng Lei's voice from behind. Old man, I forgot to tell you that my strongest point has never been my physical body.
The old priest snorted coldly, turned around, and punched behind him, but missed again. Too slow, old man.
Meng Lei appeared strangely on the left, with a pitch-black heavy hammer in his hand, the artifact hammer of destruction.
Crack! Meng Lei swung the hammer of destruction and smashed it hard on the old priest's chin.
With a crisp sound, the old priest flew backwards. Meng Lei followed silently behind the old priest, and the second hammer came down, hitting the back of his head.
Crack!
The back of the old priest's head was shattered in an instant, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The poor old man died on the spot without even a scream.
Go down, old man.
Meng Lei appeared above and stepped down hard. The old priest crashed into the square like a meteorite, creating a huge hole and sinking deeply into it, then lay motionless.
Old priest, what happened? Lost?
Or died? The spectators in the distance felt a chill in their hearts, and many found it difficult to accept this fact, especially the Thunder Titan King, who had high hopes for the old priest, almost collapsed.
Didn't you say there would be no winner? How come he was killed in the blink of an eye? What is going on? The Titan King was in a panic.
Meng Lei's history of killing in the Dragon God Empire was still vivid in his mind, and the smell of blood had not yet dissipated.
Who knows if he will go crazy and do something similar in the Titan Empire? What should I do? What should I do now?
The Thunder Titan King suddenly glared at the Earth Titan, wishing he could strangle him to death. That damned Johannes killed me. At this moment, Meng Lei looked over coldly, his eyes as sharp as substance. The Thunder Titan King froze for a moment, forcing himself to produce a smile that was uglier than crying. Unexpectedly, Meng Lei didn't even look at him, but instead turned his gaze to the Earth Titan not far from him. The Thunder Titan King breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw Meng Lei grab the Earth Titan in midair.
What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go now.
The Earth Titan struggled desperately.
What? Don't you know what's going on?
Meng Lei's face was cold. Hand over the Chimera clan's wealth, and I can spare your life.
Otherwise, this old man will be your fate.
The Earth Titan couldn't help but glance at the body of the old priest, and was immediately frightened. The old priest was killed by a hammer, so what else could he expect?
Speak, I'll speak. The Earth Titan replied in a trembling voice. The Chimera clan's wealth is hidden in the treasury of the Earth Pillar State. If you want it, my lord, I will go get it now. No need, I'll get it myself. Monray threw the hammer of destruction casually, smashing the Earth Titan's head directly.
The Earth Titan's eyes were wide open and he died with his eyes wide open. He had clearly handed over the wealth of the Chimera clan, so why did Meng Lei still want to kill him?
You are not a dog. Where does your life come from?
Meng Lei turned to look at the fire dragon Klaus. Klaus, go to the Earth Pillar State, bring back the Chimera clan's wealth, and by the way, visit the Earth Pillar State's treasure house. Klaus accepted the order respectfully, then disappeared into the vast sea of clouds.
I hope everything goes well.
Meng Lei muttered softly, and then grabbed the Thunder Titan King. The Thunder Titan King was so scared that he almost peed his pants.
Titan King, tell me, how do we resolve today's issue? Meng Lei said calmly. But at your command.
The Thunder Titan King trembled all over. That's the right attitude to solve a problem.
You're much more reasonable than that old man just now. Meng Lei was quite satisfied with the Titan King's attitude. Do I understand things?
The Thunder Titan King cursed inwardly, but smiled broadly. My lord, if you have any instructions, please tell me.
I will do my best. My request is simple.
At this moment, a terrifying divine power gushed out from the Titan Temple, sweeping in all directions in an instant. Then came the second, the third, until the 17th. Thief, you deserve to die. The mighty divine power spread out from the Titan Temple, shaking all directions.
The onlookers' faces changed drastically and they looked at the Titan Temple in disbelief.
Thunder Titan King, Bobris, Nagia, and Seja also looked over, and saw 17 towering figures standing proudly in the void. Some are bathed in golden lightning.
Some are stepping on blue water dragons. Some were surrounded by black mist. Some were wearing golden armor. It is like the bright sun, standing proudly in the sky, emitting tremendous power. Titan God. 17 demigods. Our Titan Empire actually has so many demigods? Am I dreaming?
The Thunder Titan King was so excited that he almost jumped up, his whole body trembling, unable to calm down. He was almost scared to death just now. He didn't expect that the demigods of the Titan Empire would rush out all at once. There were 17 of them at once. This power was really shocking. I'm afraid that even if the demigods of Dragon Island were here, they would be torn to pieces by our ancestors. The Thunder Titan King was excited and at the same time secretly glanced at Meng Lei, feeling very happy. Thief, I want to see how you die. You thief, you deserve to die. A Titan demigod wearing golden armor and looking exactly like the old priest glared at Meng Lei, with flames shooting out of his eyes. This is exactly the other incarnation of the old priest. Ha, you have a divine clone. Meng Lei showed a look of surprise on his face, but he wasn't actually surprised at all, because after killing the old priest, he hadn't received any system notifications. He had known for a long time that this old guy must have a surviving divine clone and could not die. How dare you come to the Titan Empire and act wildly? You really overestimate your own abilities. A Thunder Titan whose entire body was bathed in golden thunder roared angrily, his voice as deafening as thunder. Ha Zeus! Seeing this Thunder Titan, Bobrus' eyes became bloodshot, as if he saw the murderer of his father, and he rushed forward suddenly. Bobrus, you are not dead. The Thunder Titan Zeus's eyes were as sharp as knives, and a raging rage burst out of his eyes. But it's okay, I will kill you again today. I will chop off your head and limbs, dig out your eyes and tongue, turn you into a human pig, and throw you into the filthiest and most filthy toilet in the world. I'm going to make you regret walking out of the sewer, regret coming to me, and regret not dying in the first place. Kill me? Do you really want to? Bobrus sneered. If you hadn't held such power back then, you wouldn't have been my opponent. Today, I will avenge Yasselai. Shut up, you traitor! Zeus roared and rushed towards Bobrus. Bobrus was not afraid at all and met him head-on. The two of them collided violently in an instant. Let's do it too. The other 16 demigod titans rushed towards Monlei and surrounded him. Nakia and Sija saw this and were about to step forward to help, but Meng Lei waved him off. I can handle them alone. But master, Nakia and Sija were a little anxious. These were 16 titan demigods, not 16 sanctuaries. No matter how strong you were, you would find it difficult to match them. They are just 16 old dogs. Meng Lei smiled faintly. Just stay here and watch my performance carefully. Hearing Meng Lei's words, the 16 titan demigods were immediately furious. They were all demigods of the Titan Empire, and no one had ever dared to look down on them like this. This is simply too much. Stop talking nonsense and get started. The old priest growled. This thief is extremely fast. Everyone, be careful. It's best to release the divine domain and capture him in one fell swoop. Priest Hyman is too worried. An Earth Titan said coldly, even if a true god descended, even if we 16 demigods joined forces, we would still be doomed, let alone him alone. The other Titan demigods nodded in agreement. Don't underestimate him. The old priest shouted sternly. He killed my thunder god clone with 2 hammer blows. If you take it lightly, you will suffer a great loss. Upon hearing this, the 15 Titan demigods suddenly became wary. While the thunder god clone worshipped by Hyman wasn't the strongest in the temple, it was still ranked in the top 5. Now, he had been killed by 2 hammer blows. This traitor's strength should not be underestimated. Let's do it together. The old priest shouted in a low voice. God's realm. 16 divine domains were released at the same time. The void was imprisoned, and 16 surging forces pressed towards Meng Lei. The superposition of domains is indeed extraordinary. Meng Lei licked his lips and said, but, with so many of you surrounding me, don't you think it's a bit of a bully? You thief, how dare you come here to provoke me? You deserve to die. The old priest revealed his murderous intent. You must die today, no one can save you. Okay, in that case, there's no need for me to hide it anymore. Meng Lei shook his head and smiled. The next second, his heart suddenly started beating violently, boom, 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 like a huge bell or drum being struck. Immediately afterwards, Meng Lei's blood vessels gradually became thicker, blue veins bulged, and muscles expanded rapidly. His whole body expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1000 meters. In just a few breaths, Meng Lei's height expanded to more than 500 feet. At the same time, huge lumps of flesh began to bulge out, centered around his arms. Just as everyone was astonished at Meng Lei's changes, those meat buns grew rapidly like seeds sprouting, and gradually grew into muscular, strong, and powerful arms. In an instant, Meng Lei's upper body was like a hedgehog densely covered with countless strong and powerful arms. Titan God, what kind of monster is this? The 16 demigods were stunned. The crowd watching was all shocked. Even Bobrus and Hasius, who were fighting fiercely, stopped and looked at Monlei in disbelief. How could the master become like this? Nakia and Cecilia covered their mouths, too shocked to say a word. Could this traitor also be a titan? A demigod's eyes widened. But what's with all these arms? I don't know. The demigods all shook their heads, indicating that there was no solution. Only the old priest stared at Meng Lei and slowly uttered 4 words. This is probably the forbidden bloodline of the titans, the 100-armed giant. A 100-armed giant? The demigods were shocked, and an inexplicable sense of awe surged in their hearts. Such a powerful aura. Meng Lei stepped on the void, and a terrifying power continued to flow from his body. He couldn't help but let out a long groan. At this moment, he was more than 500 feet tall, no less tall than the 16 titan demigods. The key was that he had 100 more arms. He looked more violent, more domineering and more terrifying than the 16 demigods.
Everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting.
Meng Lei glanced at the 16 Titan demigods. Now, the real battle begins. As he spoke, he clenched his fists 100 times and punched out fiercely. With the sound of bangs, the shackles that imprisoned the void were instantly shattered.
Meng Lei took a step forward and appeared 1,000 meters away. He glanced coldly at the 16 Titan demigods and said, "Everyone, I'm going to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of the old priest, and without saying a word, he raised his fist and hit him hard. What does it mean to kill a master with random punches?
100 fists bombarded the old priest like 100 cannonballs. All people heard was the creepy sound of bones breaking. The old priest spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Then he fell to the ground in the square, motionless. Everyone looked up and saw that the old priest was covered in blood and flesh, beaten into a ball of pulp, with his bones, internal organs, and limbs all shattered beyond recognition. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, and a bone-chilling chill suddenly rose up their spines.
The dignified old priest, the unfathomable Titan demigod, was beaten into this state? Isn't this too crazy?
For a moment, everyone looked at Meng Lei with fear in their eyes.
Master is so terrifying. Bobris swallowed and said, if he had used this trick when he fought us, I would have.
Thinking of this, Bobris couldn't help but feel a chill and his whole body was covered with hair.
This feeling is really good. Meng Lei glanced at the minced meat on the ground, then looked at the remaining 15 demigods and said excitedly, "Come on, everyone, don't you want to gang up on me?"
He almost vomited blood, but the Titan demigods all understood that at this point, there was no way out and they had no choice but to fight. 15 Titan demigods, 15-kilometer-long giants, bombarded Meng Lei almost at the same time. Meng Lei laughed loudly, and with a thought, he controlled 6 fists to rush forward. In an instant, 16 giants collided with each other.
Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. This is what is called darkness. What does it mean that the sun and the moon have no light? Every collision unleashes an earth-shaking shock wave.
Every clash is a rough and direct collision of force.
The sky seemed like a broken mirror, shattering into pieces.
The sky within a radius of 1,000 meters suddenly turned into a tattered paste and black hole.
Ah, it's so enjoyable. Come on, harder. Aren't you Titans, known for your immense strength? How come you only have this much strength?
Although he was besieged by 15 Titan demigods, Meng Lei's fighting spirit soared to the sky, and his momentum was like a rainbow, and he managed to suppress the 15 Titan demigods. The two sides clashed fiercely countless times, but he remained calm and didn't even get a scratch on his skin. On the other hand, the 15 Titan demigods were already sweating profusely, panting, with blood all over their faces and arms.
They were obviously injured.
Moreover, with the continuous collisions, the power of the Titan demigods quickly declined, and their momentum also dropped sharply, just like the old saying, the first push is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted.
They can't hold on any longer. Is this guy still a fucking human? Monster. He's a monster.
Above the clouds, strong winds were raging and cracks were appearing frequently, like a hellish scene with the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, causing huge waves to rise in the hearts of the onlookers. Clearly, we have the advantage in numbers.
The situation is clearly extremely unfair. Clearly winning, but the result caught everyone off guard. Meng Lei alone resisted 15 Titan demigods and actually overwhelmed them. Moreover, he became braver and crazier as the battle went on. Is this guy still a fucking human? How can a human being be so strong? Monster. He is a monster.
The Thunder Titan King felt cold all over. He thought that Meng Lei would surely die once the ancestors arrived.
Who could have expected this to happen? Old dogs, is this all you're capable of?
Meng Lei laughed heartily. If that's all you've got, you'll surely perish today.
Use divine magic.
After a collision, the Titan demigods clearly felt the huge gap between their divine bodies, and hurriedly withdrew from the battle circle, casting their divine spells one after another.
I see. Divine art, divine wind of annihilation, divine art, life punishment, divine art, falling meteorite, divine art, absolute zero, divine art, ultimate alchemy.
Dozens of divine arts were unleashed simultaneously, including divine winds that shattered everything, life-devouring vines, and earth-shattering meteorites. All of them bombarded Meng Lei, as if to tear him into pieces, smash him into a paste, freeze him into an ice sculpture, and refine him into gold. The devastating shock wave of divine power instantly spread out, sweeping across the entire mountaintop, and the onlookers were blown away again.
When the aftermath dissipated, the Titan demigods and onlookers looked over, but there was no sign of Meng Lei.
It was as if he had never appeared and disappeared without a trace.
Dead, dead? A bystander widened his eyes. Should he be dead? Who could survive under that kind of magic that destroys everything? Someone whispered doubtfully.
However, the Titan demigods did not dare to relax at all, because they knew very well that Meng Lei was not dead, and the previous attack did not really hit him. With the divine strength displayed by Meng Lei, even if he was really hit, he would never be blown into pieces, not even a trace of debris would be left.
Everyone be careful. A senior Titan demigod urgently warned. Be careful? Will it work?
Meng Lei suddenly appeared in front of the old Titan demigod, and his series of punches were like cannonballs, and his little fists kept bombarding. Ah! The shrill screams pierced the sky, like the wails of evil spirits from hell, making everyone's backs chill and their scalps numb. How would it feel to be bombarded with fists like this? Would it be extremely painful? The old titan, who was being beaten by small fists, knew best that each of Meng Lei's punches carried a tremendous force that could destroy the world, and each blow made him dizzy. Hundreds of punches came like a storm, and the old titan demigod felt pain all over his body, including his cheeks, neck, arms, chest, and even bones. The pain is worse than birth and childbirth. Finally, when all the pain suddenly stopped, the old titan was blown away, and everyone saw only a pile of broken flesh scattered on the ground. This old titan, like the old priest Hyman, was eventually completely shattered. Dead? Dead? Another ancestor has fallen? The onlookers were terrified. What could be more shocking than witnessing a demigod being beaten into a pulp alive? An unprecedented shock. How can he be so strong? The Thunder Titan King muttered to himself. At this moment, he finally understood that Meng Lei was not fighting at all, but was playing. As long as Meng Lei is willing, he can kill any ancestor anytime and anywhere. But he didn't rush to take action, but played the cat and mouse, playing with the ancestors. The Titan demigods also felt this. While anger was burning in their hearts, a deep sense of powerlessness surged up. This villain is so powerful. How can we defeat him? He's not dead yet. After killing the old titan, Meng Lei did not receive any system prompt. He immediately understood that this old guy also had a divine clone. Meng Lei's eyes swept over the remaining 14 demigods, and indeed found that one of them looked exactly like the old titan. You actually killed my wind god clone. The old titan demigod's eyes were red as he roared. Do you know how much effort and hard work I put into creating this clone? It's all gone. Everything is gone. Is everyone here? He went completely mad. You thief, you've ruined my path to godhood and made my tens of thousands of years of hard work go to waste. I want you dead. Die right now. The titan demigod rushed to Meng Lei, his blood boiling, and suddenly exploded. Like a billion-ton hydrogen bomb explosion, the old titan demigod instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The unparalleled destructive power spread rapidly, instantly engulfing Meng Lei and sweeping around. Elder Frank. The remaining 13 titan demigods were horrified and fled away. The destructive power released by a demigod self-explosion is extremely terrifying. Even if they cannot dodge in time, they will not escape death. The violent shockwave submerged the top of the giant spirit peak, the Titan Temple, and even the 1,000-foot-tall statue of the giant spirit god was affected. The onlookers in the distance were also not spared, and most of them were swallowed up by the shockwave. What bad luck! Ahem! Is that thief dead? Thunder Titan King was also one of the survivors, but at this moment he was in a miserable state. His body was torn and bleeding, and he was seriously injured. He had no time to take care of himself. He just stared at the center of the explosion, eager to know whether Meng Lei was still alive, because this was what he cared about most. And the thief? I don't know. Elder Frank's self-detonation was extremely destructive, and that thief was at the center of the explosion. If he didn't die, it would be unforgivable. What a pity, Elder Frank. The Titan demigods were filled with grief. Elder Frank is the oldest and most senior among them, and many people have received his guidance. Now that he has met such an end, who can not be sad? Bobrus, your accomplice is dead. Jesus stared at Bobrus coldly, a cruel look flashing in his eyes. Now, it's your turn. But don't worry, I won't kill you easily. A sneer appeared on Bobrus's lips, as if he was looking at a fool. You think too much, Zeus. Jesus's face was gloomy. The master is so powerful that you can't even imagine. Bobrus smiled proudly. That attack just now couldn't hurt the master at all. Bobrus, you overestimate him. Jesus snorted coldly. Elder Frank is a peak demigod. His divine body is extremely powerful. If he sacrifices himself and explodes, no one in the Sky Continent will be spared. Sky Continent? Bobrus sneered and was about to make some sarcastic remarks when a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. He immediately laughed and said, Jesus, open your dog eyes and take a good look. Who is that? Jesus turned his head in confusion, but froze there as if struck by lightning. Not dead. Fuck you. Bobrus seized the opportunity and punched Hasius hard. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit hard on the chin. He suddenly felt dizzy and his blood was boiling. Bobrus became more and more frantic as the battle went on. His offensive was like a torrential rain, all hitting Hades. Jesus was both shocked and angry, but what frightened him even more was that Meng Lei was still alive and unharmed, with even his clothes and hair neatly arranged. How is this possible? Isn't he at the center of the explosion? Jesus was puzzled. The Titan demigods were also unable to understand. They stared at the reappearing Meng Lei as if they had seen a ghost. Not only was he not dead, but he didn't even have any injuries at all. Everyone, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. With a mocking smile on his face, Meng Lei had returned to his human form, holding a string of fried meatballs in his hand. How on earth did you do that? A Titan demigod clenched his fists, filled with unacceptability and unwillingness. Because I can teleport. Meng Lei smiled faintly. Just now, I went to a restaurant in the city and bought a skewer of meatballs. They tasted really good. As he spoke, he raised the meatball in his hand and began to eat it with relish. The Titan demigods fell silent for a moment.
moment. Despair welled up in their hearts, but an idea also occurred to them. In their eyes, Meng Lei is simply a monster. He possesses a perverted divine body and can teleport. What on earth is this? This is not the way to cheat. Alright, we've finished eating the meatballs, and it's time to end this battle. Meng Lei ate the last meatball, threw away the bamboo stick, took out the scroll and wiped his hands. Let me ask you a question. Do you want to die or live? The 13 Titan demigods shouted in a low voice. Meng Lei said calmly, if you want to live, hand over your soul and submit to me. If you want to die, just like those two old men just now, go to hell. Thief, how dare you humiliate us? A Storm Titan demigod was furious. A noble Titan never submits to anyone, nor becomes anyone's slave, even if it means dying in battle. Then die. The god-killing spear suddenly appeared, pierced through the Storm Titan demigod's forehead in an instant, shot out from the back of his head, and killed him instantly. The shot came so suddenly that no one could react. By the time they came to their senses, the Storm Titan demigod was already dead and fell heavily to the ground. Elder Enoch. The other Titan demigod's eyes were bloodshot and they cried out in pain. How could Elder Enoch, who was fine just now, die like this? Noble? Ridiculous. In the face of death, no one is nobler than anyone else. Meng Lei held up the blood-stained god-killing spear, with drops of blood dripping from the tip of the spear. It's impossible for someone to be immortal or die differently just because they are more noble. You are a devil. The Titan demigods glared at Meng Lei with hatred. If looks could kill, they would have cut Meng Lei into pieces and hacked him into pieces. It's your turn. Meng Lei shook off the blood on the god-killing spear and said calmly, this is the last chance. If you miss it, you'll miss it forever. This time, the remaining Titan demigods were all silent, and all their previous toughness disappeared, leaving only endless anger, humiliation, and unwillingness. What? You're all mute. Meng Lei glanced around coldly, with a cold light in his eyes. You are slaughtering my Titan demigods like this? Aren't you afraid of the punishment from the Titan god? A Thunder Titan glared at him. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in the eyes of the other Titan demigods, and they roared as if they had grasped a life-saving straw. Faced with Meng Lei, who is more cruel than the devil, they are completely powerless to resist. The only hope they can place on is the Titan. They hope that the reputation of the giant spirit god will make Meng Lei afraid and stop killing indiscriminately. Titans? Sorry, I know more about Titans than you do. Meng Lei smiled and said, indeed, he is extremely powerful, comparable to a peak mid-level god. But, unfortunately, he poses no threat to me in this sky continent. Do you know why? The Titan demigods were silent for a moment. Meng Lei shook his head and chuckled, because the Titan god doesn't practice the laws, he only trains his divine body. Even if he casts a projection of divine power, he can't exert much combat power at all. The true body of the true god cannot descend to the sky continent. The only thing he can do is project a projection of divine power, but this projection of divine power can only reach the combat power level of a demigod at most. How much combat power can be exerted depends entirely on the depth of the true god's understanding of the laws. The deeper the understanding of the laws, the stronger and more terrifying the combat power of the divine projection will be. On the contrary, the shallower the understanding of the laws, the weaker the combat power of the divine power projection. Theoretically, only the projection of divine power that has reached the state of great perfection can exert the power of a demigod to the extreme. The divine power projections of ordinary upper gods and middle gods are even weaker. It is precisely for this reason that the sky continent has experienced the changes of 5 eras. Whenever turmoil comes, many demigods take the opportunity to rise up and compete for faith. They all understood that as long as they hid in the sky continent, the true god would be powerless. The beast god and the dragon god gradually rose to power by taking advantage of this situation. Meng Lei's words surprised and worried the Titan demigods. They were surprised that Meng Lei knew so much about the Titan giant spirit, but they were also worried that the name of the giant spirit could not frighten Meng Lei. What should they do? Don't expect the Titan to come and save you. You're doomed to be disappointed. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Perhaps he's watching this place right now. Meng Lei's guess turned out to be correct. In a secret space outside the sky continent, there lies a vast and boundless kingdom of God. The divine might was overwhelming, the divine power was surging, and all kinds of chanting and prayers rose and fell one after another, like the lingering sounds of Sanskrit. In a magnificent and luxurious temple, sat a figure who was thousands of feet tall and extremely burly. His muscles are as hard as rocks. His head is bigger than a mountain. His hair is as lush as a towering tree. The breath he exhaled was as swift as thunder. He is the god in the hearts of billions of people in the Titan Empire, the Titan god. Humble mortal. The Titan was furious, his rage almost reaching the sky. He had never imagined that a lowly mortal would dare to challenge his rule. He roared, I have met the great Titan. 2 burly figures wearing golden armor and holding golden spears walked into the hall. Summon Eros, the Titan god shouted. Soon, the great giant spirit. Soon, a thin figure in a black robe walked into the temple, knelt down and said, meet the great giant spirit. Eros, I order you to descend upon the sky continent and eliminate that lowly mortal. The Titan god gave a cold order. You were born in the the sky continent and have been a god for less than 10,000 years. The will of the plane will not reject you for the time being. You can descend in your true form. Your will is my direction. The thin figure bowed and accepted the order. Looking at Eros's receding figure, the Titan said in a cold voice, "Humble mortal, you will pay a heavy price for your foolishness and ignorance. Now, tell me your choice." Meng Lei seemed a little impatient. "Sir, do you really want to kill them all?" The Ocean Titan demigod growled unwillingly. "For the last time, death or submission?" Meng Lei asked with a cold look in his eyes. The Titan demigods fell silent again. "Don't cry until you see the coffin." Meng Lei snorted coldly, too lazy to say more, and took decisive action. Puff, puff, puff. Teleportation is activated, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The magic spear is extremely sharp and indestructible. In an instant, the Titan demigods fell to the ground one after another like falling meteors. "Spare my life. I am willing to surrender." "Submit." "I surrender." The remaining Titan demigods were terrified and begged for mercy, but Meng Lei did not give them any chance. He stabbed out with the god-killing spear repeatedly, ending their lives. More than a dozen corpses fell from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain, making a deafening roar. For a moment, only Meng Lei stood proudly in the void, holding a magic spear, like a god or demon descending. "Dead? All dead? Are all the ancestors dead?" The survivors stared at Meng Lei blankly, feeling a chill all over their bodies, and the coldness spread from head to toe. One person, one gun. He actually killed 16 demigods. Is this still a human being? He is simply a devil. It's over. It's all over. The Thunder Titan Emperor's mind and spirit were shattered, as if his entire being had been hollowed out. He understood that the Titan Empire was completely destroyed. The demigod ancestors had long since died, and there was no chance of the Titan Empire recovering. "Master, you are so strong." Nakia and Seja stared at the figure in the sky, their eyes full of shock and admiration. At this moment, they suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing to join Meng Lei. How can following such a strong person be compared with them hiding in the underground world? "Ha, Zeus, do you see clearly? Those old guys are all dead. Who can save you today?" Bobrus laughed loudly and beat Hades hard. He already had the upper hand, and Zeus had witnessed the tragic slaughter of the Titan demigods with his own eyes, so he was already in a state of panic and at a loss. How can he be a match for Bobrus? After several battles, Bobrus became more and more courageous, while Zeus was covered in wounds and was completely pinned to the ground by Bobrus. "Ha, Zeus, go to hell." Bobrus was almost crazy, smashing wildly. The injuries of Hades became more and more serious, and he finally fell to the ground, but Bobrus still refused to let him go. As a result, there was a puddle of mud on the ground. Huff, huff. Bobrus rode on the fallen Hades, breathing heavily. Years of accumulated humiliation and hatred erupted at this moment, and this behemoth, over 500 feet tall, burst into tears like a child. "Yasalai, my love, it's 18459. I finally avenged you. Woo woo woo." The cold wind howled across the hills, making low wails. The top of Giant Spirit Peak was eerily quiet, with only Bobrus's cries resounding through the sky. Monray did not disturb Bobrus, allowing him to vent his anger and pain, and then flew towards the statue of the Titan god. "This power of faith is so strong, if I can absorb it all." Meng Lei licked his lips, and a fiery light flashed in his eyes. The power of faith is an excellent thing. It can strengthen the soul and refine divine power. It can be called a tonic for the soul. The only problem is that Meng Lei has not yet ignited the divine fire, and lacks a medium to transform the power of faith into divine power. The efficiency of refining the power of faith is bound to be greatly reduced. Without the divine fire, these powers of faith can only be used to strengthen the divine soul. Meng Lei released his divine consciousness, wrapped up the statue, and began to absorb the power of faith. In an instant, Meng Lei felt a sense of comfort coming from deep within his soul, and his whole body felt extremely comfortable, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. "Boy, are you comfortable?" Tatara's voice rang in his mind. That feels great. That's awesome. This is the magic of the power of faith." Dodora chuckled and said, "So, keep snatching faith. The more believers you have, the more you will feel the beauty of the power of faith." Meng Lei responded indifferently. "By the way, after absorbing the power of faith, go to the Tower of Time. Your precious daughter is out of food again. Go in and get her some food." Dodora reminded him. So many demons were eaten? Meng Lei was a little confused. He summoned tens of thousands of demons to gather on the 96th floor. The number was huge. How could they be eaten up? Dodora rolled her eyes. "She's a demigod-level fallen angel. She can eat it. Your demons are just low-level stuff. They're not enough to fill her stomach. Not enough to eat." Meng Lei was speechless. "Hurry up, don't keep her waiting," Dodora urged. Meng Lei responded and continued to focus on absorbing the power of faith. Nakia and Seja looked at him with envy, but no one dared to disturb him. Although the power of faith is great, they don't have the courage to compete with their masters for food. Half an hour later, Meng Lei absorbed all the power of faith in the statue into his sea of consciousness, allowing it to slowly nourish his soul and strengthen himself. It feels so good to be wrapped in the power of faith. Meng Lei was slightly intoxicated. No wonder some people say that the power of faith is like a drug. drug. Once you get addicted, it's hard to get rid of it. The ancients really didn't lie to me.
Meng Lei smiled and shook his head, then pulled the Thunder Titan King over and said, Titan King, let's continue with the topic we were just discussing. Sir, please give me your orders. I will do my best to satisfy you. The Thunder Titan King was so scared that he almost peed his pants, and the majesty of the king disappeared in an instant. I heard that the treasury of your Titan Empire contains rare treasures from all over the world.
I really want to go in and take a look. I wonder if your majesty can fulfill my wish. Meng Lei asked with a smile. Of course I'm satisfied. I'm definitely satisfied.
The Thunder Titan King nodded quickly, fearing that if he was slow to agree, he would be slapped to death by Meng Lei.
You can watch it anytime you want. As Man Ray expected, the Titan Empire's treasure house was also located in the demiplane.
And unlike the Dragon Clan, there is no air and no magical elements here, and the entire demiplane is dead and silent. In comparison, the treasures of the Titan Empire are richer and of completely different types. Titans are not as keen on glittering treasures as dragons, and they have almost no gold coins, gems, or magic crystals. On the contrary, there are astonishingly many rare items such as elemental crystals and law source crystals.
After a crazy collection, the wealth soared by 25.9 million. So many law source crystals?
Much more than the Dragon God Empire.
Meng Lei nodded secretly in his heart, thinking it was reasonable.
The Sky Continent has gone through 5 eras: the Elves era, the Titan era, the Orcs era, the Dragon era, and now the era of coexistence of the 4 races. The Titans dominated the second era and existed much longer than the Dragon God Empire, so their foundation was naturally deeper.
Add the previous 23.51 million. The total wealth has reached 49.41 million. This wave of profit is really too fierce. Meng Lei was overjoyed. No matter whether it was useful or not, he accepted it all.
Finally, Meng Lei came to the area where special items were stored. The number of items here was astonishing, and most of them were animal bones, body parts, and animal teeth.
The Titans advocate violence and like to collect the teeth and skulls of powerful enemies as trophies after hunting them.
This place is filled with various animal bones, which is quite normal.
The fluctuations of wind-type divine power are so strong. It's another true god-level treasure.
These teeth are frighteningly sharp. I have to take them. This skull is huge, estimated to be 1,000 feet tall.
How huge must the main body be? Ha! What is this?
A 3 or 4 meter long golden ant appeared before my eyes, emitting surging golden divine power fluctuations from its body. If it were not for its death, it would have been like a living creature.
Golden god-killing ant.
Meng Lei recognized the identity of the golden ant at a glance, because it looked extremely similar to Xiao Jin, almost an enlarged version of Xiao Jin.
Although this golden god-killing ant is dead, the divine power it exudes is extremely powerful, and it is completely a demigod-level golden god-killing ant.
It should be the golden god-killing ant that died in that disaster. After receiving the body of the golden god-killing ant, Meng Lei continued to observe and then found several broken golden god-killing ants. Some were missing arms and legs, some were missing tentacles or even heads, and it was obvious that they had experienced fierce battles in their lifetime.
Man Ray walked up to a pair of wings.
This pair of wings appears to be forged from a silver alloy, with a white glow on the surface, exuding a sharp and sacred aura. Meng Lei touched it casually, and suddenly there was a puff sound, and a slight sharp pain came. His finger was cut.
Oh my god,
this is too sharp.
Meng Lei couldn't believe it.
His divine body was that of a peak demigod, and it also fused the blood of the god-killing rat and the 100-armed giant, so his defense was amazing. Simply put, the divine body is extremely durable. The 15 Titan demigods had joined forces to bombard him, but they didn't leave even a trace of blood on him. This shows how strong his ability to withstand attacks is. However, now, just a light touch on a feather on the wings actually scratched him, which shows how sharp the wings are. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding!
Dropped object detected. Do you want to pick it up? Drops? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Ding!
Fusion successful, obtaining the golden source divine body.
Do you want to fuse? Underscore? Meng Lei was shocked. Oh my god, golden source divine body? Could this be a mistake?
If it was a few days ago, he knew nothing about the golden source divine body and might not have been so shocked, but now, he fully understood what this meant. Therefore, the shock came naturally and could not be suppressed. According to Dodora, the origin divine body is one of the most powerful divine bodies in the vast universe,
because it is closely linked to the origin of the law.
Not only is its cultivation speed astonishing, its strength is also extremely powerful, and it also comes with various incredible magical powers and abilities.
And now, I actually picked up the golden source divine body? What is the origin of these wings? Meng Lei asked Dodora for help without hesitation. Dodora looked at the pair of alloy wings, his eyes suddenly lit up. You are so lucky, kid, you actually got this treasure? Did you rob the treasure house of the Titan Empire? Ha, I can't hide it from you. Monroe laughed out loud. You are quite courageous, kid. You actually dare to provoke the Titan. Aren't you afraid that he will take revenge? Dodola stared at him with a playful look on his face.
If he dares to come, I'll beat him to death.
Meng Lei didn't take the Titan god seriously at all. Anyway, he had made up his mind that he would never leave the Sky Continent until he became a true god. When he becomes a true god, he will definitely be in the state of great perfection. At that time, will he still be afraid of the Titans? The Titans can't do anything to you. Dodora smiled in surprise, but don't forget, he's a peak mid-level god with many tricks up his sleeve. You'd better be careful. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Meng Lei smiled and asked again, what on earth is this? Great stuff. A rare and great stuff. Dodora said with a smile, have you heard of the Steel-Winged Angel? Steel-Winged Angel? Never heard of it. Meng Lei shook his head. I only know about angels and fallen angels. Steel-Winged Angels, like fallen angels, are from the angel race, but the former are a new race formed after the angel's bloodline mutated. Dodora explained with a smile, the Steel-Winged Angel is a new life form born from the mutation of the angel bloodline. Bloodline mutation? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. That's right, it's a bloodline mutation. Just like the 100-armed giant is the product of the mutation of the Titan bloodline, the Steel-Winged Angel is the new life form of the mutation of the angel bloodline. Dodora said, bloodline mutations can be good or bad. Some can dramatically increase life force, while others can cause a sharp drop in force. What about the Steel-Winged Angel? Monroe asked curiously. Just like the 100-armed giant, they are all mutating for the better. Dodora stared at the alloy wings and said, the Steel-Winged Angel has the attribute of light and gold. Not only do they inherit all the talents, abilities, and magical powers of ordinary angels, they also possess additional talents, abilities, and magical powers of the gold attribute. In terms of combat power, the Steel-Winged Angel is far superior to ordinary angels. But unlike the 100-armed giant, the Steel-Winged Angel was not expelled by the Angel Clan. Instead, it was given special training. Dodora sighed, although the number of Steel-Winged Angels is small, almost all of them can be promoted to upper gods. One even gave birth to a great perfection god, which greatly enhanced the strength and foundation of the Angel Clan and made them famous in the vast universe. The Steel-Winged Angel is so powerful? Meng Lei was amazed and asked, do all Steel-Winged Angels possess golden source divine bodies? That's impossible. Dodora shook his head decisively. Original divine body is extremely rare. How could the entire tribe have it? Impossible? Of course not. Just like the elf goddess possesses the wood source divine body, but that doesn't mean all elves have it. In fact, among countless elves, only the elf goddess possesses the wood source divine body. So does the Steel-Winged Angel. Occasionally, a Steel-Winged Angel may possess a golden source divine body, but it is impossible for them all to possess it. Meng Lei smiled. So, my luck is really good. I just picked up a pair of Steel-Winged Angel wings and unexpectedly encountered the golden source divine body. Golden source divine body? Dodora's face was full of confusion. You're not saying that the owner of this pair of wings possesses a golden source divine body? Are you kidding me? How is that possible? Dodora, this is true. Meng Lei smiled and said, the owner of this pair of wings does possess the golden source divine body. Really? Dodora asked doubtfully, how did you know? I just know it. Meng Lei smiled slightly, and without waiting for Duatala to ask, he directly contacted the system. System, don't say anymore. Fuse the golden source divine body. Ding! Fusion of the golden source divine body. A golden torrent suddenly gushed out from his mind, instantly spreading to his entire body, flowing through his limbs and bones, and seeping into every tiny corner. His cells gradually turned golden, along with his flesh, bones, organs, and skin. It was as if he had been hit by the forbidden gold spell, ultimate alchemy, and his entire body was gradually dyed with a dazzling golden color. Dodora was startled by Meng Lei's sudden change and asked anxiously, Meng Lei, what's wrong with you? Meng Lei did not respond, but just closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling the changes in his body. He could clearly feel that a surge of metallic energy was transforming his body. This is not the law of gold. It's not the gold power. It's not gold magic. It's not a gold-type fighting spirit. He himself couldn't explain what it was specifically. The only thing that is certain is that this metallic energy is extremely special. The entire fusion process was painless and extremely fast, completing in less than a minute. However, in just this short minute, Meng Lei felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. What a wonderful feeling. He could feel that the golden law that permeated the heaven and earth seemed to have become his partner and servant, allowing him to dispatch, drive, and control it. This is completely different from my previous understanding. Before, he was just learning the golden law, just like mastering a subject and understanding all knowledge. He can use this knowledge to cast magic, forbidden spells, and divine arts, but he can only follow the instructions and apply them flexibly. And now, he can directly command these knowledge to serve him, and make them release magic, forbidden spells, and divine arts, all in an imperative and controlling manner. There is a huge difference between the two. Specifically, the previous method consumed a lot of mental energy, magic power, and divine power. And now, only a small amount of mental energy is needed, and there is no need to use magic power or divine power at all. This is obviously fundamentally different. Golden Source Divine Body. This aura is definitely that of the Golden Source Divine Body. Dodora was so shocked that he was speechless. Great God of time. Meng Lei, what on earth did you do? How did you possess the Golden Source source divine body for no reason. When the fusion started, Dodora didn't recognize it. But as the fusion deepens, if Dodora still can't recognize it, then her life will be in vain. This is definitely the golden source divine body. Unexpectedly, right under her nose, he was inexplicably possessed by Meng Lei, and Dodora's cognition was completely overturned. The original divine body has always been innate. What is natural? It is something you have when you are born. If you don't have it, you will never get it no matter how hard you try. Dodora had never heard that one could transform into an original divine body after birth. She circled around Meng Lei several times, staring at him intently, as if she wanted to see through all his secrets and see through him thoroughly. At this moment, Meng Lei just opened his eyes, his gaze was as sharp as a knife, and with a swish sound, 2 cracks appeared in the void. Meng Lei, tell me honestly, what exactly is going on with the golden source divine body? Dodola asked decisively. It just appeared out of nowhere. Monroe blinked, baffling. Dodora gnashed her teeth, almost wanting to hit him in anger. Every time I ask you a crucial question, you make up something. Do you know that this will make you lose friends? No, you must tell the truth today, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. What does it have to do with me if you can't sleep? Meng Lei cursed inwardly. I have a magical ability that can plunder bloodlines, divine bodies, and magical powers, and integrate them into my own body to make myself stronger. Dodora's whole body trembled, and he was completely shocked. There is such a power? Meng Lei smiled proudly. The bloodline of the god-killing rat, the netherworld phoenix, the 100-armed giant, as well as magical powers such as teleportation and teleportation, all came from this. Of course, I will plunder more bloodlines, divine bodies, and magical powers in the future. Dodora was so surprised that he couldn't speak. After a long while, he blurted out 2 words, pervert. Thank you for the compliment. Meng Lei smiled and then asked, do you think it is necessary to fuse the blood of the steel-winged angel? Steel-winged angel bloodline? Dodora was stunned for a moment, then reacted, you want to fuse the bloodline of the steel-winged angel? If it's useful, merge it. If it's useless, forget it. Meng Lei shook his head. I'm a very realistic person. Everything is for strength. Of course it's useful. Dodora said without hesitation, the bloodline of the steel-winged angel is in no way inferior to the bloodline of the fallen angel, as well as the bloodlines of the god-slaying rat, the netherworld phoenix, and the 100-armed giant. Fusing it will bring many benefits. Tell me in detail. Meng Lei was cheered up. First, after fusing with the steel-winged angel's bloodline, you'll possess the speed of light. The angelic race is renowned for their speed, and I'm not exaggerating. Dodora rambled on. Second, your defense will be significantly increased. Although your defense is already strong, adding the steel-winged angel's defense will be like adding wings to a tiger. Your defense will reach a terrifying level. She continued, the steel-winged angel's body is covered in weapons. By integrating it, your attack power will be greatly enhanced. If you had seen the battle between demons and gods, with the steel-winged angel roaming the battlefield and slaughtering demons, you would have understood how terrifying it was. Finally, and most importantly, Dodora's eyes sparkled. The angels are an extremely powerful race of gods, holding immense power in the heavens. If you possess the bloodline of the steel-winged angels, you'll have the hope of receiving focused training from the angels, just like the titans, and receiving numerous additional benefits. Hearing this, Meng Lei's eyes lit up. This was a great temptation. Would the angels grant him hundreds of planes of territories like the Theodore family had? It's nice to take shelter under a big tree. If you can join a powerful force, it will greatly benefit your future development and growth. Dodora said with a smile, indigenous true gods like the dragon god and the beast god dream of joining a powerful force, but they never get the chance. Why? Because they're not qualified. You have such a good opportunity, you must not miss it, otherwise you will be struck by lightning, she said in a serious tone. That makes sense. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To put it another way, even if I don't plan to join the angel clan, fusing with the steel wing angel's bloodline is like having another option. That's right, that's the truth, Dodola said with a smile. I know what to do. Meng Lei nodded decisively and immediately gave the order. System, plunder the bloodline of the steel wing angel. Ding! The steel winged angel bloodline belongs to a higher life form, and the corresponding steel wings are the wings of an 8-winged steel angel. The system prompted coldly. Price estimate, 19.6 million Lawsource crystals will be required to plunder this bloodline. Underscore, Meng Lei's eyes widened. 19.6 million? He couldn't help but gasp. This is too expensive. I can't plunder it. I won't plunder it. I really can't afford it. The system suddenly fell silent. Did it succeed? Dodola asked expectantly. Failed. Meng Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head. These wings belong to the 8-winged steel angel. I really can't afford to plunder them. 8-winged steel angel? Dodora was immediately disappointed. The 8-winged steel angel is comparable to a higher god. It is indeed beyond your plundering range. Your failure is understandable. Yeah, I can't plunder it, mainly because it's too expensive. Meng Lei corrected him. I'm wrong. It's because the level is too high. When I become stronger, maybe I can plunder it. Okay, but it's strange. The 8-winged steel angel also possesses the golden divine body. How come his wings appear here? He wondered. After exiting the Tower of Time, Meng Lei habitually checked the attribute panel and took stock of his gains. Sure enough, the attributes changed again. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 16%, fusion bloodline, god-killing rat bloodline, netherworld phoenix bloodline, 100-armed giant.
Wealth value, 49.41 million law source crystals.
Constitution, golden source divine body, 1%. Spirit, demigod soul, peak. The physique has turned into the golden source divine body. Meng Lei was shocked. What does the 1% at the end mean? He muttered to himself in confusion. Ding!
Friendly reminder, the golden source divine body is condensed from the origin of the law of gold. The host is still a flesh and blood body and has not yet perfectly merged with it. The system prompted coldly. Not a perfect fusion? In other words, this 1% represents the degree of fusion of the golden source divine body? It feels a bit like the degree of bloodline fusion. Meng Lei immediately understood. System, how much does it cost to increase the fusion degree of the Krypton gold source divine body? Ding! Every 1% increase in the golden source divine body's fusion level requires 1 million divine crystals.
1 million divine crystals? Never mind. Meng Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's too expensive.
Even if you sell me, I'm not worth that much money.
After calming down, Meng Lei continued to browse the treasures. The Titan Empire's treasury was indeed rich, and he was full of anticipation for what treasures he would discover next. Search and collect along the way. Finally, he came to a box. The box was 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter high, and was covered with densely packed law runes. With Meng Lei's attainments in understanding the laws, he could tell at a glance that these runes formed a magic circle with a sealing effect. What is in this box that is sealed?
Full of doubts, he began to untie the seal, which was not difficult for him. After a moment, the seal was lifted, and a strong smell of death and blood emanated from the box. For some reason, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by several degrees. Why does this thing emit such a strong smell of death and blood? He opened the lid of the box, and a blood-red sharp beam shot out, scratching his cheek painfully.
Meng Lei couldn't help but take a step back.
Inside the box lay a giant sickle that was blood-red, as if it were made of blood. The handle of the knife is 10 feet long, the blade is 1 meter long and 3 feet wide, and a blood-red chain is connected to the end. The cold light flickered and was extremely sharp,
enchanting and evil, bloodthirsty and deadly silence.
Looking at the blood-red sickle, Meng Lei felt as if he saw a ferocious demon, and a chill ran down his spine.
What a weird sickle.
Despite the shock in his heart, he still held the sickle firmly. The sickle trembled slightly, and a few cold lights flashed on the broad blade, making a buzzing sound.
Sizzle.
Meng Lei swung the sickle, and with a swish sound, the box, which seemed to be made of some special metal, was instantly split into 2 halves. The sickle passed through the void and actually cut a tiny crack in space. This sickle is incredibly sharp, even sharper than the bloody scimitar.
What level of artifact is this?
Meng Lei couldn't believe it, but without hesitation, he dripped a drop of blood onto the blade of the sickle.
The blood quickly seeped into the blade like seawater. Ha ha, an ownerless artifact. Meng Lei was overjoyed. The sickle vibrated violently.
The next moment, a strong blood light shot up into the sky.
Meng Lei felt dizzy and he unexpectedly came to a bloody world. Bloody sky, bloody earth, bloody mountains, bloody rocks. And on this bloody land, there are thousands of corpses piled up. There are Titan gods that are 10,000 feet tall. There is an 8-winged angel with 8 wings on his back. That's right. There is an ancient dragon that is 100,000 feet long. There were also various corpses of life forms Meng Lei didn't recognize, each emitting a mighty divine power. However, all the corpses have one thing in common: no head. All of them are headless corpses. Where did the head go? Meng Lei was filled with doubts.
In the middle of the vast mountain of corpses, he saw a jingguan made of skulls. There are heads of titans, heads of dragons, heads of angels, and heads of various other gods. Countless heads piled up into a 1,000-foot-high mountain, and on the top of the mountain stood a black figure wearing a black cloak and holding a blood-red sickle. The whistling blood wind blew his robe, making a rustling sound, and blood was dripping from the bloody sickle, which was enchanting and evil.
What kind of evil weapon is this? Meng Lei couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, Dedora's voice suddenly came to my ears.
The bloody world collapsed in an instant, and the bloody fragments dissipated. Meng Lei found himself back in the demi-plane, and Dedora was calling him. This sickle. Meng Lei stared at the blood-red sickle in his hand, and a few drops of cold sweat oozed from his forehead.
Monrei, why don't you answer? Dedora urged again. Dedora, I'm here. Meng Lei responded. What's the matter? Meng Lei, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you respond for a while? Dodola was a little angry. What happened? Meng Lei asked in confusion. Monrei, I just checked and made a great discovery.
Dedora said excitedly. Among all the steel-winged angels in the angel clan, only one possesses the golden source divine body.
That's the great perfection. Duadala smiled proudly. Do you know what this means?
This proves that these wings came from that great perfection steel-winged angel. If you could fuse his bloodline and become related to him, that would be truly remarkable.
As for fusing the steel-winged angel's bloodline, we'll talk about it later. Meng Lei shook his head. However, I do have a weapon here. Let me show you. Oh my god, where did you get this thing? When Dodora saw the bloody sickle in Meng Lei's hand, he was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. I looted it from the Titan Empire's treasury. Meng Lei admitted. I've tried it. This sickle is incredibly sharp and powerful. It's definitely a powerful artifact. It's more than just powerful. Dodora shook his head and said, this thing is called the Death Scythe. It's the companion weapon of the god of death in the underworld. I don't know how many heads of gods it has harvested. The Grim Reaper's scythe? Meng Lei took a breath. What exactly is the Grim Reaper? The god of death, also known as the god of death, means the deity who rules over death. Dodora explained slowly. However, the god of death is not a single person, but represents a race, the Death God clan. Compared to the Titans, angels and other large groups, the Death Protoss is very rare. But every death god is an extremely terrifying existence, because they are all higher gods. They are all superior gods? Oh my god, if there are more of them, will other races have a chance to survive? Meng Lei couldn't help but take a breath. The entire race is a superior god. What kind of concept is this? So, the Death Clan is one of the most powerful forces in the underworld. Although they are few in number, no one dares to underestimate them. Dodora continued, especially the Death Clan's king, the Death King, who is one of the greatest beings in the vast universe. So, this sickle is the weapon of a higher god? Meng Lei asked excitedly. Dodora nodded slowly. That's right, but I don't recommend you use it lightly. The Death Scythe is very bloody and evil, and it will affect your mind. Weapons are dead, but people are alive. Meng Lei said unconcernedly, how can a living person be controlled by an inanimate object? Don't worry, I know what's going on. Don't take it lightly. Dodolo warned seriously. I know. Meng Lei left the Tower of Time with a smile. I have to say that the domineering appearance of the Grim Reaper's scythe is really exciting. Carrying it on his shoulders, Meng Lei couldn't help but feel that he looked a lot more handsome. I must try this treasure if I have a chance. He played with it for a long time before leaving the demiplane and returning to the top of Giant Spirit Peak. Nakia, Seja, and Bobris hurried over to greet them, and Klaus of the Earth Pillar State also came back. Master, this is the wealth of the Chimera clan. Klaus handed over a space ring. Thank you for your hard work. Meng Lei took the space ring. Although the Chimera clan's wealth was not as great as that of the Titan Empire, it was still considerable. After an inventory, he brought back 2 million Law Source crystals and countless rare treasures. The trip was successful. We can leave now. Meng Lei collected the remaining treasures and summoned the Thunder Titan King. Titan King, you are a good person. I will not kill you. Thank you very much for not killing me. The Titan King was so grateful that his eyes were wet. I'm leaving now. I'd like to ask you for one last favor. Meng Lei said calmly, can you do this? You command, I will do my best. Thunder Titan King agreed repeatedly. He just wanted to send Meng Lei away, preferably never to come back. Spread the word about what happened here and let the people of the Titan Empire know the truth. Meng Lei smiled faintly. Yes, definitely. Thunder Titan King assured repeatedly. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Let's go. Yes, master. Klaus turned into his original form and drove away with Monray and others. Watching them gradually walk away until only a small black dot was left, the Thunder Titan King breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed weakly to the ground. It's gone. This demon is finally gone. I finally saved my life. Thank God. The Titan Queen and other survivors came over, with relief on their faces at having survived the disaster. The Thunder Titan Emperor, upon seeing them, felt a pang of grief, unable to shed tears. The demigod ancestors had already fallen, leaving only a handful of the civil and military officials, nobles, and holy domains remaining. How can we continue playing in this situation? Traitor, evil villain. The Thunder Titan King gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear Meng Lei into pieces. I'm so angry. It's over. It's all over. My empire. Klaus was flying rapidly in the sky like a red lightning. Monray, Bobris and 2 others were sitting on his back, chatting casually. Master, are you also a Titan? Bobris stared at Monray, his eyes full of excitement and curiosity. Don't count. That's a 100-armed giant. Meng Lei smiled and shook his head. What's going on? A 100-armed giant? Bobris frowned slightly. Obviously he had never heard of the 100-armed giant. The 100-armed Titan is a legendary mutant Titan, but was expelled by the Titans and eventually became the guardian of the supreme god of the underworld. Thunder Queen Seja explained, her eyes showing even more curiosity towards Monray. First, there was the bloodline of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix, and now there is the bloodline of the 100-armed giant. The master hides too many secrets, like a mystery. Mutant Titan? That's still a type of Titan. Bobris' eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. Master, we have the same blood flowing in our bodies. Ha 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 ha. I guess so. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, then took out hundreds of semi-artifacts that emitted divine power fluctuations. I looted these semi-artifacts from the treasuries of the Dragon God Empire and the Titan Empire. Each of you can choose a few as weapons. So many semi-artifacts. Bobris and the other 3 were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. As demigods, demigod weapons were the most suitable weapons for them. But as underground
underground demigods, they had always been very poor in the past.
When had they ever seen so many demigod artifacts? Master, can we really choose? Bobrus was a little out of control. He stared at Monlay and asked excitedly in a hoarse voice. Of course, take your pick.
Meng Lei smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into the Tower of Time. The 96th floor was still that dark, blood-red world, with moonlight covering the sky and the earth.
The difference is that the entire demiplane was dead silent, without a single sound.
The dark beast disappeared, and the tens of thousands of demons stockpiled here also disappeared.
All disappeared. As for the little coke, Meng Lei found it in a patch of grass.
The little guy wrapped himself tightly with his wings and was sleeping soundly.
Did you really eat it all? You're such a glutton, aren't you?
Meng Lei shook his head helplessly, but the summoning had to continue, otherwise the little guy would go hungry. At this moment, Meng Lei sensed the distant demon world and began to summon demons.
As a higher plane, Meng Lei can feel the difference between the demon realm and the sky continent.
The laws are more obvious, and the magical elements are rich, especially the dark elements, which are extremely rich.
It is simply a holy place for dark creatures. Another point is that the spatial structure of the demon realm is more stable, and attacks at the demigod level cannot shake the space of the demon realm at all.
Of course, the demon realm is more vast than the sky continent and is almost boundless.
Because of its vastness, many areas in the demon realm are deserted.
Meng Lei wandered over the demon world for a long time and only captured about 100 demons, which was far from enough to fill Xiao Keilei's stomach.
This won't work. I need to find a demon of similar strength to ask for directions. The demonic energy there is so strong.
Meng Lei saw a bare mountain with no grass and black smoke rising.
It was obvious that it was a volcano, and evil energy was emanating from the crater.
Arriving at the crater, the boiling magma was bubbling, releasing astonishingly high temperatures, and a surge of demonic energy gushed out from the magma.
It should be a demon at the demigod level.
Meng Lei muttered softly, and his spiritual thoughts condensed into a human form, and began to provoke. A low roar was heard, and a huge head with goat horns emerged from the magma, its eyes as red as blood jade, full of evil aura. How dare you, lowly human wizard, disturb the great Lord Gabriel's sleep?
I will devour you. This aura, could it be the fire demon? A flicker of surprise crossed Meng Lei's face.
When he first arrived here, he had felt that the demonic energy within the volcano was strangely familiar. It turned out that a fire demon slumbered deep within the volcano. How could Meng Lei forget that he had once merged with the blood of the fire demon?
In the magma, the fire demon launched an attack. 2 fire dragons condensed from the magma flew out into the air and pounced directly on Meng Lei.
Meng Lei snapped his fingers, and the 2 fire dragons quickly turned and flew towards the fire demon. Upon seeing this, the fire demon slammed the surface of the lava lake, immediately causing a lava waterfall to block the 2 fire dragons.
You do have some strength, but this is my territory. How can I let you act recklessly?
The fire demon snorted coldly and slowly rose from the magma, revealing an adult fire demon 10 feet tall with flames burning all over his body.
It roared and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and struck Meng Lei. Ultimate alchemy.
Meng Lei slowly uttered 4 words. In the demon world, he is now in a state of spirit, and his divine body, divine power, magical powers, and divine artifacts are all unusable, and his combat power is greatly reduced.
There are very few means available in the spiritual state. Apart from mental attacks, the only remaining means is the power of law.
If you want to suppress this demigod-level fire demon in the shortest time possible, you have to use the most powerful method: control the law of gold.
A dazzling golden beam of light fell from the sky and instantly hit the fire demon, turning it completely into gold. Meng Lei opened the demon channel, brought out the fire demon, and then withdrew the ultimate alchemy.
As soon as he escaped, the fire demon was about to counterattack, but after sensing the aura around him, he was struck by lightning and his face was full of fear.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 demigods in total, and the aura of each one is far more powerful than it.
Sir. The fire demon was terrified and knelt down immediately.
Raise your head, Meng Lei said lightly.
Yes, sir.
The fire demon looked up tremblingly, looking at Meng Lei with horror on his face.
He knew that he was captured by him.
Tell me about the demon world. In response to Monrei's questions, the fire demon lord named Gabriel spoke without reservation and incessantly. The scale is far beyond imagination.
The fire demon lord couldn't tell exactly how big it was. He only knew that the place where he lived was called the Campus Wasteland, which was 10 million miles deep from north to south and 30 million miles wide from east to west.
The nearest city is called Demon Wing City.
The city lord is a true god-level demon king who controls an area of 100,000 kilometers and is the most powerful demon nearby. Speaking of this, we have to mention the power division of hell.
The demon realm is different from the sky continent.
It is a higher level plane.
The Holy Land is nothing. Gods can be seen everywhere. Those below the Holy Land are cannon fodder. The demon realm calls these cannon fodder demon soldiers.
Above the demon soldiers are the demon generals, lords, demon kings, demon gods, great demon gods, and finally the demon ancestor.
The demon general is is equivalent to the Holy Land. A lord is equivalent to a demigod. The devil is equivalent to the true God.
The great demon king is comparable to a lower-level god.
The demon god is equivalent to a mid-level god.
The great demon is comparable to a higher god.
And the demon ancestor is comparable to the Lord God. How many demons are there in Demon Wing City? Meng Lei asked the question he was most concerned about. The vastness of the demon realm is beyond imagination. The campus wasteland alone is astonishingly large, and the overall scale of the demon realm is even more unimaginable.
According to the description of the Fire Demon Lord, the campus wasteland is only a corner of the Purple Cloud Island, and the Purple Cloud Island is just an island in the demon realm.
How big is the demon world? Meng Lei couldn't even imagine it.
In such a vast demon world, large areas are deserted and even the trace of demons cannot be found.
Meng Lei can only start from the area around Demon Wing City. No less than 1 trillion. The Fire Demon Lord answered honestly. Meng Lei took a deep breath and said, "So, a weak true god can actually rule over trillions of demons?" "Yes, my lord." The Flame Demon Lord cursed inwardly. A weak true god?
The Demon Wing City Lord was a true god, the most powerful being in the land of Demon Wing City.
Tell me the map to Demon Wing City and the situation of the monsters in the surrounding area. Meng Lei shouted, already impatient to seize the wealth of Demon Wing City. "Yes, sir." The Fire Demon Lord did not dare to delay and immediately told Meng Lei all the details in his memory about the Demon Wing City and its surroundings. His clarity and efficiency were shocking. "One last question, do you want to live or die?" Meng Lei asked coldly.
The Fire Demon Lord was so frightened that he trembled all over and begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. If you don't want to die, then release the essence of your soul and become my slave."
Meng Lei said calmly.
Although the Fire Demon Lord is not considered a top-tier warrior in the demon realm, he is a native demigod after all.
With him leading the way, Meng Lei will not lose his way.
"Yes, sir." Although the Fire Demon Lord showed bitterness on his face, he still released the essence of his soul without hesitation. In the demon world, the strong prey on the weak, and it is common for the weak to submit to the strong.
It is not a shame at all.
After refining the soul essence of the Fire Demon Lord, Meng Lei took the demon lord back to the demon world, and then let it lead the way to the Demon Wing City.
With an acquaintance leading the way, things will go smoothly. This truth is eternal.
Under the guidance of the Fire Demon Lord, Meng Lei no longer flew around like a headless fly, but accurately found each demon tribe. Along the way, no matter how strong the demons and demon tribes were, they were all captured by Meng Lei. Just by visiting 3 or 4 demon tribes, they captured millions of demons, and the 96th floor of the Tower of Time was almost full. It was still a long way from Demon Wing City, and Meng Lei had no choice but to hastily end the capture operation. He then gave the Fire Demon Lord a task, to summon as many nearby demons as possible and gather them together. Although the Fire Demon Lord was unwilling, he had no choice but to agree in the face of Meng Lei's majesty.
"Do a good job. In the future, I will grant you a divine power and let you become the Demon King." Meng Lei encouraged, and then his consciousness left the demon world. "I didn't expect to get such an unexpected surprise when visiting the demon tribe." Meng Lei looked at the new wealth and couldn't help grinning. He looted more than 3 million Law Source crystals on this trip. This business is much easier than plundering Dragon Island, Sunset Mountains, and Titan Empire. The demon realm is truly a huge gold mine. The wealth it contains is far beyond imagination. Let's focus on making money here in the future. Meng Lei secretly made up his mind.
When he opened his eyes, Meng Lei found himself on the endless ocean.
"Master, we've just left the Dragon God Empire and entered the vast East Sea," Klaus reported respectfully. "The Golden Islands are only a 2-hour voyage away." 2 hours? That's fast. Meng Lei stretched and asked calmly, "Have you all picked out your weapons?"
"Master, everything is ready," everyone replied.
2 hours passed in a flash, and the group finally arrived at the Golden Islands.
Looking down from the sky, the vast ocean is dotted with countless islands, scattered like green turtles floating on the sea, forming a spectacular chain of islands with unique scenery and magnificent momentum.
"Master, this is the Golden Islands,"
Barbara said, pointing to the chain of islands.
"The Golden Dragon Lion family has lived here for generations.
They are the local tyrants of this sea, controlling the life and death of billions of lives."
Meng Lei nodded slightly. "Go down and take a look. There are many people living on the island, including humans and orcs, but they seem to be disconnected from the sky continent and appear extremely primitive."
They lived in simple thatched houses, wore worn straw skirts and dark, damaged straw hats, and looked like they were living a very hard life. The most magnificent and luxurious buildings on the island are the towering temples. There is a temple on almost every island, which is very popular and attracts believers in an endless stream.
"The proportion of cultivators is less than 10%. Meng Lei shook his head.
"The rule of the Golden Dragon Lion family is truly extremely dark. It's more than just darkness,"
Barbara lamented.
"In the Golden Islands, the Golden Dragon Lion family is the undisputed tyrant. These residents are nothing more than their slaves, servants, or even tools used to provide the power of faith.
No one considers them human. What's the point of keeping a family like this?"
Meng Lei said coldly,
let's go directly to the headquarters of the Golden Dragon Lion family. The Golden Dragon and Lion continent is the largest, most dazzling and most magnificent island in the Golden Islands. Although it is called an island, it is actually no different from a continent. It is 7,000 kilometers long from north to south and 9,000 kilometers long from east to west, with an area of more than 50 million square kilometers. It can be called a continent on the sea. In the center of the Golden Dragon Lion Island stands an extremely large palace complex. The palace is well arranged and magnificent. In the center of the palace complex stands a 1,000-foot-tall golden dragon and lion statue, made entirely of gold and exuding endless majesty. At this moment, countless people were kneeling in the square in front of the statue. Some were ragged humans, while others were beastmen with human bodies and animal heads. The number reached millions. Without exception, these people were tied up and unable to move, like criminals waiting for the executioner. But in fact, they are not criminals, but sacrifices captured by the Golden Dragon Lion family. Millions of sacrifices. This is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying scene. In front of these sacrifices stood tens of thousands of members of the Golden Dragon and Lion family, holding weapons, with solemn expressions, surrounding one person. Upon closer inspection, this man was exactly the same as the one killed by Mang Lei. He was the ancestor of the Golden Dragon and Lion family, Saker. Suddenly, a burly sea eagle beast flew in the sky, and a strong figure jumped off the back of the sea eagle beast and ran quickly towards Saker. Reporting to the ancestor, we've spotted a stranger. We can't tell their strength, but they're lightning fast, far surpassing even a saint. They're suspected to be demigods, the man reported loudly. At their speed, they're expected to reach our ancestral homeland in an hour. Demigod? That villain has indeed arrived. Saker's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone, the moment of life and death for our family has arrived. Follow my command, return to your positions, and initiate the summoning ceremony. Yes, ancestor, everyone answered in unison. At the command, members of the Golden Dragon and Lion family took action. Thousands of powerful Saint Realm warriors quickly spread out across the square, occupying specific positions. Looking down from the sky, their positions formed a huge magic circle. Saker was also not idle. He came to the center of the magic circle and stood at the center of the circle. Listen to my command and start immediately. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Saker roared, waved his sleeves, and golden threads shot out, slashing towards the necks of the sacrifices. In an instant, the necks of all the sacrifices within a radius of hundreds of meters were cut, and blood gushed out. More than 1,000 powerful men from the Holy Land followed suit and quickly cut the neck of the sacrifice. Screams and pleas for mercy rang out one after another. The summoning begins. Saker shouted, and divine power surged and spread around. The powerful men in the Holy Land also released their fighting spirit and magic power, which filled the surroundings. Everyone's fighting spirit and magic power gathered together to form a huge magic circle, emitting a dazzling light. The moment the magic circle took shape, a terrifying devouring force erupted, madly sucking the blood of the sacrifices. The blood of nearly 1 million people is flowing rapidly at this moment, and it cannot be stopped. Gradually, some people's blood dried up and they fell to the ground, one after another, dying miserably. In less than half a minute, all the millions of sacrifices were killed, their faces pale and blood gushing out. It was heartbreaking. After swallowing millions of bloods, the magic circle turned blood-red and eerie, filled with an extremely bloody aura and emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Listen to the call of your descendants. Please show yourself, my great sheep lion ancestor. Saker suddenly knelt on the ground and prayed respectfully. Thousands of powerful men from the Holy Land also knelt on the ground and prayed in unison, but no one cared about the millions of sacrifices that died. A huge space gate appeared above the magic circle, and a low roar sounded. The next moment, a huge head emerged from the space door, followed by a huge body. It was so huge that the door of space seemed unable to accommodate it. It squeezed the door desperately and tried to get out. It turned out to be a giant lion with a blood-red body, 10,000 meters long, goat horns on its head, and bat wings on its back. Meet the sheep lion ancestor. Seeing the huge sheep lion appearing in the center of the magic circle and feeling the terrifying pressure it exuded, Saker immediately bowed his head and kowtowed. Meet the sheep lion ancestor. Thousands of powerful Saint Realm warriors and other members of the Golden Dragon Lion family also knelt down, their voices excited, as if they were seeing their biological fathers. Who is calling me? The giant sheep lion growled, its blood-red eyes scanning Saker and the numerous sanctuaries, sniffing vigorously. Are you my descendants? Report to the ancestor. Saker looked up and answered excitedly, this is the Sky Continent. We are the descendants of the bloodline you left behind when you traveled here 80,000 years ago. Sky Continent? 80,000 years ago? The giant sheep lion was a little confused for a moment and fell into long memories. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, I remember now. 80,000 years ago, I did have the presence of a giant golden dragon. You are the descendants of that giant golden dragon, right? Exactly. Exactly. Thackeray was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. I see. No wonder you know about the demonic contract magic circle that summoned me. The giant sheep lion's gaze softened instantly, and its
its voice boomed like a bell. My descendants, why did you summon me here this time?
Ancestor, please allow me to report. Thackeray burst into tears.
A demigod has recently risen in this material plane.
He's extremely cruel and bloody.
He not only slaughtered the demigods of the Dragon God Empire, but also just killed the demigods of the Titan Empire.
Now he's heading towards our family.
If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon reach the Golden Islands.
By then, all 1 million members of my Golden Dragon Lion family will be doomed. My family is in imminent danger, and catastrophic disaster is imminent.
I have no choice but to disturb you, old ancestor.
I beg you to forgive me. You are my bloodline. How can I allow others to slaughter you at will?
The giant sheep lion roared in anger. I want to see how a mere indigenous demigod dares to be so arrogant and presumptuous.
Great virtue, ancestor. Thackeray immediately knelt down and kowtowed.
Get up!
The giant sheep lion nodded slightly, glanced at the pile of corpses in the square, licked its lips, and growled, I'm hungry. Saker was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted, quick, bring the prepared offerings and let the ancestor taste them.
Yes, ancestor. After a while, people from the Golden Dragon Lion family came up with so-called offerings, and they turned out to be some white and chubby human children. These children, about 2 or 3 years old, were washed clean and naked, with fair and delicate skin. They were served on trays.
At a glance, there are tens of thousands of them.
Thackeray took a tray and handed it over respectfully. Old ancestor, please enjoy your meal. As descendants of the giant sheep lion, the Golden Dragon Lion family not only mastered the method of summoning the ancestor, but also knew the ancestor's taste.
Because they have had similar experiences before.
Whenever a disaster of genocide struck, they would always sacrifice 1 million lives and then prepare 100,000 boys as sacrifices. It has been like this for tens of thousands of years. As for the lives of these people, Saker had no mercy. In the eyes of the Golden Dragon and Lion family, the people of the Golden Islands were nothing more than captive livestock and slaves.
Who cares about the life and death of livestock? Nice offerings.
The giant sheep lion's body shrank slightly, and it opened its mouth and sucked the boys into its mouth. There was a crisp sound, and blood splattered everywhere.
As long as the ancestor likes it. Thackeray was extremely excited. What are you still standing there for? Since the ancestor likes it, quickly prepare more. 100,000, no, 200,000. Prepare 200,000 offerings immediately. The people of the Golden Dragon and Lion family took the order and left.
The giant sheep lion feasted on the children with rapt attention, as if they were savoring delicacies. I don't know how the Golden Dragon and Lion family arranged it, but these children didn't cry or make a fuss, completely unaware that they were about to become someone else's delicious meal.
Ancestor, if that's not enough, there's more. Ancestor, these are dedicated to you. Ancestor.
An hour passed quickly, and all 100,000 children were swallowed by the giant sheep lion. The sheep lion burped, with a satisfied look on its face, and picked its teeth.
Ancestor, how do these offerings taste? Thackeray asked with a flattering smile on his face.
Very good.
I am very satisfied. The giant sheep lion glanced at him and said, by the way, what's your name? Replying to the ancestor, my name is Saker. Thackeray replied quickly. Thackeray, I'll remember you.
The giant sheep lion nodded slightly. Tell me about the situation in the Sky Continent.
Yes, ancestor. Saker didn't dare to neglect it and immediately began to explain the situation of the Sky Continent in detail. After hearing this, the giant sheep lion fell into deep thought.
When I first arrived at the Sky Continent, the Titans still dominated this plane. I never thought that after 80,000 years, orcs and dragons would appear again. Time flies, and the world changes so much.
But now is a golden opportunity. The giant sheep lion turned its gaze to Saker. The demigods of the Dragon God Empire and the Titan Empire have been almost completely wiped out. The top leadership is empty. Now is your chance. What the ancestor means is.
Saker's heart moved. Lead the Golden Dragon Lion family, conquer the Dragon God Empire and the Titan Empire, seize their faith, and wait for an opportunity to become a god, the giant sheep lion said slowly.
But, ancestor, I'm afraid the Titans and Dragon God won't just sit back and watch, right? Although Saker was tempted, he was still hesitant. He was just an ordinary demigod who had just lost a divine clone. How could he dare to easily provoke the Titans and Dragon God?
Huff, huff, huff. Don't worry, I'll block them for you, the giant sheep lion said calmly. After 10,000 years of becoming a god, the true form of a god cannot approach the material plane, but we demons can come through the demonic contract.
With me here, what can the mere projections of the Titans and Dragon Gods mean? Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. You are so kind. Saker was extremely excited and knelt down repeatedly.
When you become a god, I will have another descendant of the true god, and the power of my sheep lion family will become even stronger, the giant sheep lion said in a flat tone.
Yes, ancestor. Saker was extremely excited. But the most important thing right now is to deal with the traitor Meng Lei.
He is the biggest threat right now. He's just a mere indigenous demigod, not worth mentioning.
I can kill him with a wave of my hand. The giant sheep lion raised his eyelids contemptuously, not taking Meng Lei seriously at all. As a veteran demon king who controls trillions of lives, what is a demigod to him? The ancestor has tremendous magical powers. If Meng Lei dares to come, he will be reduced to ashes and will have no place to be buried. Saker flattered him repeatedly. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from the front. Thackeray was shocked and shouted, "What happened? Ancestor, let me go and take a look." A member of the Holy Land clan rushed out, but quickly flew back and fell to the ground motionless. Saker hurried to check and saw that the tribesman's bones were all broken, and he had obviously suffered an extremely violent attack. "Man Ray, he's here." Saker's whole body trembled as he saw a towering figure walking towards them through the palace complex. The figure was about 100 feet tall, completely dark, with muscular torso. It was a titan. Bobrus. How could it be him? Thackeray screamed. Looking closely, he saw 3 people standing on Bobrus' shoulders, one of whom was the person he was worried about day and night. "Man Lei." Saker clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger as he roared, "Man Lei, you thief, how dare you come here?" Meng Lei heard the voice, turned around, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent passed through his eyes. "Thackeray, you deserve to be cut into pieces. Die? Let's see who dies first." Thackeray laughed sinisterly and shouted angrily, "You killed my clone, and all my years of hard work went to waste. Now you dare to come to me in person? I will tear you into pieces and vent my hatred." Man Lei soared into the air and rushed forward like lightning, followed closely by Klaus, Nakia, Cecilia, and Bobrus. "Bobrus, you traitor, you are willing to be his slave." Thackeray glared at Bobrus with anger in his eyes. "Thackeray, I willingly submit to the great master," Bobrus said in a low voice. "But you, the master once gave you a chance, but you failed to seize it. I'm afraid that today you and your golden dragon lion family will be destroyed." "Destroyed? Ha ha ha." Saker sneered, "With the ancestors' support, I won't die, and the golden dragon lion family will not be destroyed. The only ones who will die are you." Meng Lei, Bobrus, and the others couldn't help but look towards the giant sheep lion. In fact, they had sensed an extremely terrifying aura since they set foot on the golden dragon lion continent. Evil, cruel, and bloodthirsty. They realized at that time that a terrifying existence had appeared in the golden dragon lion family. Unfortunately, they arrived a little late in order to eliminate the minions of the golden dragon lion family. What a terrifying aura. Is this still considered a demigod? Looking at this aura, it should be the sheep lion clan from the demon realm. The number of mid-level demons in the demon world is extremely large. They are also the main force of the demon army. Their strength has reached the holy realm at the lowest level. Everyone nodded, staring at the giant sheep lion with serious expressions on their faces. This is a race that at least has the combat power of the sanctuary. Their strength is extremely terrifying and must be dealt with caution. "Grandfather, they are the evildoers who want to wipe out our golden dragon lion family. Please have mercy on us and save our family from this dire situation," Thackeray said respectfully. "Don't worry, since you are my descendants, I will protect you." The giant sheep lion nodded slightly, staring at Meng Lei and his group with bloodshot eyes. "How dare you harm my offspring? You deserve to die." "Your descendants?" Meng Lei frowned slightly. "You are the sheep lion of the demon realm. Why are the golden dragon lion family your descendants?" "Monkey, you evil thief, now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you anymore." Saker said coldly, "Our golden dragon lion family is the descendant of our ancestor who traveled to the sky continent 80,000 years ago. Our blood flows with the great and pure blood of our ancestor." Meng Lei nodded slowly. "No wonder you are so cruel. You are the offspring of the devil. If so, then we will eradicate you all." "Eradicate them all together? Just relying on a mere indigenous demigod like you? That's absolutely ridiculous." When the giant sheep lion heard Meng Lei's words, it seemed as if it had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. It laughed out loud and fell backwards with laughter. "Humble insect, I roam the demon world, controlling the lives of trillions of creatures. A bug like you is only fit to be my snack. Do you understand?" Meng Lei said in a cold voice. "Then show me your fangs and let me see how sharp they are." "Want to die? I'll grant you that." The giant sheep lion roared, and its demonic energy rolled, transforming into huge blood-red claws, and quickly pounced on Meng Lei at an astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. A trifle. Man Ray disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the next moment he appeared beside Saker like a ghost. "Your golden dragon lion family sacrificed millions of lives and slaughtered 10,000 children. Your sins are grave and unforgivable." Meng Lei's face was expressionless, his voice icy cold. "Today, I will completely wipe out this evil family and comfort the innocent souls. First, let's start with you." A golden light flashed, and Thackeray's right arm flew high into the air. Scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the sky and the earth red. Another golden light flashed, and Saker's left arm was also cut off. Severe pain hit him, and he let out a shrill scream. Man Lei slaughtered Saker in public, which made the giant sheep lion feel extremely insulted. He was so angry that he roared to the sky. The rolling sound waves spread rapidly, and the surrounding void was like paper, shattering into pieces and turning into a black hole. Man Lei was the first to be hit and was blown away by the violent sound waves. Bobrus, Klaus, and others also vomited blood and flew out backwards. The members of the golden family nearby were in an even more horrific state. Those nearby were blown into a bloody mist, and those far away
away were bleeding profusely. They were seriously injured. The power of a roar is so great. Meng Lei suppressed the surging blood and energy. As expected, you are the demon king of the demon realm who is comparable to a true god. Despite this, Meng Lei was extremely excited. This was his first time facing a true god-level powerhouse. How could he not be excited? The space in the lower planes is indeed fragile. A simple roar can tear the void apart. The giant sheep lion twisted its neck, making a crisp, crunching sound, and the gravity is nowhere near as strong as in the demon realm. I wonder how fast I can reach here. Ancestor, kill him. Kill him now. Saker's arms were cut off, and he wanted to tear Monley into pieces, roaring in anger. Don't worry, he won't survive more than a few seconds. The giant sheep lion smiled faintly, and its figure disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was close to Meng Lei, as fast as a ghost in lightning. I'm going to eat you, little bug. The giant sheep lion opened its bloody mouth. A fishy smell hit Meng Lei in the face, and swallowed him in one gulp. Meng Lei's body flashed and teleported behind the giant sheep lion. A blood-red sickle suddenly appeared in his hand, the sickle of death. Want to eat me? First let's see if your teeth are sharp enough. Meng Lei waved the Grim Reaper's scythe, and with a swish sound, the scythe slashed across the back of the giant sheep lion, leaving a deep crack. The giant sheep lion screamed, shocked and angry. But when it saw the Grim Reaper's scythe in Meng Lei's hand, a trace of fear immediately flashed in its eyes. Death. Death's scythe? You guessed it right. I'll give you another blow. Meng Lei showed a sinister smile, instantly moved to the belly of the giant sheep lion, and slashed it with another blow. Puff. The knife was extremely vicious. It didn't fall anywhere else, but instead hit the giant sheep lion's huge vitals. A flash of blood appeared, and the huge treasure was cut off at the root. Severe pain hit instantly, and the giant sheep lion let out a heart-wrenching scream, jumping around in pain, and smelly black blood splattered all over the ground. At this moment, the cut treasure fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound, and everyone almost widened their eyes. Then what is that? Reptile. Damn reptile. You. The giant sheep lion also realized that his chance of procreating was gone, and he was so angry that he almost fainted. The hatred in my heart cannot be washed away even if all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes is poured out. I want you to die. I want you to die. The giant sheep lion spewed out monstrous demonic energy, and the mighty demonic power was like an erupting volcano, sweeping in all directions in an instant, and a shocking blow could erupt at any time. But Meng Lei didn't give it any chance at all. He teleported in front of the giant sheep lion, holding the Grim Reaper's scythe, and slashed at its neck fiercely. Puff. The Grim Reaper's scythe was extremely sharp and slashed through the neck of the giant sheep lion without any hindrance. In an instant, a 2-meter deep blood mark appeared on the neck, and blood gushed out like a broken dam and waterfall, dyeing the entire square red. The giant sheep lion screamed again, and the demonic power that had just been accumulated was instantly extinguished, but its neck was too thick and the knife could not cut it off. This sickle is so sharp. Bobrus, Klaus, and the other 3 were extremely shocked. The giant sheep lion had obviously surpassed the demigod level and reached the level of true god. Just how powerful is this being? The demon bodies of the demons are inherently strong, and the giant sheep lion is a true god, so its demon body must be extremely tough, but it was easily cut open by this blood-red sickle. How sharp is this bloody sickle? The master has too many divine artifacts. Klaus couldn't help but sigh, and Bobrus and the other 2 nodded, feeling the same way. The god-killing spear, the hammer of destruction, the bloody scimitar, and now there is this bloody scythe. The 4 artifacts are gathered together, which is extremely enviable. The old ancestral home is actually no match. Saker stood there in a daze, his hands and feet cold. He had thought that summoning a true god-level ancestor would make dealing with Meng Lei a piece of cake, but the situation turned out to be completely the opposite. Not only did he fail to defeat Meng Lei, but he was completely defeated by him. Why is this happening? Thackeray felt as if he were sinking into an abyss. He's just a 16-year-old newly promoted demigod. How can he be so powerful? Why on earth? Demons from the demon world, the sky continent is not your home. Meng Lei stood in the air, holding a blood-red sickle, like the god of death descending upon the world. Today, I will send you back to the demon world. Upon hearing this, the giant sheep lion was terrified and hurriedly constructed a space channel to return to the demon world. However, Meng Lei was faster and the blood-red sickle instantly slashed across its throat. Puff. The artery was cut, blood gushed out, and the giant sheep lion opened its eyes wide, revealing a complex emotion of unwillingness, hatred, and disbelief. How could I, the mighty demon king, die at the hands of a demigod native to a lower plane? The divine light in his eyes gradually faded, and the huge corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, a divine power shining with black divine light flew out from the head of the giant sheep lion and shot towards the distance. Meng Lei sneered and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he held the black godhead tightly in his hand. Human, let me go. A giant sheep lion roared wildly from the divine nature, and the soul was fluctuating violently. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Meng Lei smiled calmly and casually sent the godhead into the Tower of Time. Dodora, help me deal with this godhead. Where did you get this godhood? Dodora was a little confused. Just killed a demon. Meng Lei answered
frankly. This is actually the true god-level demon king godhead and you actually killed it? Dodora asked in disbelief. I used the death sigh. Dodora was speechless for a moment.
After a moment's silence, he said, you'd better not use the death scythe lightly.
It's too evil. Evil? I think it's really useful. Monlay smiled and landed steadily on the ground. Thackeray, Meng, Sama.
Thackeray was trembling with fear, his calves were shaking, and his eyes were full of fear.
Last time I killed your clone, I knew you still had one alive.
That's why I came, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel.
Menglay's voice was calm.
You sacrificed 1 million people just to summon this demon. To please it, you even took 100,000 children for food.
This is simply insane, worse than beasts, unacceptable to heaven, and extremely infuriating. Sir, spare my life.
Thackeray fell to his knees and begged for mercy eagerly. I am willing to surrender.
Surrender?
If I spare you,
who can spare those millions of lives and 100,000 children?
Monray's face was cold. Bobris, Klaus, Nagia, Sigia. The 4 of them bowed quickly and responded.
Go! Make this evil family completely disappear from the sky continent.
Meng Lei said coldly, no matter whether they are male or female, young or old, leave no one alive.
The 4 men followed their orders and left.
Screams rang out one after another, and the smell of blood filled the air.
As for you, Monlay stared at Thackeray and said, don't you like dealing with demons? Then I'll grant you your wish.
Meng Lei communicated with the demon world and summoned tens of thousands of demons, including the fire demon Lord Gabriel who had just been subdued. My great master, please give me your orders. The fire demon Lord, as the strongest demon, bowed and asked for instructions.
Eat him.
Meng Lei pointed at Thackeray and said calmly, remember, don't let him die too comfortably.
Master, don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
The fire demon Lord licked his lips and stared at Saker, who was already trembling like a sieve, with a fierce and bloodthirsty light in his eyes.
Boom.
As a demon, it loves delicious human flesh, especially the flesh of demigods.
Then I won't bother you anymore.
Meng Lei turned and left the square, walking towards the treasure house of the Golden Dragon and Lion family.
Little ones, you are blessed. Don't rush. Don't be impatient. Take them one by one bite each. No one should take more than 1 bite.
The fire demon Lord shouted loudly, whoever dares to bite more, I will tear him apart.
As you command, Lord Fire Demon. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Ah, Monlay didn't bother to ask about Thackeray's subsequent fate.
He was a dead man and no one could help him.
Meng Lei went straight to the treasure house of the Golden Dragon and Lion family and started a new round of looting.
As the overlord of the Golden Islands, the Golden Dragon Lion family's treasure house is not as rich as those of the Dragon God Empire and the Titan Empire, but it is by no means inferior.
Gold coins and law source crystals alone brought Meng Lei nearly tens of millions in revenue, and there were countless other treasures. Meng Lei was not polite and took all the money in one go, making a fortune.
By the time he left the treasure house, more than an hour had passed. At this time, only a pile of bones remained of Thackeray, and he died in an extremely miserable way. You did a great job. Meng Lei praised the demons approvingly, and then imprisoned all the demons except the fire demon Lord in the Tower of Time as a reward. The fire demon Lord was sent back to the demon realm.
In an instant, Meng Lei was the only one left in the square, which seemed empty.
He randomly found a palace and prepared to eat something.
The flames rose and the soup overflowed.
Soon, a rich aroma filled his nose, and he picked up a piece of divine pork and put it into his mouth.
It's so cool.
System, come and get unlimited pickups 1,000 times. Wealth instantly decreased by 1,000 law source crystals.
Ding. Fusion successful. Got a Shaq Bryant ring. Ding.
Fusion successful. A divine power obtained.
Do you want to fuse? Another dark godhead. Ding. Fusion successful. I obtained a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it? Is this the fragment of the Earth-Wind fusion law? Not bad. Let's increase it to 100% first. 1,000 more times. 1,000 more times. Ding. Fusion successful. An elemental heart obtained. Heart of elements? What the hell is that?
Meng Lei was a little surprised when a fiery red pebble-like crystal suddenly appeared in his hand. The crystal emitted a strong fluctuation of fire element and the temperature was astonishingly high.
Holding it in his hand, Meng Lei felt a scorching burning sensation. Dodora, what exactly is the heart of elements? Meng Lei asked in confusion. It's the egg of elemental life. You can also think of it as the embryo of elemental life. As long as the conditions are right, it can give birth to elemental life. Dodola explained lightly. Eggs of elemental life? Meng Lei immediately understood. Elemental life is a strange existence that is completely different from flesh and blood life. It is born in extremely special environments, such as the elemental plane.
Since they have no physical body, or their bodies are composed entirely of elements, elemental life often possesses incredible abilities.
Fire elemental life. Meng Lei thought to himself.
He threw the elemental heart into a volcano on the 91st floor of the Tower of Time, then took out a pile of fire element crystals and set up a spirit-gathering magic circle.
We've done everything we should do. Whether or not you can conceive depends on your luck. Ding. Fusion successful. I obtained a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it?
Well, this time it's a fragment of the water and fire
fire fusion law increased to 100%, 1000 more times. Ding! Fusion successful, a corpse of a lightning elemental spirit obtained. Thunder elemental spirit.
As soon as Meng Lei had a thought, a charming elf with beautiful appearance, purple skin, and pointed ears appeared in front of him.
Is this the corpse of the thunder elemental spirit? Meng Lei said without hesitation. System, plunder its innate magical power, thunder elementalization. Ding!
Lightning elementalization is a high-level innate magical power unique to lightning elemental spirits. The system responded coldly.
Estimated price, plundering lightning elementalization requires 5 law source crystals. 5 law source crystal? No problem.
After a moment, Meng Lei successfully mastered the ability to transform into lightning element, and silver electric currents burst out from his body, becoming more and more dense. His whole body turned into a stream of electricity, and he flew around the spacious palace at an astonishing speed, like a living lightning. After a moment, Meng Lei regained his human form, a satisfied smile on his face. This new ability gave him another way to save his life and defend himself from the enemy, which was truly a cause for celebration.
System, continue. Ding! Fusion successful. I obtained a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it?
Moody, increase it to 100% first.
System, do it 1000 more times. Ding!
Fusion successful, a divine power obtained.
Do you want to fuse? The lower godhead of the gold system. 1000 more times. Ding! Fusion successful. I obtained a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it? Ha! This time it's a fusion fragment of the 3 elements of gold, dark ice, and ice.
Gold, dark ice, TSK.
Is this developing in the direction of the law of death? 1000 more times. Ding! Fusion successful.
1 drop of soul ice marrow obtained.
Do you want to fuse? Soul ice marrow? What is this? Where did you hear about soul ice marrow? Dodora asked in surprise. Soul ice marrow is a top-grade treasure that can enhance the soul. It's hard to come by and is extremely rare. A top-grade treasure that can enhance the soul? Meng Lei was shocked.
Just 1 drop of soul ice marrow can elevate a demigod soul into the realm of a lower god.
With enough, it can even be of great help to higher gods. Dodora sighed. Unfortunately, soul ice marrow is a non-renewable resource.
It's even more scarce than soul crystal essence.
However, it also has a drawback. After taking it, the soul will be frozen and enter a dormant state.
It will take a year to thaw, so it is called soul ice marrow. The soul has stepped up from the level of demigod to the level of lower gods.
The effect is simply incredible. Meng Lei's eyes flashed
with light, and he took the drop of soul ice marrow without hesitation.
As for what Duatala said next, he didn't listen to it at all.
Soul ice marrow is a transparent liquid similar to ice crystals, emitting a cold glow.
Looking at it, Meng Lei can even feel a biting chill. As the soul ice marrow entered his stomach, a bone-chilling chill instantly penetrated his crown. Meng Lei felt his mind go blank and then he lost consciousness.
At the same time, an endless stream of white cold flow poured into Meng Lei's sea of consciousness.
In less than a few breaths, the sea of consciousness turned into an icy white world, completely frozen.
The golden soul fire suspended in the center of the sea of consciousness was also not spared, and was frozen in midair, motionless.
Meng Lei, why are you silent again? You really don't take me seriously. Meng Lei did not respond for a long time.
Dodora was a little dissatisfied, and his spiritual consciousness spread from the Tower of Time. I saw Meng Lei sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes wide open, his expression dull, without any mental fluctuations.
Hang up? Damn it!
Dodora was so frightened that she almost peed herself. She quickly got out of the Tower of Time to check.
After a long while, she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, I was so scared.
It turns out that your soul was frozen.
I actually thought you were dead. Looks like he took soul ice marrow. Strange, where did he get the soul ice marrow? Could it be stolen from the Tower of Time? That's impossible. I hid the treasure extremely secretly. Ordinary people can't get in. Forget it, never mind. This guy has always been mysterious.
Who knows how he got the soul ice marrow? Dodora returned to the Tower of Time, but still kept a close eye on Meng Lei.
Although with Meng Lei's divine body strength, there are very few people in the Sky Continent who can hurt him, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Duatala absolutely does not want anything to happen to Meng Lei, the excellent heir. If he really dies, it will be a great loss.
After Monlei had been asleep for 2 days, Bobris, Klaus, and 4 others returned and went straight to find Monlei in the palace.
With no one watching, the scalding hot pot had already cooled down completely, and Meng Lei just sat quietly by the side.
Master, the Golden Dragon Lion family has been completely destroyed, and we have come to report. The 4 of them bowed. They repeated their words in confusion, but Meng Lei still did not respond. The 4 were shocked and looked up, only to see Meng Lei staring at them with his eyes open, but his eyes were empty and lifeless, like a puppet. The 4 of them called out to him cautiously.
Still no response.
The 4 of them were confused.
Is the master sleeping? That's impossible, right? How can you sleep with your eyes open?
He's practicing, don't disturb him. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and a wave of spiritual fluctuations followed, causing the 4 people to tremble all over. The pressure was suffocating, and they felt like ants dance under the feet of a giant dragon, so small and vulnerable.
Your master is currently cultivating. No one is allowed to disturb him until he comes out of retreat.
The fluctuation of the soul sounded again.
Yes, yes, yes. The four of them didn't dare to delay and quickly left the palace.
The pressure dissipated, and they breathed a sigh of relief, only to find their backs were soaked.
Who was that just now? That's so scary. Don't ask, don't guess. That kind of existence is beyond our comprehension. So what do we do now? Stay here obediently. Didn't you hear the master is in seclusion?
In this way, the four demigods stood guard outside the palace, not daring to leave. However, as time passed, Monley never came out of seclusion, and instead the Golden Islands began to fall into chaos. Without the suppression of the Golden Dragon and Lion family, ambitious people emerged one after another, and the Golden Islands gradually became chaotic and turbulent. Seeing this chaos, the four demigods realized that they could no longer sit idly by. If Meng Lei came out and saw such a chaotic situation, he would probably become furious. With the Golden Dragon Lion family destroyed, the Golden Islands are leaderless, faithless, and people's hearts are in turmoil.
This is the perfect time to establish a new order and a new faith,
Klaus suggested. So, we must take action, otherwise we will have a hard time explaining ourselves after the master comes out of confinement. Bobris, Nakia, and Sija all nodded. While the master is in seclusion, let's spread the master's faith.
That's right.
We must strive to make all of the hundreds of millions of people in the Golden Islands become his most loyal followers before the master comes out of seclusion.
In that case, let's split up. For tens of thousands of years, the Golden Islands have been ruled by the Golden Dragon and Lion family with an iron fist.
Without the suppression of this local emperor, the situation immediately became chaotic. Countless ambitious people with strength, influence and wealth rose up in rebellion. The powerful saints who were hiding in the past have appeared one after another. The powerful family shows its sharp fangs.
The wealthy businessmen also began to act recklessly.
For a time, the Golden Islands fell into chaos, and the lives of the island residents were even more difficult than during the rule of the Golden Dragon and Lion family. There is no response from heaven or earth, and I am in dire straits.
Cholera is rampant and disasters are frequent. How can one describe how bitter it is?
Liang Island got its name from the abundance of a mineral called Liang stone, which is an important material for making weapons.
In order to mine the Fiery Sun stone on the Fiery Sun Island,
the Golden Dragon Lion family gave the Fiery Sun Island to their vassal family, the Fiery Sun family, for guarding. Relying on the resources of Liang Island and being responsible for the mining and forging of ores, after a long period of accumulation, the Liang family has become very powerful and has become one of the largest families in the entire Golden Islands.
Liang family meeting room. The meeting hall is packed today.
The top leaders and elites of the Liang family and deacons from various islands have gathered together to plot a big event. Reporting to the ancestor, we have recently conquered a total of 23 islands, including Gag Island, Elephant Island, and Shanlu Island, and recruited 79,237 warriors above level 4 and 348 magicians.
The Liang family's territory and strength have been further consolidated. The only problem is food.
There's only enough to last for 10 days.
10 days. Liang Zhan, the ancestor of the Liang family, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned.
Food is the foundation of our development and growth, and we must not have a shortage of it.
Old ancestor is wise. The current situation is very good.
We can conquer 5 islands a day, with millions of people and hundreds of powerful people.
We must not stop. That's right.
If we stop, these islands may fall into the hands of other forces, and it will be extremely difficult to retake them. Our Liang family is prosperous, well equipped with weapons, and filled with powerful warriors.
This is a golden opportunity. How can we miss it due to a shortage of food?
The Liang family's high-ranking officials spoke one after another, and Liang Zhan nodded slightly. The Golden Islands are leaderless.
This is our chance to rise. We can't let it go. What the ancestor said is absolutely right. Everyone nodded in agreement.
The Liang family was one of the strongest families and should be stable and a strong competitor to the Golden Dragon and Lion family. Since this is the case, the food problem must be solved.
No matter what, the pace of expansion cannot be stopped. Liang Zhan's eyes were sharp. The Southeast Grain Preparation family has a sparse population and abundant food. It is the right place for us to get food. At this point, Liang Zhan issued a stern order. Listen to my command, gather the elite of the clan, requisition ships, and within 3 days, capture Liangbei Island and seize the Liangbei family property. Ancestor is wise. I will follow the orders of the ancestor. I will definitely live up to your trust. The Liang family's top leaders were excited and responded one after another.
Unexpectedly, at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky, like a mountain falling down, enveloping the hearts of all the Liang family's top leaders, including the Holy Land Patriarch Liang Zhan. Everyone, without exception, knelt on the ground, trembling all over, terrified.
Godly power. This is Kamui.
Liang Zhan had seen the divine power of the ancestor of the Golden Dragon and Lion family, Saklei, many times. Now this divine power is even more terrifying and vast than Saklei's.
Is Thackeray not dead?
Yangzhan was utterly stunned, nearly frightened to death.
If Saker were truly still alive, their actions would be tantamount to rebellion.
With the ruthless methods of the Golden Dragon Lion family, they would surely be tortured to death, their entire clan executed.
Isn't Thackeray dead?
Yangzhan's heart was filled with fear.
Listen up, everyone down there.
Just as Yangzhan's legs were weakening, a voice filled with endless majesty rang out. I order the strongest of your clan to rush to Golden Dragon Lion Island within 3 days to discuss important matters. If you disobey, your clan will be annihilated, and not a single one will be spared. As the voice fell, the divine power dissipated. Yangzhan and the senior members of the Liang family stood up tremblingly, their faces full of horror.
Old ancestor, was that a demigod just now? A high-ranking member of the Liang family asked tremblingly. Could it be that Thackeray is still alive? No, that divine power is several times stronger than Thackeray. It's unlikely to be Thackeray himself. Since it wasn't Thackeray, could it be the demigod who killed Thackeray and annihilated the Golden Dragon Lion clan? It's very likely.
Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it was a demigod passing through the Golden Islands.
Oh my god, how come another demigod appears? What should we do with our Liang family's plan to rise?
Everyone was talking at once, but the ancestor Yangzhan remained silent. Everyone looked at him in confusion, only to see that Yangzhan's face looked extremely ugly.
Ancestor, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Someone asked. Yangzhan's face was gloomy. Didn't you hear what that demigod just said?
Within 3 days, the strongest person in our family must go to Golden Dragon Lion Island to discuss important matters.
Who is the strongest person in our Liang family? Is there even a need to ask? Of course it's you, old ancestor. What should we do? You ask me, but who should I ask?
Yangzhan smiled bitterly.
Unless our Liang family is willing to be destroyed, we have no choice but to go. But after we go, what will be waiting for us? The senior executives fell silent.
The best case scenario is that the demigod has no connection to the Golden Dragon Lion clan, but is drawn to the faith of the Golden Islands and intends to seize power.
Yangzhan smiled bitterly. If this is true, the Golden Islands will have another Golden Dragon Lion family, and all the efforts of our Liang family will be wasted.
What's the worst possible outcome? The 2 Holy Land Elders asked in succession.
That demigod is none other than Thackeray himself. As for the consequences, I don't need to elaborate. The turmoil that occurred in the Liang family also occurred on other islands in the Golden Archipelago. Almost overnight, those who were originally ambitious put away their edge and remained silent.
All the powerful people, forces and families retreated back to their bases like frightened rabbits. Immediately afterwards, the strongest and most powerful people in these forces rushed to the Golden Dragon Lion Island without stopping. In less than 3 days, they gathered at the Golden Dragon Lion Island and gathered in the Golden Dragon Lion family.
No one is left out, no family is left behind.
Faced with the orders of the demigod, no one dared to disobey or challenge. However, what horrified them even more was that when they arrived, they saw not just 1, but 4 demigods. The 4 demigods stood proudly above the Golden Dragon Lion family, their divine might overwhelming and shocking everyone's hearts wantonly, almost scaring them to death. At this moment, only endless fear and anxiety shrouded them.
I'm calling you today because I have 3 things to announce.
Bobrus glanced at the entire audience, his voice roaring like thunder, deafening. First, I want to tell you who killed Saker and destroyed the Golden Dragon Lion family, and who saved you from suffering. It is our great master, the supreme god Manglei. Bobrus waved his sleeves, and a 10,000-foot-tall statue of Manra appeared out of thin air, standing in the center of the square, emitting a mighty roar. Everyone stared at the suddenly appearing statue, stunned for a moment, and then knelt down together, tears of gratitude, their words flowing like a torrent of water, just like the Yellow River flooding, difficult to contain. Thank you, great god Manglei, for saving my life. Thank you, great god Manglei, for saving us from the sea of suffering and allowing us to be reborn, no longer enslaved by the evil Golden Dragon Lion family.
Thank you, the supreme god Manglei.
You are like a lamp driving away loneliness and illuminating hope, like tea filtering out restlessness and bringing tranquility, like water nourishing for a moment and preserving freshness for a lifetime, like sugar diluting bitterness and filling with sweetness.
Secondly, your recent actions have made Master Manglei extremely angry. He is very angry.
Bobrus could hardly hide his anger. The great god Manray is a benevolent, loving, and humble being. He has compassion for the weak and hates evil. He destroyed Saker and annihilated the Golden Dragon Lion clan just to save you from suffering.
What a compassionate and merciful god. And you?
They disregard the lives of the working people, wantonly inciting slaughter and wreaking havoc, plunging the Golden Islands into chaos and endless disasters.
Bobrus's eyes widened with anger, and a rolling divine power poured out. Do you admit your guilt? We know our guilt. We know our guilt. Great God, please forgive us. We know we were wrong and we will definitely correct it.
The group of people were so frightened that they trembled all over, kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, and were terrified to the extreme.
Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue.
Since this is your first offense, he can let bygones be bygones, but the key lies in your subsequent performance.
Bobrus said sternly, do I need the great god Manglei to tell me what what to do next? No, we know what to do.
Bobris nodded with satisfaction. Third point, this is not the opinion of Master Monlay, but the common opinion of the four of us.
You may refer to it at will. My lord, please give me your orders. Great God Manglay has given so much to your Golden Islands. Shouldn't you show some appreciation and repay his kindness? Bobris said lightly. To show your appreciation? We understand. We all understand. Now that you understand, get out of here.
In 1 month, the four of us will patrol the Golden Islands again. If your performance still fails to satisfy us, we will either behead you or execute your entire family.
Remember this. Yes.
A group of people left in a hurry, looking terrified. Looking at their backs, Bobris snorted softly. These guys won't behave themselves unless they're frightened.
It depends on what they do next. We can't sit idle either.
We need to create a few disasters and then perform a few miracles in the name of the Master. Only by doing both can we firmly establish our faith.
As it should be. Liang hurried back. As soon as he set foot on Liang Island, the senior members of the Liang family came out to greet him, their eyes full of anticipation and anxiety. Liang sighed deeply, shook his head and said, my Liang family will not be destroyed, but the plan to rise has completely failed. At that moment, he recounted in detail what happened on the Golden Dragon Lion Island. The senior executives broke out in cold sweats and were extremely scared. And they are 4 demigods.
And there is the mysterious god Monlay.
They killed Thackeray, destroyed the Golden Dragon and Lion family. 4 demigods. How ridiculous.
We even thought we could seize this opportunity to rise up and replace the Golden Dragon and Lion family to become the new masters of the Golden Islands. We are simply overestimating our own capabilities. Yes, I'm afraid that before our Liang family rises, we will follow in the footsteps of the Golden Dragon Lion family and be destroyed by them.
Okay, don't say anything now.
Liang Zhan's face was gloomy. The most urgent task is to overcome the current crisis, otherwise the family will also face the danger of destruction.
Yes. What the ancestor said is absolutely right. Everyone nodded repeatedly.
After all, the ancestor said that the 4 demigods would come back for inspection in a month, and they would die if they were not satisfied.
Ancestor, what should the family do next?
A senior executive asked worriedly. On the way back, I discussed it with other family ancestors. Liang Zhan said in a deep voice, to demigods, ordinary treasures are not worth mentioning at all.
What they truly value is faith.
Yes, faith.
Liang Zhan nodded heavily. The Golden Dragon Lion family has occupied the Golden Islands. Isn't it because of faith? Therefore, we must start with faith. Grandfather, you tell us what to do, and we'll do as you say.
Yes,
for the survival of our family, we will obey your orders.
Since great God Manglay values faith, then we should help spread faith. To sum it up, it can be summed up in 8 words, build temples and statues. Liang Zhan gave a solemn order, immediately collect wood, stone, gold, and other materials to build temples and statues on each island.
Have all the magicians in the family go all out and strive to build a temple and statue on each island within half a month.
No, within 10 days. When the temple is completed, our Liang family will be the first to worship the great god Manglay, set a good example, and do everything possible to spread the faith. Thus, a vigorous temple building movement was launched. Not only in the area controlled by the Liang family, but also in other islands, temples were built. Ordinary people were surprised to find that the wealthy and powerful families no longer fought wars, collected food and equipment, or recruited soldiers, but instead focused on building temples. Amid the people's puzzled gazes, temples dedicated to the great god Manglay sprang up like mushrooms after a rain in less than 10 days.
Is this still a human?
A large temple was built on the big island. There is a small temple on the island, where statues of gods are enshrined. I have to say that the magicians in this world are really masters of building houses. In less than 10 days, the Golden Islands were full of temples. This efficiency is truly astonishing. As soon as the temple was built, powerful families like the Liang family took the lead in offering sacrifices.
Some families were even more exaggerated,
offering a small worship every 3 days and a large worship every 7 days, even more pious than offering sacrifices to their own fathers and ancestors.
Although their enthusiasm was a bit excessive, they set a good example.
Many island residents, half believing and half doubting, also began to try to worship, but unbelievable things happened one after another.
The disabled person was actually cured. Those who are sick are getting better. Infertile finally got pregnant. Those sea beasts that often attack the islands and cause people a lot of headaches have also disappeared.
The already impoverished island residents were deeply shocked by these miraculous deeds. More and more residents came into the temple, worshipped the great god Manglay devoutly and prayed. For a time, Monri's faith took root and grew in various islands. A month later, 20% of the island residents believed in Monray. 2 months later, it increased to 40%. A year later, this figure soared to a staggering 70%.
What does 70% mean?
Among the 1 billion island residents, 700 million believe in Monray, which is more than the population of the earth.
Faced with this result, the 4 demigods were very satisfied.
After more than half a year of hard work, they finally got a reward and their efforts were not in vain. The only regret is that Manglay still hasn't woken up, which makes them feel disappointed. They are like children who have done good deeds and are eager to get Meng Lei's recognition. Of course, it would be even better if Meng Lei was happy and could give me some reward. In the palace of the Golden Dragon and Lion family, a year passed, and the ice covering the entire sea of consciousness slowly melted until only a lump of ice surrounding the fire of the soul remained. Crack, crack. A crisp sound echoed, and the surface of the large ice block that froze the soul fire was covered with tiny cracks, and the cracks became more and more dense. The ice block suddenly exploded, and the soul fire burned again, and the melted soul ice marrow all merged into the golden soul fire. The fire of the soul suddenly surged, as if several barrels of gasoline were poured on it, burning more vigorously, violently, fiercely, and crazily. At the same time, a terrifying mental pressure spread from Meng Lei, instantly sweeping across the entire Golden Dragon Lion family. Owner. The 4 demigods guarding outside were suddenly shocked and almost fell down under the pressure. The pressure was so terrifying, like carrying a huge mountain on their backs, making it difficult for them to bear it. The master's strength has increased again. The 4 demigods looked at each other in shock. Before, when Meng Lei held the blood-red sickle, he could easily slaughter the demon king of the true god level. Now, there has been further progress, and the speed of improvement is simply terrifying. It has indeed improved. As the person involved, Meng Lei felt it most clearly. He could clearly feel the changes in his soul. It was more than 100 times stronger. The divine soul spread out, easily covering an area of thousands of miles. Everything within this range had nowhere to hide and was thoroughly explored by the divine soul. The soul has actually leaped from the peak demigod realm to the middle stage of the lower god. This progress is really exaggerated. Looking at the attribute panel, Meng Lei showed a satisfied smile on his face. He was very pleased with this progress. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 16%, fusion bloodline, god-killing rat bloodline, netherworld phoenix bloodline, 100-armed giant bloodline. Wealth value, 64.41 million law source crystals. Constitution, golden source divine body, 1%. Spirit, lower gods, midterm, divine power, 0.1 divine crystal. Laws of comprehension, golden dark, 100%, water and fire, 100%, earth and wind, 100%, wood and earth, 100%, fire, thunder and ice, 0.1%, earth, wood and thunder, 0.1%, gold and dark ice, 0.1%. With so much improvement in the soul, the price of Krypton Finance's legal rules should be reduced, right? Thinking this in his mind, Meng Lei decisively contacted the system, and sure enough, it happened. Ding! To increase the fusion degree of the 3 laws by 1%, 100,000 law source crystals will be consumed. Reduced so much? Not bad. Meng Lei was delighted about this. The previous price for increasing the degree of integration of the 3 laws was 1 million. Now it only costs 100,000, which is completely within my budget. 1% requires 100,000 law source crystals, so 100% is 10 million. It's only 10 million, not a lot. However, don't rush to upgrade. The stronger the soul, the lower the price will definitely be. By then, it won't be too late to spend money. I thought silently. My eyes moved away from the attribute panel and turned to the sea of consciousness. The fire of the soul was like a brilliant sun, burning more vigorously and violently than before, and the golden light illuminated the boundless sea of consciousness. Around the soul fire, countless milky white lines are connected. They are attached to the surface of the soul fire like antennas, densely packed and countless. So many lines of faith? I was a little surprised. There are at least billions of these faith lines, which means there are billions of believers, but where do I get so many believers? Full of doubts, I tried to communicate with one of the lines of faith, and then I heard an old, hoarse but pious voice. Supreme God Monray, I am Constantine Makarich. I am going out to sea tomorrow. Please bless me to return safely. Residents of the Golden Islands. I immediately determined the origin of this believer, and then selected another line of faith and listened. Great Lord, I'm a worker at the Zebra Island pig farm. I'm tired of my current life. Please bless me to find a secret book on fighting spirit. Zebra Island? Also the Golden Islands. I checked one by one and found that all the believers were from the Golden Islands. The divine consciousness spread further, and one could see statues of gods and groups of believers coming to worship. I found this very unbelievable, as I had only slept for a short while. Just took the soul ice marrow and had a comfortable sleep. When I woke up, the residents of the Golden Islands became my believers? This is too strange, isn't it? No, faith can't just happen for no reason. Something must have happened. I decisively summoned my 4 demigod subordinates to question them and found out that they had been outside. Congratulations, Master. The 4 of them bowed respectfully. What's the faith of the Golden Islands? I asked, looking at them. Babulus replied respectfully, Master, you've been in seclusion for a year, and we've had nothing to do, so we helped you spread the faith, and the results are quite good. A year? A year has already passed? I was shocked all over. I had only slept for a short time. I am not a pig. How could I have slept for so long? Yes, Master. Babris nodded, then said with a smile, Master, don't be confused. At our level, even a nap can last a long time, let alone alone practicing in seclusion.
I nodded slowly, then waved my hand, and 4 divine powers appeared in my hand, flashing with black, silver, blue and gold divine light respectively, emitting terrifying divine power fluctuations. Godhead. Upon seeing the divine nature, the 4 of them were shocked, their eyes red and filled with burning desire, just like hungry wolves staring at fat lambs. I always reward meritorious service and punish guilt. You've done an excellent job this year. I'm very satisfied and must reward you. I waved my hand, and 4 godheads flew towards the 4 people. The dark godhead fell in front of Babras, the thunder godhead flew to Seja, the wind godhead was given to Nakia, and the gold godhead was given to Klaus. Now, they're all yours. I smiled and said, I've already taken care of these 4 godheads. You can merge them without worrying about them being possessed by their original owners. Thank you, Master. The 4 of them immediately knelt on the ground, their excitement beyond words. Divinity, the Master actually bestowed upon them divinity. This was truly a heavenly gift. It's just a lower level godhead, not worth mentioning. I smiled faintly and said, as long as you serve me well, you will have a mid-level godhood and a high-level godhood as well. We will do our best and try our best. The 4 of them swore quickly. At this moment, they feel that joining me is the wisest decision they have ever made in their lives. Once the lower godheads merge, they can become lower-level gods in one leap, something they couldn't even dream of doing before. And now, it is about to be achieved. It is unbelievable. Go and merge the divine nature. Meng Lei waved his hand and drove them out of the palace. Afterwards, Meng Lei went directly to the 96th floor of the Tower of Time. He hadn't seen Xiao Keilei for over a year, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. His divine sense spread rapidly, instantly covering the entire floor, but he found no trace of Xiao Keilei. Meng Lei was a little stunned and quickly teleported to the 100th floor. Dodora, where's Coke? Duatala was snoring when she was suddenly woken up by Meng Lei. She almost exploded with anger. What's wrong with your brain? Are you going to let me sleep? Where's the Coke? Meng Lei didn't care about Dodora's temper at all. She's already returned to the demon world. Duatala rubbed her sleepy eyes and said impatiently, you've been dormant for more than a year. It would be strange if she didn't leave. Return to the demon realm? Meng Lei was shocked. Why did she return to the demon world? What happened? Of course I left on my own. Dodora rolled her eyes. It's been over a year. If she hadn't left, she would have starved to death. Don't worry about it. She's a fallen angel. It's much better for her to stay in the demon world than here. When did she leave? Why didn't you stop her? Meng Lei's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Stop it? Do you want her to starve to death? Dodora pouted. It wasn't long after you fell asleep that Coke ate up all the demons. I didn't even notice. She went back to the demon world on her own. Meng Lei remained silent. The fallen angels were originally erased from the demon world and were born with the ability to sense the breath of the demon